Yi Yuan also did not think that Fu Yunjing was so persistent to actually dare to lock horns with Qi Hai. Fu Yunjing had also grabbed Qi Hai's soft spot, making it rather hard for Qi Hai to do things. Yi Yuan's divine sense moved and transmitted his voice to Qi Hai. Fu Yunjing saw the situation and knew that the two were transmitting voices through divine sense. His heart involuntarily pounded. But on second thought, as long as Wuxian did not dare to publicize the formula, his words would have no weakness to exploit. And if Wuxian dared to make the recipe known, even though he would lose reputation, Wuxian would have no way of monopolizing the immortal remembrance jade brew either. The losses in between this would be huge. At this point, even if it harmed others without benefits, he had to push on as well. Asking him to swallow this insult, he was unable to do it. But not knowing why, the youth beside Qi Hai kept on giving him an unfathomable feel. Hearing Yi Yuan's voice transmission, Qi Hai's eyes gradually lit up. Looking at Fu Yunjing, he said in an oppressive manner, "You said that you improved the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew's formula. Then, do you know what you lack in your formula? Resulting in the taste to be inferior to the one brewed by Wuxian." Fu Yunjing was stupefied. He immediately said with a cold smile, hearing Old Hai's meaning, "You actually know my recipe? You're confessing everything without duress here." Fu Yunjing's words immediately caused a stir. Just as Fu Yunjing said, wasn't Qi Hai confessing everything without being pressed here? Fu Yunjing's formula only he himself knew. How did Qi Hai know what Fu Yunjing's recipe lacked? Between Qi Hai and Wuxian, there had to be someone who plagiarized Fu Yunjing's formula. And between the two of them, everyone would naturally think that it was done by Wuxian, and Qi Hai was just stepping forward to defend Wuxian on account of Yi Yuan's face. Qi Hai was not startled nor in panic as he said coolly, "That's right. Last time, when I went to Wuxian's place, he invited me to drink a flask of the Immortal Remembrance Jade brew that he got from you. I discerned that it was not right with one taste. As luck would have it, I had some research regarding this stuff. It's just that I never had the time to make it. So, I gave the formula to Wuxian. This formula came from the divine realm." Fu Yunjing already had a stance like a dead pig, not being afraid of boiling water being scaling right now. He might as well act all the way shamelessly. Hearing Qi Hai said so, he said with a cold sneer, "I know that Old Hai has all kinds of connections with the divine realm. But I'm afraid that you're thinking too simply by wanting to use divine realm, these two words, to shut everybody's mouths. Right? Hearing Old Hai's words, you just drank a mouthful and then knew my formula inside out. Isn't this too laughable? Hoo-hoo. I'll report the formula. You see if it's correct." As he said, Qi Hai started to report the materials used to brew the wine one by one. Altogether there were actually 100 overtypes. And Fu Yunjing's expression became increasingly uglier along with Qi Hai's reporting. The recipe that Qi Hai reported was actually the exact same as the one he obtained. Even the quantity used for these ingredients were not the slightest bit off. Just like he saw the recipe with his own eyes. With this, even Fu Yunjing himself could not help somewhat doubting as well if Qi Hai and Wuxian really plagiarized his recipe. Of course, those with the same thinking as him was not in the minority. There were even some people already starting to whisper under their breaths. Could Old Hai have really plagiarized Fu Yunjing's recipe? You guys look at Fu Yunjing's expression. What Old Hai said is definitely not far off the mark. Yeah, what is Old Hai playing at here? Even if he really stole Fu Yunjing's formula, he doesn't need to go so far as to say it out so generously, right? Even though he's a senior, doing so would destroy his reputation too. Isn't Old Hai bullying people with his power here? Doing this is also too overboard. Qi Hai's strength was indeed formidable. But if he used his power to bully people like this, it was impossible for others to be convinced either. Other people did not dare to do anything to Qi Hai. But Wuxian's reputation would be rotten in the future. After Qi Hai reported all of the ingredients, Fu Yunjing's expression was ugly to the extreme. Qi Hai saying this was equivalent to making his recipe known to the public. In the future, he would have no way of using the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew to keep a foothold in this Wufang city anymore either. Even though he was already replaced by Wuxian now. Hehe, really didn't expect that Old Hai's face was actually so thick. Stole my formula and actually even admitted it swaggeringly. Truly shameless to the extreme. Qi Hai said with a smile. When did I admit that I stole your formula? Fu Yunjing was stunned. Wasn't he too shameless? Already at such an extent and still not admitting it? Hearing what you said earlier, you're admitting that the formula I said was correct? No need to deny. Other people are not fools either. They could tell long ago, Chi still said coolly. Fu Yunjing's expression became black, and he suddenly had a foreboding premonition. Indeed, Chi continued. You said that you improved the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew recipe. I wonder how did you improve it? Fu Yunjing's heart plummeted. Turns out that it was waiting here. Heh, why do I have to tell you? Fu Yunjing said, appearing tough outwardly but timid inside. Chi said, I can tell you that in your recipe, 5 kinds of ingredients are missing. As long as you can say out the names of these 5 kinds of ingredients, Wu Xian would naturally have plagiarized your formula. But if you can't say it, then scram right now for this old man. Otherwise, don't blame this old man for being impolite. Fu Yunjing's expression changed repeatedly. When did he really improve the formula? This Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew, even in the divine realm, it was a top-grade immortal brew that not everyone could drink. If Fu Yunjing really had this capability, he would have long ascended to the divine realm. Why was there a need to fool around in this Wufang city still? But if he did not say a thing, wouldn't it be admitting that he was finding fault for no reason? Hey, I'll just casually report 5 kinds of ingredients. Could it be that you really dare to make the recipe known to all? Fu Yunjing snickered coldly inwardly and casually reported 5 kinds of materials. They were all ingredients frequently used in brewing alcohol. Listening to it seemed well-grounded and reasonable. Chi gave a cold laugh and said, utter nonsense. Don't know what you're talking about. Truly shameless enough. Fu Yunjing said delightedly, since old Hai say that I'm uttering nonsense, then you say out those 5 kinds of materials. Don't need 5 kinds. 1 is enough. In my recipe has 7-star grass. 7-star grass will become lilac color when coming into contact with sulfur flame powder. Come, men. Go and retrieve some sulfur flame powder over. 1 try and it will be clear. Chi said coolly. Fu Yunjing was still cheerily confident earlier, but at this time his face was deathly pale. Wufang City was the alchemy holy land. Many families present were all alchemy families. They were naturally not foreign to this 7-star grass. He never would have thought that Chi pressed hard at every step. Finally, it was actually using this sort of method to make him reveal his true colors. At this time, he could not resist turning his eyes towards Yi Yuan, his gaze revealing hatred. Fu Yunjing had never heard before that Chi knew alchemy. He had never heard before that Chi knew how to brew alcohol, let alone believe that Chi could report out all of the ingredients just by sampling a taste of his wine. Earlier, Yi Yuan clearly said something to Chi with voice transmission. Could it be that everything that Chi said was this young man's scheme? Changed. It really changed. The Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew really has 7-star grass inside. Fu Yunjing is too much. To actually slander Wu Xian like this. This fellow is really shameless. Following placing a small amount of white-colored powder into a cup of Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew, the originally clear liquor became lilac color very quickly. With this, just who caused a disturbance first was perfectly clear. Many people had a feeling of being duped and became indignant right away, cursing Fu Yunjing's shamelessness. This fellow was clearly envious that Wu Xian brewed better Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew than what he could. That was why he vilified Wu Xian. What improved the formula? Utter bullshit. What are you still standing there for? Could it be you still want this old man to invite you to leave? Get lost. Chi said coldly. If today wasn't Yi Yuan's parents' joyous day, Chi might have made a move and injured people. This fellow actually forced him into a very awkward situation earlier. If not for Yi Yuan instructing him secretly on how to break the deadlock, he would really be stuck today. Although Chi was very easygoing, this did not mean that anyone could trample on his reputation. Although Fu Yunjing's strength was decent, it was still lacking in front of Chi, and he did not have the qualifications to pick a fight with him either. Being forced into a dilemma by such a person, the fury in Chi-Hi's heart could be imagined. The lie was exposed. Fu Yunjing naturally had no face to stay here anymore either. In truth, he already incurred public wrath today. In the future, he would probably have no way of even staying in this Wufang city. Fu Yunjing shot Yu Yuan a fierce glare and said with a cold snort, "Leave then leave. This old man admits to his bad luck today. Boy, we'll wait and see. I, Fu Yunjing, will officially break away from Wufang City starting from today." Leaving behind a few fierce words, Fu Yunjing flicked his sleeves grandly and hastened out of the entrance like fleeing. Seeing this scene, Qi Hai's expression darkened slightly. He said to Ning Yixian, "Send people to keep an eye on this old punk. Today isn't suited to get into a fight. After today passes, take good care of him for me." "Yes, old Hai." Ning Yixian was also fooled by Fu Yunjing just now and even thought that Wu Xian really stole the recipe. To talk about taking care of Fu Yunjing, he had no problems at all, nodding his head at once and consenting to this. Fu Yunjing was just an itinerant alchemy sovereign in Wufang City. Even though his strength was passable, he did not have too great of a background. In the past, he still had some status among Wufang City's upper echelons relying on the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew. But his actions today truly offended many people. Everybody naturally did not have much of a favorable impression towards him anymore either. All right. The time is almost here. Don't dampen everybody's spirits because of a stinky bug like this. Fine wine and delicacies are ahead. Everyone best savors it to your heart's content. Qi Hai said coolly. With this reminder, everyone all came back to their senses as well. There was free Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew to savor today. There wouldn't be the stall anymore after passing this village. While the Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew which Wu Xian brought here today was a lot, with so many people getting a share, there was actually not much left either. Hence, the more these people drank, the more they treasured it. The more they drank, the more they would reminisce the aftertaste. There were some people present who had drunk before Fu Yunjing's Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew, but this wine drank today was even more fragrant than his. Before long, Wuxia walked into the main hall and called out in a clear voice, "The auspicious hour has arrived. Please welcome the city lord, His Excellency." Xingchuan walked out in slow strides. He walked to the highest seat of honor and took his seat. "Please welcome the groom and the bride." The groom Yihang, all dressed in red robes, led Ren Hongling, who was wearing phoenix coronet and ceremonial robes, and walked out too. Next was bowing to heaven and earth. Yi Yuan looked at his blissful-looking parents from below. A warm current brimmed in his heart too. Actually, in his mother's heart, she still worried about this unreasonable father of hers. This point, Yi Yuan was naturally clear in his heart as somebody with 2 lifetimes. Otherwise, he would not give Ren Xingchuan a chance either. With Ren Xingchuan this backing, Yi Yuan could put his mind completely at ease when going out to make a break in the future. The remaining thing was to deal with the Fierce Gale World's invasion. Yi Yuan kept feeling that the Fierce Gale World's invasion had some areas which were not right, but he could never figure out what was wrong. This feeling of losing control made him very uncomfortable. But this kind of thing, unless Zhao Tianyin told him personally, otherwise there was simply no way of knowing. Now, he could only just take it one step at a time too. The most important thing now was still to increase his strength as soon as possible. Only through his way could he have the strength to protect himself facing these Fierce Gale World's experts. Even though his current strength far surpassed martial artists at the same rank in front of a real expert in a true battle, he still could not take a single blow. Hence, Yi Yuan was still harboring considerable hope towards the vast Heaven Pagoda inheritance this time. After the ceremony ended, Ren Xingchuan suddenly got up and said in a clear voice, "Thank you all for coming to support. This Ren is endlessly grateful." Taking advantage of this joyous day today, this Ren still has something to announce. Ren Xingchuan paused for a bit, glanced at Yi Yuan and said, "This old man did a wrong thing back then. This matter everybody is already aware. This old man won't hide it from everyone either. Today, it's all thanks to this grandson of mine that I was able to see the error of my ways and repent. Therefore, today I want to appoint Yi Yuan as Wufang City's young lord. I wonder what are everyone's opinions?" Although City Lord Manor had the final say in Wufang City, the Ren family was not the fixed city lord. Back then, the Chao family dominated the city lord position for a very long time but was replaced by Ren Xingchuan. Hence, for Ren Xingchuan to want to appoint a young lord, it still needed to go through everyone's approval. Yi Yuan, regardless whether was it talent or strength, there was probably not a single person who dared to say a word of objection. Yi Yuan, being this young lord, was naturally also getting what was deserved. Yi Yuan is a young hero. He can naturally take on this great responsibility. I have no objections. City Lord, you make the call. This Chao represents the Chao family and firmly endorses young Lord Yi Yuan. When Ren Xingquan's words were spoken, everyone all clamored to respond. Seeing this scene, Ren Xingquan nodded his head slightly too and said to Yi Yuan, from now onwards you'll be... Hold on. Yi Yuan extended a hand and interrupted Ren Xingquan's words, saying, this status of a young lord, I'm not interested. Ren Xingquan's face went black. Wasn't this punk too uncivil? Wu Fang City's young lord was in existence on the same level as the 3 sect's head disciples. It was already the highest position among the Endless World's junior generation. This boy actually refused. Could it be that this boy was still harboring hatred in his heart and wanted to make him look bad in front of everyone? How could he know that? How could Yi Yuan settle on a puny little Wu Fang City young lord? Among the people present, probably only Qi Hai could slightly understand Yi Yuan's thoughts. But even he was unable to understand how great Yi Yuan's horizons were either. Not just me. Rendong, that boy. I'm bringing away too, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. When these words came out, the audience burst into an uproar. It was fine if this boy did not accept the position of city lord himself. He actually forbid Ren Xingquan's most favored grandson to be city lord too. This time, it was really overboard. Yi Yuan, this old man already issued a self-admonishing edict. You should understand what this means. Are you going to ruin my Ren family's future in front of so many people? Rivers and mountains may be changed, but it's hard to alter a man's nature. Yi Yuan slapped his face in public. The fury in his heart could be imagined. Yi Yuan looked at Ren Xingquan, feeling very amused in his heart. If it were in the past, this old fellow would have long sent a palm howling over. But now he was talking reason with him. It was also a grieving enough. However, Yi Yuan did not have plans on changing his thinking. The vast sky allowed a bird to fly, and the wide sea allowed a fish to leap about. It was naturally impossible for him to stay in a tiny little Wu Fang city to be some young lord. I have my own plans for the future. It's impossible to keep on staying in Wu Fang City. And Rendong already acknowledged me as his master. I naturally have to guide him well. As for this young lord position, I can recommend a person to you, Yi Yuan said coolly. Ren Xingquan was rather curious. Apart from Yi Yuan and Rendong, who else had the capabilities to be qualified for this young lord position? Say it. Yi Yuan's gaze landed on Yi Hang, and he said with a smile, far away on the horizon, and yet right before your eyes. Yi Hang was stupefied and pointed to himself and said, me? What kind of joke is this? Ren Xingquan's expression darkened once more. This punk was purely making a laughingstock out of him. How much capabilities Yi Hang had that he could still not be aware of? If Yi Hang had this capability, why would he object to Ren Hongling being together with him so determinedly back then? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I'm not joking. Father, you don't need to belittle yourself either. Within 10 years, you can definitely surpass old man Ren. Yi Yuan did not approve of Ren Xingquan up until now either, so he kept calling him Old Man Ren. Of course, Old Man Ren's mind was completely not focused on this. He was currently burning with rage. This punk was getting more preposterous as he spoke. Yi Hang surpassing him within 10 years? Wasn't this a fantasy tale? Yi Yuan, messing around got to have a limit too. Even if you don't acknowledge this old man, there isn't a need to make this sort of joke in front of so many people either. Ren Xingquan said furiously. Yi Yuan said coolly, I already said, I'm not joking around. Like this, how about we make a bet? If father is unable to surpass you within 10 years, I'll come back and be the young lord for you. What Yi Yuan was implying was Yi Hang being the city lord and not young lord. This sort of big talk. Probably only Yi Yuan dared to say it. Actually, Yi Yuan naturally had full confidence in Yi Hang. He cultivated the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art and 1000 Augmenting Soul Incantation, these 2 cultivation methods. If he still could not break through to the Alchemy Sovereign Realm within 10 years, then that would be unbelievable. Furthermore, Yi Yuan knew that Yi Heng's talent was not bad. Back then, the reason why he was inferior to Ren Hongling was entirely that of family background and resources problem. Now that Yi Heng's back was leaning on City Lord Manor, this big tree, and he had the Divine Realm's pinnacle-level cultivation methods, cultivating to the Alchemy Sovereign Realm within 10 years was absolutely as easy as turning over one's hand. It was just that these people had no way of understanding. But Yi Yuan believed that before long, Yi Han's improvement speed would leave everyone dumbfounded. Fine. This old man will bet with you. Ren Xingchuan agreed without any hesitation. 10 years' time was not considered long to him. He could totally wait. At that time, if Yi Heng did not have the qualifications, wouldn't Yi Yuan still come back obediently to take over Wufang City? How could he know that? How could Yi Yuan possibly stay in the lower realms for 10 years? The next day, a high platform was built in the exquisite jade pavilion's 1,000 query walls main hall. A youth was currently sitting upright solemnly, with the air of a great master. But all the people below the stage were older than him, looking rather incongruous. This sort of thing, like hosting a forum and giving a lecture without reaching a certain level, nobody dared to do it. Especially in Wufang City, the alchemy holy land. The level of the alchemist's standards here practically assembled all of Endless World's alchemy path elites. Without alchemy sovereign strength, how could the average person dare to open a forum and give a lecture? But Yi Yuan, this quasi-alchemy king realm youth, actually did it. Even though Yi Yuan was at the height of his popularity right now in Wufang City, it was not enough. The people who came to watch him make a fool of himself today was actually not the minority. Yi Yuan was seriously too young. As the saying went, young people couldn't be trusted with important tasks. Many people only heard rumors of the 1,000 query walls 7th levels questions being answered by someone. But not many people believed it. Of course, among the people here today, there were many who were alchemists present on that day. They all witnessed Yi Yuan's spectacular performance. Today was the first day the Ren family took over the 1,000 query wall. Many people were also skeptical about whether or not the Ren family had the foundation to take over. Yi Yuan sat at the top very composedly, without the slightest hint of stage fright. In his previous life, he had opened forums and given lectures more than once. Regarding such spectacles, he was all too familiar. It was simply far from getting stage fright. Compared to his previous life, the levels of these people in front of him was seriously too low. One had to know that each time Ji Qingyun hosted a forum and gave a lecture in his previous life, there were even quite a number of alchemy emperor powerhouses who came upon hearing the news. Likewise, an alchemy emperor, Yi Yuan's strength was much stronger compared to those people. Now, facing the small scene, it was simply child's play to Yi Yuan. After everybody settled down, Yi Yuan's first words made everyone's glasses fall off. The alchemy path and martial path are the same, they are also a kind of great Tao. The direction of Tao is formed by accumulating it step by step. As the saying goes, without the accumulations of small steps, it's impossible to walk and finish a journey of 1,000 miles. Without accumulating small, trickling streams, it's unable to form a great sea. There is no lack of quasi-alchemy kings, and even alchemy sovereign experts among you all. But touch your heart and ask yourselves, this road underneath your foot, was it really walked properly? This first day today, what I'll be narrating to you all is the refinement of Tier 1 medicinal pills. What did he say just now? At the start, hearing it was still quite interesting. But why did the style change as he spoke? With our strength, do we still need to listen to the refining methods of Tier 1 medicinal pills? Simply ludicrous. Yeah, what kind of bullshit hosting a forum and giving a lecture? Simply courting people's favor by talking big to impress. City Lord Manor actually sent a small child here to host a forum and give a lecture. What a joke. Let's leave. We came all the way here. Could it be to just listen to a child talk about refining Tier 1 medicinal pills? Isn't this wasting time? Yi Yuan's words immediately incurred everyone's intense backlash. Even those who had seen before Yi Yuan's spectacular performance were also very disappointed by Yi Yuan's performance today. Could it be that Yi Yuan came prepared that day? That was why he was so mind-boggling? Today, in front of everyone, his true colors were revealed? Yi Yuan finished saying the first sentence, and there were already many people starting to walk out. Regardless of whether they were martial artists or alchemists, their eyes were forever looking up. There would never be anyone who would think much of martial artists lower ranked than themselves. Of course, Yi Yuan was an exception. The way these people saw it, Tier 1 medicinal pills utterly did not even count as learning the rudiments. Was there still a need to pretend and host a forum to give a lecture? But the reason why Yi Yuan could have such great accomplishments in his previous life was that his foundation was laid down too solidly. Wait until his boundary became high, it was merely just piecing together the originally simple things. The refining methods, which looked to be extremely unfathomable in other people's eyes, was very simple in Yi Yuan's view. Yi Yuan did not bother with those people who left but continued to speak with fervor and confidence. Some people left, but some people reigned in their impatience and stayed behind. And the expression on their faces also changed to become fervor from the initial disdain and finally became enthrallment. High-rise buildings were raised from the ground up. For Yi Yuan to be able to reach peak alchemy emperor realm, it was absolutely not by chance. The sturdiness of his basic skills in alchemy could make everyone all perspire from embarrassment, let alone that the ones with the highest strength among these alchemists in front of him were alchemy sovereign. Yi Yuan's elucidation explained profound theories in simple terms, making those alchemists all have a feeling of suddenly becoming enlightened. Only after these alchemists listened to his words did they know that their path all the way over here was like a large funnel, leaking as they walked. Reaching their boundary now, they already missed God knows how many things. Hearing Yi Yuan's sermon, they wished that they could immediately go back to study Tier 1 medicinal pills systems and learn once more. With Yi Yuan's realm, narrating these basic theories was enough to make these people glean considerable gains. In the beginning, it was still quite noisy inside the entire main hall. But later on, the entire main hall became perfectly silent. Only Yi Yuan's voice was reverberating. Those alchemists, including Chao Zheng who came with the mood of attending the event, all became devout believers at this time. The faces of these people would reveal so that's how it is look every now and then. All right, the sermon today will end here. Now is the time to raise questions. I can answer 10 of your questions. Starting now then. Yi Yuan's indifferent voice sounded out. Only now did the audience startle awake. Many people still had a look of recollecting the aftertaste. Evidently, they had not yet recovered from Yi Yuan's sermon earlier. Only at this time did they abruptly wake up. The one giving them a sermon was merely a 17-year-old youth. How monstrous was this youth? To actually have such profound understanding of Tier 1 medicinal pills? Compared to Yi Yuan's lecture earlier, the herbal compendium was simply like a child's play. Too shallow. They all could not understand how a 17-year-old youth's understanding of alchemy reached such a level. Master Yi, I have a question to ask. An alchemy king was the first to react and was the first to raise his hand. And in his words, Yi Yuan already became Master Yi. Seeing that alchemy king raise his hand, everyone was lamenting with regret in their hearts that they missed such a precious opportunity to clarify their doubts. But they all secretly made up their minds to definitely be the first one to raise their hands next time. Ren Dong was already standing on the platform at this time, helping Yi Yuan to maintain order. He was listening to the lecture below the stage the entire time before this and also received considerable gains. These few days, he had been researching Tier 1 medicinal pills the entire time and had long trained the greater phaseless art to the legendary realm under Yi Yuan's guidance. Rendong felt that his understanding towards Tier 1 medicinal pills was already quite okay. But after hearing Yi Yuan's talk today, he discovered that he seemed to have only touched the tip of the iceberg. Although these Tier 1 medicinal pills were simple, the things that he needed to study in depth were way too many. Standing on the platform at this time to help Yi Yuan maintain order and hearing these people call Master Yi one after the other, he had indescribable pride in his heart. This master of his was considered acknowledged correctly. Even though Yi Yuan was his cousin, the disparity between the two of them was too great. "It's you then. Ask away," Rendong said. But when that alchemy king heard Rendong's words, he became hesitant and actually did not open his mouth for a time. Rendong said unhappily, "Is there a question or not? If there isn't, switch to somebody else. Master's time is very precious. Where does he have the time to dawdle with you here?" Only then did the alchemy king said hesitatingly, "Master Yi, my question concerns Tier 4 medicinal pills. I wonder, Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Doesn't matter. Ask away." This person was clearly afraid that he could not answer Tier 4 medicinal pills problems. Furthermore, the question asked was not too conforming with the contents of the sermon. Hence, he would appear hesitant. That Alchemy King was immediately overjoyed when he heard and said, "Master Yi, recently when I've been refining the Phoenix Flame Pill, I noticed a problem. When the Phoenix Cryegrass and Bamboo Filament Azure Yellow are together, they keep on being unable to fuse together perfectly. From there, it caused my pill refinement success rate and quality unable to improve. I tried countless ways but always failed to resolve this issue. Master Yi, please resolve my doubt." When this Alchemy King expert was raising his problem, he was like a student asking a teacher questions very devoutly. But towards his attitude, nobody questioned it. Yi Yuan already used his broad and profound alchemy knowledge to subdue everyone. Among the people present, there were quite a few people who were among the group present when Yi Yuan challenged the 1,000-query wall. Regarding whether or not Yi Yuan could answer an Alchemy King's question, they were not worried in the slightest. Very uncoincidentally, this Alchemy King was not present the previous time. Hence, he was still somewhat doubtful about Yi Yuan's ability. After all, even if a person researched more thoroughly into Tier 1 medicinal pills, it did not have the slightest thing to do with Tier 4 medicinal pills either. Yi Yuan said without any need to think, the Phoenix Flame Grass and the Bamboo Filament Azure Yellow, their attributes clash. If you forcefully try to fuse them together, it naturally can't do so perfectly. Each time you were refining the Phoenix Flame Pill, was there a feeling of losing control of the fire, the medicinal pill about to jump out of your palm, around 15 minutes before forming the pill? The Alchemy King's eyes lit up, and he nodded his head like a chicken pecking for rice as he quickly said, "Yes, yes, yes. It's like that. Master Yi is really like a deity. To actually even know when my problem occurs as if you've seen it with your own eyes. May I ask, Master, why is this so? Is there any way to resolve?" Seeing this scene, everyone all revealed looks of admiration. Yi Yuan was able to guess when this Alchemy King's problem occurred when he was refining pills just based on his simple description. Moreover, even the timing was said so accurately. This was simply godly skill. Even peak alchemy sovereign experts probably had no way of making such a judgment under the circumstance where they did not witness personally, right? Yi Yuan said indifferently, "Is there a type of medicinal herb in the Phoenix Flame Pill called the Wood Immortal Root? Presumably, when you were refining pills, you should have overlooked its existence, right?" The Alchemy King was stunned and said with a nod, "Master, please explain. Could it be that this Wood Immortal Root still has some special effect? I've also thought before in this direction, but after trying several times, I still can't resolve the issue. So I thought that this Wood Immortal Root completely had no use." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "The forming of a pill formula is through repeatedly tempering. Each type of pill formula is the crystallization of the predecessor's wisdom. As long as the pill formula doesn't have mistakes, how can the medicinal herbs inside be useless? Refining the Phoenix Flame Pill, this Wood Immortal Root's effect is indeed not big. But to want to refine high-quality Phoenix Flame Pill, this Wood Immortal Root's effect is indispensable." Yi Yuan spoke with fervor and assurance, saying the refining method of this Wood Immortal Root detailedly once. That Alchemy King became more excited as he listened. Towards the end, he was simply about to jump up. When Yi Yuan finished talking, that Alchemy King bowed almost to the ground. He exclaimed, thankful for Master Yi's guidance. "Yanmu will remember firmly in my heart." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "Next one. Master, I have questions." "Master Yi, I have questions too." "Master, there's still me." "Me? You still have the time to drink alcohol here? Master Yi's lecture is about to start right away. If you still don't go, there won't be any seat anymore." "Master Yi? Who's that?" That person looked at the other party with eyes like he was looking at an alien, with a face full of contempt. "You don't even know who Master Yi is? He's City Lord Manor's grandson, Yi Yuan, Master Yi. Master Yi is hosting a forum and giving lectures for 5 consecutive days at the 1,000-query wall to answer any doubts. Once you pass this village, there won't be this temple anymore." "Ah, it's that grandson of the City Lord, His Excellency, that just got recently acknowledged? Isn't he just a teenager? How can he host a forum and give lectures?" I say, What have you been busy with these few days? Master Ye's lectures have already swept throughout the entire Wufang city. You actually don't know? Master Yi is simply like the reincarnation of an alchemy god. If one can get Master Yi's guidance, it beats 10 years of bitter cultivation. Now, even alchemy sovereign experts have started posing questions to Master Yi too. Hiss! A teenage youth guiding alchemy sovereigns? Oh my heaven! Forget it, I can't be bothered with you. You continue to idle away here then. I'm going to the exquisite Jade Pavilion. As he said, that person left like a gust of wind. Today was already the 5th day, the last day that Yi Yuan was hosting a forum and giving a lecture. During the previous 4 days, Yi Yuan's reputation already resounded throughout the entire Wufang city. Master Ye's name was practically already a household name in Wufang city. As long as one was an alchemist, regardless whether was it a little alchemy apprentice, alchemy master, or even a high and lofty alchemy sovereign expert, they all took pride in getting Master Ye's guidance. The 1,000 Query Wall's main hall was already close to bursting. Every time it reached this time, the inside would be densely packed with practically full of people. Wufang City's alchemy path was extremely flourishing. The number of alchemists in the city was immense. Yet, these few days, every time it reached the time Yi Yuan was hosting a forum and giving a lecture, the streets inside the city were practically deserted. The originally extremely bustling markets actually had nobody patronizing anymore. After the first time, those alchemists who stayed behind to listen to the talk all became Yi Yuan's loyal followers one by one. They all started to propagate Master Ye's name without sparing any effort. On the second day, the headcount in exquisite Jade Pavilion already soared. It was actually 10 times of the previous days. But among these people, the majority was still harboring half-skeptical attitudes to come and take a look. Yi Yuan carried on as before. What he talked about was all some very basic stuff. But after the second day, none among these alchemists doubted Yi Yuan's strength anymore. Just like this, spreading from person to person, by the time it was the 3rd day, Yi Yuan hosting a forum and giving a lecture already swept throughout the entire Wufang city. Now, even those alchemy sovereign experts in the city came due to its fame as well. Among them included Wu Xian, Chaozheng, these people. Only until today did Chaozheng know how brilliant this decision of presenting the exquisite Jade Pavilion to the city lord manor was. With Yi Yuan around, the 1,000 Query Wall was simply a joke. In these few days, there were many formidable people raising all manners of questions to Yi Yuan. Yet, regardless whether their strength was high or low, how crafty the questions asked was, Yi Yuan's answer was undeniably accurate and detailed, leaving no fault for people to pick out at all. This prowess simply exceeded the people's imaginations. Even Dan Qinzi and Ren Xingchuan could not possibly do it to such an extent either. Most importantly was that when Yi Yuan answered these questions, it was practically blurted out without any effort, as if it did not require any thinking process at all. In the views of these alchemists, this already reached a godlike realm. These alchemists simply did not know what the concept of an alchemy god was. Just like this, the title of Alchemy God's Reincarnation was attached to Yi Yuan. Actually, to them, Yi Yuan was indeed a godlike existence. At least in alchemy, the level Yi Yuan surpassed them simply could not be measured using realms. Regarding unknown existences, people tend to be willing to throw God, this title, on top. Yi Yuan's present situation was like so. All right, everybody quiet down. Yi Yuan's voice spread out faintly. This instant, it was as if the entire world's sounds was voided. The great hall that could accommodate 100,000 people suddenly became dead silent. Everyone held their breaths, fearful of missing out any word that Yi Yuan uttered. What we're going to talk about today is... Yi Yuan started today's lecture unhurriedly. In the entire main hall, only Yi Yuan's voice was echoing still. Originally, there were only several thousand people. Being able to maintain silence was very easy. But now, the number of people already broke through to 100,000 people. To still be able to maintain this kind of status, it could be seen how great the attraction of Yi Yuan's lecture contents was to them. Same as the previous few days, Yi Yuan's talk was still just some of the most basic stuff. These contents, those alchemists themselves were already familiar until they could not be any more familiar. But Yi Yuan talked for 5 consecutive days, and they still listened with great gusto. The same kind of medicinal herbs, the same kind of refining methods. Yi Yuan's narration was entirely different from their understanding. Not only did it uttered out new meanings, it even showed them heights and depths in alchemy. There was no lack of alchemists present who were here from day one. After they went back, they refined medicinal pills according to Yi Yuan's method too. They discovered to their amazement that some of the very simple things Yi Yuan talked about, even when applied to refining high-tier medicinal pills, was similarly applicable. The quality of the medicinal pills they refined had a considerable raise. This was also the reason why they held Yi Yuan in increasingly greater esteem. The contents Yi Yuan narrated today were a lot, talking all the way from morning till dusk, before it finally ended. All right, the lecture ends here. The 1,000-query wall will be opened as usual from hereafter. If everyone has any question, you can come here to pose them, Yi Yuan said coolly. Only now did everyone realize that the 5 days of lectures had already passed. Yi Yuan would not be giving lectures to everybody anymore. Master Yi, can you please expound to us for another 3 days? No, even just 1 day is fine as well. Yeah, Master Yi. Listening to your talks these few days, I've gotten considerable gains. It simply beats closed seclusion for 10 years. I beseech you, just lecture for 1 more day. Master Yi, just talk some more. Rundong was indignant at this time. He stepped forward and said in a clear voice, you all stop kicking up a row. Master, he has to cultivate too. How can he possibly spend the whole day on giving you all talks? You people make him add 1 more day today. Are you still going to make him add another day tomorrow? Like this, when will it end? Following Yi Yuan's status rising, Rendong this apprentice also became an immensely popular figure in Wufang City. In a daze, Rendong had a feeling of being apprenticed to a sage. This feeling of lording above countless lives was what he simply had no way of experiencing when he was City Lord Manor's young lord in the past. Now, thanks to his new identity, Rendong instead had the liberating feeling of flying in the vast skies. Being rebuked by Rendong like this, there was actually not a single person in the crowd below the stage who dared to refute. But they still looked at Yi Yuan with heated eyes, hoping that he could change his decision. Yi Yuan gave a sigh and said, it's not that I'm unwilling to continue giving lectures. I'll be heading to the Vast Heaven Mystic Realm tomorrow to challenge the Vast Heaven Pagoda inheritance. I seriously can't do anything about this. Hearing that Yi Yuan was going to challenge the Vast Heaven Pagoda, the originally clamoring shouting voices gradually ceased. It was true. Yi Yuan's alchemy path strength was indeed formidable. But his boundary was too low after all. If they delayed Master Ye's cultivation for more lectures, then that would be too sinful. Master Yi was destined to be a skyrocketing figure in the future. How could he possibly waste time here to give talks to them constantly? But a series of lamenting still sounded out in the crowd. They were clearly all very regretful. At this time, a person suddenly shouted in a clear voice, Master Yi, Yen Mu is willing to wait upon you carefully, even if it's just to be a little medicine boy. Master Yi, please grant my wish. Looking carefully, it was precisely that Alchemy King who was the first to pose a question to Yi Yuan on the first day. This Yen Mu was a peak Alchemy King expert. Among so many alchemists here, he was an extremely daunting existence too. He actually requested to be a little medicine boy for Yi Yuan. It was truly rather ludicrous. Yet, not a single one out of the 100,000 alchemists present felt that it was unexpected, as if it was something so natural. But Yen Mu's actions also reminded everyone. For a time, many people followed him to do so. Master Yi, I'm willing to slave for you as well. My skin is solid and thick and can take lugging. Master Yi, please take me in. I'm willing to be a bed-warmer little maid for Master Yi. Master Yi, please take me in, shouted a female alchemist shrilly. This woman already reached middle age but had some good looks. Except that her saying this incurred a bout of loud laughter. Ha ha! Old hag Ding, you're too old to even be Master Ye's grandmother. To actually still want to be his bed-warming maid. Even if this old lady is any older, I'm a woman too. Moreover, I'm a woman who ages pretty well. Master Yi is full of vigor and vitality and is clearly still a virgin boy. He just needs a maid like me to warm his bed. How can those little girls wait upon him be better than me? This old lady Ding had no qualms and restrictions at all, daring to say anything. Yi Yuan also sweat profusely in his heart when he heard it. Finding such a bed-warming lass, he could not endure it. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "Everybody's good intentions. This Yi appreciates it. But this Yi is not used to being served by people. This matter of a medicine boy, better forget about it. Now that a formidable enemy lies ahead, it's precisely the time for everyone to render your services." This Yi hosted a forum to give sermons in order to raise everybody's strength. If everyone has the heart, you can join the City Lord Manor and offer help for the Endless Alliance. Since everybody regards this Yi highly, this Yi can promise everybody that each time this Yi returns to Wufang City next time, I'll host a forum and give a lecture once. As for the time gap, this Yi dare not guarantee. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, these alchemists could not help feeling disappointed. But many people also secretly made up their minds to definitely join the City Lord Manor tomorrow. At least this way they could be a little closer to Master Yi. Perhaps there might be the opportunity to consult Master Yi on problems. Yi Yuan's requirement towards accepting disciples was extremely high. Although there were some among these people whose talents were not bad, it was still too far away from Yi Yuan's requirement. Wanting to become Yi Yuan's disciple, one at the bare minimum had to reach Xiao Ruyan's and Rindong's level. With these people's talent, they were clearly not just a level inferior. Among these people, just the Alchemy King experts were a large bunch. But the accomplishments of the vast majority among them would halt here. Such strength, how could Yi Yuan possibly expend painstaking effort on them? But Yi Yuan not needing them did not mean that the City Lord Manor did not require them. His old man was now the City Lord Manor's young lord. He was bound to inherit Wufang City in the future. Yi Yuan naturally have to gather some forces for Yihang. One could only imagine that the City Lord Manor's door's bottom frame would be trampled broken tomorrow. In the past, the Chao family could use the Thousand Query Wall to gather alchemists. Now, Yi Yuan's status actually already surpassed the status of the Thousand Query Wall. After all, no matter how strong the Thousand Query Wall was, it had no way of letting 100,000 people's strength increase either. But Yi Yuan accomplished this. After these alchemists listened to 5 days of his lectures, their strength more or less had some improvement. One individual's strength increase might not have much use. But 100,000 alchemists' strength all increasing, this was a very terrifying force. In the crowd, Chaojing gave a melancholic sigh. He said, "With this boy around, there is no longer the chance for my Chao family to rise up within 1,000 years. After this, Wufang City will be monopolized by the Ren family." But offering the Thousand Query Wall to the Ren family was the most correct thing that this old man did. This boy's alchemy strength is too terrifying. He definitely had some staggering fortuitous encounter. "Father, after today, I plan to enter closed seclusion for a period of time. My gains these few days have been considerable. Yi Yuan's lectures opened up a brand new alchemy path for me. After the seclusion this time, I'll definitely have breakthroughs," Chao Kun said. Chao Zheng's eyes lit up, and he said, Good, good. Kuiner, whether or not my Chao family can persist will be up to you. As long as you can break through to become a peak alchemy sovereign, you can definitely protect my Chao family's legacy for 1,000 years. Of course, the prerequisite is not to have conflicts with the City Lord Manor. Understood. Chao Kun nodded and said, "Father, rest assured, your child has engraved the matter in his heart. For as long as your child lives, I absolutely won't have any hint of conflict with the Ren family. Furthermore, I have a feeling that Yi Yuan insisting on rejecting the position of young lord, his father Yihang's, future accomplishments definitely won't be beneath mine." "En? You have this feeling too?" This boy seems to be impulsive when doing things. Actually, in the end, you'll discover that everything is within his grasp. That Yi Hang's age is still much younger than yours. His potential isn't exhausted yet. How his future accomplishments will be is really hard to say, Chao Zheng said with a grim expression. Yi Yuan stirred up a storm in the entire Wufang city these few days. The astonished ones were not just those alchemists. The shock in Ren Xingquan's heart was not the slightest bit lesser than the others. He thought over and over again and still decided to come and find Yi Hang to inquire about Yi Yuan's affairs. Honorable son-in-law, did Yi Yuan have some lucky encounter before? After talking aimlessly for a long time, Ren Xingchuan finally turned the topic to Yi Yuan. But his form of address towards Yi Hang had already unknowingly changed into honorable son-in-law. Yi Hang was a clever man too. He obviously knew that his position today was all given to him by Yi Yuan. But there was no logic of a father being jealous of his son in this world. His son being promising, he was more than happy. As for Ren Xingchuan's change in attitude, Yi Hang was naturally happy to see it. Wasn't the reason why he came back to Wufang City for the sake of this situation today. It was just that Yi Hang never expected that the one who helped him to fulfill his wish was not himself but his son. However, Yi Hang secretly resolved his heart too, to definitely cultivate well from now on. He must break through to the alchemy sovereign realm within 10 years. Otherwise, he would become Wufang City's biggest joke. Lord Father-in-law, Yi Yuan, he told me before that he once obtained a pinnacle major powers legacy in his dream before. I originally thought that he just obtained the northern domains, a certain major power like father-in-law's inheritance. I even suspected for a period of time that it was Lord Father-in-law yourself. But looking at it now, it's probably not that simple, Yi Hang said. Ren Xingchuan's eyes glimmered and he said solemnly, looks like Yi Yuan's fortuitous encounter already surpassed the endless world, the small world. Lord Father-in-law's meaning is the divine realm. Even though Yi Hang already had surmises it long ago, it still felt immensely heavy to say out these two words. His own son actually obtained the inheritance of a divine realm major power. This lucky encounter was sufficiently heaven-defying. However, thinking about his son rising up from the tiny little state of Qin, probably only such an explanation made sense too. Ren Xingchuan nodded his head and said with a solemn expression, in my view, that powerhouse who taught in the dream is likely an extremely formidable existence in the divine realm too. Yi Yuan's alchemy level is not just as simple as surpassing alchemy sovereign. Yi Hang was slightly apprehensive in his heart. How powerful was extremely formidable, he really could not gauge. In Yi Hang's view, Ren Xingchuan was already powerful until it made people feel suffocated. How powerful did that divine realm major power's strength have to be? The interactions between small worlds and the divine realm was too little. The lower realms simply had no way to obtain the divine realm's news. The more this was so, the more the lower realm martial artists felt that the divine realm was incomparably mysterious. But it was indisputable that the strength of those divine realm major powers was totally not what they could imagine. About Old High's evaluation of Yi Yuan being so high, it is most likely he's eyeing that major power behind Yi Yuan too. Otherwise, with his boundary, even if Yi Yuan was any more talented, it's also impossible to address him as brothers. Ren Xingchuan was no fool. After knowing Yi Yuan's details, he was not far off from Qi Hai's thinking as well. Yi Hang was not concerned about these though. As long as Yi Yuan could be safe and sound, he would be satisfied. Of course, his son becoming a divine realm major power's successor, Yi Hang was naturally very proud. His son was so outstanding. Yi Hang as a father naturally could not lose face for his son either. At the very least, he had to stand at the pinnacle of this endless world. And now, Yi Hang finally knew how heaven-defying the two cultivation methods Yi Yuan imparted him was. That was absolutely the divine realm's powerful cultivation methods. If he still could not reach the pinnacle with a treasure mountain, then that would be too useless. This matter, the lesser people know, the better. Or else, I'm afraid there will be people with ill intent towards him. But I reckon that those few old fellows from the three sects more or less have some conjectures. It's just that they don't dare to confirm it. Tomorrow, I'll personally bring Yi Yuan to vast heaven mystic realm. The city lord Manor's affairs will be passed to Wuxia and you, Ren Xingchuan said. Yi Hang nodded his head and said, Lord Father-in-law, rest assured. Yi Hang knows what to do. The next day, early morning, Yi Yuan bid farewell to his parents and headed for the vast heaven mystic realm with Ren Xingchuan. In the past, this vast heaven mystic realm was monopolized by the three sects. Even Wufang City did not dare to stick their fingers in. But this time, the vast heaven mystic realm was opened up to everybody. It let those martial artists who originally did not see hope have the chance to advance shoulder to shoulder with the geniuses. And this time, Wufang City's young talents, including Rendong and Chao Fang, had the qualifications to join in too. The vast heaven mystic realm was at a place adjacent to the three sects forces. There was still a considerable distance away from Wufang City. But Ren Xingchuan rode on a profound artifact-ranking spirit boat and only used 3 days to reach. The vast heaven mystic realm had long already become an item kept in the 3 sex bags. Hence, there was completely no danger in here. By the time Yi Yuan's party arrived, there were already several hundred people waiting in the mystic realm. Each time Vast Heaven Pagoda opened, there were merely 300 slots. Actually, each time it opened, the slots of the 3 sects were all not used up. Only this time did the 3 sects fill the slots to the brim, which was also 300 people. This time, the 3 sects opened up the Vast Heaven Pagoda. Many of the itinerant cultivators who fulfilled the conditions naturally did not wish to miss it either. The 3 sects underwent a round of screening and selected 50 itinerant cultivators who fit the requirements. The various northern domain major factions excluding the 3 sects also picked 100 genius martial artists. Yi Yuan and the others, their names were naturally among the 100 too. The remainder 150 slots, the 3 sects had 50 people each. Counting it, it was actually still the 3 sects that occupied the absolute position. But this could not be blamed on them either. Who asked the 3 sects might to be the greatest in the entire endless world? To be able to enter the mystic realm was already the greatest grace to other people. Upon entering the mystic realm, Yi Yuan saw a huge pagoda far away, towering and grandiose. Such a great distance away, and Yi Yuan could clearly sense the archaic and mysterious aura coming from the pagoda. Yi Yuan was slightly apprehensive in his heart. This vast heaven pagoda was absolutely not ordinary. It was just uncertain what on earth was inside this inheritance to actually be able to let Lu Linfeng, that old punk, reach such a boundary. Ren Xingchuan seemed to have perceived Yi Yuan's puzzlement and explained. Nobody knows this vast heaven pagoda's origins. It was if before this endless world formed, it was already standing here. For close to 10,000 years, this vast heaven pagoda has experienced several dozen factions, but it ultimately stood firm and immovable. For close to 10,000 years, the talented martial artists who entered inside were as many as several 100,000. But just a mere one individual could make it to the 8th level, and the vast majority of the martial artists can't even make it past the 5th level. However, just by completing the 5th level, one can already obtain unimaginable benefits. Yi Yuan became interested when he heard and asked, "Oh? What kind of benefits are there?" Cultivation methods, martial techniques, medicinal pills, weapons, so on and so forth. The more levels passed, the more generous the rewards obtained. The martial techniques obtained from Vast Heaven Pagoda, even if it's just a Tier 1 martial technique, are all very heaven-defying. After cultivating them, it's virtually sweeping across those of the same rank. Ren Xingchuan said. These things, Yi Yuan actually paid no attention to it. His cultivation methods and martial techniques are already sufficiently heaven-defying. Without the need for the cultivation methods and martial techniques inside, he could also full well sweep across those of the same rank. Apart from this? Yi Yuan asked. Towards Yi Yuan's reaction, Ren Xingchuan was not surprised. He was aware of Yi Yuan's strength. These things simply had no attraction to him. Concept comprehension, Ren Xingchuan said. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up. And? How so? What the specifics are like, I have no knowledge as well. But I know that any martial artist who make it past the 5th level and entered the 6th level virtually all ascended to the divine realm later. But in these recent 1,000 years, there has yet to be anyone who made it to the 6th level. There are quite a number of people who made it to the 5th level though. But they ultimately still failed on the verge of success. These recent 100 years, there's not even a single person who made it to the 4th level. Ren Xingchuan said with a bitter smile. The endless worlds these 100 years was too disgraceful as well. To actually not even have a single person who made it to the 4th level. No wonder their strength was weak until like this. But this had to do with the 3 sects monopolizing resources and all as well. If these slots had been evenly distributed to the other factions and itinerant cultivators, perhaps there might be awe-inspiring geniuses that appeared. This method of closing their doors to the world ultimately caused talents to drop to 0. Yi Yuan nodded slightly. Presumably, that Lu Linfeng should have comprehended the concept of formation's path in this vast heaven pagoda. That was why he soared to the heaven in one leap. It was just that Yi Yuan was curious about what kind of existence created this vast heaven pagoda. When Lu Linfeng was in the lower realms, his comprehension of concepts already far surpassed the endless world, the small world, and he only made it to the 7th level. Then, the things in the 8th level and 9th level should be able to reach the level of the divine realm. Why would such an existence show up in the endless world and leave a legacy? Along the way, Yi Yuan continuously sized up the huge pagoda. The more he looked at it, the more extraordinary he felt it was. Approaching the front, Yi Yuan said to Ren Xingchuan, "Old man, you go and say hi to them. I'll stroll around myself." Regarding Yi Yuan's form of address, Ren Xingchuan was already used to it long ago. If he tried to gain back face with Yi Yuan, Ren Xingchuan would have long exploded in anger. Ren Xingchuan also discovered that Yi Yuan was very interested in vast heaven pagoda. He nodded his head and said, "All right, you go alone then. There are a few of my old friends over there. I'll go and say hi to them. Dong or Chao Fang, you guys follow me to greet several seniors." After Ren Xingchuan left, Yi Yuan strolled around the vast heaven pagoda by himself. Only after staring in close vicinity did Yi Yuan discover that he actually had no way of discerning what kind of material this pagoda was forged with. Although Yi Yuan did not dabble much in the path of refining with his horizons, he still knew most of the materials in the divine realm. Yet, he was actually unable to discern this building's material. This involuntarily made Yi Yuan even more curious about this vast heaven pagoda. Spirit-gathering formations are laid down around this vast heaven pagoda to supply essence energy ceaselessly into the pagoda body. Countless array formations are inscribed onto the pagoda body. The usage of many array formations, even I actually can't understand any of them. Yi Yuan could not help drawing a cold breath. This vast heaven pagoda was truly very abnormal. One had to know that although Yi Yuan's formation's path attainments could not compare to Lu Linfeng, he himself was a Tier 9 array emperor. Furthermore, he obtained Lu Linfeng's legacy at the Grandian True Sect 2. His attainments in the formation's path were already exceedingly high. With his present visual prowess, he actually could not figure out the array formations inscribed on the pagoda body. Just what is this vast heaven pagoda's origin? Yi Yuan could not help muttering under his breath. Yi Yuan initially thought that everything should be under his control in the lower realms. But only now did he discover that within this endless world, actually there were a lot of secrets that even he could not understand. Not just this vast heaven pagoda, even that incomparably mysterious endless forest as well. Yumali said that she had once entered deep into the endless forest. But with her strength, she actually did not dare to enter into the deepest parts. Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that this world seemed to be even more complex than he had imagined. A tiny little endless world had so many things that could not be figured out. Then what about the divine realm? Just how many secrets were hidden in the divine realm? Where did those deity realm powerhouses all go to? Why were the current martial artists unable to affirm their Tao and become deities? Yi Yuan discovered that he was too absorbed in alchemy in his previous life, resulting in overlooking many things. Only through this reincarnation did he realize that his understanding of this world was too little. I wonder which hillbilly who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth? Even the 3 sects are unable to fully understand this vast heaven pagoda's secrets, let alone you, a transformation realm boy. Yi Yuan was currently lost in thought when a disdainful voice came from behind. Turning around to look, it was a young man around 30. This person wore the Myriad Sword Sect's outfit. Clearly, he was a Myriad Sword Sect disciple. Yi Yuan shook his head slightly. Each and every one of the 3 sects' disciples was indeed very arrogant. Although this person had a Soul Sea realm strength, his pair of eyes were practically growing on top of his head, opening up vast heaven pagoda to everyone this time. The 3 sects' disciples were clearly very displeased. In their eyes, the young disciples apart from the 3 sects were probably all good-for-nothings, right? Yi Yuan was disinclined to dispute with him as well. He went to another place without even paying notice to him. When that person saw Yi Yuan's attitude, he immediately had a feeling of being disregarded. Rage welled up in his heart. Stinking brat. I'm talking to you. Did you hear or not? While talking, he reached his hand out to grab at Yi Yuan. He wanted to teach this cocky brat a bit of a lesson. A puny little C transformation realm martial artist actually had this kind of attitude when seeing him. How arrogant. But then in his vision Yi Yuan became a blurry figure and then disappeared without a trace. Looking again, Yi Yuan already arrived at several dozen feet away, currently sizing him up with unkind eyes. That young man's expression changed, his face revealing disbelief. He, a Soul C realm, was going to grab an early-stage C transformation boy, but he actually failed? A feeling of humiliation welled up in his heart uncontrollably. The young man was just about to make a move again to wash away the disgrace earlier when a voice suddenly was heard. "Senior apprentice brother Zhou Yi, turns out you're here." Zhou Yi turned around and said with an unhappy look, "Junior apprentice brother Qin Yan, you hang on for a bit. Wait until I take care of this condescending, stinking brat." The arrival was precisely the Qin Yan who had already broken through to Soul C realm. Qin Yan followed Zhou Ye's gaze and could not help saying in surprise, "Yi Yuan." But he changed to another expression very quickly and circled around Zhou Yi to come before Yi Yuan. Qin Yan said with a respectful bow, "Any offense committed against junior apprentice brother Yi previously, Qin Yan apologizes for it here." When Yi Yuan saw that Qin Yan had indeed broken through to the Soul C realm, he was also rather surprised. When he captured Qin Yan to be a hostage last time, Qin Yan was still some distance away from Soul C realm. To think that he grew wiser with each setback and he actually broke through to Soul C realm at the end. Zhou Ye's eyes went wide at the side. The myriad sword sect's proud son of heaven, Qin Yan, actually bowed towards this C transformation realm little rookie? Junior apprentice brother Qin Yan, are you mistaken? To actually bow towards this brat. Zhou Yi was full of doubt. Qin Yan said in a slightly solemn voice, "Senior apprentice brother Zhou Yi, although I don't know what's going on, junior apprentice brother Yi isn't someone you can afford to offend. You head back quickly. Old ancestor is finding you for something." Zhou Ye's expression was seemingly apprehensive, and he could not help looking at Yi Yuan in surprise. He understood Qin Yan very well. In the sect, he was extremely haughty. But such a haughty Qin Yan actually lowered his proud head in front of this teenage youth. "Who on earth was this youth? What are you still in a daze for? You're aware of old ancestor's temper. If you're late, I don't dare to say what consequences there are." Qin Yan frowned and said. Zhou Yi shuddered, nodded his head rigidly, and he hurriedly turned around and left. Yi Yuan looked at Qin Yan and said with a smile, "With your present strength, you shouldn't fear me. Why do this?" Qin Yan breaking through to Soul C was different from those ordinary martial artists. Although similarly first-level Soul C, his strength was much greater. To Qin Yan, breaking through to Soul C was a qualitative leap. In this realm, it was the period for his potentially greatest burst to go forward. Even the current Yi Yuan did not dare say to be able to beat Qin Yan as well. Qin Yan said rather embarrassedly, "Junior apprentice brother Yi and I are destined to not be opponents on the same level. Don't make fun of me anymore. I'm aware that junior apprentice brother Yi slew a Soul C realm expert by yourself. The vast heaven inheritance this time, junior apprentice brother Yi can probably charge into the 6th level. At that time, you'll definitely soar to the heaven in one move." Yi Yuan was rather curious when he heard that and asked, "Oh? How do you know that I can charge into the 6th level?" The vast heaven pagoda is a place that tests potential and strength. With junior apprentice brother Ye's talent, charging into the 6th level should be highly certain. Qin Yan said. "Then what about yourself?" Yi Yuan inquired. Qin Yan seemed to have long had a prediction regarding this and said, "I have the confidence to charge into the 5th level, but I don't have much confidence in passing the 5th level." "Oh? I heard that the 3 sects already had no one make it to the 5th level for close to 100 years. You're actually so confident?" Yi Yuan asked. Although this Qin can't match up to junior apprentice brother Yi, I still have some confidence after I look at myself. If it were before breaking through to Soul C, I really wouldn't dare to say this. But now." Qin Yan's words at the back were not said finish. But it was very clear he had absolute confidence in himself passing through the 4th level. In the case of genius martial artists, they all had full confidence in themselves. This was the essential condition to become a powerhouse. Qin Yan was indeed an outstanding figure among the Endless World's junior generation. Him having this confidence was nothing inappropriate either. If he did not have such confidence in himself, it was not possible to break through to the Soul Sea realm very quickly after receiving stimulation from the incident with Yi Yuan. Hoo-hoo. Then I'll have to congratulate senior apprentice brother Qin in becoming the number 1 person in 100 years, Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Dare not, dare not. With junior apprentice brother Yi around, how can I dare to call myself the number 1 person? Furthermore, Guitaochuan and Yin Yanhua are definitely unwilling to be left behind as well, Qin Yan hurriedly said. And turns out that junior apprentice brother Yi doesn't know yet. The two of them already broke through to the Soul Sea realm before coming to vast heaven mystic realm. Qin Yan knew that he had yet to receive the news when he saw Yi Yuan's expression. Regarding news of this aspect, Yi Yuan had always been slow. Yi Yuan could not help chuckling when he heard this. The 3 of you are following really tightly behind. But this way is good as well. Walking alone at the front is a bit too lonely. Qin Yan nodded and felt that what Yi Yuan said was correct as well. But he came to his senses very soon. Wasn't this person before his eyes the one walking alone at the front? Even the current him did not dare say to surely beat Yi Yuan, let alone talked about going after the vast heaven inheritance. 2nd level sea transformation and able to kill a Soul Sea realm expert. This Yi Yuan was simply monstrous until it made people feel dread. Actually, after being captured to be a hostage by Yi Yuan, Qin Yan was still very unresigned. He was holding on to this grievance too. That was why he could break through to Soul Sea realm so quickly. But when he heard the news of Yi Yuan slaying a Soul Sea realm expert alone, he could not invoke the thought of finding Yi Yuan to take revenge anymore. His disparity with Yi Yuan was too great. Furthermore, this disparity would only become increasingly bigger. Him suppressing Yi Yuan by a major realm did not seem to have the slightest hint of advantage to talk about at all. Moreover, with Yi Yuan's potential, his cultivation speed would only be faster than him. Accompanying Yi Yuan to tour 1 round, Qin Yan followed Yi Yuan back to the place where those major powers gathered. When Guitaochuan saw Yi Yuan, he immediately came up to greet warmly. He sighed, "Ha-ha! Junior apprentice brother Yi, you actually came together with Qin Yan. I just asked City Lord, His Excellency, and was just about to go find you." Yi Yuan's impression of this easygoing Guitaochuan was not bad. He said with a smile, having not met for several days, senior apprentice brother Guo improved again. Congratulations. Sigh, isn't this still all thanks to you? If not for you stimulating Qin Yan, Fairy Ice Cloud, and I wouldn't be stimulated by him either. I Guitaochuan only submit to you Yi Yuan alone. Qin Yan, this punk beating me. I'm not convinced, Guitaochuan said smilingly. Humph. No matter what, I won this time too, Qin Yan said with a cold snort. These 2 people were natural foes. Being together, they would argue within 3 sentences. So what then? Now everybody is about the same again. If you're not convinced, let's just come and compete for 1 round, Guitaochuan said without yielding at all. All right. What's the use of fighting and showing off? If you have the strength, why not spend it on the fierce Gale world martial artists? Yin Yanhua came over here at this time too and broke off the pair's intense confrontation. With Yin Yanhua opening her mouth, the 2 people both shut their mouths sensibly and did not argue anymore. Yi Yuan naturally perceived the delicate relationship between these 3 people and did not expose it either. He said with Yin Yanhua with clasped hands, "Congratulations to Fairy Ice Cloud for breaking through to the Soul Sea realm." This Yin Yanhua had an icy appearance. Yi Yuan could not be too polite with her either and just lightly congratulated. Yin Yanhua greeted with folded hands at the lower right side and said icily, "I've incurred junior apprentice brother Ye's ridicule. Ha ha ha. Little brother Yi came. I was just betting with Oldrin earlier saying that you can definitely charge to the 6th level. Qin Hongtao came over to welcome with a loud laugh. Coming over together with him was still Ning Yixian, Jing Xian, as well as Ren Xingchuan and the rest. These people were all the sect's old ancestor-level figures. For the sake of their juniors, they all put down the important things in their hands and came to the vast heaven mystic realm. The matter of the alliance, these old ancestors determined the general direction. The remaining stuff naturally had other people to do. Their most important thing apart from their own cultivation was to groom junior descendants. Behind Qin Hongtao even tagged along that Zhou Yi. When he heard Qin Hongtao's words, his face swelled to a purple color, secretly looking at Yi Yuan from time to time. What kind of situation was this? His own old ancestor was actually calling this boy his little brother? Wasn't this messing up the seniority? Zhou Yi was thrown into confusion. But there was one point which he was very clear about. Qin Yan really was not joking around with him earlier. This Yi Yuan was really not someone he could afford to offend. These several old ancestor-level figures were on such close terms with Yi Yuan, calling him little brother one after another. The more Zhou Yi listened, the more intense the chill deep in his heart. He was quietly praying for Yi Yuan to not rat on him to his old ancestor. Otherwise, with his old ancestor's temper, he probably would not spare him. Zhou Yi started to listen to the few people converse on tenterhooks. Hoo, old ancestor Qin views me so high. If I don't make it to the 6th level, I wouldn't have the face to come out of the pagoda. Yi Yuan responded with a laugh. Heh, little brother, you don't need to be humble anymore. My family's stinking brat already said that he can make it to the 5th level. You charging to the 6th level is absolutely fine, Qin Hongtao said with a guffaw. Yi Yuan just smiled. Instead, he turned to Ren Xingchuan and said, Old ancestor Qin guessed that I can reach the 6th level. I wonder what city lord your excellency was saying earlier. Ren Xingchuan smiled too and did not reply to Yi Yuan's words. Ning Yixian interjected, saying, This old man Ren is shrewd and planning something bad. Just now, we forced him to take a stance. But he just won't say. Maybe in his heart, little brother Yi making it to the 7th level isn't without the possibility to. Of course, this was just Ning Yixian's joking words. In his heart, even though Yi Yuan was monstrous, this vast heaven inheritance was even more monstrous. To be able to make it to the 6th level was already the number 1 person in 1,000 years for the endless world. How could the 7th level be barged inside that easily? One had to know that up until today, just a mere scanty 3 people made it into the 7th level. It was not that he did not believe in Yi Yuan, but this was the vast heaven pagoda. It was too perverse. Zhou Yi was filled with fear listening to these few people chatting all this while. But Yi Yuan did not give him a single glance from start to finish as if he was like air. After chatting for a period of time, Zhou Yi discovered that Yi Yuan seemed to have really forgotten about him. His tightly wound nerves finally eased up slightly. Right at this time, an enormous rumbling sound suddenly came from the pagoda body. The dark pagoda body suddenly gave off 100,000-foot light, blinding until everyone could not open their eyes at all. Creak. Vast heaven pagoda's bottommost level gigantic door slowly pulled open. The vast heaven pagoda opened. Haha. To think that I still have the opportunity to enter the vast heaven pagoda in this life. Thinking about it really makes people agitated. Success or failure hinges on this one action. I must stand out above the masses. The vast heaven pagoda's abnormal activity aroused commotion from those sects and itinerant cultivators who were taking part for the first time. Compared to them, the 3 sects' disciples appeared rather calm. A light screen poured down from the top of the pagoda, akin to quicksilver spilling over the ground. It was an incredibly grand sight. The pagoda body being swept by this light screen, it actually displayed out rows of names. Yi Yuan focused his gaze. It was only to see a name inscribed at the most conspicuous place, Li Fantian. Affixed on top of this name was the 8th level. He was also the one and only martial artist who made it past the 7th level and entered the 8th level in these 10,000 years. Yi Yuan continued looking down. There were 3 names under the 7th level. The first name was called Luo Yanqing. The second name was called Zhuofei. And the third name was shockingly Lu Linfeng. This old punk was likely a legendary figure in the endless world back then too. It's just that with the passing of time, his legend has already been gradually forgotten by the later generations. Yi Yuan sighed in his heart. Actually, the primary reason why Lu Linfeng was forgotten by the endless world was still that of the Grand Yen True Sect's destruction. Otherwise, with the Grand Yen True Sect's legacy, no matter how useless, they would also be the overlord of a region in the endless world too. As for after the 6th level, the names were densely packed. It was also uncertain how many there were. Yi Yuan was no longer interested in looking anymore. Yi Yuan coming to the vast heaven pagoda this time, the lowest target was also the 7th level. If he could not even match up to Lu Linfeng, Then what right did he have to get involved with those turbulent waves in the divine realm? But Yi Yuan was also very curious about which era those figures Luo Yanqing and Zhuofei were from. Yi Yuan unexpectedly had not heard of them before. Logically speaking, they could make it to the 7th level. They should absolutely not be unrecorded nameless people. Looks like the mighty current of time buried countless geniuses in oblivion. Even if Lu Linfeng roams unobstructed in the divine realm right now, there might not be people who can remember him years later. Yi Yuan sighed quietly. Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that beside the names, there was still a patch of blank light screen, but he did not know what use it had. After you all enter, the light screen will display your names and the level you are at. This vast heaven mystic realm doesn't have any danger. But once the mission fails, you'll be transported out by the pagoda. Your names will disappear with it too. Furthermore, inside the mystic realm, all the pain is real, even if it's death. Yi Yuan looked sideways. Qi Hai already arrived beside him since who knew when. Old Hai, why did you come? Yi Yuan said in surprise. Hoo, little brother Yi, clearing the vast heaven pagoda. How can I not come and bear witness to this historical moment? In this 1,000 years, you're the martial artist with the greatest hope of charging to the 6th level. But sadly, time waits for no one. If your boundary could increase some more, you might have hopes of making it to the 7th level. Qi Hai said with a slight pity. In the end, it was still that Yi Yuan's current boundary was too low. His present strength was at best also just around the strength of Qin Yan and the others. If counting in potential, Qi Hai's judgment of Yi Yuan was the same. It was entering the 6th level. If Yi Yuan could break through a few more realms, Qi Hai's judgment of Yi Yuan would naturally be much higher. But this vast heaven pagoda was clearly harder the further back. The 7th level was already the limits that everyone could understand. Except that everybody, including Qi Hai, all did not know that the lowest target Yi Yuan set for himself was the 7th level. Haha! Since old Hai thinks so highly of Yi Yuan, I have to take on this 6th level no matter what, Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Hoo, this old man will wait and see. Alright, it's almost time. You guys should enter. Qi Hai said. Ning Yixian said in a loud and clear voice. The vast heaven pagoda is already open. Everybody has to put in more effort when you're inside. My endless world's future is resting on you all. But this old man will get the unpleasant things out of the way first. Opening up the vast heaven pagoda this time is for the sake of my endless world's future, and in order to resist the fierce Gale world's invasion. After you guys come out from the vast heaven pagoda, you must join the Endless Alliance and serve the Alliance. In the future, when the fierce Gale world is defeated, we'll naturally give you guys back your freedom. Alliance Chief Ning will definitely put our best foot forward and serve the Alliance. To these itinerant cultivator martial artists, this was an opportunity that only came once in a lifetime. Once someone's talent showed itself, founding a sect in the future was something easily accomplished too. Ning Yixian said, alright, you all enter from the entrance by yourselves. Under Ning Yixian's command, the group of martial artists all flew over to the entrance, scrambling over each other. Especially those itinerant cultivator martial artists. To them, this was a great opportunity for the carp to leap over the dragon gate. Furthermore, to be able to get selected, these people's strength were all preeminent among the itinerant cultivator martial artists. There were people with exceptional talents. They were naturally unwilling to fall behind others. Yi Yuan bid farewell to the group of old ancestors and also followed the group and flew into the pagoda. Entering the vast heaven pagoda, the scenery before Yi Yuan's eyes suddenly changed. It was as if he had arrived at a different world. Yi Yuan had yet to land on his feet, and he saw a blur in front of him. A shadow attacked towards him. But the speed of this shadow was as slow as a snail in Yi Yuan's eyes. Yi Yuan casually pointed a finger, and that shadow collapsed to the ground with a bang. Looking closely, it was a Tier 2 demonic beast. Hoo, junior apprentice brother Ye's luck is really booming. To actually bump into a demonic beast right after entering, said Guitaochuan, who came to Yi Yuan's side with a wide grin. Yi Yuan smiled and said, just a Tier 2 demonic beast. Not worth mentioning. It's just. The mission of this first level isn't to hunt demonic beasts, right? Guitaochuan smiled too and said, junior apprentice brother Yi is indeed astute. Actually, the missions in the first 3 levels are all to hunt down demonic beasts. It's just that the ranks of the demonic beasts are different. This first level only has peak Tier 2 demonic beasts. What we need to do is to breach the blockade of the Tier 2 demonic beasts, and then we are to find the entrance leading to the second level to reach the next level. Yi Yuan was stunned. So simple? Guitaochuan burst into laughter and said, Simple? Haha. Its junior apprentice brother Yi is thinking of things too simply. Don't look at how we have 300 people who entered this vast heaven mystic realm. In this first level, close to half of the martial artists will be eliminated. We're only at the entrance area right now, so the number of demonic beasts is not many. When reaching the deep regions of the first level, the numbers of these Tier 2 demonic beasts will reach an extremely terrifying number. Even Transformation realm experts might not be able to retreat unscathed. Although I broke through to the Soul Sea realm now, I don't dare to keep on fighting in the beast horde either. Otherwise, my essence energy will be exhausted sooner or later and be eliminated. Only now did Yi Yuan come to understand. If it was just vanquishing Tier 2 demonic beasts, then that was truly too simple. Although the strength of Tier 2 demonic beasts was not powerful, once the numbers reach a certain level, it would produce a qualitative change. No matter how high your boundary was, it could not withstand the exhaustion from confronting too many demonic beasts. High-tier martial artists were hailed as invincible. In real-life situation, that was the case too. But in theory, low-ranking martial artists could completely use numbers to exhaust high-tier martial artists to death. Yi Yuan thought about it and asked, could it be that the demonic beasts in this first level can't all be killed completely? Hearing Yi Yuan's query, Guitaochuan could not help being stupefied. I really don't know. Probably, no one will be dumb enough to kill off all the demonic beasts here, right? Although these demonic beasts are not corporeal bodies, their strength is not the slightest bit inferior to real demonic beasts. Those endless demonic beasts, unless one has a divine traversing realm strength, otherwise nobody dares to stay here to kill off all the demonic beasts. Guitaochuan felt that this question of Yi Yuan's was somewhat hard to answer, so he replied it like this. Yi Yuan nodded his head and did not say anything. He killed a demonic beast earlier and also felt that these demonic beasts were not corporeal, but it seemed to be formed from some type of energy. But the strength of that demonic beast just now was not the slightest bit inferior to Tier 2 demonic beasts. If these demonic beasts reached a certain number, even Soul Sea realm experts would not dare to clash head-on either. They all went to the inner region. Let's go too, Yi Yuan said. Guitaochuan hurriedly followed after and said to Yi Yuan, Junior apprentice brother Yi, it's very easy to pass through this first level. How about we compete on who passes the first level first? To the current Guitaochuan, Tier 2 demonic beasts truly had no way of threatening him. As long as he charged over with all his might, those demonic beasts could not stop him. With the desire to win stirring inside him, Guitaochuan gave birth to the thought of competing with Yi Yuan for a bit. But Yi Yuan smiled when he heard and said, if it's battling you, I really don't have much assurance in beating you. But to compete in speed with you, you'll definitely lose. Guitaochuan had a face full of disbelief and said, might not be so, right? He was at the Soul Sea realm now. Even if he did not have full assurance in winning Yi Yuan, in terms of battle endurance and explosive power, he was confident that he could surpass Yi Yuan. The reason why Yi Yuan could cross boundaries to battle and his greatest reliance were that terrifying concept comprehension of his. If it was competing in speed, with Yi Yuan facing so many Tier 2 demonic beasts obstruction, for him wanting to be faster than Guitaochuan, it was virtually impossible. Yi Yuan smiled and said, if you don't believe me, let's just compete. But we don't need to compete until the finish point. Just determining the victor will do. Fine. Compete away then. Starting now. Guitaochuan's voice had yet to fade and his entire person already dashed out like an arrow discharging. Yi Yuan smiled faintly. His movement technique activated and he followed after too. At the start, this stretch of area was practically a vast expanse of flat land. What these two people competed in was naturally leg strength. Yet, Guitaochuan discovered to his dismay that no matter how hard he exerted his strength to speed up his movement technique, Yi Yuan was around not far from him from start to end. Yi Yuan was like a dogskin plaster sticking to him. Yi Yuan's current movement technique was still spirit void shattering space. But ever since comprehending the concept of wind, Yi Yuan applied the concept of wind into his movement technique. The two superimposed. Although Yi Yuan was only second-level C transformation right now, his speed was not the slightest bit slower than Guotaochuan's. Along the way, the two people casually slew the Tier 2 demonic beasts around them, running neck to neck all the way. After 2 hours, Guotaochuan stopped gloomily and said to Yi Yuan, "I say, aren't you too freakish? Offensive power so formidable, even movement technique is also so freakish. I broke through to Soul Sea realm now and cultivated Tier 4 movement technique and actually can't shake you off." Yi Yuan stopped too and said smilingly, "This movement technique of yours isn't bad. If you can train it to the Great Circle stage, I won't be able to keep up." Guotaochuan involuntarily rolled his eyes. He just broke through to Soul Sea realm not long ago. How could he possibly train the Tier 4 movement technique to the Great Circle stage? Heh. Even if your movement technique is any faster, it's useless too. Starting from now, the number of demonic beasts will get increasingly more. Although movement technique is important, endurance and essence energy are the key to determining victory. Guotaochuan finished talking and dashed out once more. Before long, sure enough, as Guotaochuan said, the number of demonic beasts became increasingly more, virtually surrounding the two people. Everyone's destination was pretty much the same. With 300 people in this first level, the chances of everyone bumping was still very high. But as they got deeper and deeper in, martial artists' miserable cries would sound out from time to time from the two people's surroundings and then disappear. Clearly, they were transported out of vast heaven pagoda. But those being transported out were basically all C transformation realm martial artists. Like Guotaochuan said, this first level was going to eliminate a large batch of martial artists. Guotaochuan was a peak existence among the junior generation himself. Now, especially after breaking through to the Soul Sea realm, his strength was incomparably daunting. Demonic beasts that approached him practically all had the outcome of being instantly killed. But along with the increasing number of demonic beasts, Guotaochuan also gradually put away his mentality of playing around and started to treat things seriously. Failing miserably at a simple task was not something fun. Around another 2 hours passed. Guotaochuan finally could not resist darting a glance to the back with his eyes. He was delighted inwardly, because there was already no sign of Yi Yuan. Evidently, Yi Yuan was already blocked by the demonic beasts. Even though he overwhelmed Yi Yuan with the advantage of Cultivation realm, Guotaochuan still felt very accomplished. Yi Yuan's monstrousness virtually made people despair. Regardless of winning him under any kind of circumstances, it was all something to be very thrilled about. Being besieged by so many demonic beasts, the consumption speed of a C transformation realm's essence energy was much faster than a Soul Sea realm's. In order to reduce this kind of expenditure, the martial artist must carefully utilize their own essence energy. This way, the speed of killing demonic beasts was bound to slow down. Charging ahead blindly, the speed of essence energy consumption would shoot up by several folds. With Yi Yuan's second-level C transformation essence energy level, it would be exhausted entirely very quickly. How could such a clever person like Yi Yuan possibly do this kind of foolish thing because of a small competition? Charge ahead for a distance, then wait for Yi Yuan and tell him that I won. Haha. I really want to see the expression of him losing the competition. Guotaochuan was talking, but his hands were not slow. In a blink of an eye, another dozen over demonic beasts were killed, and he charged forward once again. After a while, Guotaochuan suddenly discovered that the demonic beasts ahead seemed to be increasingly lesser. What's going on? Logically speaking, the further in one goes, there should be more demonic beasts. Could it be that I had too much fun killing and actually lost my way? That's wrong, the direction should be correct. Really weird. Guotaochuan could not figure it out. He continued dashing ahead but discovered that the demonic beasts around became lesser and lesser. The puzzlement in his heart grew. All of a sudden, ahead of him was clear and spacious, without even a single demonic beast. And in front of him, Yi Yuan was currently looking at him calmly, with a wide grin on his face. Why are you only here now? I've already waited for a long time. With nothing to do, I cleared away the surrounding demonic beasts and finally can have a break, Yi Yuan said smilingly. Guotaochuan stared at Yi Yuan with wide saucers for eyes, as if he had seen a ghost. You. Just how did you do it? You're only at the sea transformation realm. How can you possibly be so much faster than me? It was only after some time did Guotao come back to his senses and ask out this question. Of course, Yi Yuan would be that much faster than him. The number of these demonic beasts looked to be extremely horrifying. But to talk about crowd control measures, was there any martial technique more powerful than Yi Yuan's 1,000 flowing petals? At least in this endless world, such a martial technique probably could not be found. If these demonic beasts' ranks were high, then forget it. If it were just tier 2 demonic beasts, Yi Yuan could casually summon a cluster of petals and it would basically be an instant kill. More importantly, 1,000 flowing petals was a type of perpetual martial technique. As long as Yi Yuan's essence energy was not exhausted, he could constantly summon more petals by his side. Guotao naturally had crowd control type martial techniques too. But firstly, crowd control type martial techniques had tremendous expenditure. Secondly, unleashing it takes time. The losses outweighed the gains. To the vast majority of the people in the vast heaven pagoda right now, charging into the second level was the most important thing. Guotao was clearly not an exception too. Along the way, Yi Yuan displayed the 1,000 flowing petals. His advancement speed was not much slower compared to when without demonic beasts. In comparison, the demonic beasts in front of Guotao got increasingly more. His speed naturally slowed down. Hoo-hoo, I said that you'd definitely lose. You just had to insist on a pummeling. Alright, you go to the second level by yourself. I'll circle around the first level some more, said Yi Yuan. As he said this, he was making his move to leave. Guotao was stunned. What's there to circle around in the first level? The first level had long been cleared countless times. If there were any hidden rewards, it would have long been discovered by people. But up till today, there was simply nobody who discovered any additional rewards. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "It's fine. I'm just curious. You go on first." As he said this, Yi Yuan's figure leaped, vanishing inside the demonic beast herd. Guotao saw Yi Yuan moving freely among the demonic beasts. It was as if it was an uninhabited land. His eye could not help becoming wide saucers. Only at this time did he know why Yi Yuan's speed was much faster than his. The demonic beasts here completely did not have their own consciousness and attacked martial artists with no fear of death at all. But those demonic beasts simply could not approach Yi Yuan's body. Clusters of petals willfully reaped the lives of those demonic beasts. Hiss! Monsters are monsters. Indeed not what mortals like us can compare to. After a long while, Guotao gave a sigh and turned around, rushing to the depths of the first level. After half a day, in a remote corner of the vast heaven pagoda's first level, Yi Yuan suddenly opened both eyes. These demonic beasts are all formed from a type of energy. Slaying these demonic beasts can actually acquire a trace of this type of energy. And this type of energy can actually convert into essence energy, promoting the advancement of cultivation. Truly unbelievably miraculous, Yi Yuan muttered under his breath. In the beginning, Yi Yuan did not notice yet. But when he was competing with Guotao, Yi Yuan slaughtered large numbers of demonic beasts and finally noticed a hint of something wrong. After those demonic beasts were killed, there was a strand of extremely minute energy that entered inside Yi Yuan's body. This wisp of energy was extremely minute, it was virtually undetectable. If it weren't for the fact that Yi Yuan killed a large number of demonic beasts within a period of time and those energies converged to form a small tuft, Yi Yuan would not be able to discover it at all. Yi Yuan was also uncertain if this type of energy was harmful to the body or not. So he bid farewell to Guotao and found a covert place to investigate. He casually laid down a set of array formation. Those tier 2 demonic beasts were simply incapable of barging inside. Then he started to study this small tuft of energy. But with this investigation, Yi Yuan discovered that with his experience and knowledge, he actually could not recognize what this energy was. After failing to glean anything with numerous attempts, Yi Yuan simply mustered essence energy and attempted to force that trace of energy out of the body. But Yi Yuan did not expect that once the energy came into contact with essence energy, it actually merged into the essence energy with a whoosh. This was no trifling matter. Yi Yuan hurriedly wanted to expel the nameless energy. But after that tuft of energy fused into his own essence energy, it was like a poisonous sore inflicted deep into the bones, no longer able to separate. Yi Yuan unleashed all of his skills to the utmost and could not do anything to that mass of nameless energy. But that mass of energy just quietly lay within his essence energy sea and did not have make any excessive action. Only then did this let Yi Yuan be slightly at ease. Later on, Yi Yuan might as well just circulate the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art and started to refine that mass of essence energy. What surprised Yi Yuan was that the nameless energy really reacted. Before long, the nameless energy was actually refined into essence energy. It made Yi Yuan's boundary loosen up a trace. This made Yi Yuan very surprised. Although Yi Yuan had killed many demonic beasts, the nameless energy obtained was an extremely tiny speck. Yi Yuan internally viewed that trace of essence energy. It seemed to be a little different from the essence energy that he originally cultivated. But just how is it different, Yi Yuan could not determine it. To really say it out, Yi Yuan had a feeling that this kind of essence energy seemed to be even more powerful than the essence energy which he previously cultivated. This type of energy can actually promote essence energy. Then wouldn't I be able to use this energy to undergo cultivation? Guitaochuan said that this first level did not have any additional rewards. Could it be that this is the first level's hidden boon? It's just that this type of energy. Just what in the world is it? Why is it that even I haven't heard of it before? Yi Yuan thought for a long time and could not figure out the reason why either. But he felt that this energy should not be harmful to the human body. Hence, he made a bold decision. Kill off all the demonic beasts in the first level. Since this type of energy could increase cultivation, how could Yi Yuan let it slip by? When soldiers arrive, use a general to keep them off. When water rises, build a dam with earth. If some problem were to really occur, just think of ways to resolve it in the future. Outside the vast heaven pagoda, those sect's old ancestors all stared at the light screen, wanting to see to what extent their own juniors had progressed to. Somebody entered the second level. Who is Lu Hong? He's actually the first one to enter the second level. The first to rush into the second level is actually not the 3 sect's head disciples. Where did this Lu Hong pop out from? The second level was totally empty right now. Therefore, Lu Hong's name was very conspicuous. This name appeared abruptly, making everyone all feel somewhat caught off guard. Because before this, simply no one had heard of this name. The expressions of the 3 sect's old ancestors were very ugly. They had a feeling of getting their faces slapped. It was fine if Yi Yuan was monstrous. Where did this Lu Hong pop out from? To actually prevail over the 3 sects? One had to know that Qin Yan and Guitaochuan they all were at the Soul Sea realm now. Among the junior generation, they should be sweeping away everyone else. But now, they were actually surpassed by an unknown boy. I have some impression of this Lu Hong. Seems to be an itinerant cultivator. During the itinerant martial artist selection, this person's performance was remarkably astonishing. He directly overwhelmed everybody and obtained the right to enter the vast heaven pagoda with the status of the first place. To think that he's still held back during the selections. His strength is actually so formidable, said a heavenly martial sect's grand elder. He was the main examiner in charge of the itinerant cultivator selection and had some impression of this Lu Hong. Quickly look. Qin Yan, the 3 of them virtually rushed into the second level at the same time. At this time, somebody exclaimed. Only after seeing Qin Yan trio entering the second level closely behind Lu Hong did the expressions on the 3 old ancestors' faces become slightly better. Although the first one to rush into the second level might not mean that he was definitely the strongest one, to a certain extent, it also illustrated many problems. Hence, for that Lu Hong to be able to be the first one to rush into the second level, it at least showed that his strength was very formidable. I didn't think that among the itinerant cultivators a genius junior actually appeared too. Shihai stroked his beard and smiled. To the present endless world, the more geniuses like this, the better things would be. Humph. Might just be a moment of luck, Qin Hongtao said with a cold snort. More and more names vanished from the first level. Ren Xingchuan's eyebrows could not help knitting together. He kept on staring at Yi Yuan's name. But Yi Yuan's name did not have any signs of moving throughout. Regardless of how the other people's names moved, Yi Yuan's name remained in the first level from start to end. At this time, somebody reacted to it as well and asked, where's Yi Yuan? With his strength, he should have entered the second level long ago, right? His name is still at the first level. I wonder what happened, Xianxia said. No way, right? Yi Yuan is able to kill a Soul Sea realm expert on his own. How can he possibly be trapped at the first level? Maybe he got delayed because of some matter? There's nothing in the first level. Can be held up by what? Is it possible that Yi Yuan can kill Soul Sea realm experts because his explosive power is very great? But to charge into the second level, what's required is abundant essence energy and lasting endurance. On this aspect, Yi Yuan is just a second-level C transformation. He'll probably be at a disadvantage. What this person said was reasonable. Many people could not help falling silent when they heard that. Ren Xingquan's expression was very ugly. He thought very highly of Yi Yuan and felt that Yi Yuan would bring him a tremendous surprise. If Yi Yuan already fell behind in the first level, the difficulty of the levels at the back would be increasingly greater. How is Yi Yuan going to pass through? Ren Xingquan looked previously already. Chao Feng was already eliminated in the first level. Although Rendong made it into the second level, he was placed rather behind in terms of timing. If even Yi Yuan failed, then Wufang City would be utterly disgraced. In the end, this vast heaven pagoda is still too much for sea transformation realms. Passing through this vast heaven pagoda's checkpoints need to be done in one breath. The more one drags, the less favorable. If Yi Yuan he continues dawdling, once his essence energy is exhausted, it will likely be very tough to push through the first level. I really didn't expect that a heavens chosen like Yi Yuan would actually suffer a crushing defeat in the first level. For a time, the people surrounding and spectating all discussed in low voices. With the passing of time, they were clearly less and less optimistic about Yi Yuan. People's hearts were always like this. Yi Yuan rose up extremely fast like a comet. Some of the sect's old ancestors more or less still had some jealousy in their hearts. Now, seeing Yi Yuan about to be eliminated in the first level, although they would not express it too obviously, there was still some gloating in their words and between the lines. How could Ren Xingquan not discern the gloating over other people's misfortunes in these people's words? He was even more panicky in his heart. Yi Yuan, what the hell are you doing? Could it be that, with your strength, you can't even make it past the first level? Ren Xingquan said anxiously in his heart. Time slowly trickled by. The names remaining in the first level became progressively lesser. But among these people, practically nobody could charge into the second level. The names all directly vanished. Evidently, they were already sent out by the vast heaven pagoda. Finally, the last name in the first level apart from Yi Yuan's vanished, kicked out by the vast heaven pagoda. In the first level, only Yi Yuan alone was left. At this time, the second level was densely covered with people, while in the first level, Yi Yuan's name became extremely eye-catching. Yi Yuan's strength is still very powerful among sea transformation realms. He actually persisted for a day and night already. It's just that who knows how long he can sustain in the end. The first level has a time restriction of only 3 days. If one is unable to make it to the second level within 3 days, they will still get kicked out by the vast heaven pagoda. The demonic beasts around the entrance to the second level will become increasingly more. For Yi Yuan to want to make it through, it's probably riddled with numerous difficulties. Different from how these people imagined, the demonic beasts around the entrance to the second level was already less than lesser. In the first level, only Yi Yuan alone was left. He had free rein and unleashed the 1,000 flowing petals, willfully reaping the lives of those demonic beasts. The petals which filled the sky were like locusts. Areas they passed through, no living thing was spared. Yi Yuan initially thought that these demonic beasts could not be killed completely. But after he slaughtered for an entire day, he finally noticed that these demonic beasts became thinly scattered. Very clearly, the number of the demonic beasts was reducing. Furthermore, Yi Yuan discovered that these demonic beasts would automatically converge at the entrance to the second level to attempt to stop him from entering the second level. However, Yi Yuan's goal was not the second level at all. It was to kill these demonic beasts to obtain that nameless energy. I wonder what kind of effect there will be by killing all the demonic beasts in the first level. Yi Yuan said with a loud laugh. Of course, increasingly lesser was just relatively speaking. Around Yi Yuan, there were still countless demonic beasts surrounding him now. Even if Yi Yuan wanted to break out of the encirclement now, it was already impractical. At this time, there were already no other martial artists in the first level. Just Yi Yuan alone left, and these demonic beasts seemed to sense it, converging around Yi Yuan unceasingly. Even though the total number of demonic beasts was reducing, in the radius of the local area, the demonic beasts were increasingly more. But Yi Yuan did not mind at all. These demonic beasts were entirely unable to approach his body. Just like this, Yi Yuan spent 2 days constantly in the midst of slaughter. Only Yi Yuan could sustain for 2 days under such a high-intensity essence energy consumption. If it were others, they would have died long ago from essence energy exhaustion. Since he wanted to kill off all the demonic beasts, Yi Yuan naturally made preparations long ago. Hence, he was very sparing when using essence energy. But even so, his essence energy was already close to rock bottom at the end of these 2 days. The demonic beasts became lesser and lesser, but Yi Yuan's attacks clearly became sluggish too. Huff! Looks like I still have to expend 1 medicinal pill, Yi Yuan said helplessly. He initially thought that he could rely on his body's essence energy to sustain. Who knew that the number of demonic beasts in this first level was too terrifying? Slaughtered for 2 days and did not finish killing either. At this time, if Yi Yuan still did not consume medicinal pills to restore essence energy, he was already unable to carry on sustaining. Yi Yuan's finger twitched. A medicinal pill appeared in his hand. Yet, just as Yi Yuan was planning on swallowing the medicinal pill, a scene which left him dumbfounded occurred. That medicinal pill was actually like weathered away by the wind, breaking down into powder. A light breeze blew, and it vanished. Fuck me. No way, right? Could it be that inside this vast heaven pagoda, usage of medicinal pills isn't allowed? Why didn't anyone tell me before? Yi Yuan could not refrain from cursing. Unreconciled, Yi Yuan took out a medicinal pill again. Indeed, it was immediately eroded by the wind. This time I really made a blunder. Yi Yuan stared wide-eyed and his mouth agape at the thing that happened before his eyes as he said with a bitter smile. Yi Yuan daring to fight a battle of attrition here. His greatest reliance was medicinal pills. But Yi Yuan never would have expected that this vast heaven pagoda could actually erode the medicinal pills that he refined with just the wind. This was simply something unheard of. Without medicinal pills to replenish essence energy, Yi Yuan's essence energy was going to be depleted very soon. This was still his first time encountering such a bizarre thing. For a moment, he did not know what he should do either. Could it be that he was really going to be killed by these Tier 2 demonic beasts because of essence energy exhaustion? If he was transported outside, wouldn't it become the entire endless world's joke? Even though Yi Yuan did not care about other people's views, this kind of failing method, even he himself was unable to accept it too. Damn it! Fight it out! Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and completely erupted all of his remaining essence energy. For a time, innumerable petals enveloped Yi Yuan. At the same time, Yi Yuan pushed the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art to the limits, refining the nameless energy that was absorbed into his body. The process of martial artist's cultivation was actually the process of splitting open the dantian. When not using martial techniques, the circulation of the essence energy in the body would form a circulatory cycle reaching a delicate equilibrium with the outside world's heaven and earth quintessence. But once martial techniques were used, the expenditure of essence energy within the martial artist's body would increase drastically. The speed of converting the outside world's quintessence to become the essence energy within the body simply could not catch up to the speed of consumption. The more powerful the martial technique, the more enormous the expenditure on essence energy. Replenishing it would become slower. Even though Yi Yuan's control regarding essence energy was extremely great, for a martial technique like the 1,000 flowing petals, the consumption was very large too. Only Yi Yuan could utilize this martial technique for 2 days straight. At this time, Yi Yuan's absorption speed already could not keep up with the consumption speed. Only by refining these nameless energies into essence energy could he resolve the imminent danger. Through 2 days of absorbing, Inside Yi Yuan's body already accumulated considerable nameless energy. But in comparison to Yi Yuan's current expenditure, the nameless energy converted to become essence energy was just as if trying to put out a cartload of burning logs with a cup of water. But right now, Yi Yuan already did not have other alternatives. He could only make a last attempt to remedy a hopeless situation. Lasting a while longer was a while. At least it was better than being exhausted to death, right? It was better than being kicked out by the vast heaven pagoda, and then him explaining to others that he postured, wanting to finish all the demonic beasts in the first level. And that this resulted to his essence energy being depleted and him getting killed by demonic beasts. Under Yi Yuan's frenzied refining, those nameless energies were finally converted to become essence energy bit by bit, flowing into the essence energy sea. These essence energies entered the essence energy sea arbitrarily, fusing together with that trace of essence energy which Yi Yuan refined previously. Adding it up, it was merely as big as the rim of a bowl. Seeing this sort of situation, Yi Yuan could not help smiling bitterly. This tiny bit of essence energy wasn't enough for him to sustain a while at all. Yi Yuan also did not expect that he slaughtered demonic beasts for 2 days and 2 nights, and he actually just accumulated this tiny bit of nameless energy. Wasn't this thing too precious? Before long, the 1,000 flowing petals which Yi Yuan cast before this was finally depleted. Those demonic beasts charged forward once again without fear of death. Yi Yuan was helpless and could only revolve his cultivation method, mustering up the essence energy in his essence energy sea which was converted from that tiny bit of nameless energy. Yet, something which made Yi Yuan awkward happened once more. He revolved his cultivation method and actually only mustered a tiny drop of nameless essence energy. The fuck? No way, right? This is too much of a scam. What can one drop of essence energy do? Yi Yuan nearly broke down. He killed demonic beasts so painstakingly until now just for the sake of collecting this nameless energy. In the end, he could actually only mobilize a drop of essence energy. This was simply such irony. If he were eliminated like this, Yi Yuan would really have to find a place to enter close seclusion for 20 years and be too embarrassed to exit seclusion. But at the next instant, Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. After that drop of essence energy entered the meridians, it suddenly vanished. Yi Yuan had yet to react when an even more horrifying 1,000 flowing petals when compared to before appeared without any signs just like this. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 1,000 flowing petals erupted abruptly, practically sweeping away clean the surrounding demonic beasts instantaneously. What kind of situation is this? This time Yi Yuan was struck utterly senseless. Ever since entering the vast heaven pagoda, too many things that exceeded his expectations happened, virtually more than what he could handle. And everything that happened before his eyes clearly made him unable to understand too. One drop of essence energy could actually erupt out such a terrifying attack. Furthermore, him unleashing the 1,000 flowing petals this time was practically completed instantly. Could it be that this type of essence energy could instant cast martial techniques? Moreover, the 1,000 flowing petals this time, regardless of whether was it power or range, it was all much more powerful than what he used previously. Even though it was somewhat incomprehensible, without any doubt, Yi Yuan picked up a treasure. One had to know that when martial artists used martial techniques, no matter how pure and simple, it was also impossible to achieve instant cast. Essence energy exit the essence energy sea and circulate within the meridians according to the martial techniques method, working in concert with heaven and earth quintessence and then releasing them out. In between this, it had to go through a series of transformations. And this sort of transformations naturally needed time to be executed. The more powerful the martial technique, the more time required as well. Very clearly, under the situation where the power of the martial technique was the same, the shorter the time taken to cast the skill, the more advantageous. And this type of essence energy could not only achieve instant cast martial techniques, but it also seemed to have the effects of promoting and strengthening the martial technique. It was seriously too perverse. Heh. Looks like expending such a long time wasn't a waste at long last, Yi Yuan said with a smile. As he said, he deployed that nameless essence energy again. 1,000 flowing petals erupted abruptly once more, massacring a mass of demonic beasts. Yi Yuan is indeed formidable. To actually be able to last until 3 days. Even though he can't pass through the first level, it's also sufficient to be proud. Still have 2 hours, and it will be 3 whole days. Even if he's still unscathed, he'll still get kicked out automatically by the vast heaven pagoda. Looks like he also knows that he can't clear it, so he found a place to rest and rehabilitate to quietly wait for 3 days' time to be up. Such a pity. A genius like this actually didn't even clear the first level. In the vast heaven mystic realm, everyone was discussing excitedly. Some really felt pity for Yi Yuan, while others were gloating over his misfortune. But no matter what, they all did not think that Yi Yuan could pass through the first level. Regardless of what reason Yi Yuan had to hold up in the first level, 3 days' time was also plenty for him to finish settling it. Those martial artists who were in the second level now, there was a small portion who was at the sea transformation realm too. Even they were able to clear the first level, but Yi Yuan was unable to clear it. That could only show that Yi Yuan's strength was lacking. Ren Xingchuan's old face was black as the bottom of a pot. He never would have thought that the vast heaven pagoda journey this time. They came in a jolly mood but returned home disappointed. They were going to head back home so soon. And the Yi Yuan he pinned high hopes on actually could not even clear the first level. About to hit 3 days right away. It's already hopeless for Yi Yuan. Yeah. Such a pity. And? You guys look. Yi Yuan's name disappeared. 3 days' time is up. Yi Yuan is probably already transported out. Let's go find him then. Hang on, you guys look. Yi Yuan's name appeared in the second level. He actually passed through at the last moment. The stinking brat. Gave me a fright. Ren Xingchuan finally heaved a sigh in relief secretly in his heart. Even if he had experienced countless great storms and waves, his heart still leaped to his throat earlier. If Yi Yuan were to be kicked out like this, then his face would be trashed badly. Fortunately, Yi Yuan finally charged into the second level at the final juncture. What kind of situation is this? Yi Yuan he actually charged into the second level at the last moment. Yeah. If he long had this strength, why not enter earlier? But if he didn't have the strength, how did he charge inside ultimately? This Yi Yuan is really... He's clearing the vast heaven pagoda while actually teasing with this kind of thrill. One had to acknowledge that Yi Yuan teasing with this roller coaster ride had indeed made many people have a feeling of plummeting from above the clouds. Exhilarating to the max. Actually, many people were already prepared to watch the spectacle. In the end, Yi Yuan just had to clear the first level. This made those people preparing to watch a show suddenly feel very bored. That's not right. Logically speaking, with Yi Yuan's strength, it's impossible to not clear the first level. But why did he only rush in at the last moment? Just what on earth is he doing inside? Qin Hongtao was similarly very convoluted by Yi Yuan's actions. Their thinking previously was also all very simple. They thought that Yi Yuan's essence energy was not abundant enough or that only his explosive power was great and actually his endurance was lacking. Thinking carefully about it now, Yi Yuan should not be like this. But for such a long time, what in the world was Yi Yuan doing in the first level? Shi Hai's gaze was glued fixedly on Yi Yuan's name. All of a sudden, he had some guesses. This boy wouldn't be tempering himself inside, right? Somewhere in the second level, Yi Yuan pointed a finger and killed a lion-formed demonic beast. His brows could not help furrowing. Is the second level's guardian demonic beasts the Aurora Electric Lion? That's pretty hard to deal with. The Aurora Electric Lion is a kind of Tier 3 demonic beast. Not only was its speed unbelievable abnormal, its attacks even carried lightning attribute. Rather nasty. An Aurora Electric Lion was naturally nothing much to Yi Yuan. But at the thought of that horrifying number in the first level, even Yi Yuan could not help shuddering. Although the demonic beasts in the vast heaven pagoda were not corporeal bodies, their attributes and strength were no different from the outside world. Fortunately, the multiple Aurora Electric Lions that Yi Yuan killed were all just initial stage Tier 3. If this level was all initial stage Tier 3 Aurora Electric Lions, it might not be without the possibility of duking it out. Even so, the difficulty of this second level through the first level behind by several grades. Tier 3 demonic beasts and peak Tier 2 demonic beasts were on an entirely different level. No wonder Lu Linfeng only made it to the 7th level too. Advancing upwards at this degree of difficulty. How terrifying would it be when arriving at the 9th level? Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh. Thinking it over, Yi Yuan still decided to enter the 3rd level after killing off all the demonic beasts. The allure of the nameless essence energy was seriously too great to Yi Yuan. Previously at the 1st level, he only used several drops of nameless essence energy and killed all of the demonic beasts. After absorbing those demonic beasts' nameless energy, Yi Yuan discovered that his own realm could no longer be kept in check, so he went with the momentum and chose to break through. With this breakthrough, Yi Yuan directly charged to peak 3rd level C transformation, just a bit more to reach 1st level C transformation. Yi Yuan shockingly discovered that this nameless essence energy actually had the effect of hewing open his essence energy C. Originally, according to his estimations, 3rd level C transformation should have a 90 feet essence energy C. But now Yi Yuan's essence energy C already opened up to 100 feet circumference. One should not look at how it was just a circumference of 10 feet. For Yi Yuan's essence energy C to open up and to form perfect spirit condensation, even just opening up a fraction more was also extremely difficult. One had to know that Yi Yuan's essence energy C previously was already around the same as the Divine Realm's pinnacle young geniuses. Now, cleaving open a circumference of 10 feet more, it already surpassed those geniuses with absolute certainty. Yi Yuan discovered that this nameless essence energy was truly incomparably mysterious. Apart from instant casting martial techniques and amplifying martial techniques, it actually had the effect of opening up his essence energy C. He had no idea just what was the origin of this nameless essence energy, and what other functions did it still have. But Yi Yuan dared to assume that this type of essence energy was absolutely a heaven-defying level treasure. At least in the divine realm, Yi Yuan had never heard before any kind of special essence energy that could have so many enhancement effects. Yi Yuan was increasingly curious about this vast heaven pagoda's origin. It was simply a treasure vault. Ignoring other things, just this nameless essence energy was enough to make all martial artists go crazy. After musing for a moment, Yi Yuan started making his way to the 2nd level's inner region. Due to the others entering 2 days earlier than him, they were probably about to rush into the 3rd level at this time. This entrance area was naturally already void of people. But Yi Yuan learned to be more cautious this time. He absorbed and refined the nameless essence energy while killing the Aurora electric lions so as to maintain sufficient essence energy. With the spirit bristle 9 yang divine arts prowess, as long as Yi Yuan did not overexpend it like at the 1st level, the problem of essence energy drying up would not arise. Yi Yuan planned to kill a batch of Aurora electric lions first, then absorb a portion of nameless energy and make use of the momentum to break through to the 4th level C transformation. He would then head for the entrance to the 3rd level. These Aurora electric lion contained a trace of nameless energy too. Moreover, it was much stronger compared to the 1st level's demonic beasts. If he could kill off all the Aurora electric lions in the 2nd level, Yi Yuan could refine a lot of this type of nameless energy even while expending them. At the 3rd level's entrance area, dozens of martial artists were surrounded by numerous Aurora electric lion. The battle situation was very alarming. In the fight, there were martial artists killed by the Aurora electric lions every now and then and transported out of the vast heaven pagoda. At this 2nd level, the martial artists were all feeling increasingly pressured. Even Soul Sea realm experts were no exception. Even though these Aurora electric lion could not threaten them, for them to want to be as leisure as in the 1st level was not doable. Qin Yen casually slashed out a sword and killed multiple Aurora electric lions. But his gaze was looking at the Lu Hong ahead. I don't know where this person popped out from. His strength is actually so formidable. An itinerant cultivator can actually cultivate to such a level too, Qin Yen said. I have a feeling that he's still preserving strength now. He should be planning on using it at the back. By the side, Guitaochuan had a solemn look too. Heh, which of the 3 of us don't have our own trump cards? When the time comes, we might have to use them in order to charge into the 5th level, Qin Yen said smilingly. Guitaochuan nodded slightly and suddenly said, Oh, right. After I separated from Yi Yuan at the 1st level, I never saw him all this while. Have you seen him? Qin Yen was stunned and only came back to his senses now. He shook his head and said, I've really not seen him. With his strength, he should have reached here long ago. Yeah. I looked for trouble competing in the speed of killing demonic beasts one time at the first level with him. The result was utter defeat. I feel that even that Lu Hong might not be faster than Yi Yuan either, Guitaochuan said. Qin Yan laughed in spite of himself and said, you were really taking the road to ruin. Yi Yuan's prowess isn't just reflected by killing a Soul Sea realm. Forget it, he shouldn't need us to worry. Let's enter the next level quickly. The demonic beasts here are getting more and more now. It's that Lu Hong again. He's the first one to enter the 3rd level. This Lu Hong is so strong. To actually overpower the 3 sects head disciples twice and be the first one to charge into the next level. Just what is this Lu Hong's background? To actually be so powerful? Allegedly, he came from a small sect. But the sect he was from was destroyed later on. He should have obtained some fortuitous encounter afterward. That's how he can have his current strength. Fame can be a double-edged sword. The originally unrecorded and nameless Lu Hong shot to fame in just one move this time. His history was naturally dug out very quickly too. The 3 sects choosing these itinerant martial artists naturally would not select them casually. They would definitely impose stringent screening on these martial artists, including their past. No matter what, overpowering the 3 sects head disciples twice in a row was plenty for him to become the subject of everyone's talk. One time could be said to be a coincidence. If it was twice, then it probably was not what a coincidence or luck could explain. In comparison, Yi Yuan, who was the hottest topic in the beginning, was no longer popular at this time. Nobody would pay attention to a failure. Yi Yuan entering the 2nd level with a buzzer beater was already not viewed optimistically by many people. This vast heaven pagoda had always been about fighting for number 1. It had yet to be heard of who wanted to fight for the last place. Originally, everyone was all anticipating Yi Yuan creating a miracle. But now they focused their gazes on Lu Hong. Actually, the vast heaven pagoda's first 3 levels did not have much worth to see. There was not the slightest bit of suspense about prodigious talents like Qin Yan, Guitaochuan, and Yin Yanhua passing through the first 3 levels. If one had to say what was worth watching, it was only who would be the first one to charge into the next level. Originally, everyone was the most optimistic about Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan actually stayed in the 1st level alone for 3 whole days. Later on, everyone focused their eyes on the 3 sects head disciples and did not expect a huge dark horse to actually charge out, overpowering the 3 sects disciples. The vast heaven pagoda's trial this time could be said to among the most exciting and exhilarating times. It was opened for others outside the 3 sects. To the 3 sects, they obviously did not wish for their own disciples to lose in their own territory. But to the itinerant cultivators and the other sects, they did not say it verbally. They earnestly wished for somebody to step forward and wreck the 3 sects. This mentality of sour grapes, many people had it. Hence, when everyone saw that Lu Hong was the first one to charge into the 3rd level, each and every one of them was like being injected with stimulants, praising him to the skies. Yi Yuan was currently following a routine, killing monsters and training, continuously absorbing and converting the nameless essence energy. After a day, a horrifying essence energy storm howled within the beast horde. The essence energy storm was extremely turbulent, strangling the nearby demonic beasts to death in succession. After a day of slaughter, the nameless essence energy in Yi Yuan's essence energy sea already accumulated to the size of 2 bowls. The nameless energy contained within the Aurora Electric Lion's bodies were clearly much more than the 1st level's demonic beasts. Yi Yuan only used a day's time and accumulated to around the 1st level's nameless essence energy. After a period of time, Yi Yuan broke through to the 4th level sea transformation smoothly. His essence energy sea surged once again, reaching a circumference of 150 feet. This nameless essence energy is indeed incredible. With my current essence energy potency, winning, even killing 2nd level soul seas, shouldn't be any problem. But there is an extremely wide gap between each soul sea realm's small boundary. Although I broke through to the 4th level sea transformation now, and I might have the power to contend with 3rd level soul seas to match up against 4th level soul seas, it's absolutely impossible to win. Yi Yuan estimated his current strength. All along, Yi Yuan could basically cross a major realm to fight the enemy. Even when facing the disparity between the lower 3 realms and middle 3 realms, he could completely ignore it too. But with the increase in realm, His limitations of crossing boundaries to battle clearly became increasingly more too. The huge disparity between Soul Sea Realm and Sea Transformation Realm was seriously too great. Yi Yuan wanting to match up against 4th-level Soul Seas with 4th-level Sea Transformation basically did not have too much hope. This nameless essence energy is extremely powerful. If it can erupt instantaneously, it might be able to severely wound those at the 4th-level Soul Sea Realm. But the nameless essence energy using a bit will make them a bit lesser. Unless it's a last resort, best to not use it, Yi Yuan muttered to himself. Although the nameless essence energy was powerful, the biggest issue was that it could not be produced again. Regardless of how Yi Yuan absorbed the outside world's essence energy, it had no way of converting into the nameless essence energy. The nameless essence energy could only be a trump card. Unless there were no other alternatives, it could not be used. Previously, Yi Yuan used over a dozen drops in the 1st level. That already gave him unbelievable heartache. With my present strength, I should be able to sweep away these Aurora Electric Lions. Other people entered the 3rd level 2 days before me. In addition to yesterday's 1 day, 3 days have passed. They should all have already entered the 3rd level. It's time to go to the entrance area to the 3rd level. This 2nd level's time limit is the same, 3 days. I still have 2 days' time. Yi Yuan's figure moved. 1,000 flowing petals was executed along, and he rushed over towards the entrance area to the 3rd level. After breaking through to the 4th level Sea Transformation, Yi Yuan's spirit, chi, and vitality all reached the peak state. His essence energy Sea was 3 times bigger when compared to at the 2nd level Sea Transformation. In his current state, even if he did not utilize essence energy, it was also sufficient to kill off all the Aurora Electric Lions. 2 days later, Yi Yuan became the topic of discussion once more, because he stayed a full 3 days in the 2nd level one more time. The other people already charged into the 2nd level on the 1st day and used 2 days to charge into the 3rd level, which was also to say that Yi Yuan was now 3 whole days slower than them now. What is it with this Yi Yuan? Stayed a full 3 days in the 2nd level again. He wouldn't be treating clearing the checkpoints like a vacation, right? Wonder if he can charge to the 3rd level at the last moment this time or not. This is really hard to say. If he can still rush in at the last moment this time, then it should be deliberate. It's just, I don't know why he needs to stay a full 3 days. Who knows? The time is about to arrive. N? Name disappeared. Quickly see if he entered the 3rd level or not. There. Indeed there. What is he trying to do? Why must he insist on staying a full 3 days' time on each level? This time, nobody doubted if Yi Yuan had the strength to pass through anymore. The first time could be said to be a fluke, but entering at the same time the 2nd time it was clearly intentional. Except that nobody could figure out what Yi Yuan was trying to do. This stinking brat. What the hell is he doing? Teasing with this sort of thrill each time. What if it just missed by a bit? Wouldn't it waste all the previous efforts? Reincarnation panted heavily once again and could not refrain from grumbling. They could not be blamed for this either. After all, there had never been anybody who would do this sort of foolish thing, killing off all the demonic beasts at each level. Even now, nobody thought that Yi Yuan was actually doing such a thing as well. They felt that Yi Yuan definitely found a place to hide and made use of the 11th hour to spurt towards the next level. Hoo-hoo, City Lord Ren, calm down. Yi Yuan isn't a frivolous person. Him doing this surely has his reasons. In this vast heaven pagoda, it's also not whoever clears the round fastest can walk to the end. Chi Hai reminded Reincarnation, suddenly appearing beside him. Oh? Old Hai, is it possible that you know what Yi Yuan is doing inside? Seeing Chi Hai's attitude, Reincarnation was slightly surprised. Chi Hai smiled slightly and said, Yi Yuan's level is different from the others. The things that he sees are naturally different too. There are countless demonic beasts in the 1st level and 2nd level. Furthermore, these demonic beasts are not corporeal bodies, an excellent venue for training and tempering. If my conjectures are correct, he should be borrowing these demonic beasts to temper himself. That's why he would hang on to enter the next level each time. Reincarnation's eyes went wide. Even though he was very confident in Yi Yuan, wasn't this too exaggerated? Even Soul Sea Realm martial artists did not dare to stay in a level for too long. Yi Yuan dared to stay alone until the time was almost up? Furthermore, without other people pinning them down, how did he charge past alone? Old Hai, even though Yu Yuan's strength is pretty good, he's at the sea transformation realm after all. Training inside like this, I'm afraid that his essence energy can't sustain. Ren Xingchuan said tactfully. These words sounded like concern on the surface, but actually it was reproaching that Yi Yuan was messing around too much. So many demonic beasts inside, if his essence energy were exhausted and he got eliminated, just how unjust of a matter would that have to be? If he was really eliminated, forget about him, this city lord. Even Yi Yuan himself would not be able to preserve his face either. Hoo-hoo, you this old man are losing yourself in concern. Furthermore, this grandson of yours, you yourself probably still don't have much understanding. Yi Yuan appears very impetuous when doing this, even somewhat disregarding consequence. But after the matter, you'll discover that he already calculated every single thing. Him stopping the Purple Mansion sect, detaining Qin Hongtao's grandson, eradicating the Heavenly Evil sect, which incident wasn't carried out after scheming? Relax, this boy will be fine, Qin Hongtao said very affirmatively. Ren Xingchuan thought about it. It seemed to be truly as Qi Hai said. His understanding of this grandson of his was really pitiably little. Of course, this was also related to Yi Yuan deliberately keeping him at a distance. This boy's temper was even worse than his. The two people frequently could not even see eye to eye. If he did not yield in the end, this boy could even poke a hole in the sky. Qi Hai was very confident in his judgment, but he could not dare dream that Yi Yuan's final goal was actually to kill off all the demonic beasts in a level either. If he knew what Yi Yuan was doing inside, it was uncertain if he could still be so composed. After entering the third level, Yi Yuan suddenly noticed that it was much more spacious. Within the first level and the second level, it was densely populated with demonic beasts. Especially the first level, that sort of density simply gave people a feeling of their scalp tingling. Just those numbers made people feel despair. But after Yi Yuan entered the third level, he suddenly discovered that the demonic beasts did not seem to be as many as before. He had already entered this level for some time and actually did not even see a single demonic beast. It could not be to the extent where these demonic beasts were all killed by other people, right? Yi Yuan was 3 days behind the rest. So, at this time, the third level should have already been void of other people long ago. The other martial artists should have already cleared the third round or were already kicked out. Which was also to say that currently in the third level there was only Yi Yuan alone. The one and only person. Strange. Even if this third level's demonic beasts would have some reduction, it can't be diminished to such an extent either, right? Just what on earth happened? Yi Yuan said depressedly. Since he could not meet demonic beasts, Yi Yuan simply just flew towards the entrance to the fourth level. Yi Yuan was also rather looking forward to it now, because after clearing the third level, there would be an interim reward. If it was before coming in, Yi Yuan absolutely would not be looking forward to it like so. Because cultivation methods and martial techniques and whatnot, he really was not lacking any of them. Just the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang divine art was enough for him to cultivate to the Divine King realm. Why would there be a need to take such a superfluous action to learn other cultivation methods? Even if he knew that Lu Linfeng's sword from here, Lu Linfeng's level was merely just slightly stronger than him. To really talk about interest, Yi Yuan was just interested in the things after the 6th level. But now, Yi Yuan's thinking completely changed. This vast heaven pagoda was too mystical to actually have this sort of thing like the nameless energy. Then what would the rewards for the first 3 levels be? Because the path was free and unobstructed, Yi Yuan's speed was exceptionally fast. He only used 2 hours' time and was about to reach the 4th level's entrance already. However, everything before his eyes left Yi Yuan staring wide-eyed and his mouth agape. Fuck me. Are you shitting me? Yi Yuan looked at the scene before his eyes and could not help rolling his eyes. At the same time, in a nameless space, a group of martial artists was currently discussing fervently. Finally passed the 3rd level and can obtain the first stage's reward. Yeah. Although the demonic beast's rank only increased a small boundary with each round cleared, it feels more than several times more powerful. This 4th level, I can't clear it no matter what. Those blue sand beasts were really hard to tangle with. I almost succumbed in the 3rd level. If I couldn't even pass the 3rd level, this trip would be considered wasted. Yeah. The blue sand beasts are extremely formidable existences among Tier 3 demonic beasts too. Although the few of us are soul sea realms, being surrounded by so many blue sand beasts was really enough for us to die. Very clearly, the third level gave considerable pressure to these soul sea realms. One should not look at how each level's demonic beasts only raised by a small boundary. The increase in the degree of difficulty was not simple. Facing never-ending attacks, no matter how powerful the martial artist, they would be exhausted to death too. Yi Yuan's control over essence energy was so subtle and he nearly screwed himself to death, let alone other people. Furthermore, these demonic beasts were not ordinary demonic beasts. Their strength in the same rank was very formidable too. If one did not have the corresponding strength, they would simply be unable to breach through the encirclement. Entering the vast heaven pagoda this time, a total of 300 people entered. Yet only less than 20 people were still inside this nameless space right now. These people were all the same, they were all soul sea realm experts. Sea transformation realm martial artists were already wrecked by those demonic beasts until not even dregs were left. The only sea transformation realm martial artist surviving was just Yi Yuan alone. Right at this time, an archaic voice suddenly sounded out, "Welcome to the inheritance space. Congratulations to everyone for successfully clearing the vast heaven pagoda's first 3 levels. I'll give you each your corresponding rewards according to your performances in the first 3 levels." Guitaochuan was the second to enter the nameless space. After entering the nameless space, he had been staring at the entrance all this while, wanting to see Yi Yuan's silhouette. But sadly, he did not even see a freaking shadow all the way until this voice sounded out. Could it be that Yi Yuan really failed? But how was this possible? Guitaochuan and Qin Yan exchanged glances, both looking absent-minded. Just what in the world happened to Yi Yuan to actually fail? May we ask, Senior, there should still be one of us who hasn't arrived yet, right? At this time, Yin Yanhua suddenly spoke. Everybody fell silent. They all knew who Yin Yanhua was talking about. "He's different from you guys," said the voice. After musing for a moment, "Damn, is this to let little lord, to review the troops? So many armored diamond bulls are here just to wait for me." Only seeing the scene before his eyes did Yi Yuan finally know why he did not run into demonic beasts along the way. All the demonic beasts were already gathered here, waiting in battle formation. In front of Yi Yuan, it was all herds of large black bulls as far as the eyes could see, stretching to infinity. These big black bulls were blazing with anger and seething with killing intent as if they had long been awaiting him. Of course, Yi Yuan was still currently unaware that what those people previously encountered were all blue sand beasts and not the armored diamond bulls. This armored diamond bulls belonged to the category of extremely formidable existences among Tier 3 demonic beasts. The skins of these large black bulls were coarse. They had thick flesh. Ordinary attacks simply had no way of penetrating their defense. Under normal circumstances, even peak crystal formation realm human martial artists had no way of breaching middle stage Tier 3 armored diamond bull's defense too. One could imagine just how freakish this demonic beast was. More importantly, this type of demonic beasts even had the bull species savageness. Its offensive power was extremely formidable. Ordinary martial artists, even if they got grazed, the outcome would be exceedingly wretched too. Of course, no matter how powerful the armored diamond bull was, it was merely just a Tier 3 demonic beast. To those at the sea transformation realms and soul sea realms, they were not worth mentioning at all. Yet, armored diamond bulls which blotted out the skies and covered the earth was an entirely different matter. If what those people previously encountered were armored diamond bulls, it would be pretty good to have 5 people managing to get past it. It was precisely because he knew these armored diamond bulls' prowess that Yi Yuan could not resist swearing and have a myriad of profanities running through his head. If he could use medicinal pills, Yi Yuan would not fear these savage bulls at all. But without the support of medicinal pills, the result was hard to say. This was a very spectacular image. On one side were massive black bull herds blotting out the skies and covering the earth. On the other was a frail youth. The visual impact of this image was incredibly intense. The two sides formed a strong contrast. Yi Yuan in front of the sea of armored diamond bulls was a feeble existence like a small rowboat, possible to capsize at any moment. However, Killing these large raging bulls should be able to obtain considerable nameless essence energy, right? As he said, Yi Yuan took out the Xianxia sword and accumulated his power, waiting to make a move. Come on, large raging bulls. Yi Yuan gave a clear cry. A half-moon slash cleaved out domineeringly. Roar. Roaring sounds that reverberated throughout the skies emitted from these bulls' mouth, vibrating until Yi Yuan's eardrums hurt. At the same time Yi Yuan raised his sword, those armored diamond bulls moved too. They charged towards Yi Yuan without heed for anything. That imposing manner could really topple mountains and overturn the seas. Rumble. Half-moon slash stuck close to the ground and flew over towards the armored diamond bulls, cleaving a large gouge in the ground. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The places where the half-moon slash passed through, the armored diamond bulls were completely decimated and wiped out. Just one move and several hundred armored diamond bulls were killed. But sadly, several hundreds did not even count as a single hair from 9 oxen to such a massive bull herd. Yi Yuan was very unsatisfied at the effects of this attack. The defense of these large savage bulls was not ordinary at all. If they were to be other demonic beasts, this attack should be able to cut down up to 1,000. If he attacked like this, his essence energy expenditure would be much fiercer. Even though his present essence energy C already expanded to a circumference of 150 feet, the strength of the demonic beasts rose by a lot too. If he continued expending essence energy like this, he would not be able to take it either. Coarse skin and thick flesh. Indeed, not easy to deal with. Yi Yuan sighed with a vicissitude of emotion. The attacks of these large black bulls, Yi Yuan was not very concerned. He had comprehended the concept of wind flow. Under such circumstances, it was even easier to avoid those large black bulls' attacks. These large black bulls simply could not touch him. The problem was how much consumption could his essence energy take. Unless there were no other alternatives, Yi Yuan did not wish to employ the nameless essence energy. Expending the nameless essence energy in such a place was truly too regretful. He was not worried about these large black bulls' attacks now. But once his essence energy ran out, the attacks of these large black bulls would be terrifying. Yi Yuan slaughtered the armored diamond bulls non-stop while he was coming up with countermeasures. In the inheritance space, those martial artists had blank looks. Different from us? What does that mean? Could it be that Yi Yuan still hasn't been eliminated now, and he's still in the midst of clearing the rounds? No way, right? Already 6-7 days have passed here. He should be in the 3rd level right now. His clearing speed is so slow. He's not even equal to us. Very clearly, these people all knew that the mysterious person and Yin Yanhua were talking about the same person. It was Yi Yuan. However, the mysterious person's appraisal made these people all very displeased. If Yi Yuan entered ahead of them, then forget it. But it was very clear right now that Yi Yuan was inferior to them. Even if he was not eliminated, what could such slow clearing speed explain? In these people's thinking derived from experience, it was still whoever entered the next level faster, the better. Nobody would be foolish enough to stay behind to kill off all the demonic beasts in a level. Hearing the mysterious person's appraisal, Lu Hong frowned slightly too. Before coming to the vast heaven pagoda, he already planned properly. This time, he must shock everyone in one move, and to overpower the 3 sect's head disciples. Now he accomplished it. Clearing the rounds twice consecutively, he was the first person to enter the next level. And the competition at the back, he believed that he would not lose as well. But now, what did this mean? That punk called Yi Yuan was not here at all. Could it be that Yi Yuan was even more incredible than him? Lu Hong was a shockingly talented itinerant cultivator. After his sect was destroyed, he obtained a peak divine traversing realm expert's inheritance by chance. During the past years, he had been cultivating bitterly in close seclusion all along and finally acquired a certain level of achievement. Coincidentally, the 3 sects opened up the vast heaven pagoda this time. Lu Hong naturally had to come and give it a shot in order to advance further. His horizons were exceedingly high now and were long already not that small sect's disciple back then. Lu Hong's current goal was very clear. He wanted to ascend to the divine realm. Right at this time, the 3 sects opened up the vast heaven pagoda too. This was simply a God-sent opportunity. Even the heaven wants me, Lu Hong, to soar to the skies with one leap. What reason do I, Lu Hong, have to refuse? This was Lu Hong's first reaction after getting this news. In Lu Hong's view, this vast heaven pagoda was specifically opened up for him. Otherwise, why was it not opened up sooner or later? But it was opened to the public right at the critical juncture of him exiting seclusion. Troubled times create heroes? He was surely the hero created by this era. But what was the meaning of the words said by this mysterious person? Could it be that this Yi Yuan was actually even more special than him? Lu Hong had been in close seclusion all along. He was very uninformed about news and completely did not know just what kind of existence Yi Yuan was. In his eyes, the 3 sect's head disciples were the targets that he had to surpass. Senior. I wonder how is he different from us? Even since entering the vast heaven pagoda, Lu Hong had been moving alone the entire time. But this time, he finally could not resist voicing out. Yet, when he opened his mouth, the Qin Yen trio all looked at him as if they were looking at an idiot. Different how? Too different. Only the Qin Yen trio who had personally experienced Yi Yuan's terror knew how monstrous Yi Yuan was. The other people, including all the Soul Sea realms present, only heard about Yi Yuan from other people's mouths. These people were all proud children of heaven, who would truly be convinced by a genius that they had only heard of before, let alone that this so-called genius was even so much slower than them to enter the inheritance space. You all don't need to ask anymore. When the time comes, you'll naturally know. Now, prepare to receive the rewards. The mysterious person's hollow voice sounded out once more, as if it was not interested in replying Lu Hong's question at all. Right at this time, several dozen streams of light shot down from the air, suspending in front of everybody. After a short while, the light faded away. All kinds of rewards suspended before their eyes quietly. The other people tossed Yi Yuan's problem to the back of their minds very quickly. No matter how monstrous Yi Yuan was, it had nothing to do with them in the slightest either. But these rewards were real. Ha ha ha. This is a Tier 5 cultivation method. It can cultivate all the way to peak divine traversing realm. This cultivation method is way stronger compared to our sect's main cultivation method. It can be used as the sect's supreme treasure. This is 3 Gods 9 Cries pill. The effect is improving the meridians, increasing 10% cultivation speed. Ha ha, really picked up a treasure. A medicinal pill with such effects is simply unheard of. Too heaven-defying. This is a profound artifact? Even though it's a low-grade profound artifact, the quality is exceedingly high. On these treasures, all of them had simple inscriptions, telling these martial artists the functions. The way these people saw it, these rewards were already very incredible. Just a cultivation method was already much stronger than their sects. These things were all very heaven-defying existences when brought outside. No wonder the final accomplishments of the people who walked out from here were all extraordinary. But these treasures clearly had the distinction of good and bad too. In comparison, cultivation methods were the best, medicinal pills were second, and finally, weapons were the lousiest. Cultivation methods could be regarded as a legacy treasure. This martial artist taking it out could even establish a sect. Medicinal pills could aid cultivation, especially medicinal pills which improved the meridians. This was simply a heaven-defying treasure. As for weapons, it was merely just external objects. Even though it could improve strength in a short time, it was ultimately just an assistance. Martial artists' prowess ultimately relied on oneself. Of course, if one was so powerful, having a heaven-defying weapon was naturally something superfluous. Qin Yen, what's that of yours? Guitaochuan asked. Martial technique. You. Mine is martial technique too. Moreover, it seems to be a martial technique custom-made for me, Guitaochuan said rather excitedly. For them, unless it was a heaven-defying class cultivation method, otherwise they would not take fancy of it at all. But martial techniques were different. A powerful martial technique could even boost their combat power several times over. And the 4 of them, including Lu Hong, all obtained a martial technique. Even though Lu Hong overwhelmed Guitaochuan the disparity was very small. Even though Lu Hong was formidable in terms of combat power, he might not be much stronger than Guitaochuan As for the specifics, without going through a fight, there was simply no way to speculate. Bang! A gigantic stone steel descended from the sky and landed in the inheritance space. The vast heaven steel? It's the vast heaven steel? It finally came out. Seeing that steel, a martial artist immediately cried out agitatedly. When Qin Yen Trio saw the steel, they were rather excited too. Alright. The time flow rate here is 1/15 of the outside worlds. You all have 1 day's time to contemplate the vast heaven steel. How much you can comprehend will be up to your fortune. After 15 days, you all will automatically enter the 4th level. If you want to study the vast heaven steel again, you must clear the 6th level. You guys try your best. When the mysterious person finished talking, he did not make any more sound again. But the others were already not interested to bother with him. The time to contemplate on the vast heaven steel was too precious. Not a single second could be wasted. For a time, the inheritance space was dead silent. They all started contemplating on the vast heaven steel. When the others were currently studying the vast heaven steel, Yi Yuan was currently in the heat of battle in the 3rd level. Azure Dipper floating 0 sword, myriad rain sword blades. Yi Yuan growled. 10,000 sword blades rushed towards the black bull herds like raindrops. Bang! 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 The power of the myriad rain sword blades was seriously too strong. This one move down was akin to the wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Waves of armored diamond bulls turned into flying ash. Yi Yuan's current essence energy C was already 3 times bigger than before. But this move still expended close to 1/3 of his essence energy. This move was powerful. It just cost too much essence energy. 1/3 essence energy was even more than the total essence energy when he was fighting Dai Yuhan. The power of this move could be seen at a glance. Those armored diamond bulls were hailed as impervious to swords and spears. But under this move of Yi Yuan, it was like paper. They were utterly unable to withstand it even in the slightest. The sword blades directly pierced through far into the distance before gradually vanishing. The power of condensed form of gathered essence was not what these Tier 3 demonic beasts could withstand. This sword slashing down, most probably tens of thousands of armored diamond bulls were instantly killed. But the problem was that these armored diamond bulls did not have their own consciousness at all. They totally did not know what was called being afraid. The place of those large black bulls killed were very quickly filled in by their companions that charged at Yi Yuan once more without fear of death. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and did not attack either. His figure moved, fluttering like a piece of paper. No matter how ferocious those raging bulls' attacks were, it could not touch the corners of his sleeves. Even though the armored diamond bull's natural endowments were extraordinary in terms of dodging, how could they be mentioned in the same breath with the Yi Yuan who comprehended the true intent of wind flow? Yi Yuan shuttled back and forth within the bull herd like fish in water. At this time, Yi Yuan used the wind flow true intent in the concept of wind and the transmission true intent in the concept of fire at the same time, lowering the essence energy consumption to the minimum. At the same time, the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art within his body was revolved to the limits, recovering essence energy frenziedly. Just like this, Yi Yuan's essence energy C was slowly recovering. Roughly the greater part of an hour later, Yi Yuan's expenditure previously was finally finished replenishing. Hence, Yi Yuan wielded Xianxia sword. Myriad rain sword blades was released once more. Bang! 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 Waves of armored diamond bulls collapsed again. This was the method that Yi Yuan thought of in the end. Since medicinal pills were unable to be used, then he would absorb essence energy himself to recover. At this time, the powerful aspect of Yi Yuan's cultivation method was manifested. How could ordinary cultivation methods possibly replenish the expended essence energy in such a short time? Furthermore, at the same time that Yi Yuan was replenishing essence energy, he was still expending a portion of it to maintain his movement technique. The essence energy within this vast heaven pagoda was very plentiful. Yi Yuan absorbing it was accomplished with high proficiency. Just within a greater part of an hour and it would replenish completely. Just like this, every greater part of an hour passed, Yi Yuan would fire out myriad rain sword blades once, killing large groups of armored diamond bulls. During these 3 days, Yi Yuan's nerves have been in an extremely tense state the entire time. He was maintaining non-stop operation of 2 kinds of true intents under heart like still water heart realm, and he was also revolving the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art to the limit. This burden was not an ordinary kind of difficulty. It was more than just being difficult. If he did not have the support of heart like still water heart realm, he would have given up long ago. Seeing as the 3 days limit was about to reach, the armored diamond bulls in front of Yi Yuan were finally only left with the last batch. Bye-bye, big raging bulls. At this instant, Yi Yuan pushed the myriad rain sword blades to the limits, directly expending the greater half of his essence energy. Rumble. After a series of slaughtering, the entire third level finally quietened down. Huff. These large raging bulls were really hard to tangle with. But my harvest this time was also not an ordinary kind of big. Apart from those nameless energies, Yi Yuan operated so many skills at such high intensity. The benefits gained were naturally not few either. Ignoring the two true intents, his comprehension became even deeper. What made Yi Yuan wildly ecstatic was still heart realm. He felt that his heart like still water realm was already approaching the bottleneck. Advancing a step further and it would be the heart like monolith realm. Heart realm breakthroughs are extremely difficult. If without suitable opportunities, not breaking through for life is also a possibility. This bottleneck isn't that easy to cross, Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh. One would become insatiably greedy upon tasting the benefits. Heart like still water realm had brought too many benefits and assistance to Yi Yuan. Hence, when he saw hopes to reach the heart like monolith realm now, he naturally very much hoped to be able to break through. However, even though heart like still water realm to heart like monolith looked to be a step away, many divine kings were not able to cross it. This step was way too difficult. Forget it. Let nature take its course. This kind of thing can't be imposed on. When the opportunity arrives, one will naturally break through. To be able to cultivate heart like still water realm to this stage, it's already very lucky. Following the breakthrough in heart realm, Yi Yuan became more open-minded about such things too. Resting slightly for a short while, Yi Yuan headed for the entrance leading to the inheritance space. Quickly look. Yi Yuan entered the inheritance space too. Following the disappearance of Yi Yuan's name, somebody shouted. They were originally already not optimistic about Yi Yuan and did not think that Yi Yuan actually would reach this step by persisting alone. Unrivaled geniuses were unrivaled geniuses. Regardless of where, one should not look down on him. Otherwise, one's face would get slapped. Those people initially planning to watch the joke were secretly gloomy in their hearts too. Even though Yi Yuan's clearing speed was slow, he would always succeed in passing through at the last moment. This was clearly done intentionally by him. Want to enter, then enter. The other people already came out from the inheritance space long ago and entered the 4th level. With Yi Yuan's strength, clearing the first 3 rounds isn't something impressive, right? Some people said scornfully. Ever since they knew that Yi Yuan did it deliberately, those people originally skeptical no longer doubted Yi Yuan's strength. What they were curious about was why Yi Yuan wanted to do this. When Ren Xingchuan saw this scene, the smile on his face could not be held back anymore. The corners of his mouth curled by a small arc. The city Lord Manor's people were already eliminated finish. Now there was only Yi Yuan alone. But Yi Yuan was the city Lord Manor's biggest chip. Ever since hearing Qi Hai's words, Ren Xingchuan already firmly believed that Yi Yuan was the vast Heaven Pagoda inheritance's biggest dark horse this time. No, how could Yi Yuan be a dark horse? He was originally that strongest one. You people praised that whatever Lu Hong to the skies. Give it another few days and watch Yi Yuan slap your faces one by one for you to see. Let you all see what was called a true genius. Ren Xingchuan was just beaming proudly to himself when all of a sudden, somebody exclaimed, "Quickly look!" Yi Yuan's name became golden color. What's going on here? This cry immediately startled everyone. Name becoming golden. This was something that had never happened before. What in the world did Yi Yuan do for his name to actually become golden? The crowd looked towards Yi Yuan's name. Indeed, they discovered that Yi Yuan's name became gilded gold color. It was remarkably dazzling. Even if he was still in the inheritance space right now and was in the last place, that light could not be concealed either. This unexpected change made everyone extremely shocked. Especially the 3 sects' old ancestors. Their faces all showed immense shock. From the 3 sects being established until today, They had sent many genius disciples over to this vast heaven pagoda. But such a situation had never occurred before. Ning Yixian, Qin Hongtao, and Jing Xian, the three of them exchanged glances. Evidently, they did not know what was happening as well. Finally, the three people focused their gaze on Qi Hai. Qi Hai's seniority was even older than them. Furthermore, Qi Hai's understanding of the endless world was absolutely above the three of them. If even Qi Hai did not know what happened, then nobody knew. Qi Hai's expression turned into a never-before solemnness as he muttered, This can't be, right? How is this possible? Old Hai, what in the world happened? What's going on with Yi Yuan's name? Qin Hongtao asked anxiously. Everyone stared at Qi Hai, wanting to hear what kind of answer he would give. This sort of bizarre event, only Old Hai, this kind of accomplished master-level expert, knew what was happening. Qi Hai did not answer them, but he fell silent for a long time, seemingly digesting this matter. Only after some time, did Qi Hai draw a deep breath and said slowly, I didn't expect that the legend was actually true. The people at the sides were already beyond anxious. Could your elderly self not pause when talking? Would saying things till the end in one breath kill you? Qi Hai looked at everyone and said rather disbelieving still, Legend has it that this vast heaven pagoda inheritance's rewards are given out according to the challenger's completion rate. The higher the completion rate, the greater the rewards obtained too. Ah, there's actually still such a saying? This vast heaven pagoda's round clearings wasn't competing in who is the first to rush into the next level. All along, we've been competing like this, said a three-sex grand elder in surprise. Actually, it was not just him. Everybody present here all thought that way. Hence, seeing that Yi Yuan was always the last one to successfully clear the round each time, they had long been pessimistic about Yi Yuan. The reason why these people chased Lu Hong like so was precisely because he was the first one to rush into the next level each time. In normal understanding, Lu Hong was the number one person in this batch of people. Even the three-sex head disciples could not compare either. But hearing Qi Hai said so now, they discovered that it seemed to completely not be the case. Even Qi Hai said that it was a legend. Who knew if it was real or fake? Qi Hai smiled bitterly and said, Actually, I thought that way all along as well, but I somehow feel that the clearing method we thought of is a very grave error now. Old Hai, can you clear it up? This was all passed down by our forefathers. How can it be wrong? Since this is wrong, then what kind of clearing method is correct? Ning Yixian said perplexedly too. Qi Hai's expression froze, and he said solemnly, The correct clearing method isn't competing in speed, but competing in the number of demonic beasts killed. What? Old Hai, you aren't making a joke, right? Yeah. Old Hai, is there a mistake? The numbers of the demonic beasts in this vast heaven pagoda's first 3 levels are extremely terrifying. How can a bunch of Sea Transformation Realm and Soul Sea Realm juniors compete in killing demonic beasts inside? Medicinal pills can't be used to replenish essence energy inside the vast heaven pagoda. Even the 3-sex head disciples will die from essence energy exhaustion from constantly killing inside the first level. Qi Hai's statement was seriously too subverting. It was completely exceeding everyone's understanding. Forget about the 3rd level, just in the 1st level it was also impossible for these sect disciples to stay inside for a long time. If they had that capability, the 3-sex disciples would have long slaughtered the 1st level clean. How could they possibly wait until today? Heh. This old man just stated his view. Why is there a need for you all to approve? As for to believe it or not, it's naturally up to you all. Qi Hai said with a cold snicker. Actually, he himself spent a very long time to digest this news as well. He obviously did not hope to convince these people with a few sentences. The reason why legends were legends was that it was practically impossible to accomplish. Hence, once a legend became a reality, it was basically very hard to make ordinary people believe. Because within the scope of their understanding, it was simply impossible for something like this to happen. Old Hai, calm your anger. Old Hai's meaning is that, actually, we got it wrong all along. Ning Yixian saw Qi Hai flare up and hurriedly voiced out to advise. Qi Hai nodded and said, In truth, these things, I came to know of it, but naturally I don't believe it either. With our age, it's obviously impossible to enter the vast heaven pagoda again to ascertain things for sure. But without a doubt, the average sea transformation realm and soul sea realm absolutely don't dare to make extra stopovers in the vast heaven pagoda. Once they fall into a tight encirclement, it would basically be the outcome of getting kicked out. The vast heaven pagoda inheritance's chance is extremely hard to come by. Nobody dares to make this sort of bet. And martial artists who were able to be the first one to charge into the next level were all the strongest one among them under normal circumstances. The number of demonic beasts killed was naturally the most as well. Hence, the reward they obtained was naturally the most generous. In the course of time, we fell into a misconception and think that the martial artist who enters the next level earlier would obtain more rewards. Even though the others did not believe, they were also listening to Qihai's explanation very attentively. Qihai's analysis was very on point. It essentially restored the truth of history to its original state and had immense convincing power too. While these people present still did not dare believe it subconsciously, they still felt that Qihai's analysis was not wrong. Ning Yixian's eyes showed deep pondering and he said, "So, it's actually like this. But what does this have to do with Yi Yuan's name turning golden?" Qihai drew a deep breath and said, "I heard the previous generation Realm Lord said before, legend has it that in this vast heaven pagoda inheritance, there is a kind of completion rate called perfect completion." Ning Yixian's pupils constricted slightly as he drew a cold breath and said, "Old Hai's meaning is that..." The others had yet to react, but Ning Yixian's brain spun the fastest. He virtually knew at the first moment what the perfect completion Qihai was talking about was. Previously, Qihai kept saying that the clearing rewards was related to the completion rate. The so-called completion rate was the number of demonic beasts killed. Then, what perfect completion meant did not need to be verbalized any further to understand it. Qihai nodded his head and said, "That's right. If the legends are true, Yi Yuan he must have killed all the demonic beasts in the first 3 levels and obtained the perfect completion's reward. Hence, that's why his name would turn into gold color." What? Yi Yuan killed off all of the demonic beasts? Is this what a sea transformation realm can accomplish? The demonic beasts in each level are absolutely not beneath millions in number. Yi Yuan, a sea transformation realm martial artist. How can his essence energy possibly sustain until killing off all the demonic beasts? Yeah. Moreover, all of this have to be achieved within 3 days. Which is also to say that Yi Yuan must expend essence energy constantly every second. Under the circumstances where he had no medicinal pills to replenish, this is simply something impossible. Qihai's words made everyone all burst into a discussion. Not that they did not believe Qihai's words, but that his words were too outrageous. If Yi Yuan had Soul Sea realm strength now, they would not feel that the so-called perfect completion was that impossible either. But Yi Yuan was only at the sea transformation realm currently, especially the 3rd level. Those demonic beasts were only a major boundary lower than Yi Yuan. Numbers in the millions was an exceedingly terrifying force. How could Yi Yuan possibly kill Finish alone? If they knew that what Yi Yuan killed was the extremely hard to tangle with the armored diamond bulls, it was uncertain what thoughts they would have. In the inheritance space, a light flashed. Yi Yuan was transported inside. "Young man, congratulations to you. You've become the first martial artist to achieve perfect completion in this 10,000 years and will obtain tremendously generous clearing rewards." The mysterious person's voice sounded out right away. At this time, the others had already entered the 4th level. In this inheritance space was just Yi Yuan alone. Perfect completion? Yi Yuan could not help being stupefied when he heard that. That's right. You annihilated all of the demonic beasts in the first 3 levels. In the vast heaven pagoda inheritance, it's called perfect completion, explained the mysterious person. Yi Yuan was enlightened. He only killed Finish all the demonic beasts because he wanted to collect the nameless energy. To think that a perfect completion actually came from stumbling about blindly. However, he was the first one in this 10,000 years. Speaking of this, the difficulty of this perfect completion was really not an ordinary kind of big. Especially the 3rd level. Those armored diamond bulls were simply powerful until it could be said to be perverse. Even when the spirit bristle divine king was young, he might not be able to clear it either. So that's how it is. May I ask, Senior, what the reward of perfect completion is? Cultivation methods and the likes of medicinal pills? Forget it, Yi Yuan said. The mysterious person was clearly stunned by Yi Yuan's such insolent and wildly arrogant attitude. The other people clearing 3 rounds consecutively, which one of them did not overflow with gratitude when seeing these rewards. Yet, just this punk was actually still so picky. Young man, what high-sounding sentiments. Do you know what kind of heaven-defying items the cultivation methods and medicinal pills in this vast heaven pagoda are? The mysterious person's words carried a hint of anger. In fact, the mysterious person truly did not plan on giving Yi Yuan cultivation methods and medicinal pills, but Yi Yuan's attitude made him very displeased. However, Yi Yuan paid no attention to his displeasure. He said, I know, but I'm really not lacking in cultivation methods and medicinal pills. Therefore, can it be exchanged for other things? If there seriously isn't, changing medicinal pills to some precious medicinal herbs works too. Is that so? If I insist on giving you cultivation methods and medicinal pills? Said the mysterious person, somewhat irately. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, if it's like this, Senior better keep it for yourself. These two really don't have much effect on me. Yi Yuan could also guess with his eyes closed that even if he achieved perfect completion in the first 3 levels, the cultivation methods and medicinal pills obtained also could not possibly be very heaven-defying items. At least, it was not possible to be more powerful than his spirit bristle 9 yang divine art, and it was also impossible to surpass his alchemy skills. Since that was the case, why did he need to waste time? A long silence. Yi Yuan did not rush that mysterious person. He just waited quietly. All of a sudden, several beams of light descended from the sky. 3 talismans suspended in front of Yi Yuan quietly. This is your reward. 3 Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talismans. Each Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talisman is equivalent to a Peak Divine Traversing Realm Martial Artist's all-out attack once. Additionally, there is still a martial technique. You open up your sea of consciousness now. The vast heaven pagoda will imprint it into your sea of consciousness. You can slowly comprehend it, said mysterious person after falling silent for a long time. Seeing those 3 Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talismans, Yi Yuan's eyes could not help lighting up. This was good stuff. If used well, it could even kill a Peak Divine Traversing Realm Martial Artist. Such a talisman was absolutely a heaven-defying class treasure in the endless world. Yi Yuan's research into talismans was not much, but he also knew that this kind of one-time attack talisman was exceedingly valuable. It was equal to storing an extremely powerful martial technique. This was undoubtedly an additional major killing tool to the current Yi Yuan. As long as he did not battle against Peak Divine Traversing Realm experts, he could practically do whatever he wanted in the endless world. Yi Yuan was not courteous either, offhandedly keeping the 3 talismans into the spatial spirit artifact. But what made Yi Yuan even more curious was still this martial technique. Regarding imprinting in the sea of consciousness, the sort of inheritance method, Yi Yuan was naturally not foreign. Any and all things passed down through this sort of method, the power was all extremely formidable. Furthermore, they were incredibly abstruse and hard to understand. It was because this sort of martial technique could only be understood but not expressed in words. It was simply unable to be inscribed into jade slips. Now you can begin receiving the inheritance. Once the mysterious person's voice faded, a stream of light shot out from the firmament and directly entered into Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. Yi Yuan naturally would not fully open up his sea of consciousness. He shielded the golden characters and the black bead these things using mystic arts. One could not be without vigilance against others. Yi Yuan did not wish for his secrets to be pried by people. The light flashed, then faded. Yi Yuan instantly felt that inside his sea of consciousness had additional 9 words. Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, Jie, Lai, Zhen, Qian, Xing. This is the 9 characters true word formula. Each word encompasses the maxim of the Great Tao. You should study it well. This martial technique is not some earth-shaking great skills, but it can develop the potential in the human body to the extreme. It is far from what ordinary martial techniques can be equated to. The mysterious person seemed to be worried that Yi Yuan did not know about the goods. That was why he talked a whole bunch to explain it. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled. He was an alchemy emperor of his generation in his previous life. His understanding of heavenly Tao was exceedingly profound. How could he not tell that these 9 characters contained the maxim of the great Tao? With his horizons, he was actually unable to fully understand a single word. Just as the mysterious person said, this martial technique was not some earth-shaking great skill. But it was even more incredible than those things. Cultivating them to the peak, he would most probably have the capability of obliterating heaven and earth, even affirming one's Tao and becoming a deity. The item rewarded from this perfect clear was indeed incomparable from normal rewards. Yi Yuan knew that this 9 characters true word formula, even when placed in the divine realm, would probably stir up a bloody slaughter among martial artists too. Thank you very much for seniors present. Yi Yuan is endlessly grateful. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said gratefully to the void. Yet, the mysterious person ignored him. The vast heaven steel directly descended from the sky and landed in front of Yi Yuan. You cleared the first 3 levels perfectly. The time for comprehending the vast heaven steel is 3 times of others, which is also 45 days' time. Grasp it well, said the mysterious person coldly, and then no longer made a sound. Yi Yuan could not help smiling wryly. This mysterious person seemed to be throwing a little tantrum because of his contempt previously and did not want to respond to him. But Yi Yuan did not think too much either. His attention was very quickly drawn by the vast heaven steel. The first impression that the vast heaven steel gave Yi Yuan was all-encompassing, as if this small stone tablet was the crystallization of myriad life on earth. Yi Yuan's understanding of the Tao was far from what those rookies could compare to. But even he could not discern this vast heaven steel's origin. This vast heaven inheritance is truly unbelievably mystical. Could it actually be an item left behind by a deity realm powerhouse? Disregarding this vast heaven steel, even the 9 characters true word formula and that nameless energy are top-notch inheritances when placed in the divine realm too. Yi Yuan was incomparably shocked in his heart. However, he had a feeling that within this vast heaven steel, the most powerful object was none other than the steel before his eyes. On it was teeming with the aura of the Tao. It was simply a heaven-defying treasure. Yi Yuan put away his thoughts very quickly and entered heart like still water heart realm, sinking his divine sense into the vast heaven steel. 45 days' time looked to be a lot, but to contemplate this steel, it's something in the course of a twinkle. Having such a precious opportunity, Yi Yuan did not wish to waste it. Bang! Instantaneously, Yi Yuan was seemingly placed within a boundless sea of fire. His entire person seemed to be about to combust. Yi Yuan was dragged into the space right as his consciousness came into contact with the vast heaven steel. This stretch of space, apart from flames, did not have anything. Didn't expect that what I will contemplate in is the concept of fire. It's just who knows how much can be comprehended from the visualization this time. Yi Yuan was also somewhat secretly looking forward to it. The concept of fire was actually the concept that Yi Yuan wanted to comprehend the most. In his previous life and this, he had a baffling affinity with fire. But yet, he used essence fire to an exceptionally profound realm but did not comprehend any kind of true intent involving fire. To think that this vast heaven steel was actually this mystical, knowing what he needed, directly bringing him to a flame world. It's just that these flames don't seem to be that powerful. How should I comprehend true intent? Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that the surrounding flames were not as powerful as imagined. Could not cause any harm to him at all. Under such circumstances, how should he comprehend concepts? No, wait. The temperature of these flames is slowly rising. If one doesn't pay attention, it won't be detected at all. Yi Yuan suddenly discovered the abnormality and became alert. The surrounding flames suddenly became violent. Tongues of flames wantonly extended as if it was going to devour everything. In an instant, Yi Yuan was engulfed by countless flame tongues, burning him to ashes fully. Coming back to his senses again, Yi Yuan was actually standing there perfectly well again, as if the same as when he just came in. The neither warm nor violent flames were currently blazing as if it was completely harmless to man and beast. But all of a sudden, The flames erupted abruptly, leaping up once more. Is this wanting to burn me to death countless times to let me experience the flames' scorching true intent personally? Heh. Indeed a fine method. This vast heaven steel is indeed mystical, Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh. That taste of being burned to death. Yi Yuan felt like he had experienced it in person. If he did not wish to be burned to death, then he had to comprehend the scorching true intent as soon as possible to be able to be spared from the torture of being immolated. Fortunately, although it was the consciousness which entered into the space inside the vast heaven steel, heart-like still water heart realm could still be used. Yi Yuan was not careless either, directly entering into the state of heart-like still water realm and started comprehending the concept of scorching flames. This is already Yi Yuan's third day inside this inheritance space, right? The reward of this perfect clear is truly incomparably bountiful. Yeah. The quintessence of this vast heaven pagoda is the vast heaven steel's comprehension. Yi Yuan obtained perfect clear. The time is actually 3 times of others. I really don't know what level Yi Yuan will reach after coming out from the vast heaven pagoda. The inheritance space's time flow rate is 15 times slower compared to the outside world, which is also to say that Yi Yuan has 45 days time to go and comprehend the vast heaven steel. With his talent, I really don't know to what degree he can comprehend to. Seeing the gilded name on the light projection, the audience all felt envious. To the vast majority of martial artists, the vast heaven pagoda inheritance only had the opportunity to comprehend the vast heaven steel once. It was because they simply could not make it past the 6th level. Which was also to say that how much could be comprehended after clearing the 3rd level would be up to the martial artist's own comprehension abilities. The time was only 15 days. Some people would be able to rely on this opportunity to soar to the heavens in one move while others still remain lost in the masses. But without any doubt, to be able to obtain the chance to contemplate the vast heaven steel, one would at least be a notable figure in a region. City Lord Ren, congratulations. Your grandson is actually able to achieve the perfect completion in the legends. His gains this time is bound to be unbelievably startling. Wu Fong City's position. Nobody in the entire endless world can replace it. Ning Yixin went forward to congratulate. Haha, not at all, not at all. This boy's temper is stubborn as hell. This old man can't tame him at all. I only hope that he doesn't add more problems for me. Although Ren Xingchuan kept only grumbling in his words, the expression on his face betrayed him. Anyone also knew the delight in his heart right now. As it went, when one man attained the Tao, his fowls and dogs ascended to heaven too. It was roughly this meaning. At this point, nobody suspected Qi Hai's words anymore. The reward of this perfect completion was absolutely incomparably lavish. Otherwise, how could Yi Yuan possibly stop for 3 days' time in the inheritance space? The momentum of Wufang City's rise was already unstoppable. In the future, it might even overpower the 3 sects. Therefore, starting from just now, there were many people going forward to congratulate to express goodwill to Ren Xingchuan, so as to establish a relationship with Wufang City. But toward this situation, the 3 sects' old ancestors did not seem to have any displeasure. In truth, when they knew that Yi Yuan was Ren Xingchuan's grandson, the 3 sects knew that Wufang City was likely about to become the endless world's most special existence already. It was just that they did not expect that this day would actually arrive so quickly. If there weren't the fierce-scale world's invasion, these 3 sects would surely think of ways to suppress Yi Yuan and not let Wufang City rise up. But being forced by the current situation, internal strife would only let the endless world fall apart to pieces. The 3 sects' old ancestors naturally did not dare to make a move without careful consideration. They were even the same as other people, going to build a connection with Ren Xingchuan as well. In truth, everyone had a score in their hearts. If the endless world were able to beat back the fierce-scale world by luck this time, the northern domain's topographical arrangements would undergo titanic changes too. Within the vast heaven steel's consciousness space, Yi Yuan was already the embodiment of a flame person at this time. Over 30 days had already passed from the very first time being burnt to death. And in these 30-plus days, he already died several hundred times. From the earlier survival of just at most few breaths of time, now he could already persevere for an entire day. The surrounding flame temperature was unbelievably high. If one did not know the scorching true intent, one would simply not be able to make it through very long. And the scorching true intent was also an extremely profound and powerful true intent. It was even harder to comprehend than Yi Yuan's own falling flower floating zero sword intent. For ordinary martial artists, even for martial artists that cultivated fire attribute cultivation methods, wanting to comprehend the scorching true intent was exceedingly difficult too. And the supreme true intent that evolved from the scorching true intent was even more absurdly daunting. This supreme true intent was also one of the spirit-bristle divine king's greatest reliance to roam the divine realm unhindered. Could be seen how hard this true intent was to comprehend. If Yi Yuan could comprehend the scorching supreme true intent, its power would be much more daunting compared to the azure dipper floating zero sword. This was also one of the reasons why Yi Yuan was so interested in the scorching true intent. Another reason was naturally that he liked to play with fire inherently. As an alchemist, he naturally sowed inseparable destiny with fire. But an alchemist's fire control and comprehending true intent were two entirely different concepts. Controlling fire was the manipulation of essence fire. As long as one had the corresponding seals, it would do. But comprehending true intent required understanding the original source of flames. What one comprehended was the great Tao maxim of the fire element. Although fire control was also an extremely profound study to alchemists, compared to comprehending concepts, the degree of difficulty was still a little lower. If not like so, Yi Yuan would also not possibly have not comprehended scorching true intent until now. But within this vast heaven steel's consciousness space, Yi Yuan finally found the turning point for comprehension. Experiencing over 30 days of tempering, Yi Yuan finally fumbled out some knack to it. Looks like this fire control and the true intent of fire are completely two extremes. The art of fire control is to produce a resonance with the essence energy within the body and essence fire, and from there, drive the essence energy for one's own use. While the true intent of fire is to convert essence energy into the most fundamental form of fire to immolate the opponent with an exceptionally terrifying temperature. No wonder I couldn't find the entrance threshold of the scorching true intent all this while. Looks like it was alchemist this occupation which misdirected me. If not for contemplating the vast heaven steel this time, I'm afraid that I would still have to wander around inside this mistaken area for a long time. But looking at it now, 45 days should be enough. Yi Yuan said with a vicissitude of emotion. Yi Yuan being burnt to death so many times was naturally also not dying for naught. Gradually, he touched upon some scorching true intense tricks as well and started to maneuver the essence energy within the body to simulate the concept of scorching heat. Arg! Yi Yuan gave a miserable cry and was burnt to death by the flames once more. Very quickly, he obtained new life again and endured the broiling of this limitless flames once more. For so many days, Yi Yuan's path of comprehension was not that simple. He went through a torment that the average person could not imagine. Even though this immolation would not really cause death, that kind of anguish made people go insane. This method of comprehension was for the sake of letting the martial artist clearly sense the scorching true intent with every inch of their flesh and skin. That kind of torment was even harder to bear. Furthermore, this kind of agony became clearer along with the true intent Yi Yuan comprehended becoming increasingly profound. Because in pace with the survival time extending, this agony was magnified limitlessly. If it were a normal person, they would long have been unable to bear it. They would withdraw out of this consciousness space themselves. Yet Yi Yuan did not ease up for even a moment, repeating this process of revival after death and dying again after living for hundreds of times. On the 45th day, Yi Yuan, who had been standing still freely allowing the flames to burn finally, had some movement. It was only to see him tightly clenching both fists, bending his body slightly, then abruptly blasting both fists out, akin to a flood dragon heading out to sea. Flame movement carnage. Yi Yuan gave a light cry. All of a sudden, the entire consciousness space trembled. The flames which originally filled the entire consciousness space actually scattered and disappeared into nothingness under Yi Yuan's one punch. Inside the inheritance space, the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly. His consciousness had already withdrawn out of the vast heaven steel. It could be discerned from Yi Yuan's expression that he was still pretty satisfied with the power of that one punch earlier. My sword moves are mostly long-distance attacks. Close combat has always been the weakest link. But with the flame movement carnage, my close combat abilities now are rather impressive as well. This vast heaven steel is indeed mystical, to actually be able to let people comprehend true intent with this kind of method. Truly remarkable, Yi Yuan muttered to himself. Yi Yuan comprehended the scorching true intent and created this flame movement carnage move in these 45 days. This was what he completely did not expect before this. Yi Yuan had close ties with the spirit bristle divine king in his previous life and had a clear understanding of both the scorching true intent's comprehension difficulty and power. Therefore, prior to this, Yi Yuan actually did not have confidence in comprehending true intent at all. It was just that he did not expect that this consciousness space was very mystical, to actually be able to let people comprehend concepts through such a method of experiencing true intent personally. This flame movement carnage was a martial technique that Yi Yuan created himself. He formed his own style. In terms of power, this move, apart from myriad rain sword blades, was already not weaker than his other martial techniques. Listening to it did not seem to be anything impressive, but one had to know that this move was still a move released with the scorching true intent. Once Yi Yuan made further progress and comprehended the scorching supreme true intent, how terrifying would the power of his moves be? Although this move was not as outrageous as the Windfire Violent Blaze transforming dragon, the power could not be underestimated either. More importantly, this move compensated for Yi Yuan's close combat weak point, making his combat abilities even more comprehensive. Flame movement carnage, this move was executed by converting the essence energy into scorching true intent and storing it in the fist. Once it landed on the other party, it could pour in the extremely scorching energy into the other party's body, causing tremendous damage from there. With Yi Yuan's bizarre and agile movement technique, coupling it with the flame movement carnage was absolutely formidable to the extreme. Furthermore, the area of effect of this move is extremely small, so the essence energy expended was very little. Yi Yuan's control over essence energy was extremely precise in the first place. Using this move could entirely be sustained for a very long time. If he had comprehended this move before this, the first 3 levels would not need to be so taxing at all. It's time to go to the 4th level. 3 days was almost already up. Yi Yuan had comprehended the scorching true intent too. He obviously would not stay here on top of that. All of a sudden, the inheritance space trembled abruptly. A vortex suddenly appeared behind Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was sucked into the vortex without the slightest precaution. This brat to actually dare look down on this venerated self. Serves you right to suffer some hardship. At this time, within a nameless space, a faint black shadow said with a cold snort. Hearing the voice, who could it be but that mysterious person? Looks like he was still very displeased with Yi Yuan's haughty attitude. However, this boy actually comprehended the scorching true intent within such a short time. Truly staggering talent. His talent is not at all inferior to Master's, muttered the mysterious person to himself again. The mysterious person also did not expect that Yi Yuan actually directly visualized out the scorching true intent. In the beginning, he still felt that Yi Yuan was reaching too far beyond his grasp. After all, this scorching true intent was famed for being hard to comprehend. Even for some normal true intent, comprehending them requires more than 10 years as well. And this standard was still applicable to Qin Yan, Guotaochuan, their level of geniuses. To ordinary martial artists, they would not be able to comprehend even an extremely simple true intent for all their lives. To ordinary people, true intent was a height that they would be unable to reach for all their lives. The scorching true intent was an extremely high-end existence among true intents. Even if one's talent was startling, comprehension time was also calculated in units of decades. Unless one's talent was heaven-defying until the mysterious person's master's height, otherwise it was absolutely reaching beyond one's grasp. Even though the mysterious person was very pleased with Yi Yuan's performance in the first 3 rounds, he was still not optimistic about Yi Yuan being able to fully comprehend the scorching true intent within a short 45 days. Yet, Yi Yuan's performance made him wide-eyed and dumbfounded with shock. Right at the beginning, Yi Yuan was burnt to death by the flames very quickly. The mysterious person was still secretly taking delight in his misfortune by the side. But a few days later, he could not laugh anymore. Yi Yuan's improvement speed was too rapid. From several breaths to several dozen breaths. Then to 15 minutes, an hour, 2 hours. Yi Yuan's improvement speed practically climbed vertically. Over a dozen days later, the mysterious person was long already staring woodenly with his jaw slack. At the rate of this improvement speed, maybe Yi Yuan could really comprehend the scorching true intent within 45 days. When Yi Yuan's flame movement carnage was executed, the mysterious person almost jumped up. Yi Yuan really did it. He completely comprehended the scorching true intent. Within 45 days, from being instantly killed to fully comprehending the scorching true intent. Just how heaven-defying a talent did this require? How could there be such a freak in this world? Heh, this brat is really interesting. I increased a bit of difficulty for him previously in the 3rd level. To think that he's still finished perfectly. Now he even fully comprehended the scorching true intent during the first reward. Truly remarkable. Looks like he really cares not for cultivation methods and medicinal pills. This brat's soul force isn't weak. Could he be an alchemist still? If that's true, then this boy will really be heaven-defying. This venerable has guarded here for countless years. Finally, I encountered an interesting youth. In these countless years, this is still the first time that I'm so looking forward to a youth, said the mysterious person to himself. Ouch! Yi Yuan gave a miserable cry, landing heavily onto the ground. This fellow is actually so petty. I merely just didn't want his cultivation methods and medicinal pills, and he actually restrained my essence energy, directly throwing me into the 4th level. Yi Yuan rubbed his buttocks and stood up. Right away, Yi Yuan guessed that it was the mysterious person playing tricks. But this fall was really heavy. Even with Yi Yuan's physique, he cried out in pain too. However, after entering the 4th level, Yi Yuan's essence energy was already recovered. Slightly circulating essence energy a bit, the pain instantly disappeared. And the 5th level's entrance is actually right there? What the hell is with this 4th level? Why isn't there anything at all? Could it be that that mysterious person saw that this young master is incomparably talented and that the 4th level couldn't stump me? So he directly guaranteed me to enter the 5th level. Yi Yuan guessed very cockily. This 4th level was greatly different from the first 3 levels. Could be seen through at a glance. The 5th level's entrance was not far ahead. Yi Yuan could go over with a few leaps. Furthermore, this 4th level's layout was different from before. It seemed to be an illusionary space. The surrounding was void of anything. Who cares? Head over first before talking. As he said, Yi Yuan opened up his footsteps and directly walked over towards the 5th level's entrance. Yet, he had just walked for not very far when all of a sudden several dozen phantoms descended from the sky, encircling Yi Yuan in the center. Illusionary spirits killing array. Activate now, said one of the phantoms faintly. Seeing those phantoms, Yi Yuan could not help turning solemn. Illusionary spirit bodies. That middle-aged man at the helm was stunned hearing that as well and said rather surprisedly, "Young man, you actually know about the illusionary spirit body. Indeed, you have some knowledge and experience. No wonder you could perfectly clear the first 3 level. The so-called illusionary spirit body was created by refining the divine soul spiritual body with an extremely special method into a virtually undying, imperishable state. This sort of illusionary spirit body was exceedingly hard to tangle with, because they were very difficult to kill. Even when blasting them into dregs, they could still restore their original appearance very quickly. Unless the martial artist's realm was much higher than the illusionary spirit bodies and used a mighty arcane ability to utterly annihilate them, that was how one could kill them. Yi Yuan had very in-depth research into the divine soul before and saw through at one glance that these people were illusionary spirit bodies. Senior, you actually have your own consciousness. Hearing this middle-aged man actually speak to him, Yi Yuan was stunned as well. As far as he knew, illusionary spirit bodies generally had their consciousness wiped by others, becoming an unfeeling killing machine. Yet, these people in front of him had intelligent eyes. Clearly, they had their own consciousness. This unwittingly made Yi Yuan greatly surprised. Looks like you know quite a bit. Relax, we were refined to become illusionary spirit bodies out of our own accords and at the same time preserving our own consciousness, said the middle-aged man. Willingly, Yi Yuan could not help being amazed. The process of refining an illusionary spirit body was exceedingly tortuous. Even for the divine soul spirit body, that anguish could also overwhelm people until they wished for death. Moreover, to refine an illusionary spirit body, one must kill the other party in front of them and extract the soul to undergo refinement. The method was exceptionally cruel. It was precisely because of so that this sort of method was classified as a forbidden art in the divine realm. Once it was discovered that somebody refined an illusionary spirit body, they would be rallied upon and attacked together. These illusionary spirit bodies before his eyes were all actually refined out of their own free will. This truly gave Yuan a surprise. That's right. We received the vast heaven pagoda's owner's great grace while we were still living. But because of an accident, all of us fell. The vast heaven pagoda's owner made it at the last moment and killed the adversary. That's how we were spared from the outcome of our souls dissipating. The middle-aged man seemed to be very spirited and actually chatted with Yuan. Yuan only came to a realization after hearing it. But he said doubtfully again, with the vast heaven pagoda owner's means, even if he couldn't revive you guys, finding a couple of bodies to let you all take possession to revive should still be achievable, right? The middle-aged man laughed and said, certainly, it's just that we weren't willing, that's all. Back then, the vast heaven pagoda's owner gave us two options. One was to let us take possession and revive. The other was to become this vast heaven pagoda's guardian spirits. The few of us discussed it and finally still decided to become the guardian spirits. Yuan nodded slightly. Since these people were willing, then he was naturally disinclined to poke a finger into other people's affairs as well. Senior, just what kind of person is this vast heaven pagoda's owner? Yuan could not hold back the puzzlement in his heart and he inquired, I can't talk about this. If you have an affinity with this vast heaven pagoda, you'll naturally know in the future, said the middle-aged man. Looking at the middle-aged man's appearance, Yuan knew that he could not inquire anything either. He clasped his hands and said, make a move then, senior. The middle-aged man looked at Yuan and said smilingly, even though I find you, this brat, rather pleasing to the eye, we won't pull our punches. Senior, just feel free to take action will do. Yuan did not care a whit. These illusionary spirit bodies before his eyes were clearly not just sea transformation realm strength, but they suppressed their realms at the middle stage sea transformation without exception, matching theirs with Yuan's realm. The power of the array was released and Yuan sensed a pressure blotting out the heaven and earth approaching. With Yuan's knowledge and experience, he could naturally discern that these illusionary spirit bodies formed a set of array formation. Furthermore, this set of array formation Yuan actually had not seen before. But using his butt to think, even he could also figure out that the power of this array formation was bound to be extraordinary. Young man, take this. A cold light flashed. Countless streaks of sword light assailed towards Yuan. With this attack, Yuan knew that the difficulty of this round rose more than just a tiny bit compared to the first 3 levels. Even though it was much lesser in numbers, in terms of quality, it was more than a level stronger. Although the first 3 levels were challenging, that was only in terms of demonic beasts' numbers. On a small scale, it simply had no way of stopping Lu Hong and Qin Yan, these people. But wanting to charge out of the formation in this 4th round, without some capabilities, one probably could not pass it. However, Yuan's current goal was not just to make it through, but it was to thoroughly crack the array formation, even going as far as to kill all of these illusionary spirit bodies. Having tasted the benefits of perfect clear, Yuan was naturally unresigned to just simply succeed in clearing the round. The 4th, 5th, and 6th level, these 3 levels, he wanted to perfectly clear them too. The allure of the vast heaven steel was seriously too great. Heh, just comprehended the flame movement carnage. Perfect for trying it this time. Yuan chuckled lightly, his figure instantly becoming strange. Bang! 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 Yuan unleashed 3 punches in succession, directly scattering aside all of the sword shadows. Scorching true intent. Fine lad. The middle-aged man's shock was by no means small. This array formation of theirs killing middle-stage sea transformations was no different from pinching an ant to death. But now it actually could not form an effective attack in front of Yuan. Yuan just relied on the flame movement carnage and actually utterly suppressed all of them. This involuntarily made the middle-aged man feel very aggrieved. This fourth level's mission was to make them suppress their boundaries to the same level as the challenger. They were simply unable to unleash the strength that they should have. Initially, with their martial path cultivation and coupled with the set of array formation, suppressing opponents at the same realm was simply like playing around. But he never could have expected that Yi Yuan's true combat strength far surpassed his own realm. Moreover, flame movement carnage, this move was extremely powerful. It was simply unrivaled in front of those at the same realm. If not for their martial path experience being very abundant, that strike just now would already have let Yi Yuan directly crack the array formation. With the middle-aged man's visual prowess, he could obviously tell that with their present strength, they were simply incapable of stopping Yi Yuan from entering the next level. Right at this time, a voice sounded by the middle-aged man's ear. Kuai Liang. Raise the threshold to the late-stage C transformation. Kuai Liang's eyes lit up, and his face could not help showing an amused look. This voice came from none other than precisely that mysterious person. Okay. Very clearly, the others received the same order too. In an instant, these people's auras skyrocketed, instantly breaking through the middle-stage C transformation and rising to the late-stage C transformation. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he could not refrain from saying disdainfully, "Senior, can you all still be like this when guarding the pass? Isn't it too shameless?" Kuai Liang chortled with laughter and said, "Young man, we can't be blamed for this. Want to blame for yourself for being too monstrous. Come on." Yi Yuan grinned and said with a laugh, "Senior is thinking too much. Do you think that by advancing to late-stage C transformation, you can stop me from cracking the formation? Are you ready? I'm coming." Kuai Liang's smile froze abruptly on his face. "Quick! Combine attacks and kill this boy." This blow of Yi Yuan's carried tremendous power. The might of one punch actually made even him feel somewhat of a shudder. Bang! Just one punch shattered the grand array which Kuai Liang presided over into smithereens. The might of that fist was dreadfully powerful. In the past, when Yi Yuan encountered array formations, he would think of cracking them first. But this time he did not. In order to test out the power of the flame movement carnage, he threw a punch over crudely just like this. This punch collided head-on with Kuai Liang without the slightest bit of gaudiness. The result was Yi Yuan's complete victory. One had to know that behind Kuai Liang there was the support of an array formation. What Yi Yuan faced was not him alone, but it was the entire array formation. Yet this punch directly blasted everyone flying. "Apologies for offending, Senior. This Yi wants to clear the round perfectly and have no choice but to kill you all." As he said, Yi Yuan's figure moved, and a punch rumbled towards Kuai Liang once more. "Fine lad. I'll wait for you at the next level." At this time, the grand array was simply unable to finish forming. The late-stage C transformation Kuai Liang, when facing Yi Yuan, only had the chance to close his eyes and await death. "Okay. Let's meet at the 5th level," Yi Yuan said verbally, but his attack was not careless at all, directly blasting Kuai Liang into residue with a punch. Regarding the other people, Yi Yuan followed suit as well, disposing them one by one. Without the combined power of the array formation, these late-stage C transformation illusionary spirits simply could not cause any threat to Yi Yuan. After these illusionary spirits were killed by Yi Yuan, they did not appear again. They vanished. Since Kuai Liang said to meet again in the next level, it naturally showed that the next level was even harder and that he would not appear again. Yi Yuan did not hesitate either and directly entered the 5th level from the passageway. "Quickly look." Yi Yuan entered the 5th level. "Why is it so quick?" Hiss. He spent 3 days in all the first 3 levels before making it through. But in this 4th level, he actually didn't even use 15 minutes? Isn't this too exaggerated? Right now in the 5th level, there's only Lu Hong, the 4 of them. They stayed in the 4th level for quite a few days. Yi Yuan he actually passed through instantly. Yi Yuan's name only stopped in the 4th level for a very short time before directly showing up in the 5th level. This gave everyone a huge shock. About Yi Yuan being able to clear the 4th level, these people already did not have objections long ago. But nobody could have expected that Yi Yuan's clearing speed would actually be so swift. What's this boy playing at again? Ren Xingchuan said somewhat perplexedly. If my conjectures are right, Yi Yuan might have reaped considerable gains in the inheritance space, and his strength had a very great improvement. Hence, his clearing speed is this quick, Qi Hai said. I think so too. But doesn't this boy want to clear the round perfectly anymore? Ren Xingchuan said. How can perfect completion be that easy? After the 4th level, the difficulty will get increasingly greater. Wanting to clear the round perfectly is practically impossible. Looking from Yi Yuan's performance previously, him clearing perfectly in the first 3 levels was probably very strenuous as well. Or else, he would not have passed through right on the time limit each time either. Now, he definitely knows that he's incapable of clearing perfectly. Hence, that's why he would choose to charge through directly, Qi Hai said. Ren Xingchuan nodded his head and rather approved of this notion as well. It was true that Yu Yuan was impressive, but to let him perfectly cleared another 3 rounds again, that was virtually something impossible. This 4th round already had close to 100 years since someone passed it. The level of difficulty could be imagined. Even if Yi Yuan's strength stood head and shoulders above others, if he wanted to clear the rounds perfectly again like before, the likelihood was not big. And truthfully, wanting to clear Kuai Liang this round was not something that easy. If Yi Yuan did not glean tremendous harvests in the first 3 levels and in the inheritance space, it was also impossible for him to want to pass through this round so effortlessly. Perhaps he would have to employ the myriad rain sword blades. But with Yi Yuan's present control over the myriad rain sword blades, unless he made use of the nameless essence energy, otherwise, Kuai Liang would not give him the time to execute the skill. In the 5th level, light flashed at the entrance area. Yi Yuan's silhouette appeared. Not far away, 3 people were currently looking at the Lu Hong within the array formation with ghostly pale expressions. Within the array formation, Lu Hong was teetering on his feet. How was there still any hint of the demeanor of an expert? He's about to die. Yi Yuan judged the outcome indifferently. Qin Yen trio watched too nervously, so they did not notice Yi Yuan's appearance at all. With Yi Yuan talking, the 3 of them were startled awake abruptly. Turning around to look, Guo Taochuan said in astonishment, Yi Yuan, you actually really made it here. The 3 of them were still unaware of the matter of Yi Yuan clearing the rounds perfectly. Although they heard the mysterious person said that Yi Yuan was different from them, but specifically in what way, they did not know. Seeing Yi Yuan at this time, Guo Taochuan blurted it out right away. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, you guys all made it over. Can I make it through? Guo Taochuan was stunned. Then he said with a forced smile, makes sense. It's just, why were you so slow? With your strength, you should have entered even earlier than us. Yi Yuan just smiled and did not answer, but looked at Lu Hong and said rather surprisedly, who is this person? To actually be able to make it here with you all? Qin Yen said with a disdainful look. He's called Lu Hong, a very cocky fellow. He kept on posturing in front of us and actually even wanted to clear the 5th level. You look. He can't hold on anymore, right? Even though Qin Yen was very displeased with this Lu Hong, his strength was not the ordinary kind of strong. During the 4th level, Lu Hong finally revealed his true strength, and he was again the first one to charge into the 5th level. And Lu Hong's battle finally made Qin Yen trio realize that this boy's strength was indeed above theirs. Now, Lu Hong had already fought for a day and night inside this array formation. To be able to persevere in the 5th level until now, it could be seen that this Lu Hong's strength was rather uncommon. And? How many days has it just been? You're actually already 4th level C transformation, almost 5th level C transformation? Qin Yen said in amazement. Although just a few days had passed in reality, Yi Yuan already stayed for 45 days inside the inheritance space. Experiencing this period of accumulation, Yi Yuan was only a step away from the 5th level C transformation. I had some gains in the first few levels, that's how I was lucky to break through. That Lu Hong almost can't hold on anymore. At most 5 moves, he's dead for sure, Yi Yuan said indifferently. The 3 people being led by Yi Yuan like this, unconsciously looked towards Lu Hong. Once 5 moves passed, Lu Hong was indeed stabbed by a sword with a moment of carelessness. Following that, he was very quickly killed by a flurry of swords. Afterward, Lu Hong's body disappeared just like this and was transported out of the vast heaven pagoda. All right, you guys came first. I won't snatch with you guys. You all discuss for a bit who goes first then, Yi Yuan said faintly. Qin Yan and Guitaochuan exchanged glances, both having some fear. These people were too strong. They made no pretense to be stronger than Lu Hong and simply could not make it through at all. Including Yin Yanhua, they all did not move after hearing Yi Yuan's words. Yi Yuan gave them a glance and said smilingly, "Since you all are declining so modestly, then I won't be courteous." Finished talking, Yi Yuan leaped and directly stepped into the array formation. Lu Hong was transported out just like this. But he did not feel dejected at all. During the vast heaven pagoda trip this time, he felt that he perfectly accomplished the objectives he targeted and would definitely make the three sects gave him a sidelong glance. He would surely receive the three sects' attention this time and become an immensely popular figure. Yet, when he arrived at the vast heaven pagoda's main entrance, he discovered that there was not a single person paying attention to him. Everyone was staring at the light screen, as if they could make out what was happening inside from those scanty few remaining names on it. Weird. I already came out. What are they still looking at? No matter how impressive those three sects' head disciples are, they can't possibly last longer than me in the 5th level either. Lu Hong thought perplexedly to himself. Lu Hong was very curious. Him being transported out, everyone should already be aware of it. But why was there not a single person paying attention to him? According to what he had in mind previously, he should already be encircled by the various major sects now, and he would be warmly invited to join the Endless Alliance by Ning Yixian and they all. But everything happening before his eyes was too different from what he predicted previously. Not a single person seemed to pay attention to his appearance. Everyone's attention was still on the vast heaven pagoda inheritance. As for what the mysterious person said before, Yi Yuan being different from them, these words, Lu Hong had flung it to the back of his mind long ago. He did not feel that there was anybody who could obtain even more dazzling results than him in the vast heaven pagoda inheritance this time. His, Lu Hong's, opponents were only the three sects' head disciples. But what kind of situation was this right now? Unable to hold back the puzzlement in his heart, Lu Hong grabbed an itinerant cultivator disciple who was kicked out by the vast heaven pagoda long ago. This vast heaven pagoda inheritance is also about to end soon, right? What are they still looking at? Lu Hong inquired. That person turned back to take a look. Seeing that it was Lu Hong, he was a little agitated. The vast heaven pagoda inheritance this time, Lu Hong had indeed achieved very dazzling results. And his itinerant cultivator identity also made him be idolized by many itinerant cultivators. Turns out it's senior apprentice brother Lu. You're already out. Senior apprentice brother Lu shocked everyone with one move. Truly the role model of my generation's itinerant cultivators. Being buttered up by this person, Lu Hong instantly found a sense of existence. Holding back the wild elation in his heart, he feigned indifference and said, "Not at all, not at all. We all came from itinerant cultivators' background and should naturally advance and withdraw together." That person had a pleasantly surprised look when he heard. Even though he was selected to enter this vast heaven pagoda inheritance too, compared to Lu Hong, it was undoubtedly one in the heaven, the other on the ground. To be able to establish such a relationship, it was very useful to him in the future as well. After all, everybody was about to all join the Endless Alliance. With Lu Hong's strength, he was bound to be able to receive an important post. Senior apprentice brother Lu is indeed modest, with the demeanor of a major sect's disciple. After the vast heaven pagoda inheritance this time, senior apprentice brother Lu is most likely the younger generation's number 2 person already. Truly remarkable. That itinerant cultivator sighed with admiration. These words of his were originally flattery, but to Lu Hong, it sounded very grating on the ears. He was clearly the number 1 person, all right? Why was he the number 2 person? Could it be that, among those 3 people, there was still somebody who could break through the 5th level? Oh, right, why is everybody still staring at the vast heaven pagoda? If barring no accidents, the inheritance this time should be ending latest by tomorrow, right? Everybody should be preparing to leave, said Lu Hong, pressed down the unhappiness within. Ending? Still early, right? You look at that light screen. On it has a scalding gold name. That person is incredible. Those old ancestors all don't dare to blink their eyes right now. Fearful of missing this historical moment, the person clicked his tongue in admiration. Lu Hong followed the direction he pointed at and looked over. Indeed, he saw that there was a gilded name in the 5th level. It was precisely Yu Yuan. This astonishment was not small. Apart from himself and the 3 sect's head disciples, there was actually still somebody who made it into the 5th level. How was this possible? He was trapped inside the illusionary spirit's killing array previously and did not notice that Yu Yuan had already entered the 5th level at all. What special meaning does this gilded name have? Lu Hong frowned and asked. It naturally has special meaning. That gilded name represents perfectly completing the first 3 levels. Oh, perfect completion means killing all of the demonic beasts in the first 3 levels. That person was scared that Lu Hong did not know what perfect completion meant and even specially explained it to him. What? Killing all of them? How is that possible? Lu Hong almost leaped up. This shout of his immediately attracted many gazes to look at him. Yet, not a single one of those old ancestors turned around, their gazes still staring fixedly at the light screen. The itinerant cultivator saw Lu Hong's eyeballs pop out and could not help saying with a smile, "Actually, when I heard those old ancestors say this, my reaction was the same as senior apprentice brother Lu's. But looking at it now, that Yi Yuan should have really done it. Because the time he stayed in the inheritance space was 3 times compared to you guys." Lu Hong drew a cold breath. This news was seriously too staggering to him. All of a sudden, he recalled the words said by that mysterious person inside the inheritance space and could not help quivering. He's different from you guys. Turns out that he was really different. Lu Hong did not know where this Yi Yuan popped out from, to actually crush him until he had not a single patch of skin unscathed. His gaze was also glued tightly on that gilded name on the light screen and was speechless for a long time. Hey, do you guys think that Yi Yuan can pass through this round or not? Guo asked the other 2. Yin Yanhua said icily, I've never doubted Yi Yuan being able to clear the 5th round before. Qin Yan said, Yi Yuan has clearly experienced some things that we don't know about down below. Otherwise, how can his realm possibly rise so quickly? When he was at the 1st level C transformation, he already killed a Soul C realm expert. Now that he broke through to the peak 4th level C transformation, his strength is truly hard to gauge already. And? That's odd. Doesn't these spirit bodies match according to the level of the martial artist that enters? Guo suddenly said. The 2 people's expression changed when they heard that and also discovered what was amiss. Previously, when these illusionary spirits killed Lu Hong, they were 1st level Soul C boundary. Now that Yi Yuan entered the array formation, they actually did not suppress their boundary but maintained 1st level Soul C realm. Hiss. Could it be that these illusionary bodies want a battle with Yi Yuan with Soul C realm strength? Isn't this too much of a bully? Qin Yan said in astoundment. Yin Yanhua's eyebrows knitted slightly and said, Looks like these spirit bodies' judgment of Yi Yuan's strength has already placed him in the same class as Soul C realm. The 3 people drew a cold breath at the same time. In this 5th level, these illusionary spirits' concepts and martial techniques were much stronger compared to at the 4th level. Under such circumstances, they were actually still going to use Soul C realm strength to deal with Yi Yuan. This was simply too much of a bully. It was also to say that the difficulty of Yi Yuan passing this round was several times of theirs. Could Yi Yuan really make it through this round? Young man, at the 4th level, our strength was only 30% of the same boundary. But now, we possess 70% of our original body's strength. You have to be careful, Kuai Liang said. The 70% strength that Kuai Liang talked about was naturally not referring to his cultivation, but the concept strength at the same realm, which was also to say that originally, Kuai Liang comprehended 100% of the concepts. But at the 4th level, he only used these concepts 30%. Even 30% was stronger than the vast majority of the martial artists that came to challenge the rounds. With 70% strength, even if it was just 1st level Soul C, it was not what a martial artist like Lu Hong could resist. Let alone that there were still several martial artists at the same boundary adding on within array formation. Lu Hong and Qin Yan, they all may well be facing numerous difficulties to want to pass through this 5th level. Senior doesn't have to be courteous. Just bring it on. Yi Yuan fully released his aura. The surroundings faintly had a red glow revolving around, but condensed and did not dissipate. This was precisely the mark of the scorching true intent showing outside. Seeing this scene, Kuai Liang's expression was slightly apprehensive as he said, "Essence energy is converting to become scorching true intent. To actually be able to achieve condensing and not dissipating, looks like your control over essence energy has already reached an extremely profound boundary. Even my original body is incapable of achieving your level. Young man, you've really brought us too many surprises," Yi Yuan said smilingly. "Just displaying my slight skill before an expert. Senior's strength should greatly surpass mine. If not for adhering to the rules, killing me is probably just a matter of a twinkle." Kuai Liang waved his hands and said, "That's different. Me being stronger than you is just in terms of realm. Your concept's comprehension and control over essence energy are much stronger than mine. I truly dare not imagine that you're only 17 years old. Hoo-hoo, senior is too kind. Yi Yuan is making a move. Come on." Yi Yuan's fist momentum erupted abruptly, his entire person entering a frenzied state. It could be said that each fist landed solidly on the flesh, suppressing the array formation formed by these illusionary spirits. These illusionary spirits were all first-level soul C boundary. Yi Yuan, a fourth-level C transformation, actually suppressed so many people. Seeing this scene, the three people by the sides were dumbstruck. They never would have thought that just around 10 days or so of not meeting, Yi Yuan was actually formidable to such a level already. I originally thought that I had considerable gains myself in this vast heaven pagoda and should have shrunk the distance between Yi Yuan by a little. Never expected that the gap between us is becoming greater and greater, Qin Yen said with a bitter smile. This set of fist arts of his seems to have scorching true intent. My God, this level of true intent. Yi Yuan actually fully comprehended it. Guotaochuan's jaws nearly fell off from shock. Yin Yanhua's expression was grave as she said with a nod, "It's indeed the scorching true intent. Being so far away, the essence energy within my body actually feels discomfort. Yi Yuan's current strength is seriously too terrifying. The three of us most likely can't even exchange a single blow with him. No wonder that mysterious person said that Yi Yuan was different from us. Looks like his harvests in the earlier few rounds was far more than we imagined." Qin Yen said. "What's laughable was that I still thought that Yi Yuan tripped and stumbled previously. Thinking about it now, he was long not on the same level as us." Guotaochuan said speechlessly. "Yeah. Disregarding other things, just this combat strength of his right now is likely plenty to overpower third-level soul Cs. Crossing boundaries to fight to his sort of degree is also considered a wonder," Qin Yen said helplessly. Inside the array formation, Yi Yuan was akin to entering an uninhabited zone. Places where his fists passed by, those illusionary spirits all clamored to evade. But one could tell that this group of people's cooperation had a very tacit understanding. Furthermore, their fighting experience was very abundant. Under Kuai Liang's guidance, they did not clash head-on with Yi Yuan at all. With their present strength, they simply had no way of counter-pressuring Yi Yuan. They could only drag the time patiently with Yi Yuan, looking for the opportunity. And the primary target of Yi Yuan's attacks was placed on Kuai Liang. He was the core of this array formation, guiding the cooperation of the entire array formation and acting as a middleman, being highly important. But Kuai Liang was very smart. He lay low within the array formation all along and did not come into direct contact with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's fists were always blocked by the combined power of the array formation. This set of array formation could not be said to not be strong. A bunch of first-level Soul Cs teaming up together virtually had the strength of a peak third-level Soul C already. But even so, they were still domineeringly suppressed by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan suddenly beamed and said, "Senior, do you think that by hiding for a moment, you can still hide for life?" Kuai Liang was concealed within the array formation as he called out in a clear voice, "If you have the capabilities, then drag me out." "Haha, senior, look closely." Finished talking, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly shot out but did not rush for Kuai Liang. Bang! Another illusionary spirit was sent flying out. But his position immediately had people covering. That illusionary spirit was fine and returned to the array formation again very quickly. This was the formidable aspect of array formations. Hoo hoo. Young man, it's useless, Kuai Liang said with a laugh when he saw this scene. Is that so? Yi Yuan gave a faint smile. His figure moved, but he rushed towards another person. Bang! That person was blasted, flying out too. Bang! 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 For a time, there were people blasted flying out without pause. In the beginning, Kuai Liang still did not take it seriously. But very soon, he discovered something amiss. The entire array formation seemed to have a feeling of sluggishness and was not operating as smoothly as before. But by the time he came around, it was already too late. How could Yi Yuan possibly give him the opportunity? Kuai Liang's eyes blurred. Yi Yuan actually appeared before him from God knows when. Hehe, apologies, senior. Let's meet again at the next level. Bang! Yi Yuan did not pull his punches in the slightest. He mustered essence energy fully and gathered it onto his fist, then blasted Kuai Liang into residue with one punch. In terms of combat power alone, none of these illusionary spirits was Yi Yuan's match. As long as Yi Yuan grabbed hold of a weakness, wanting to kill them was not something difficult. The core of this set of array formation was at Kuai Liang's place. The most vulnerable link was here too. Even though Yi Yuan had never seen before this array formation, his formation's path attainments were exceptionally high. Those fights previously, Yi Yuan was not lashing out blindly like a headless fly, but he is actually feeling out this array formation's method to crack it. But sadly, how could Kuai Liang know? Not only was Yi Yuan's combat strength astonishing, but he was also even a level 9 formations path expert. Although this set of array formation was profound, as long as Yi Yuan worked hard to find the flaw, how could Kuai Liang conceal it? He only practiced this set of array formation to the point he became proficient in it. But he did not understand the principle of the array formation after all. Unless they could finish off Yi Yuan very quickly, otherwise, the final outcome could only be having the formation cracked by Yi Yuan, then routed each of them one by one. Once Kuai Liang died, the entire array formation clearly became too weak to withstand a single blow. Yi Yuan followed suit, killing these illusionary spirits one by one, and perfectly clearing the 5th level very quickly. Qin Yen and the others were long already staring wide-eyed and their jaws slack. What kind of situation was this? Them attempting to challenge this level was by breaching the constraints of the array formation at all costs and rushing towards the next level's entrance. But Yi Yuan? Not only did he crack the array formation, he even killed all of the illusionary spirits. One had to know that these illusionary spirits, each one of them in terms of strength alone, was not beneath theirs. Everyone, I'm making a move first. Yi Yuan greeted the Qin Yen trio and directly entered the 6th level. Qin Yen and the others exchanged glances and already did not know what they should say. At this time, the illusionary spirits that were already killed by Yi Yuan emerged once more one by one. Do you guys still plan on challenging the round? Seems like we don't have any hope at all, Qin Yen said rather dispiritedly. Guitaochuan gritted his teeth and sighed. Already came here. We can't retreat without fighting. I'll go first. As he said those words, Guitaochuan entered inside the array formation with a leap. Yi Yuan, he really entered the 6th level. He has produced the best result in this 1,000 years. After entering the 4th level, his speed became fast instead. The 4th level only used 15 minutes to clear it. This 5th level is also merely just using the lesser part of a day's time. Truly inconceivable. Wonder just where this fellow's limits lie. I don't know if he can clear the 6th level or not. If he can even make it past the 6th level, then he'll be the 5th martial artist who charges into the 7th level in this 10,000 years. Such monstrousness simply surpasses ancient and modern times. This isn't very likely, right? I heard that the 6th level's guardian's strength is even a cut above the challenger's own strength. Adding the supplementation of the array formation, it's simply impossible to make it through. Who knows? Ignoring the differences in strength, just talking about what happened inside this vast heaven pagoda, how many miracles has Yi Yuan created already? The other person did not reply. Just within this vast heaven pagoda, how many turning points had Yi Yuan already created? The first 3 levels cleared perfectly, obtaining 3 times the inheritance time of others. Other people all got increasingly slower as they challenged the rounds. But after Yi Yuan entered the 4th level, his speed became faster instead. Consecutively clearing 2 levels actually only used half a day's time. Who could ascertain that Yi Yuan definitely could not clear the 6th level? Lu Hong stared at that gold-colored name blankly. The sense of defeat in his heart was incomparably intense. He originally thought that he was the most talented youngster in this endless world. Who knew that there were people beyond people? This Yi Yuan's talent flung him more than several streets behind. What was laughable was that he still prided himself on being exceptional previously, and he even shrugged off that mysterious person's words. Yi Yuan's performance in this vast heaven pagoda was much more dazzling than his. Forget about the 3rd level, even in the 1st level, Lu Hong did not dare to remain behind to kill off all the demonic beasts. And at this time, each step that Yi Yuan advanced trampled on his self-esteem once. Soon, it was going to be crushed. At the 6th level, Kuai Liang was already waiting in full battle formation. "Young man, what's your name called?" "This seat is called Kuai Liang. You just call me elder brother Kuai will do." This was Kuai Liang's first time telling Yi Yuan his own name. In this 10,000 years, he had just spoken to a scanty few people before. But Yi Yuan was clearly the one that he spoke the most to. "Junior Yi Yuan has seen elder brother Kuai." Yi Yuan reported his family name. Kuai Liang nodded and said, "Yi Yuan, you're very decent. This 6th level, it's already been 1,000 years since anybody entered. Even if this 10,000 years, not many people could barge into the 6th level too. Furthermore, perfectly clearing these first 5 levels is just you alone." "Oh? But previously someone made it to the 8th level, right? Could it be that he didn't clear perfectly?" Yi Yuan asked rather curiously. "That person called Li Fantian walked even further than Lu Linfeng. Logically speaking, he should be a world-shaking figure. Such a genius should logically have the possibility of completing each level perfectly." But it was only to see Kuai Liang shook his head and said he did indeed achieve perfect completion in the first 4 levels. But he fell short of success at the 5th level. Hence, your talent is still above his. Successfully clearing and perfectly clearing, the difficulty was not even on the same level. The 5th level's degree of difficulty was indeed not an ordinary kind of great. If Yi Yuan did not comprehend a number of true intents, wanting to perfectly clear this round was likely not that easy as well. Yi Yuan nodded his head, but he said with a forced smile, "But elder brother Kuai, isn't it somewhat high-handed for you guys to guard this level with the strength of 4th level Soul Sea Realm?" Kuai Liang laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Your true combat power can't be measured using realms at all. The hurdles that the vast heaven pagoda set up are used to test the martial artist's potential. You are able to clear the round perfectly at the 5th level and kill our 1st level Soul Sea doppelgangers. The might of your combat strength is thus obvious. Furthermore, I have a feeling that you didn't go all out when you were at the 5th level." Yi Yuan said helplessly. "Fine then. In a while, elder brother Kuai have to show leniency." "Heh. Showing leniency can't be done. The stronger you are, the more we can't pull our punches. This time, we're going to unleash 100% of your concept's strength," Kuai Liang said with a laugh. TSK, how ruthless. Since elder brother Kuai regards me so highly, then I naturally also have to strive with all my might this time. But before this, can elder brother Kuai allow me to break through realm first?" Yi Yuan said smilingly. Kuai Liang was startled. "Oh? You're going to break through again so quickly? Fine. What's the harm in letting you break through?" Yi Yuan said with clasped hands. "Thank you very much, elder brother Kuai." Yi Yuan did not talk nonsense either, directly amassing immense heaven and earth essence energy, and started to break through to the 5th level sea transformation. Roughly 2 hours later, the storm ceased. Yi Yuan's aura rose by a level once more and finally broke through to the 5th level sea transformation. "Elder brother Kuai, thanks for waiting," Yi Yuan said with clasped hands. Kuai Liang looked at Yi Yuan. His gaze revealed astonishment. "You, a puny little sea transformation realm, actually have such impact when breaking through a minor boundary. If not for witnessing with my own eyes, I even thought that you were assaulting the Soul Sea realm." Yi Yuan said smilingly, "I've incurred elder brother Kuai's ridicule. The cultivation method that I cultivate in is rather special. The essence energy required is very massive. So the commotion when breaking through is a bit big. It was more than just a bit big. It was very huge. All right? Kuai Liang nodded and said, "Your strength is so formidable. The cultivation method that you cultivate naturally can't be too lousy. Looks like your inheritance isn't simple. It probably isn't what this small world can have." Yi Yuan smiled. He knew that this could not hide from Kuai Liang's eyes either, and he could only change the topic. "Elder brother Kuai, let's begin." Finished talking, Yi Yuan leaped and was about to land inside the array formation. At the same time, the essence fire within Yi Yuan's body erupted abruptly. During the process of him leaping, the aura in his body erupted once more and his boundary soared up mightily. By the time he landed inside the array formation, he already directly broke through to the 7th level C transformation. Origin Spirit 9 transformations. Following Yi Yuan's boundary slowly advancing, the cleansing sandal sacred flame was already unable to sustain him, breaking through 3 minor boundaries. Even breaking through to late-stage C transformation this time was quite forceful. Fortunately, the cleansing sandal sacred flame was very powerful among Tier 4 essence fires. Only then did it forcibly support his breakthrough. When Kuai Liang saw this scene, his eyes became wide saucers. "Fine, lad. To actually still have this card up your sleeves. This martial technique is remarkably powerful. To actually directly aid you to break through to the late-stage C transformation. I originally thought that I could bully you properly this time. Now, why do I feel like it's still you bullying me?" "Haha, elder brother Kuai. I'm coming," Yi Yuan said with a loud laugh. "Bring it on." Facing Yi Yuan bearing down menacingly, Kuai Liang awaited in full battle array. Presently, Yi Yuan broke through to the late-stage C transformation realm. His strength soared fiercely once more. Flame movement carnage was brandished. It was on a completely different level than before. Kuai Liang, these people used all of their power. Their concepts were clearly all true intent level and above. But Yi Yuan's scorching true intent overwhelmingly crushed them. Flame movement carnage was just created, and its power was already not worse off compared to the 9 swords stance and 1,000 flowing petals, these martial techniques. It could be imagined how formidable the might of scorching true intent was. Even in terms of instantaneous explosive power, flame movement carnage was even stronger than the move Yi Yuan created using supreme true intent. What was even deadlier was that Yi Yuan's control over essence energy was very precise. One should not look at how each punch of his seemed to use all the strength in his body. It actually did not expend much essence energy. With his present essence energy density, even if he fought nonstop for a day and a night, he would not exhaust all the essence energy within his body at all. Of course, the prerequisite was that the Origin Spirit 9 transformations could sustain for such a long time. For a time, the situation inside the array formation was actually the same as in the 5th level. Kuai Liang's side was completely suppressed by Yi Yuan. "Heh, elder brother Kuai, this array formation of yours is already useless against me. If you don't wish to lose, quickly think of a way," Yi Yuan said to Kuai Liang as he punched out. Kuai Liang was also someone who was a veteran of 100 battles. Looking at Yi Yuan's performance in the 5th level, he knew that the array formation was already useless. Rumble. After a violent collision, Kuai Liang and Yi Yuan both separated. "Yi Yuan, you're indeed formidable. This array formation we brothers practiced for a very long time before slowly understanding it well. You merely entered the array for half a day and actually already have a thorough understanding of the array formation," Kuai Liang said with an emotional sigh. Yi Yuan's monstrousness totally exceeded his expectations. This boy seemed to have limitless means. He had already guarded this pass here for God knows how many years and had yet to be suppressed to this extent by a junior. Although he admired Yi Yuan's talent, Kuai Liang still felt very aggrieved. He was a powerhouse that controlled a region while he was still alive. Even if he became an illusionary spirit guarding this pass now, his pride still remained. Being beaten by Yi Yuan for 3 consecutive rounds like this, it brought out his temper. However, we brothers are not easy to bully. What I want to tell you is that not using array formations can instead increase our combat strength even more. Brothers, go full power, Kuai Liang roared. Each and every one of those illusionary spirits was like injected with stimulants. instantly erupting with a powerful aura. Even though their boundaries were still 4th-level Soul C, Yi Yuan suddenly felt that these illusionary spirits became somewhat different. As if all of a sudden, these illusionary spirits became gods of war one by one, giving people a feeling of peerlessness. Ha ha ha! How many years has it been since this feeling of hot blood boiling? Thank you, Yi Yuan. If it wasn't for you, we'd probably all remain as emotionless walking corpses, Kuai Liang said with a loud laugh. The Kuai Liang at this time was akin to a god of war, his eyes radiating a brilliant light as if two different persons from that previous lifelessness. Seeing Kuai Liang brimming with fighting spirit, Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Looks like these few years, elder brother Kuai was shackled by the rules and became overly cautious and didn't dare to act boldly. Since that's the case, I'll consult elder brother Kuai's true strength then." "Good. Yi Yuan. I'll put forth my best effort to defeat you. This round isn't that easy to clear. Go." Under Kuai Liang's command, those 30 illusionary spirits rushed towards Yi Yuan without any pattern at all. It was entirely different from that strict order previously. But Yi Yuan's face became solemn. These people became completely different. However, Yi Yuan naturally would not show weakness either. His figure moved, and he charged towards those illusionary spirits. With his current late-stage C transformation strength used in conjunction with the scorching true intent and concept of wind flow, it was not too difficult to contend with 4th-level Soul Cs. In an instant, Yi Yuan fell into these 30 people's encirclement. Different from landing in the array formation prior to this, these illusionary spirits' attacks were without any order to speak of. It was completely each fighting their own battles. But not knowing why, these people's combat power suddenly soared by a level. Furthermore, even though they were each fighting separate battle, the cooperation between each other was extremely well coordinated. Frequently, as Yi Yuan's fist was just thinking of hitting towards a person, he would suffer the pincer attacks of multiple people at the same time. Helpless, Yi Yuan could only give up the attack and switch to defense. The teamwork between these people was absolutely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Although there was no array formation's augmentation, the pressure that Yi Yuan felt was much stronger than when they formed an array formation. Yi Yuan crisscrossed among the illusionary spirits and displayed the wind flow true intent to the limits. There was actually a feeling of beyond one's power. This made Yi Yuan very baffled. Just what in the world happened to these people? Haha! Back then, we were all a mercenary team. Every fight was all acting in concert together. For close to 1,000 years, we ourselves can't remember clearly how many times we've fought together either. This sort of fighting instinct has long been assimilated into your blood already. Without the constraints of array formations, the teamwork between us will become even closer instead. Yi Yuan, if you can defeat us under this condition, you'll have the qualifications to accept the challenge of the final 3 levels, Kuai Liang said loudly. Yi Yuan was enlightened in his heart when he heard that. No wonder he had a feeling of being unable to carry out every time he attacked. Turns out that these people had long taken team fights as their own instincts. The incomparable trust between each other. Even communicating with their eyes was not needed, it was simply accomplishing things with a thought. Fighting instinctively like this was undoubtedly extremely formidable. So that's how it is. Elder brother and everyone else are indeed very strong. Your trust between each other also makes Yi Yuan visibly moved. However, the 7th level I must go. Finish talking. Yi Yuan's aura likewise erupted abruptly, soaring tremendously once more. Essence energy ignition. Flame movement carnage. Yi Yuan gave a roar. The essence energy within his body instantly ignited. Instantaneously, Yi Yuan's fist exploded with a dazzling red light. An appalling aura forced those illusionary spirits back. Following that, Yi Yuan swung out a fist, smashing it towards that group of illusionary spirits like a tempestuous storm. Rumble. The transmission true intent coupled with the scorching true intent, 2 types of true intents added together for the first time, making the power of flame movement carnage soar explosively. Even though Yi Yuan was facing a group of 4th-level Soul C experts, this punch still beat the opponent down to the mortal world like breaking a dead branch off a tree. Those dozen illusionary spirits at the forefront were practically obliterated by Yi Yuan at the first moment. Those illusionary spirits at the back also received injuries to varying degrees. However, Yi Yuan did not have the intent of stopping. A punch smashed over again, annihilating quite a few illusionary spirits once more. 2 punches down. Only a scanty few illusionary spirits remained in good condition. Seeing this scene, Kuai Liang's complexion was white as a sheet. This Yi Yuan was actually someone who had become stronger when encountering strong enemies. Regarding the strength of these brothers of his, Kuai Liang was all too clear. But even so, they were still crushed by Yi Yuan domineeringly. Those 2 punches earlier, even he felt terror. Too strong. Could it be that this boy had no limits? This group of people was all 4th level Soul C strength. What did this illustrate? This showed that when these people were at the 4th level Soul C, as a team still could not triumph over Yi Yuan this 5th level C transformation. Furthermore, when they were at the 4th level Soul C, they did not have their current concepts comprehension at all. Yi Yuan using these 2 punches perfectly elucidated what was called powerful. Kuai Liang looked at Yi Yuan and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! How many years has it been? The vast heaven pagoda finally welcomed an interesting youth. Yi Yuan, you're excellent. This vast heaven pagoda inheritance, the final 3 rounds are the most important. You have to put in great effort. Don't let me down. As he said, Kuai Liang swung his sword in a circle, then swiped towards his own neck. The other illusionary spirits all followed suit, all choosing to commit suicide. Very soon, Kuai Liang and the rest all revived from the dead, appearing in front of Yi Yuan once again. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, "Thank you very much, elder brother Kuai." Hoo-hoo. Thank for what? There has never been compassion in the martial artist's world. Only strength. If you don't have adequate strength, how can you be qualified to let me view you in a different light? Who knows how many martial artists came to this vast heaven pagoda? But barely any had the qualifications to let me a word more. And you have this qualification. All right, you go to the inheritance space then, Kuai Liang said. Yi Yuan nodded and said farewell. Cleared. Really made it through. The 7th level. 7th level. Outside the vast heaven pagoda, everyone's emotion was boiling over. The 7th level. This was a result which created history. Since Lu Linfeng made it into the 7th level, several thousand years had already passed. During this period, nobody ever made it inside. Lu Linfeng's prowess, nobody dared to dispute it. After a time interval of several thousand years, was another Grand Yen True Lord such existence going to appear again? Entering the 7th level meant that Yi Yuan at least made it into the top 5 in this 10,000 years. 10,000 years. How many geniuses slowly rose up, then vanished in the long process of history again? To be able to rank in the top 5 of all the geniuses in 10,000 years, this glory, just thinking about it made people feel excited. Quickly look. You guys, quickly look. Yi Yuan's name is changing again. On the light screen, the originally gilded Yi Yuan 2 characters were gradually plated with a layer of purple halo. The initially gold-colored name, after adding this layer of purple halo, actually became sacred. When the surrounding martial artists saw that name, a feeling of prostrating and worship actually birthed in their hearts. Yi Yuan's name actually became purple gold-colored. What does this represent? Ning Yixian said in astonishment. Ning Yixian, Qin Hongtao, and Jing Xian exchanged glances. Their hearts all had a conjecture which shocked them to the core. Yi Yuan should have perfectly cleared the round once again. Qi Hai's voice suddenly rang out. Hiss! Although they had surmised it in their hearts, hearing Qi Hai say it out, the shock in their hearts was still beyond words. The Grand Yen True Lord swept across the endless world after coming out from the vast heaven pagoda back then. This legend was passed down all the way until now. But Ning Yixian they all had never heard before that the Grand Yen True Lord had once perfectly cleared the rounds. How many times greater was the difficulty of the middle 3 levels compared to the first 3 levels? But under such circumstances, Yi Yuan still cleared the rounds perfectly? What in the world did Yi Yuan do inside this vast heaven pagoda? If he can even perfectly clear the 6th level, what kind of realm has his present strength already reached? Ning Yixian felt rather hard to wrap his mind around it. The middle 3 levels all configure the opponents according to the martial artist's own boundary. Yi Yuan's realm is only C transformation realm, but his true combat power can cross a major boundary. If it's like this, he has a huge advantage in clearing these middle 3 levels, Qin Hongtao said. Not so. When Yi Yuan was at the 5th level, the opponents he faced were all 1st level Soul C. I witnessed with my own eyes that those opponents were all killed by Yi Yuan. Qin Hongtao had just finished talking when a voice immediately jumped out to refute. Everyone turned around to look. It was precisely the Guotaochuan who was already kicked out of the 5th level. Guotaochuan's words stirred up an intense wave once again. What? You said that Yi Yuan's opponents in the 5th level were actually all 1st level Soul C. Ning Yixian's eyes became round as a ball. Guotaochuan nodded and said, That's right. Furthermore, there was the augmentation of array formation. The power of the illusionary spirit's killing array is very strong. Even if I have 3rd level Soul C strength right now, I might not be able to pass through the 5th level either. And I personally witnessed that Yi Yuan carried out a complete suppression against the illusionary spirit's killing array right from the start, all the way until they were all killed. Silence. Deathly silent. The news that Guotaochuan brought was even more astounding than Yi Yuan's name becoming purple gold earlier. A C transformation realm martial artist actually suppressed a group of Soul C realm illusionary spirits across the board, and he even killed all of them. How horrifying a combat power did this required? Oh right, what does this perfect completion that you guys talked about mean? Guotaochuan had just come out from the vast heaven pagoda and was still unaware of what perfect clear signified. Ning Yixian briefly explained to Guotaochuan. Guotaochuan was not as shocked as imagined, because he already personally witnessed Yi Yuan's prowess in the vast heaven pagoda. Except that after hearing Ning Yixian's explanation, Guotaochuan could not help saying with a bitter smile, Looks like at the 5th level, Yi Yuan did not use his full strength. I reckon that the opponents in the 6th level are at least at the 3rd level Soul C realm. Maybe even 4th level Soul C. He actually still killed all the opponents same as before. This shows that the 5th level was just an appetizer to him. Guotaochuan never could have expected that the vast heaven pagoda trip this time actually pulled apart the distance between him and Yi Yuan so greatly. The present Yi Yuan was already on an entirely different level from them, these juniors. Ren Xingchuan's entire body was somewhat trembling right now. How many years has it been since he was so agitated? Even when he became Wufang City Lord back then, he had not been so agitated before too. The worry in the beginning to the pride and arrogance now. This sort of situation made him, this old man who had experienced the hardships of life, somewhat surging with agitation in his heart. At present, Ren Xingchuan involuntarily recalled the scene of him forcing Yihang and Ren Hongling husband and wife out of Wufang City back then. Thinking about it, he truly did something extremely foolish back then. If one person's willpower was not staunch enough between the two of them, how could he have such a remarkable grandson now? If his separation of the loving couple back then succeeded. Ren Xingchuan even did not quite dare to imagine right now. Yi Yuan's rising momentum was too strong. With Yi Yuan around, Wufang City would become the entire endless world's pinnacle existence for at least 1,000 years. Before long, Wufang City would completely quash the 3 sects, becoming the #1 major faction in this endless world. Ren Xingchuan was an ambitious old man. Thinking about Wufang City's future, he was rather agitated. In the inheritance space, Yi Yuan appeared, but his expression froze. A black-clothed man was currently standing with his hands behind his back, and his back facing Yi Yuan. You're very decent. In this recent 10,000 years, you're the first young genius to perfectly clear the first 6 levels. This black-clothed person was clearly that mysterious person in the inheritance space previously. Regarding this mysterious person making an appearance in person, Yi Yuan was rather surprised. He even thought that this person would be like before, remotely controlling here from some hidden place. Looks like consecutively clearing the rounds perfectly twice had already made this black-clothed person have a completely new appraisal of him. So, you felt that I have the qualifications to let you show up and meet in person? Yi Yuan said with a faint smile and was not very overwhelmed by the grace. The black-clothed person was clearly quite surprised. This boy seemed to forever be this calm and collected. Nothing could visibly move him. He was completely not unlike a lower realm's youth. This boy actually even haggled with him previously, angering him plenty. Now that he showed up in person to meet, this boy still had a punchable look. Really makes people displeased. The black-clothed person did not speak. He just casually waved his hand. A small bottle appeared in Yi Yuan's hand. "This is the reward for your second perfect clear," the black-clothed person said. Yi Yuan checked his palm and could not help sizing up the small bottle. Inside the bottle was stark empty and only had a drop of fresh blood. This drop of blood was clearly not quite the same as ordinary blood. It was not bright red in color but revealed a golden color in the bright red. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan's expression changed. Could this be a divine beast blood essence? Yi Yuan evidently recognized this item and said in amazement. The black-clothed person turned around rather surprisedly, but his profile remained hidden in the black robes. Yi Yuan could not see at all. Furthermore, Yi Yuan felt that this black-clothed person before his eyes had a quite unreal sensation. He was clearly standing in front of him, but seemed to be very distant away. This made him slightly apprehensive in his heart. The black-clothed person's strength was most likely not an ordinary kind of strong. "You actually know about divine beast blood essence? Looks like your background isn't normal," said the black-clothed person in surprise. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and forcefully pressed down the shock in his heart and said, "You must be kidding, senior. Within this fresh blood, it faintly exudes a golden color. This is the hallmark of demonic beasts starting to evolve to become divine beasts. This second perfect clear's reward was simply too generous." Yi Yuan could not help quivering in his heart as well when he recognized this drop of blood essence. What was the concept of a divine beast? Every divine beast was all genuine deity realm powerhouses. The so-called divine beasts under this stretch of heaven now were actually all rubbish. At the very most, they could only be hailed as divine beast progenies. True divine beasts no longer existed in this world. Hence, how precious this drop of blood essence in Yi Yuan's hands could not be imagined at all. Yi Yuan knew that there were that few demonic beasts in the divine realm. Their blood was this sort of color as well. However, those few demonic beasts were all the divine realm's peak existences. Among the human martial artists, only existences like the 10 great divine kings could be on par with them. Wanting to obtain their blood was simply nothing more than wishful thinking. Yi Yuan never could have imagined that he could actually obtain a drop of blood like this inside this vast heaven pagoda. Hehe, this boy are indeed interesting. To actually even know about this sort of thing. That's right. This is a drop of true dragon's blood. Since you know that this is a divine beast blood essence, about its usage you don't need me to say any further, right? The black-clothed person said smilingly. The black-clothed person played it down, but Yi Yuan's entire body trembled. His eyes revealed a look of disbelief as he said, "What did you say? This is a true dragon's blood." This time, Yi Yuan was really astonished. Although deity realm powerhouses were already gone like clouds dissipating, the footsteps of martial artists' pursuit of the deity realm had never stopped. The legend of deity realm powerhouses also circulated on in the divine realm all along. Divine beasts were undoubtedly extremely formidable existences. But among divine beasts there were distinction of superiority and inferiority too. The 4 great divine beasts were clearly the pinnaclemost existences among divine beasts. Now, Yi Yuan actually obtained a drop of true dragon's blood. Even if this drop of blood essence came from one that had yet to completely evolve to become a divine beast, it was still an extremely valuable item. Heh brat, are you still going to say that the things which this seat gives you are worthless now? Said the black-clothed person with some ridicule. Yi Yuan was speechless. This fellow still remembered this matter until now. This person's strength was unfathomable. To think that he was actually so narrow-minded, involuntarily making Yi Yuan feel contempt in his heart. But he gave away so many valuable things. Yi Yuan could not very well give him a blow. He just clasped his hands and said, "Many thanks for senior's gift." Yi Yuan was not some hillbilly who had not seen the world after all. After the shock, Yi Yuan adjusted his state of mind very quickly and recovered. When the black-clothed person saw that Yi Yuan actually recovered back to normal so quickly, he was also rather surprised secretly. Even a fellow who did not know about the goods also knew just how precious an item like true dragon's blood was, let alone Yi Yuan who recognized it at a glance. Facing such temptation, this fellow could actually remain so composed. This involuntarily made the black-clothed person's appraisal of Yi Yuan rise up a level once again. No need to thank me. These are the rules that fellow set. Since you cleared perfectly the second time, this is the reward that you deserve. But I have to warn you, true dragon's blood is abnormally tyrannical. Your current boundary is still too low. I advise that you better wait until after divine traversing realm before taking it. Or else, if you explode from being loaded up by the true dragon's blood, I'm not responsible, the black-clothed person said. True dragon's blood was extremely tyrannical and violent. Ordinary martial artists were unable to harness it at all. Even if ordinary martial artists obtained true dragon's blood, they would not dare easily consume it either. But Yi Yuan said with a laugh, although taking the true dragon's blood at the divine traversing realm is safe, the benefits to me won't be that great anymore. At present, my essence energy sea has just opened up not long ago. Consuming this true dragon's blood is precisely the ideal period. When Yi Yuan knew that this was true dragon's blood, he already made up his mind to immediately consume it. Yi Yuan naturally knew the overbearingness of true dragon's blood. But he also knew that his condition at the moment was precisely the ideal period for consuming the true dragon's blood. See, Transformation Realm was a new beginning, and it was also the foundation of all the boundaries in the future. The four great divine beasts were all the beloved of heaven and earth. True dragon's blood had the powerful effect of remolding a martial artist's bloodline. Not only could it let the martial artist increase their boundary within a short period of time, but also it could even let the martial artist's affinity with heaven and earth essence energy rise multiple levels, greatly increasing the martial artist's cultivation speed. This, to martial artists, was simply a priceless treasure. The black-clothed man snickered coldly when he heard that and said, "Brat, I admit that you're extraordinarily talented, but don't be arrogant and overweening too. Arrogant people never have any good endings. Even though you are aware of divine beast bloodlines, you've never experienced before how powerful divine beast bloodlines are, right? True dragon's blood is an extremely powerful existence among divine beast bloodlines too. If you swallow it with your present boundary, you'll die for sure." Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Senior, since this true dragon's blood is my reward, then I'm the one who makes the call, right?" The black-clothed person's expression involuntarily choked up as he said indignantly, "Fine. I see that you're a talent. That's why I'm giving you a piece of advice. Since you're courting death yourself, then I'm not to be blamed for it. Although your talent is decent, your disposition is terrible. Even if you don't die today, you'll die sooner or later in the future due to your wild arrogance." However, Yi Yuan was neither anxious nor worried as he said with a smile, "Many thanks for Senior's concern. But Yi Yuan's matters, I have a score in my heart. True dragon's blood is so powerful. If I can't bring out its full might, wouldn't it be a wanton waste of God's good gifts? Don't you agree, Senior?" "Humph. All the best to you," said the black-clothed person with a cold snort and vanished with that. Yi Yuan looked at the true dragon's blood in his hand and could not help being out of sorts. He also did not expect that the vast heaven pagoda trip this time, the gains would actually be so bountiful. Regardless whether was it the nameless essence energy or the vast heaven steel or the 9 characters true word formula, they were all top-notch treasures. Even when placed in the divine realm, it was very hard to come by as well. And the 6th level's perfect completion would actually reward him with a drop of true dragon's blood. This was truly an unexpected surprise. To say such words, it was not exaggerated at all. Martial artists who got their hands on true dragon's blood and used it could be said to cast off their old self and be reborn anew. Even if it were a pig, his cultivation speed would also be swift to the extent where it made ordinary people despair. Cultivating essence energy had always been painstaking work. Even though Yi Yuan could pop pills, along with his boundary getting increasingly higher, the requirements towards medicinal herbs also became progressively greater. He did not have a medicine king hall behind him to support his cultivation now. Even if he could bear the costs of medicinal herbs, he could not find so many high-tier medicinal herbs either. Furthermore, frankly speaking, this body's talent honestly was not much. It had tremendously huge constraints on Yi Yuan's cultivation speed as well. Yi Yuan's boundary rising until now was basically all relying on medicinal pills and lucky encounters. Strictly following the routine cultivation time was really not much. With this true dragon's blood, he would not need to worry about cultivation speed this problem anymore in the future. Right away, Yi Yuan sat down with his legs crossed without any hesitation and entered heart-like still water heart realm to adjust his body's condition to the prime. True dragon's blood was powerful, but just as the black-clothed person said, a moment of carelessness and it would stuff the martial artist until they exploded. Even though Yi Yuan had confidence in subjugating this true dragon's blood, he did not dare to slack off in the slightest either. This was a tempo of playing with one's life. Yi Yuan carefully opened up the small bottle. A peerlessly tyrannical aura gushed out, seemingly wanted to rip this entire stretch of space to shreds. Instantly, Yi Yuan seemed to have seen a true dragon rush out of the small bottle, circling around in the air. Indeed, well deserving of being a true dragon's blood. Even if it's just one drop of blood essence, it has such power too. Yi Yuan praised with a sigh. Without hesitation, Yi Yuan directly swallowed the blood essence into his abdomen. Immediately, he felt like his internal body was like being immolated. Only at this instant did Yi Yuan know what was genuinely called viscera burning up. Arg! Yi Yuan could not hold back a long cry, reverberating around the entire inheritance space. Inside the void, the black-clothed person watched this scene indifferently as he said coldly, "A brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Originally thought that you were somewhat different from the others. Didn't think that you're still a fool? Refining true dragon's blood. The most terrifying thing isn't the energy contained within the true dragon's blood, but the dreadful true dragon's will. Even for divine traversing realm martial artists, a moment of carelessness and they would have their will obliterated by the true dragon's will as well, becoming a walking corpse. Forget it. A fool like this, if he's dead, then he's dead. Nothing to feel regret about either." Yi Yuan clenched his teeth till it chattered. Every inch of skin and flesh on his body was immolating. The surface skin and flesh actually gradually cracked open, looking very awful. Yi Yuan was still under the heart-like still water heart realm right now. All of the pain all appeared especially vivid. That anguish gave people an impulse to want to commit suicide. True dragon's blood was indeed abnormally tyrannical. It actually wanted to forcibly load Yi Yuan up to death. Within all of Yi Yuan's meridians at the moment, violent energy was teeming everywhere. Even when Yi Yuan revolved the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art to the limits, it was unable to digest those violent energies either. Very soon, Yi Yuan fell into an extreme crisis. Seeing Yi Yuan's wretched appearance, the black-clothed person could not help rebuking him again. "Heh. Tasted the hardships, right? Who asked you to be arrogant?" Even though this true dragon's blood isn't a genuine divine beast's blood essence, the energy contained within is also not what a puny little sea transformation realm like you can subjugate. Truly a fool. As the black-clothed person said this, he suddenly gave a melancholic sigh. He said, finally managed to found a peerlessly talented genius. Didn't think that he would actually die just like this. That fellow is seriously. Why did he have to freaking give some true dragon's blood? It's great now, isn't it? To wait for another genius like this, no idea how many years it will take either. Outside of the vast heaven pagoda, a commotion suddenly arose. A soul sea realm martial artist barged into the vast heaven mystic realm and sprinted straight for Ning Yixian. Alliance chief, things are bad. That martial artist had a manner of utmost urgency. Ning Yixian's heart thumped, but he still asked in a low voice, "What happened?" This martial artist was his confidant. He stayed in Wufang City to assist a heavenly martial sex grand elder in dealing with alliance matters. Looking at his appearance, something extraordinary most likely happened. Indeed, that martial artist said with a look of righteous indignation, Fierce Gale World's 5 great titans personally moved out, directly storming and capturing the northern domain's southeastern strategic city, Cloud Iron City, and activated the transmission array. Now, Fierce Gale World martial artists already invaded the northern domain on a large scale, attacking and occupying the southeastern side's 3 cities in one move. Furthermore, with this, everybody's expressions changed. The fierce Gale World's 5 great titans personally moving out. This was terrible. The fierce Gale World did not have any activities all along after entering the southern domain for so many. To think that once they moved out it was so swift, precise, and fierce. Ning Yixian, they all originally thought that with the endless forest, this natural protective defense, the fierce Gale World wanting to invade en masse could not be accomplished within a short period. Who knew that these 5 titans would actually be so decisive in going for the kill, directly attack over the endless forest? Those beneath divine traversing realm were incapable of flying over directly. Only by entering the divine traversing realm could one have sufficient capabilities to preserve themselves. The 5 great titans personally moved out to seize the transmission array. This was what Ning Yixian did not expect prior to this. Furthermore, what? Don't be like a woman. Quickly say, Ning Yixian said anxiously. That martial artist said with a look of grief and anger. Furthermore, after the fierce Gale World occupied those 3 cities, they actually issued the order to slaughter the people, killing all of the endless world martial artists in those 3 cities. The count is most likely as massive as in the millions. What? What did you say? Slaughter everyone in the 3 cities? Ning Yixian doubted his own ears a little. Could it be that those people were all madmen? According to what Yi Yuan said and looking from the situation that they came to learn about now, the fierce Gale World only came for the endless world's resources. If they adopted conciliatory strategies, the endless world would definitely have many people whose determination was not firm cross over to the other side. But once this sort of tactic like slaughtering the city was implemented, it would undoubtedly arouse all the endless world's martial artists' frenzied resistance. Such a simple logic, could it be that those fierce Gale World martial artists did not know? 1,000,000 martial artists were just a small figure to the endless world. But the influence of the massacring of the city's occupants this time towards this war was massive. This was forcing all the endless world's martial artists to rise up in resistance. Either you die or I perish. The fierce Gale World's way of doing things left everyone very perplexed. We planted quite a few hidden agents in the southern domain. Nearby the endless forest has a lot of hidden sentries too. Could it be that they did not detect anything in advance? Ning Yixian said furiously. Although both ends of the endless forest basically broke off contact, as the alliance chief, how could Ning Yixian possibly not think of ways to plant some informants in the southern domain? If one was oblivious to the situation, this war did not need to be fought either. That martial artist shook his head and said, no news was sent back from the southern side. The hidden agents in the endless forest detected it. But the 5 great peak sovereigns' speed was too fast. They simply could not transmit the information in time. Ning Yixian felt a headache. The 3 cities were just a small area of land to the Ning Yixian. But once this hole opened up, the fierce Gale World could send in reinforcements endlessly through these 3 cities. This realm war was also considered to have officially started. Ho! Old Hai, how do you view it? Ning Yixian was also rather ruffled at this time and could only ask Chi Hai. Chi Hai had his brows tightly locked all this while as well. Seeing Ning Yixian inquire, he waved his hand and said, you lead the others back first. I'll wait here for Yi Yuan and the other 2 to come out. Gauge out the intention of the other party massacring the cities first before deciding again. Additionally, spread this information around the world. Let every martial artist in the endless world all know that they already don't have a way out. If it's not the fierce Gale World's defeat, then it's our own death. Chi Hai clearly could not figure out what the other party was playing at either. Ever since the realm passageway linked together, the information that the endless world knew about the fierce Gale World was seriously too little. They were simply unable to have any effective response. Ning Yixian heaved a sigh when he heard that and said, there's only this as well. Then I have to trouble old Hai with Yi Yuan. I'll bring them back right away. Chi Hai's brows were tightly locked. He nodded his head but did not speak, lifting his head to look at that purple-gold name on the light screen. Only after Ning Yixian brought everyone away did Chi Hai look at Yi Yuan's name and said with a long sigh, Yi Yuan, you're the endless world's final hope. Quickly get stronger. Inside the inheritance space, Yi Yuan's breath became weaker and weaker. The boundless energy contained in the true dragon's blood looked to be loading him up until he was about to explode. Right at this time, a majestic consciousness instantly intruded inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness and turned into an azure dragon's appearance. Boy, you actually dare to refine this noble true dragon's blood. Pay the price for your ignorance. The azure dragon was very haughty inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. At this time, although Yi Yuan was in unbearable pain, under heart like still water heart realm, he could still preserve his own consciousness. In front of this young master, you dare to call yourself noble? Yi Yuan said coldly. Ha ha ha. You are but a sea transformation realm little bastard. To also dare be arrogant in front of our noble dragon race. Wait until I thoroughly obliterate your consciousness and turn you into a walking corpse. See what you still have to be arrogant in front of this dragon, said the azure dragon with a roaring laugh. With the likes of you? Yi Yuan said with a disdainful look. Humph. Ignorant child, still being stubborn on your deathbed. Although this dragon is just a tiny bit of remnant consciousness, to deal with a sea transformation realm brat like you, isn't it still defeating you with ease? Watch closely, this dragon will completely wipe away your consciousness right now. Finish talking. The azure dragon gave a dragon roar, shocking until Yi Yuan's consciousness nearly collapsed and almost dissipated. Damn it! Why isn't there any activity from the golden characters yet? If this carries on, this lousy dragon is really going to disintegrate my consciousness. The will of an azure dragon was no joke. They were the proudest existence beneath this sky, and also the most overbearing existence. Even just a tiny hint of remnant will was extremely proud and powerful too. Yi Yuan waited without fear. What he relied on was naturally the golden characters in his sea of consciousness. But until now, they did not have any movements at all. Damn it! In the end, I still have to rely on myself. 1,000 augmenting soul incantation. Break for me. Yi Yuan's condensed his own consciousness to become a sword, stabbing towards that azure dragon. Ha ha! Paltry tricks. Want to deal with this dragon with just the likes of this? The azure dragon extended a dragon claw, lightly grabbing towards that sword. Yet, right at this time, the black bead within Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness suddenly quivered. The next instant, that colossal azure dragon illusion seemed to be struck by lightning, actually unable to move his entire body. The dragon claw that he extended froze there too, unable to advance an inch. Swish! The soul sword that Yi Yuan condensed penetrated through the azure dragon illusion just like this. The confrontation between consciousnesses was the most perilous. Yi Yuan's soul sword condensed all of his attainments on the divine soul. This attack was by no means insignificant. Arg! How can this dragon be killed by a sea transformation realm brat? Impossible. Impasse. The azure dragon's roars gradually became weaker, all the way until that phantom turned into nothing, and finally vanishing. Who? Yi Yuan let out a long breath, looking at that black bead in his sea of consciousness with an astonished gaze. Just what is this black bead's origin? To actually be able to produce such power to restrain a true dragon's will. If not for the black bead remedying the situation today, it was absolutely impossible for Yi Yuan to finish off the azure dragon with such ease. This black bead was too mysterious. Also don't know just what was its origins. But through today's matters, Yi Yuan could confirm that this black bead's origin was absolutely extraordinary. One had to know that a true dragon had one of the strongest types of will in this world. Even Yi Yuan did not dare say he had full confidence in dealing with it either. But that black bead just quivered slightly and that azure dragon formed from that strand of will actually become incapable of moving. At this moment, Yi Yuan discovered to his dismay that he had many staggering secrets on him, yet he could not control even a single one of them. No time to think too much. Better absorb the true dragon's blood fast. Yi Yuan calmed his mind very quickly and absorbed the true dragon's blood in full force. Without the true dragon will's guiding, this true dragon's blood became much more obedient. It was not as tyrannical and brutal as before. The powerful energy in the dragon blood continuously baptized Yi Yuan's body, strengthening his essence energy. Yi Yuan's aura could be seen with the naked eye to be strengthening rapidly. After half a day, Yi Yuan successfully broke through to the 6th level sea transformation. And? What's going on? That boy is actually breaking through? When the black-clothed person saw that Yi Yuan was already severely injured and on the verge of dying, he was disinclined to pay attention to him again any longer. At this time, suddenly detecting somebody breaking through, he hurriedly paid close attention to Yi Yuan. With this look, he could not help jumping in fright. The flesh and skin on Yi Yuan's body covered in cracks not only recovered as good as new at this time, it even became brass-colored, faintly exuding powerful strength. Not only did Yi Yuan not show the slightest hint of being injured, but his aura also was terrifyingly powerful. Did he really succeed in refining the true dragon's blood? How is this possible? True dragon will is abnormally ruthless and tyrannical. He's only see transformation realm. How can he possibly beat the true dragon will? This time, the black-clothed person was really stunned. Yi Yuan's aura rose without ceasing. After breaking through to the 6th level C transformation, the momentum still did not reduce, instead, surging towards the 7th level C transformation. At the same time, Yi Yuan's skeleton was also rattling. His body was still undergoing the dragon blood's baptism. When the black-clothed person saw this scene, he was truly astonished until he could not speak. Yi Yuan was breaking through boundaries while tempering his physique on the side. What kind of freak was this fellow? One had to know that although there was no true dragon will, tempering the physique was something extremely perilous. A single mishap and one would run amok. Breaking through boundaries was likewise something which did not tolerate any hint of mistakes and was also exceptionally easy for the person to become deranged. These two matters doing at the same time, the risk of running amok would increase tremendously. But Yi Yuan the psycho was actually carrying it out in a systematic order. Yi Yuan's aura rose without stopping and arrived at the 7th level C transformation's boundary very soon. This was the moment which was the most exhilarating for martial artists, but it was also the most dangerous moment. The black-clothed person watched until his heart leaped to his throat. How could he know that Yi Yuan under heart-like still water realm doing something like dual tasking was not something that was hard? The process of breaking through to the 7th level C transformation was not as perilous as the black-clothed person imagined. It was completed easily like water flowing when a channel was formed. Yi Yuan's body at present already underwent a thorough remolding transformation. Breaking through was even less of a burden. But the boundless energy contained within the dragon blood still did not end like this all the way until Yi Yuan broke through to the 8th level C transformation did it finally stop. When a brand new Yi Yuan appeared before the black-clothed person's eyes, his entire person was in a complete daze. This boy, he really succeeded. His original talent was already very startling. Having experienced the dragon blood's remolding at this time, it's simply going to be heaven-defying. The black-clothed person sucked in a cold breath. Yi Yuan was very pleased with his current body. Even if he did not use essence energy, his entire body was filled with the feeling of strength too. He had a feeling that even if he did not make use of essence energy, he could sweep away C transformation realm martial artists too. The power of dragon blood is indeed heaven-defying. My physical body actually became formidable to such a degree. A large quantity of true dragon aura is held within my essence energy right now. It can at least increase the power of my martial techniques by 30%. Furthermore, the power of the dragon blood did not dissipated but actually fused into my blood, creating a sort of bloodline. One could say that I'm currently already a half-dragon physique. Yi Yuan examined his own body and was inexplicably thrilled too. This true dragon's blood was too terrifying. What it brought to him was simply a completely remolding transformation. The original Yi Yuan with mediocre talent was now a genius in its true sense at present. Yi Yuan felt like he had a sensation of teeming with power and he could not refrain from lifting his head up and giving a long howl, unleashing a punch abruptly. Flame, movement, carnage. Once the fiery red fist shadow appeared, the entire space seemed to be trembling. Intense trembling as well as detonation sounds emitted in the air. This boy! The black-clothed person was also very alarmed when he saw this punch of Yi Yuan's. With Yi Yuan's current strength, ordinary late-stage soul seas were completely not his match. Breaking through boundaries, Yi Yuan's current mood was excellent. He cupped his fists and said to the void, "Many thanks to Senior for gifting dragon blood. Yi Yuan is endlessly grateful." The black-clothed person could not help choking up. He previously swore that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. But now, not only was Yi Yuan standing in front of him perfectly well, his strength even soared by leaps and bounds. At present, Yi Yuan gave thanks. Although there was no intention of mocking him, the black-clothed person's face was burning hot. The black-clothed person was embarrassed to acknowledge this. He just casually waved his hand. The vast heaven steel landed in the inheritance space with a bang. Yi Yuan saw that the black-clothed person did not seem to have the intention of opening his mouth, so he just smiled and walked towards the vast heaven steel. When Yi Yuan's divine sense probed into the vast heaven steel, he could not help being greatly taken aback. What I visualize is still the scorching true intent. Why would I come to a stretch of frozen and snow-covered land? Is there a mistake? No way, right? The vast heaven steel can make mistakes too, Yi Yuan said in surprise. As far as the eye could see, it was entirely a vast expanse of whiteness. Not a single crap to do with fire at all. Yi Yuan's thinking was very simple. No matter how many true intents one comprehended, it was also not as practical as specializing in one true intent. Rather than wasting time to visualize other true intents, might as well cultivate the scorching true intent to supreme level. True intent to supreme true intent was a massive chasm of difference. Crossing it would be a boundless plane. Unable to cross it, and one could only fade into the crowd. In the divine realm, one could not tell how many martial artists could grasp true intent, but it was far from what those at the lower realms could compare to. Yet, those able to grasp supreme true intent were in the minority. Yi Yuan had never been satisfied with grasping true intent. His goal was supreme true intent. Only by grasping supreme true intent could he have the qualifications to contend with Ji Kanglin, to have the capital to avenge his hatred. Although the Azure Dipper floating zero sword intent was powerful, it was still unable to defeat Ji Kanglin. As the number one expert of the Medicine King Hall, how could Ji Kanglin possibly not have supreme true intent? Ji Kanglin was indeed a rarely seen genius of the martial path. Even if his strength were inferior to the 10 great divine kings, the disparity would not be too great either. Wanting to surpass Ji Kanglin, Yi Yuan needed to become even stronger. Yi Yuan could roam unhindered in the lower realms, but he himself knew that after going to the divine realm, his advantage would not be that big anymore. He could even disregard the immense disparity of a major boundary to cross boundaries and challenge others in the endless world. But reaching the divine realm, even if he could cross boundaries to challenge, it was also impossible to ignore the gap between levels. There were large numbers of martial artists in the divine realm who could grasp true intent. Among them, there was no lack of martial artists who grasped some extremely powerful true intents. So much so that the divine realm's young generation already comprehended the elementary form of supreme true intent at this current realm of his. Compared to those people, Yi Yuan's advantage was naturally all gone as well. Therefore, right now, Yi Yuan could only become even stronger. Only then would he have the capital to gain a foothold when arriving at the divine realm. But comprehending true intents simply had no way of letting him become stronger. Only supreme true intents could let him walk further. With Yi Yuan's talent, him casually comprehending multiple true intents in this vast heaven steel was not an issue. But supreme true intent was different. Comprehending true intent was with decades and centuries as a unit of measurement. And many divine kings in the divine realm only comprehended one supreme true intent throughout their lifetime. It could be seen how hard it was to comprehend supreme true intent. Furthermore, the scorching true intent was even a kind that was extremely hard to comprehend among them. Even if Yi Yuan was brimming with confidence, it was also impossible to succeed in comprehending entirely inside this vast heaven steel within a short period of time. But without any doubt, this vast heaven steel could let his comprehension road shrink tremendously. But what the hell was this right now? What Yi Yuan wanted to comprehend was the scorching supreme true intent, not the extreme cold supreme true intent. Why would the vast heaven steel send him to such an environment? But what the hell is this place? It's really cold. In this space, Yi Yuan's consciousness was seemingly about to be frozen. This also involuntarily made him release the scorching true intent to resist this kind of extreme cold weather. Very soon, Yi Yuan discovered that his own essence energy expenditure speed was very rapid. Even with Yi Yuan's control over essence energy reaching a very subtle degree, He only persisted for half a day's time before being completely frozen into a popsicle. Extreme cold concept and scorching concept were two kinds of diametrically opposed concepts. Yi Yuan determined that this was not the vast heaven steal's blunder very soon, but it wanted him to temper his scorching true intent through this sort of method. This degree of extreme cold Yi Yuan was completely unable to comprehend. Extreme cold true intent belonged to the isotribute true intent, and isotribute true intents belonged to an important branch of concept of water. Yi Yuan had not even learned the rudiments of the concept of water, let alone say comprehending the extreme cold true intent. This was like a Soul Sea realm martial artist telling an Essence Chi realm martial artist how Soul Sea realms cultivated. Those at the Essence Chi realm were simply unable to comprehend. Hence, this way of tempering true intent was surely for the sake of the scorching true intent. It was just that how to go and comprehend the scorching supreme true intent, Yi Yuan did not have any clues at all. However, he was not in a rush either. The scorching supreme true intent was too hard to comprehend. He had never thought of accomplishing it in one stroke. Since the vast heaven steel space had a shortcut to walk, he actually saved a lot of time already. If placed in the outside world, who knows how much time he had to spend before he could find a way to learn the basics. Scorching true intent to supreme true intent, the scorching supreme true intent, there was a massive ridge. Even the spirit-bristle divine king also spent several hundred years back then before succeeding in comprehending. If Yi Yuan could comprehend successfully within a few days, then it would really be a joke. To be able to achieve a position among the 10 great divine kings, which one of them wasn't somebody with unparalleled talent. Though Yi Yuan's comprehension abilities were high, to talk about being hundreds, thousands of times greater than the spirit-bristle divine king, that was too exaggerated as well. The black-clothed person stared at Yi Yuan from inside the void and muttered to himself, "This boy is indeed a self-aware person. He knows the logic of biting off more than one can chew. Looks like his horizons are much greater compared to the other endless world martial artists." True intent is but the start of cultivation. What's truly powerful is still supreme true intent. If this boy can comprehend the scorching supreme true intent, then the next 3 rounds most likely won't be able to stump him. The black-clothed person thought about it, and he could not help laughing in spite of himself and said, "I'm really muddled up by this punk. The scorching supreme true intent is one of the pinnacle few kinds of supreme true intents. Even if his talent is monstrous, without 180 years one can also forget about having some accomplishments. Right now, inside the inheritance space, the time flow is 30-1. The second perfect clear has a reward of 6 days, which is also to say that he only has 180 days time. 180 days to comprehend the scorching supreme true intent isn't even enough to fill the gaps between one's teeth. Right? 180 years to have some accomplishments, this was already a tremendously high appraisal of Yi Yuan. One had to know that for a divine king powerhouse in the divine realm, if he could comprehend the scorching supreme true intent during his lifetime, his strength would be an immensely powerful existence among divine kings. Yi Yuan being able to have some accomplishments in 80 to 100 years, such an appraisal could not be said to not be high. 180 days in comparison to 180 years was truly just a twinkle. Even wanting to cross the threshold was very challenging. Time flew by quickly in the inheritance space for Yi Yuan. In the outside world, only a few short days had passed. As expected, Qin Yen and Yin Yen were both killed in the 5th level by the illusionary spirits, killing Array and kicked out of the vast heaven pagoda. When they heard that Yi Yuan cleared the first 6 levels perfectly, each one of them was shocked until they could not close their mouths. Apart from the 2 of them, Qi Hai even let Lu Hong and Guotaochuan stay. These 4 strongest people of the junior generation were all now beside Qi Hai. "The 4 of you just cultivate in seclusion here. I'll safeguard you guys. You all should have much comprehension and benefits in the vast heaven pagoda. Entering seclusion at this time is the most optimum period. The outside world's matters naturally have those divine traversing realm experts to go and worry over. Having the few of you more to join them won't have much impact," Qi Hai said to the 4 people. "Yes, Old Hai," the 4 people acknowledged in unison. "Old Hai, did you keep us behind for the sake of cultivation?" Guotaochuan plucked up his courage and asked weakly. Although they were the strongest ones among the junior generation in front of Qi Hai, they were still out-and-out juniors. This old Hai before their eyes was a legendary class expert. He was an existence even more powerful than their old ancestors. Chi-Hai said coolly, "It's naturally not just for cultivation. I kept you guys behind in order to wait for Yi Yuan to come out." Chi-Hai did not hide it either, directly saying out his true intentions. Wait for Yi Yuan? Lu Hong was a bit stunned. Guitaochuan and the others were not surprised at all. They had clearly expected it to some extent long ago. Actually, Lu Hong was still extremely dejected in his heart right now. Although he achieved the goal of shocking everyone with one move this vast heaven pagoda trip this time, he never would have thought that an existence 100 times, 1,000 times more monstrous than him would actually emerge too. Under Yi Yuan's halo, his sense of existence was weakened to the extreme. This kind of psychological depression, he could not talk to others either. He could only be depressed by himself secretly. In the end, he was held back by Chi-Hai and was even chuckling to himself for a bit secretly, thinking that he was going to get old Hai's heavy grooming. Who knew that he would hear Chi-Hai say so right now, that he only let the few of them stayed behind for the sake of Yi Yuan. This made the little bit of hope that just sprung up for him be extinguished again mercilessly. Chi-Hai was shrewd and experienced with age. How could he not perceive Lu Hong's emotions? But he just treated as if he did not see and said coolly, "Yi Yuan's gains in this vast heaven pagoda trip this time is definitely more than what we imagine. After he comes out this time, he'll become the indisputable leader of your junior generation. I believe that in the near future, he might become the entire endless world's young people's idol. This point, you all need to have a clear understanding yourselves. I know that the four of you are all proud individuals and arrogant at heart. But in front of Yi Yuan, you guys don't have the capital to be arrogant in the least bit. Do you understand?" The Qin Yen trio all nodded their heads slightly when they heard that. They had long already accepted this fact. Yi Yuan's rising speed was seriously too fast. They could not catch up even by whipping their horses. The martial artist world had always been a world which talked using strength. Yi Yuan already used his strength to utterly conquer these so-called strongest people in the junior generation, especially when they saw that scene of Yi Yuan killing the illusionary spirits in the 5th level. It simply made them unable to give rise to the desire to chase after. Yet, before entering the vast heaven pagoda, Lu Hong had not heard of Yi Yuan before at all. This made him feel in his heart some difficulties to adapt to things. Chi-Hai's words were actually primarily said for him to hear. Chi-Hai frowned slightly. Lu Hong involuntarily shuddered and hurriedly said, "Old Hai, Lu Hong understands." Chi-Hai nodded his head and continued, "The purpose of me making you guys stay behind is very simple. The realm war has already started in full scale now. From now onwards, the four of you have to keep on following by Yi Yuan's side, and listen to his instructions. You don't need to look at me with those eyes. I'm not asking you guys to break away from your own sex, but I am taking into consideration for the sake of your futures, and for the sake of the endless world's future. Following by his side, you will receive endless benefits. Of course, I won't force you guys to stay by his side. If you yourselves aren't willing, you can leave right now." Finished talking, Chi-Hai pulled out a flask of wine calmly and went to the stone table by the side to start pouring himself a cup to drink on his own. This was the immortal remembrance jade brew that Yi Yuan gave him. This time, he specially brought it along with him. He knew that these four people would definitely be very conflicted and surely would not have an answer for a short while. Forget about Lu Hong, the other three people were all the top proud children of heaven of a world, gathering millions of gazes on them. Even if they admired Yi Yuan very much right now, it also did not represent that they were willing to be Yi Yuan's underlings, listening to Yi Yuan's assignment for every matter. But Chi-Hai had his own considerations. Yi Yuan had never belonged to the endless world. He was destined to radiate splendor in the divine realm. With Yi Yuan's current improvement speed, he believed that this day would not be too distant. Maybe 10 years, but even so, the maximum would not exceed 20 years. However, to talk about where the endless world's final hope lay, that was absolutely Yi Yuan. Zhao Tianin, this boundless realm existence was akin to a gigantic mountain pressing down on Chi-Hai's heart. Once the realm passageway was completely stabilized and the Wind Emperor personally descended upon the endless world, it would probably be hard for him, a realm lord, to survive as well. Initially, he was constantly worrying about this matter, all the way until he saw Yi Yuan's spectacular performance in the vast heaven pagoda this time. Yes. Qi Hai was completely awe-inspired. Perfect completion 2 consecutive times and directly making it into the 7th level. Such a result, not say that it would never be seen again, but it was absolutely unprecedented. Moreover, in just this half a month's time, Yi Yuan already broke through multiple realms in a row, breaking through to middle stage C transformation. Such cultivation speed, who could guarantee that he would be incapable of having the strength to contend with the Wind Emperor before he descended? An endless world youth being able to obtain a divine realm's inheritance was no doubt impressive. But Yi Yuan's extraordinariness was clearly not due to this. The most remarkable thing about Yi Yuan was not the divine realm inheritance, but that remarkable talent of his. It was himself. Qi Hai dared to confirm that even if the divine realm's legacies landed on these 4 people before his eyes, they absolutely could not reach Yi Yuan's level either. After all, no matter how incredible the legacy, it also needed the martial artist to go and comprehend concepts bit by bit, to go and cultivate essence energy. Essence energy cultivation was hard to say. But this sort of thing like concepts comprehension, it required talent. The reason why Yi Yuan was powerful was that his concepts comprehension threw these few people in front of him multiple streets behind. And to make these 4 people follow Yi Yuan was also hoping that they could become the endless world's future hope. It was to let them mature even faster and become even stronger. If they could not let go of the pride in their hearts, Qi Hai could not help them either. Okay, I'll stay behind to follow Yi Yuan. What made Qi Hai rather surprised was that the first one to speak up was actually the Qin Yan who had a grudge with Yi Yuan. I'm staying too. Guo Taochuan and Yin Yanhua practically followed right after. But Lu Hong became rather hesitant. This sort of situation now was far too drastically different from what he predicted before coming to the vast heaven pagoda. He did not think that he actually had to be a lackey for a youth much younger than him now. Lu Hong revealed a difficult look and became hesitant to speak. Qi Hai gave him a sidelong glance and said coolly, "No need to be conflicted. Willing means willing. Unwilling means unwilling. I won't make things difficult for you just because you choose to leave. Furthermore, I came up with this idea at the last minute as well and still haven't discussed it with Yi Yuan yet. Whether he's willing to or not is still another matter altogether." This matter was indeed what he conceived impromptu. The fierce Gale world's abnormal activities made him rather uneasy. No matter which angle one analyzed from, the move of massacring cities was the dumbest one. But were the fierce Gale world folks really a bunch of fools? This Lu Hong's talent was indeed decent. That was why Qi Hai had the thought of keeping him behind together with the others. Actually, you don't need to feel wronged. I believe you've perceived it too. Yi Yuan's talent and strength you won't be able to catch up for the rest of your life too. When he cleared the 5th level, he already had that kind of strength. The 2nd perfect clear this time, it's still uncertain what kind of heaven-defying rewards he obtained. Coming out of the vast heaven pagoda this time, he's already on a completely different level of martial artist from us. Following him won't bring disgrace to you. Maybe there might come a day where you would even be proud because of today's choice. At this time, Qin Yan suddenly voiced out to urge. Qi Hai glugged a mouthful of Immortal Remembrance Jade Brew and said with a smile, "Not maybe. It's definitely." Lu Hong finally sighed slightly and said to Qi Hai, "Okay, I'll stay behind." "All right. Since that's the case, you guys each enter seclusion to comprehend then." Regarding Lu Hong's choice, Qi Hai was not very surprised. This person was not someone stupid. Or else, he would not have his present accomplishments either. How he should choose, he was actually very clear in his heart. It was just that he could not cross this hurdle in his heart. As long as the gains and losses were analyzed clearly, he could make a wise choice. In a blink, Yi Yuan had already spent over 5 months in the snow-covered land of ice. In these 5 months plus, Yi Yuan was frozen to death many times. Each time was death because of depleting essence energy. In order to not freeze to death, Yi Yuan thought of countless ways. Yet it yielded very little success. In the beginning, Yi Yuan released the scorching true intent to maintain his body temperature. He discovered that this way would exhaust essence energy very quickly and die. Later on, Yi Yuan became wiser. He only maintained the released true intent at a very low level to barely ensure that he would not be frozen to death. But that sort of extremely cold feeling made him exceptionally clear-minded. That bone-piercing chill made him have limitless despair. But Yi Yuan still toughed it out. Under heart like still water heart realm, Yi Yuan gingerly maintained the feeble true intent to resist the freezing cold. Gradually, Yi Yuan finally touched upon some know-how. Yi Yuan discovered that he could sense the scorching true intent's true essence more clearly under such a condition. Even though this sort of feeling was still extremely fuzzy, at least he had a direction to strive towards. It was not hazy like before. These few days, Yi Yuan had been fastidiously experiencing the scorching true intent all along, and he gradually had some understanding in his heart. Heat was a kind of energy release. When the temperature was not high, this sort of release would not produce too much destructive power. But once the temperature rose to an extremely terrifying level, the destructive force of that scorching true intent would be very alarming. In the end, it was still how high a degree the martial artist could raise the temperature of the scorching true intent to. The higher the temperature of the martial technique released, the greater the destructive power evidently caused. Just like the spirit bristle divine king's 9 suns burning heaven, its horrifying destructive power was not due to its large area of effect, but it was because he could raise the temperature within a certain sphere of influence to an extremely terrifying level. A level that was able to obliterate divine king powerhouses. How profound a concept did that have to be? The present Yi Yuan was clearly still far off. Figuring out this link, Yi Yuan no longer used the scorching concept to maintain his own body temperature anymore. Flame movement carnage. Yi Yuan released all of his essence energy, wanting to shatter this world of ice and snow. Yet everything was futile. His flame movement carnage was incapable of stirring up even a drop of sea spray. But Yi Yuan did not have the intention of giving up. He swung his fists like this over and over again, repeatedly like a moth flying into the fire, all the way until he froze to death. Then once more. Yi Yuan already could not remember how many times he had died and how many punches he had swung. Either way, every time he swung his fists, he had to go all out to release the scorching true intent to the limits. Still a little bit more. Just a tiny bit. These countless times of swinging his fists was not a wasted effort. Continuously persisting in the state of his limits, this made his utilization of the scorching true intent become even more practiced. The understanding became deeper too. And now, Yi Yuan finally felt that he was gradually going to touch that threshold. This feeling made him excited yet dejected. He was excited that the scorching supreme true intense gate was right in front of him, but feeling dejected that this step kept on being distant just like the end of the world for very long, unable to break through for a long time. How could the gate to a supreme true intent be so easy to step inside? But what Yi Yuan lacked the least was patience. In his previous life, in order to research a type of medicinal pill, he would even perform up to 1,000,000 dreary experiments. If there were not this sort of grinding process, he could not possibly have become the divine realm's youngest peak alchemy emperor either. This bit right now was simply just child's play to him. Just like this, his fists danced about over and over again, seeking that sensation of breakthrough bit by bit. By the time it was the 170th day, Yi Yuan finally found a spark of inspiration. Rumble! Yi Yuan struck out a punch with all his might. The snowy ice space finally underwent a trace of change. It was this trace of change that made Yi Yuan inexplicably excited. That punch earlier shattered that extreme cold very briefly. Even though it was only for an extremely brief time, Yi Yuan sensed it clearly. But this punch likewise exhausted all of his essence energy. Yi Yuan would be frozen to death very soon. Reviving again, Yi Yuan did not attack randomly right away, but he meticulously visualized that sort of feeling just now. Mustering strength, punching out, shattering space. It was this sort of feeling. Yi Yuan once again sensed that the instant the extreme cold was smashed, the extreme cold weather had that tiny hint of loosening up. Although this sort of extreme cold was very stubborn and recaptured the position immediately, that kind of feeling absolutely would not be wrong. Heh. Hard work pays off. Finally got a preliminary peep at the door. Even Yi Yuan himself could not help being proud of himself for a while either. He only used a short 170 days time to get a preliminary peep at the door of the scorching supreme true intent. This was absolutely a very remarkable achievement. Even the spirit-bristle divine king back them spent at least several decades' time to get a preliminary peep at the door of this supreme true intent. As it was said, the first step was the hardest for everything. The hardest thing about comprehending concepts was not the process of comprehension but finding the way to cross the threshold. Even if Yi Yuan already comprehended the scorching true intent, to go a step further and achieve supreme true intent, it was another world. This degree of difficulty was no less than an aboriginal ascending to the divine realm from the endless world. Apart from Yi Yuan, this exception, for an aboriginal to want to ascend to the divine realm from the endless world, there might not be one in several hundred years either. The level of difficulty could be imagined. Yi Yuan could get a preliminary peep at the door in a short 170 days. This was absolutely an incredible heroic undertaking. Of course, even if Yi Yuan got a preliminary peep at the door, the road at the back was extremely hard to walk to. But once this step was taken out, it was the most solid step. The astonishment in the black-clothed person's heart could be imagined. This boy, just where did this freak pop out from? This is the scorching supreme true intent, not some lousy commonware. 170 days. He only used 170 days to get a preliminary peep at the door. The black-clothed person's pride was already beaten, completely battered and bruised by Yi Yuan under the circumstances where he knew nothing of. Along the way, Yi Yuan completed far too many impossible to complete tasks. The black-clothed person already felt that he was numb, but he was still shocked by Yi Yuan once more without any surprise. Even though the black-clothed person did not tell him the time he remained in the inheritance space this time, he reckoned that it was almost up as well. Even if there were still time left, there definitely wouldn't be much left either. To want to get any progress in the scorching concept, the time was simply insufficient. Hence, Yi Yuan thought of the 9 characters true word formula. Yi Yuan decided to use this bit of time remaining to research this 9 characters true word formula for a bit. This 9 characters true word formula was vastly different from ordinary martial techniques. There was no general outline, no cultivation method, just 9 very blurry words, giving people a feeling of having no way to start. Yi Yuan mustered up heart like still water and started to visualize the Lin character formula. This already became a habit of Yi Yuan's. Under heart like still water heart realm, regardless whether was it cultivation or battle for Yi Yuan, the efficiency was very high. Yet, in the next moment, Yi Yuan's entire body suddenly trembled. This heart like still water realm actually produced an inexplicable resonance with the Lin character. Could it be that these two have some connection? Yi Yuan said in great surprise. This heart like still water was successfully comprehended by chance when he was at the 9 Heavens Road. It was completely unrelated to this Lin character. But he clearly sensed that the heart realm which was stuck at the bottleneck all along seemed to have that tiny hint of loosening. On the other side, the originally extremely fuzzy Lin character in the sea of consciousness under Yi Yuan's visualization seemed to gradually become clearer. The 2 heart realm and the Lin character, seemingly like dry wood meeting raging flames, instantaneously producing a resonance. Under this resonance, luck came as Yi Yuan's mind became more agile and he actually involuntarily formed a strange hand seal. This hand seal was not complicated. But not knowing why, when Yi Yuan formed the seal, it was unbelievably strenuous. The method to form the seals was clearly in Yi Yuan's head. However, even the first hand seal, he was unable to form it even by mustering all of his might. It was as if within this seal, it contained tremendous repulsive force, separating his both hands. Yi Yuan was a stubborn person too. This first seal, he already formed more than half of it. Just the final step and it was going to succeed. At this time, he absolutely did not wish to give up. Hence, he used all the essence energy in his body, wanting to complete the seal. Poo work. Yi Yuan finally could not hold back the sweetness in his throat. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed out. This seal is exceedingly overbearing. It actually shocked me till internal injuries. Even the first seal is so profound. How terrifying must the seals at the back be? Yi Yuan wiped the fresh blood at the corners of his mouth and could not help saying with an emotional sigh. Even though he did not succeed, Yi Yuan could confirm that this Lin character and heart realm most likely had some kind of connection. Yi Yuan already had not broken through in Heart Realm for very long, constantly marching on the spot. Evidently, he had reached a bottleneck. But through the visualization this time, Yi Yuan clearly sensed heart like still water Heart Realm loosening up again. As long as he continued visualizing, Yi Yuan's Heart Realm was bound to have some breakthrough. However, what excited Yi Yuan even more was that if visualizing the Lin character could aid Heart Realm breakthrough, then didn't he obtain a method to cultivate Heart Realm? Heart Realm did not have a direct enhancement to a person when it came to combat power, but its auxiliary function was too powerful. Along the way, this heart like still water already helped him for God knows how many times. Essence Energy Realm increase was not something hard to Yi Yuan, but Heart Realm was different. He knew that if there wasn't any heaven-defying fortuitous encounter, wanting to break through to heart like Monolith Realm was too difficult. If this 9 characters true word formula could really advance Heart Realm, then its benefit was huge. But this was all just Yi Yuan's deductions. He only visualized the Lin character once and could not even form the first hand seal. How could wanting to break through be that easy? However, as long as there was a direction to work towards, Yi Yuan believed that he could fumble it out someday. Right at this time, Yi Yuan's vision suddenly blurred and he was directly kicked out of the inheritance space. It turned out that time was already up. His visualization this time, 10 days' time actually passed in a twinkle. When Yi Yuan recovered to his senses, he could not help feeling surprised. This 7th level space was not large but was totally bare. There was only a silhouette that appeared before him. It was precisely that black-clothed person. Is it possible that Senior you're the 7th level's guardian? Yi Yuan figured out the connection very quickly. The black-clothed person turned around and said indifferently, "That's right. The 7th round is very simple. You just have to receive 3 of my palms and still be able to stand up will do." Simple? Probably wasn't that simple, right? It was only unless this vast heaven pagoda owner was a fool that he would place a simple hurdle at the 7th level. This black-clothed person was clearly an expert who was extremely powerful. With Yi Yuan's present strength, he could not fathom the other party at all. If these 3 palms were so easy to receive, Lu Linfeng would also not have suffered a crushing defeat at this round. That was a freak-like existence. Even he could not clear this round. The might of these 3 palms could be imagined. Senior's strength is unfathomable. You hitting me with 3 palms, how can I not die? Yi Yuan said. Don't you worry. I'll suppress my boundary to the level corresponding to yours. You're 8th level C transformation right now. I'll face you with 8th level C transformation, said the black-clothed person coolly, his tone revealing extreme self-confidence. Yi Yuan's expression became apprehensive. Could it be that Lu Linfeng was the same as him? If it was really like this, how formidable did this black-clothed person's strength have to be? Ever since Yi Yuan reincarnated, this was still the first time hearing that somebody dared to battle him with the same realm. Furthermore, what black clothing said was, 3 palms. 3 palms and still being able to stand, which was also to say that Yi Yuan just had to endure these 3 palms and he could enter the next level successfully. This black-clothed person was either a moron, or he had absolute confidence in his own strength. Yi Yuan believed that his own performance, this black-clothed person definitely took it all into consideration. He actually still dared to say so under the circumstances where he knew Yi Yuan's strength. He definitely had full confidence that Yi Yuan was not his match. Seemingly discerning Yi Yuan's worry, the black-clothed person said with a cold smile, "What? Scared?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Not so far as to be scared. The worst outcome is merely just losing the qualifications to continue challenging. That's all. I was just trying to guess Senior's strength." The black-clothed person did not seem to be joking as he said coldly, "You're wrong. The first 6 levels indeed didn't have the possibility of being injured or causing death. But these 3 levels behind, one might lose their lives at any time. Therefore, don't you dare to have the mentality of passing by a fluke." The black-clothed person paused for a bit and explained, "It's genuine death." Yi Yuan could not help being startled inwardly. This black-clothed person was clearly not joking. Could it be that the next 3 levels would really have injury and death accompanying? If this was the case, then wasn't Lu Linfeng beaten down by this fellow? Yi Yuan could not imagine the sight of Lu Linfeng being beaten down to the ground by this person and being unable to get up. The black-clothed person clearly did not know that Yi Yuan was still in the mood to scoff at Lu Linfeng at this time. He said coolly, "You still have the chance to choose to withdraw now. But once you decide, you don't have the opportunity anymore." Yi Yuan did not have much hesitation as he said straightforwardly, "I choose to challenge." The black-clothed person was a little surprised. Yi Yuan's reply was too quick, as if he did not go through detailed deliberation at all. Was this boy brave because of his superb techniques? Or was he simply missing a few things in his head? Although there were few who were able to make it to the 7th round, there was not a single exception. Previously, those people all went through a very long mental struggle without exception before mustering up the courage to agree to it. Not everyone could face the challenge of death calmly, no matter how overflowing you were with talent. Only Yi Yuan seemed to say it without hesitation. "You're sure that you don't need to reconsider? You should know that in this 10,000 years, there were a total of 4 people who entered the 7th level. But only a single person could endure my 3 palms. And the other 3 people, there was even one who was killed on the spot by me." The black-clothed person was not telling lies. The names on the light screen only showed that there were 3 people who entered the 7th level. As for their life and death, it could not illustrate. Actually, the black-clothed person being made fun of by Yi Yuan time and again, he more or less still had some thoughts of taking revenge in his heart. He very much wanted to see fear, this emotion, on Yi Yuan's face. But this time, he was still disappointed. Yi Yuan had a calm look as he said without any fear, "Dying at senior's hands only shows that Yi Yuan's skill was lacking. If I die, then I die. No big deal." Yi Yuan was a person who had died once. He was clearer than anybody in this world the implication of death. But it was precisely because so that Yi Yuan yearned even more to obtain more powerful strength. After reincarnation, Yi Yuan's greatest obsession was revenge. Even after going through Ji Xingyang's enlightenment, this obsession of Yi Yuan's did not change. However, he was still able to think rationally. He was still rational enough not to become an emotionless machine controlled by vengeance. He was slowly making his preparation and building up his strength. Yi Yuan's conviction to desire strength was greater than anyone. Ji Kanglin was too strong. Without absolute strength, Yi Yuan was simply incapable of defeating him. With this conviction, Yi Yuan had never lacked courage. He dared to challenge everything in this world. If he did not even dare to receive the black-clothed person's 3 palms, what courage would he have to go find Ji Kanglin for revenge? All along, facing people much more powerful than him, Yi Yuan had never retreated. The gods blocked, kill gods. Buddha blocks, kill Buddha. This was the path of a powerhouse. Seeing the expression on Yi Yuan's face, the black-clothed person knew that he belittled him too much. True powerhouses absolutely would not fear death. Their only fear was fear that they were not strong enough. 2 perfect completions in a row, Yi Yuan naturally knew that there were even greater rewards waiting for him behind this. And the current Yi Yuan made no effort to conceal the yearning for this reward as well. This desire of becoming strong had long surpassed life and death already. The black-clothed person fell silent for a long time before heaving a sigh and saying, "Looks like I've underestimated you. These 3 palms are extraordinary. You have to be careful." As he said, the black-clothed person's realm dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. But the aura on his body was rising steadily instead. Yi Yuan and the black-clothed person faced each other from a distance, but their faces had never before seen solemnness. Seeing the black-clothed person's harrowing aura, Yi Yuan did not dare to be careless in the slightest, mobilizing all the essence energy in his body and gathering it onto his fist. The palm wind was too fast. Yi Yuan simply could not cast myriad rain sword blades in time at all. The aura was astonishing, but the black-clothed person's actions were not shocking. He raised his palm slightly and just pushed out 3 palms in succession in a casual manner. 3 azure dragons carried a series of dragon roars as they galloped at full speed towards Yi Yuan. The palm force had yet to arrive, and a sensation which made Yi Yuan feel suffocated was already transmitted in front of him. At this moment, Yi Yuan felt an unprecedented pressure. Essence energy ignition. Flame movement carnage. At this moment, Yi Yuan used the most powerful flame movement carnage without holding anything back, pouring the trace of concept which he comprehended in the inheritance space into it as well. Instantaneously, Yi Yuan swung out a myriad of uncountable punches. The entire sky was all Yi Yuan's fist's shadows. Yet, those three azure dragons completely disregarded Yi Yuan's fist's shadows, breaching the defense Yi Yuan laid out at the forefront. It was as if breaking a dead branch from a tree. They broke through Yi Yuan's fist shadows savagely, instantly tearing those red-colored fist shadows to shreds. But Yi Yuan did not seem to see it. He still brandished his fists frenziedly, striking towards the three azure dragons unceasingly. These three azure dragons seemed to be like living things, destroying everything that obstructed them exceedingly tyrannically. Yi Yuan in front of them was frail like a little kitty. If such tyrannical three palms landed on Yi Yuan's body, the outcome could not be imagined. But Yi Yuan did not seem to be aware of the approach of danger. His fist speed became faster and faster. The fist shadows became increasingly concentrated. Initially, the black-clothed person still looked at Yi Yuan's struggle calmly. But his expression at this time involuntarily became somber. The advancement speed of those three azure dragons actually became progressively slower. The concentrated fist shadows landed on the azure dragons' bodies. Even if it only scratched an itch for him, Yi Yuan's fist shadows were swift to the extreme. It would cause considerable obstruction to them as well. In this short while, Yi Yuan already struck out uncountable punches. Moreover, his speed was still becoming faster. Through the true dragon's blood reforming, Yi Yuan's current body was already extremely powerful and could fully withstand this sort of taxing punching speed. Bang! 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 Countless fist shadows, exploding sounds reverberated in the air. Looking very spectacular, the bodies of the three azure dragons actually gradually became illusionary. This was a sign of their energy about to be depleted. Hiss! This boy actually received 3 palms with such a method. When seeing the azure dragon's bodies gradually becoming faint, the black-clothed person knew that Yi Yuan clearing this 7th level was already almost guaranteed. Actually, the black-clothed person had never thought that Yi Yuan could not pass through the 7th level at all. Yi Yuan could clear the rounds perfectly twice. His concept's comprehension was far from what other martial artists could compare to. Even that Li Fantian was much worse compared to Yi Yuan. Furthermore, Yi Yuan had gone through the true dragon's blood's remolding. Within his essence, energy now contained the chi of a true dragon. The power of the flame movement carnage that Yi Yuan fired out now was already much more powerful compared to previously. If such a Yi Yuan could not pass the 7th level, he could directly find a piece of tofu to commit suicide. Bang! 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 Yi Yuan punched out a fist one after another. The 3 azure dragon silhouettes already became fainter and fainter. That sort of initial savageness and pride were already completely gone at this time. Finally, with a bang, the 3 azure dragons directly exploded in the air, and they were already less than 30 feet distance away from Yi Yuan. "En? What's this boy doing?" The black-clothed person suddenly felt puzzled. After Yi Yuan utterly annihilated the 3 azure dragons, he was still punching non-stop. The air gave off dense, yet dull detonating sounds, making people feel incredibly stifled. Awoo! Suddenly, a fiery red colossal dragon rushed out from Yi Yuan's fist shadows, hurtling straight at the black-clothed person. The black-clothed person's pupils constricted and he sucked in a cold breath. Hiss. This boy is truly a freak. Talking was talking. The black-clothed person's hand movements were not slow. It was only to see him slowly reached out with his palm and grabbed hold of the dragon's head quite leisurely, and then pinched lightly just like that. The originally violent red dragon immediately dissipated into nothing. Hugh! 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 Yi Yuan finally stopped and collapsed onto the ground straight away, panting heavily. He was already totally drained of strength and could not even move even a finger at this time. How many years has it been? You're the first person who still has the strength to spare to counterattack me. Truly remarkable. The black-clothed person finally did not stint with his praises. Even though he had long guessed that the 7th level could not stump Yi Yuan, he never would have thought that Yi Yuan actually still had strength left over to counterattack after neutralizing his attacks. Those 3 palms of his earlier were not really sent out casually. It was just that he had long already had full control over palm force. That was why it appeared to be effortless. In his view, Yi Yuan being able to barely receive these 3 palms was already considered not bad. The matter developed just as he expected in the beginning too. He estimated that Yi Yuan's limits were also just barely making it through these 3 palms. But he never would have thought that Yi Yuan's limits far exceeded his expectations. No, it should be said that Yi Yuan's limits were just that much. But when he used flame movement carnage earlier, he seemed to have found some inspiration. Hence, he clenched his teeth and persisted longer than he initially could. The first half segment was Yi Yuan's strength, while the latter half segment was entirely Yi Yuan using willpower to grit his teeth and persevere on. In this countless years, geniuses that the black-clothed person had seen were like schools of carps crossing the river. They were too many to enumerate. Yet, he had never seen before any genius with Yi Yuan's willpower. When one's physical abilities exceeded the limits, it would be immensely agonizing. Furthermore, all kinds of discordance would appear in one's movements. Without staggering willpower, there was just no way to control one's strength. But just now, each of Yi Yuan's fist was controlled very perfectly all the way until that final earth-shaking blow. In the end, that fire dragon crumbled in a single blow in front of the black-clothed person only because he was too strong. The power of that blow was already not beneath the myriad rain sword blades in the slightest. No wonder you could refine the true dragon's blood. Just based on this willpower of yours, your future accomplishments are already limitless, the black-clothed person praised. Yi Yuan did not wish to speak, nor did he have the strength to talk. He was already dead exhausted. Seeing this situation casually, the black-clothed person fired out a streak of essence energy into Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan shuddered slightly and finally recovered some strength. He sat up and said to the black-clothed person, "Is it considered successful?" The black-clothed person was dazed, and he could not help laughing as he said, "Of course, these 3 levels don't have any perfect completion. If there was, you already cleared the round perfectly just now." Yi Yuan struck out the final punch and directly laid on the ground. According to what the black-clothed person said previously, it should be failing the challenge. But even a moron could tell that Yi Yuan had indeed cleared the round. Furthermore, he cleared the round very beautifully. Yi Yuan lifted his head slightly and forced a smile and said, "Hoo-hoo. Then that's good." Only now did Yi Yuan know that these 3 levels actually did not have the talk of perfect clear. But just from those 3 palms earlier, there was indeed no need for the so-called perfect completion. Scattering those 3 azure dragons just now, he already used up all of his strength. If not for stubbornly holding on to one last breath, he would have fainted long ago. To be able to last all the way until the final blow, on the one hand, stemmed from his powerful willpower. On the other hand, it was because his body was reformed by a true dragon's blood before. You're really a genius. To actually grasp the strength of a true dragon so quickly and fuse it into the scorching true intent. Tsk. Boy, I think very highly of you, the black-clothed person praised. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Actually, I'm a little confused myself. When I went all out to deal with Senior's palm force, the true dragon strength incubating in my body actually stirred, and it entered my fists bit by bit." The black-clothed person nodded slightly and said, "Looks like you're a natural martial artist. Your future accomplishments might be above that fellow's." Yi Yuan could not help being absent-minded when he heard that. From his previous life to this life, this was still the first time somebody gave him such an appraisal. The previous lives Yi Yuan likewise grew up in the midst of countless praises. But everyone all did not pay attention to his martial talent. Because his alchemy talent was too dazzling, so much so that it made everyone all overlook his talent in the martial path. All the way until this lifetime, Yi Yuan resolved to become a martial path powerhouse. The more he placed effort in the martial path, the more did he discover that he seemed to have similarly tremendous potential in it. Azure Dipper floating zero sword, heart like still water, concept of wind, concept of fire. These things all required martial artists to spend immense effort to go and comprehend. But he did not seem to have expended much time comprehending them. Even though quite a few among these were because of coincidences, one had to admit that his talent played a very huge part. Without talent, even if lucky chances came, one could only enter a treasure mountain and return empty-handed. Since you have some comprehensions, then regulate your breathing and digest your gains earlier right here for a bit. At the 8th level, I'll only unleash 2 palms. You have to try your best. Finished talking, the black-clothed person vanished. Hugh, finally gonna enter the 8th level, huh? Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and muttered to himself. The lowest goal which Yi Yuan set for himself was the 7th level. Except, he did not expect that the gains he had in this vast heaven pagoda far surpassed his own imaginations. Now his strength soared rapidly. He totally had the qualifications to challenge the 8th level. Yi Yuan even somewhat suspected if this was set up by the vast heaven pagoda's owner beforehand and that he was currently walking step by step until now according to the route planned out by the vast heaven pagoda's owner. Otherwise, it was simply impossible for an ordinary genius to walk to this step. Yi Yuan had a feeling that this was a systematic training to nurture geniuses. Courage and insight, comprehension abilities, and strength. Not one could be missing. That fellow mentioned by the black-clothed person, Yi Yuan felt that he was very likely to be this vast heaven pagoda's owner. This person was truly an enigmatic existence. Yi Yuan felt like this vast heaven pagoda owner might even be much stronger compared to the 10 great divine kings. Could he be a deity realm existence? But right now in this world, how could it possibly give birth to deity realm powerhouses? The vast heaven pagoda was something that only appeared in these 10,000 years. Could it be that within this 10,000 years, there were really deity realm powerhouses born? If the vast heaven pagoda owner was really a deity realm powerhouse, where did he go? Deity realm powerhouses had long lifespans. Living for 10,000 years was absolutely not an issue. Yi Yuan felt that the riddles in his heart were getting more and more. Who cares? Want to attain deity realm, I first have to kill Ji Kanglin. Yi Yuan chased this messy stuff out of his mind and started to meditate to recover essence energy. After half a day, Yi Yuan opened both eyes. His body already recovered to its optimum state. Heh. If Lu Linfeng, that old thing, knows that I made it past the 7th level, who knows what expression he would have? Yi Yuan suddenly remembered Lu Linfeng and could not help finding it funny. Looks like Lu Linfeng should have comprehended the formation's path in the vast heaven steel. That was how he had today's accomplishments. But this old punk's talent was indeed astonishing too. To actually be able to rely on the formation's path to achieve 10 great divine kings. However, Yi Yuan knew that this vast heaven mystic realm only opened up a window for Lu Linfeng. His true rise was still after exiting the vast heaven mystic realm. Snap! Outside the vast heaven pagoda, Qi Hai's hand trembled, crushing the southern sandalwood cup filled with immortal remembrance jade brew into pieces. This action of his startled Qin Yen and the others who were currently in close seclusion. Old Hai, what's wrong? Qi Hai drew a deep breath and said, You guys see for yourselves. The 4 people were stunned and followed Qi Hai's gaze to look at the light screen. It was only to see that Yi Yuan's name already appeared in the 8th level. Hiss! The 4 people sucked in a cold breath. The 8th level. What kind of concept was this? Yi Yuan already tied with the number 1 person in this 10,000 years. Li Fantian. Now, do you guys still have any opinions about following him? Qi Hai asked leisurely. The 4 people could not help exchanging glances and shook their heads at the same time. What damn opinion was there still? No matter how talented the 4 of them were, it was impossible to reach the sword of level 2. Compared to Yi Yuan, they were like fireflies compared to the bright moon. Too great a disparity. You all cultivate properly. Don't lose even the qualifications to follow him, Qi Hai said with a long sigh. In the 8th level, Yi Yuan and the black-clothed person faced each other from a distance. Ready? This time I'll only unleash 2 palms and I will still maintain the same realm as you, said the black-clothed person. Yi Yuan said, Senior, this palm technique of yours seems to be unleashed with true dragon strength too. Although I didn't sense a supreme true intent, the power isn't the slightest bit inferior to supreme true intents. I wonder why. The black-clothed person said, What's strange about that? The strength of true dragons escapes the 5 elements in the first place. What the 4 great divine beasts relied on came from their bloodline power. And within their bloodline contains the great Tao of heaven and earth in itself. This is not what humans can compare to. In terms of power, it's naturally not worse off than supreme true intents. You had refined true dragon's blood now, and the power of a true dragon is contained within your body too. You should be able to experience the might of bloodline power. Yi Yuan nodded his head and understood very quickly. Divine beasts were all the favored children of heaven. They were born with their might, especially the 4 great divine beasts. Their strength was even much stronger compared to many human deity realm powerhouses. Furthermore, Yi Yuan knew that the 4 great divine beasts' level of divine beasts virtually did not need to cultivate. As long as they matured to become adult divine beasts, they could achieve the divine path. The whole process from beginning to end was unbelievably heaven-defying. Hence, divine beasts were all extremely proud races. Even a drop of blood essence contained an exceptionally tyrannical will inside. I got it. Senior. Make your move, Yi Yuan said coolly. The black-clothed person was not long-winded either. This time he placed both hands together. Immediately, a violent wind howled along with a series of dragon roars emitting. This set of palm technique is named Coiling Dragon Heaven Devastating Palm. Training to an advanced level can shatter the firmament with force. You have to receive it well. 2 Azure Dragons. Except that this time, the 2 Azure Dragons appeared much more robust compared to the 3 previously. Very clearly, the true dragon strength contained inside was way stronger than before. Facing these 2 Azure Dragons, Yi Yuan actually had a feeling of his scalp tingling. Flame movement true dragon carnage. Yi Yuan's dual fists were like flood dragons heading out to the seas. 2 red dragons came out with a roar too. This flame movement true dragon carnage was precisely the final attack that Yi Yuan comprehended in the 7th level. This attack fused the true dragon strength in Yi Yuan's body, augmenting the power of Yi Yuan's flame movement carnage multiple times. It already reached the level of condensed form of gathered essence. Virtually instantly, 2 Azure Dragons and 2 red dragons collided together just like this. Rumble. The collision aftershocks seemingly made the entire space shudder. Under this shock wave, the black-clothed person was as firm as a mountain. But Yi Yuan was pushed out far away before he barely managed to stabilize himself. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Yuan revolved the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art with all his might to recover essence energy. He knew that his flame movement true dragon carnage was not the black-clothed person's match at all. He had to seize all the opportunity he could to restore his strength so as to respond to the follow-up clash. With Yi Yuan's current essence energy magnitude coupled with this move, flame movement true dragon carnage, instant-killing late-stage Soul Sea experts were nothing difficult. But in front of the black-clothed person, it appeared too weak to stand up to a single blow. The 2 red dragons only blocked for several breaths of time and were smashed into smithereens by those 2 Azure Dragons. Those 2 Azure Dragons' remaining momentum was not diminished, hurtling towards Yi Yuan. 1,000 flowing petals. Explode. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan already finished preparing the 2nd wave of attacks. From the beginning, Yi Yuan had never planned on being able to surpass the black-clothed person's 2 palms. In the 7th level, he already experienced the might of this coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. And this 8th level, he would only unleash 2 palms. The difficulty would surely surge. Otherwise, how could that Li Fantion with such talent possibly lose in this 8th level? This flame movement true dragon carnage was already one of his strongest trump cards right now. But it still could not resist the 2 Azure Dragons for a short while. Since facing attack with attack could not do anything to these 2 Azure Dragons, then he could only defend. The 1,000 flowing petals offensive power was not strong, but using to defend was an excellent move. After Yi Yuan broke through to the 8th level C transformation, his essence energy C already reached a very exaggerated 400 feet. While the average 8th level C transformation was also just around 150 feet essence energy C at the very most. His current essence energy thickness was already nearly 3 times of ordinary martial artists. While for most ordinary Soul Sea experts, their essence energy Cs were 1,000 feet in circumference, merely over twice of Yi Yuan's. One had to know that when C transformation realm martial artists broke through to Soul C, their essence energy C would snowball up to 10 times. Wait until Yi Yuan broke through to Soul C. How horrifying an extent would the area of his essence energy C expand to? Executing 1,000 flowing petals with Yi Yuan's current strength, the power and area of attack were all not what it could be compared to previously. Flying petals in the count of hundreds of millions rushed towards the 2 Azure Dragons. They attached onto the Azure Dragon's bodies and carried out mild explosions unceasingly. If it were an ordinary attack, it would have long been totally worn away by this move of Yi Yuan's and could not arrive in front of him at all. But these two Azure Dragons were too strong. They easily defeated Yi Yuan's two Red Dragons. How could these petals stop them? However, Thousand Flowing Petals was the martial technique which Yi Yuan was most skilled in after all. Its powerful attrition abilities still played a huge part. Puff, puff, puff. The sounds of petals exploding nonstop transmitted from the air. The two Azure Dragons' speed fell abruptly, becoming sluggish. Those countless flying petals were like a marsh, making the two Azure Dragons sank deeper and deeper. When the black-clothed person saw the scene, he could not help saying with a smile, "This boy, his means are indeed inexhaustible." So young, and he actually comprehended a supreme true intent to this extent. Truly remarkable. If it were a complete supreme true intent, just relying on these two palms really would not be able to do anything against him. But if it's just this level, it's still inadequate. Indeed, those two Azure Dragons were not exploded to death by the Thousand Flowing Petals. Soon they broke out of the layer upon layer of obstacles, charging at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's expression became intent, and he took out the shining sword. The starting stance of myriad rain sword blades was displayed. Myriad rain sword blades. Thousand Flowing Petals strove for time for myriad rain sword blades casting. This was also Yi Yuan's final trump card measure. This time, Yi Yuan did not hold back, but maneuvered all the remaining essence energy in his body, pouring it into the myriad rain sword blades in one go. The two Azure Dragons were wrapped in large quantities of petals and rushed for Yi Yuan. Bang! 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 Poo work! Yi Yuan's body was akin to a kite with a broken string, flying out. And those two Azure Dragons finally dissipated into thin air too. Under this blow, Yi Yuan was finally injured. But under his struggling, he finally still stood up. Yi Yuan's innards received tremendous impact. Presently, the wounds sustained were not light. The black-clothed person said coolly, "You indeed didn't let me down. I think you should have guessed it. This 9th level, I'll only unleash one palm, which is also the coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm's ultimate palm. The vast heaven pagoda will treat your wounds. You have 10 days time to be in closed seclusion here. Perhaps you will have some gains. After 10 days, whether or not you can become the first genius to clear the 9th level in this 10,000 years will be up to you." Leaving behind this sentence, the black-clothed person left without even turning his head back. Right at this time, a beam of light shot down from the air, enveloping Yi Yuan inside. This light beam actually had the effects of healing injuries. Yi Yuan shrugged off the disorderly emotions and meditated with his legs crossed, recovering injuries with all his strength. Less than an hour, Yi Yuan's injuries were healed. The black-clothed person said that what I'm given is 10 days' time. But this treatment only used an hour's time? He made me enter seclusion in these 10 days. What kind of gains can there be in 10 days' time? But since he said it, it shouldn't be talking nonsense, right? This 8th level, I've virtually already used all of my strength. With my current strength, even if I employ the nameless energy, it's impossible to pass through the 9th level too. Once his injuries healed, Yi Yuan started to deliberate. The words that the black-clothed person said seemed to have profound meaning. 10 days' time was too short. To say that one's strength could make staggering progress, that simply could not be accomplished. But with Yi Yuan's present strength, he was likely unable to clear the 9th level at all. Coiling Dragon Heaven devastating palm's ultimate palm, Yi Yuan felt fearful just thinking about it. Unless his current strength broke through to Soul Sea, or else there was simply no way to contend with the so-called ultimate palm. But even if Yi Yuan broke through to Soul Sea Realm, this black-clothed person would definitely execute this move with Soul Sea Realm. The outcome was still the same. Putting it bluntly, this vast Heaven Pagoda's guardian suppressing his boundary to around the same as the challenger's all along was for the sake of testing the challenger's talent and strength. Cultivation, this thing was too easy for geniuses. There was simply no challenge. But Concept's comprehension was different. There was simply no way to achieve it in one step. 10 days' time. Just what is it enough to use for? Yi Yuan unwittingly began to ruminate. The 8th level's difficulty could be said to have already reached Yi Yuan's limits. A fraction stronger and Yi Yuan would likely be unable to bear it. But the difficulty of this 9th level was most likely not just a tiny bit harder than the 8th levels. With Yi Yuan's attainments in concepts, even he was unable to pass it. Could it be that there were still people able to pass it? Most likely only unless it was those divine king powerhouses suppressing their cultivation to enter the vast heaven pagoda could there be a possibility of clearing it, right? Designing such a level that was impossible to clear, what on earth was the vast heaven pagoda owner thinking? Although it was to test talent and strength, surpassing the limits of geniuses would have no meaning at all, right? Yi Yuan could not help being at a loss. He ran over all of his trump cards and discovered that he completely could not see the hope of passing through. Just what does this black-clothed person want me to comprehend in seclusion here? Could it be? Yi Yuan suddenly had an inspiration and seemed to have thought of something. The black-clothed person said that what the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm used was the strength of a true dragon, and the power of a true dragon's strength was in existence on the same level as a supreme true intent. Supreme true intents required martial artists to go and comprehend, while true dragon strength only needed powerful bloodline power. Yi Yuan refined the blood of a true dragon that was already about to evolve to divine beast level. The bloodline power was already very strong. If he used the strength of a true dragon to deal with the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. The black-clothed person even said that when the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm was trained to an extremely high level, it could practically shatter the firmament with force. The might of the power could be seen if he successfully cultivated this martial technique. Yi Yuan was quite excited just thinking about it. What the black-clothed person wanted to let him comprehend was definitely the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Figuring out the links in between this, Yi Yuan calmed down instead. How could him wanting to comprehend the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm be something that easy? 10 days' time. This black-clothed person is also thinking too highly of me, Yi Yuan said with a bitter smile. Coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. The black-clothed person used it for a total of 2 times. Yi Yuan wanting to rely on his own impression to comprehend this martial technique. The degree of difficulty was too great. This was simply an impossible to complete mission. But Yi Yuan did not have the intention of giving up. He settled down to focus very quickly, carefully recollecting the black-clothed person's every action. Yi Yuan started to imitate the black-clothed person's actions and executed the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Rumble. A very feeble attack. Without the least bit of threat at all. Yi Yuan even suspected whether or not this palm of his earlier could kill a sea transformation realm martial artist. Of course, this was only the beginning. This martial technique was so powerful. It was obviously not so easy to comprehend. 1 palm, 2 palms, 3 palms. In a flash, Yi Yuan unleashed 10 palms. But there was no progress at all. He attempted to copy the black-clothed person's movements, firing out the true dragon's strength. But he discovered that wanting to accomplish this was too difficult. Even though Yi Yuan had the strength of a true dragon inside his body, it was very hard to utilize. Even with flame movement true dragon carnage, the true dragon strength he could mobilize was extremely little. The might of this move was primarily still depending on the scorching true intent. True dragon strength only had the function of adding flowers to embroidery. And it was very challenging for Yi Yuan to want to use the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm to mobilize true dragon strength. Firstly, he did not get to the bottom of the true dragon's strength's application method. Secondly, he was accustomed to using essence energy. It was very hard to adjust his habit right away. Odd. I still have no way of mobilizing the strength of a true dragon. Just how can it be done? Yi Yuan stopped to think for a bit and unleashed a palm once more. But he still could not find the feeling. Yi Yuan application of true dragon strength was like a piece of blank paper. Not even knowing the rudiments. The black-clothed person looked at the Yi Yuan in the middle of non-stop attempts and could not help heaving a sigh and saying, This fellow actually set up such a perverse round. How are people going to clear it? True dragon strength is an extremely powerful bloodline power. Even the dragon race themselves have to put in tremendous amounts of effort to want to truly grasp the application method of bloodline power. How can a youth who just refined the strength of a true dragon possibly comprehend it? I seriously can't think of anyone else who can clear this perverse 9th level once Yi Yuan this punk fails. Turns out that this 9th level round was set up by the Vast Heaven Pagoda owner. Listening to the black-clothed person's meaning clearly, he himself did not understand this 9th level setting as well. Such a challenging round. Even martial artists any more talented could not possibly clear it either, right? To talk about comprehending supreme true intent, the skeletal age restriction determined that it was impossible for the concepts and cultivation of the martial artists who entered to be very high. For so many years, Yi Yuan's concepts were one of the most freakish ones. But even with his current level, it was impossible to pass through the 9th level as well. To talk about comprehending the strength of a true dragon, how could a youth who had just refined dragon blood possibly comprehend successfully in such a short time? To clear the 9th level, one must contend against the powerful with power. After refining dragon blood, it was to counter a true dragon's strength with another true dragon's strength. Otherwise, there were no chances of victory at all, unless Yi Yuan could completely master a supreme true intent. Or else, he could only be a vanquished opponent of the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. But to Yi Yuan, true dragon strength was entirely foreign, and grasping the strength of a true dragon was only the first step. He still had to be able to execute the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm before he had the qualifications to endure the final palm. 3 days passed in a twinkle. Yi Yuan had long given up on directly comprehending out the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. He was thinking of ways to mobilize true dragon strength. And right now, the only way he could mobilize true dragon strength was to employ the flame movement true dragon carnage. These 3 days, he had been using the flame movement true dragon carnage constantly, comprehending the application method of true dragon strength unceasingly. Gradually, Yi Yuan finally got a bit of the knack to it. When he executed the flame movement true dragon carnage, it relied entirely on a kind of instinct to merge a trace of true dragon strength into the flame movement carnage. However, he only just knew how but not why. But now, he must find the reason why he could utilize the strength of a true dragon. These 3 days, he had been searching for this reason all along. Yi Yuan used the flame movement true dragon carnage over and over again, and finally found a tiny bit of reason. He discovered that the reason why he could mobilize the strength of a true dragon was because when he used the flame movement carnage, his body's amplitude and the amplitude of the true dragon's strength achieved synchronization. That was when he could sense a trace of true dragon strength entering inside his meridians and be released along with the martial technique. Yi Yuan suddenly discovered a problem. That was that he still treated himself as a human all along. Hence, the true dragon strength within his body did not buy it at all. Which was also to say that to want to draw on the strength of a true dragon, one must first of all turn themselves into a dragon and not a person, using human martial artists' methods to initiate a dragon race martial technique. This was naturally something nonsensical. Straightening out this point, everything was easy to handle. Yi Yuan sat down with his legs crossed and both eyes tightly shut. Inside his brain, he simulated the scene of when he executed the flame movement true dragon carnage endlessly. Gradually, the muscles in Yi Yuan's entire body started to convulse. This sort of convulsion became increasingly intense. Suddenly, Yi Yuan snapped open both eyes and pushed a palm out with all his might. A faint dragon roar emitted from the center of his palm. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan revealed excitement on his face. 9th level. Yi Yuan, he entered the 9th level. He surpassed Li Fantian, becoming the number 1 person in these 10,000 years. Seeing Yi Yuan's name appear at the 9th level on the light screen, Guotaochuan suddenly exclaimed. Ever since they knew that Yi Yuan entered the 8th level, these few people were no longer in the mood to be in closed seclusion, especially when Yi Yuan actually stayed for 10 days at the 8th level. This whetted their appetites even more. Even Chi-Hai raised his head to look at the light screen every now and then too, wanting to see if Yi Yuan entered the 9th level or not. But Yi Yuan seemed to stagnate at the 8th level and did not have any activities all along. Guotaochuan, they all simply talked it over. Each one of them took turn to keep watch daily to see if Yi Yuan entered the 9th level or not. All the way until today, Guotaochuan finally saw Yi Yuan's name appear in the 9th level. With him crying out, everyone all stood up with a start. What the 9th level signified, these few people were all too clear. Not knowing when it started, Li Fontain's name had always been crowned with the title of #1 talent in 10,000 years. And now, this title was going to be crowned on Yi Yuan. Even though the endless world was just a small world, how many geniuses would be born in 10,000 years? Among these geniuses, there was no lack of some astounding to the max characters, such as the Grand Yen True Lord, Lu Linfeng. But now, these so-called geniuses all had to bow their heads in submission at Yi Yuan's feet. These few former strongest people among the junior generation, witnessing this historical moment, the agitation and admiration in their hearts were naturally hard to express with words. Ever since Yi Yuan made it into the 8th level, these 4 people including Lu Hong already let go of all of their pride. Even if they were any more rampant and any prouder, they examined their consciousness and knew that it was impossible for them to make it to the 8th level, this sort of level as well. The 5th level and the 8th level. The gap in between this could not be measured with distance. Now that Yi Yuan stepped into the final level, this already made them prostrate on all fours in admiration. Just as Qi Hai said back then, maybe someday they would be proud because of following Yi Yuan. Even though it's just a legend, these last 3 levels difficulties are definitely what we can't imagine. Yi Yuan, he could actually clear 2 rounds consecutively under such a difficulty level. Truly astonishing, Qin Yen said. Back then, the Grand Yen True Lord, that astonishingly talented figure, only made it into the 7th level. Yi Yuan charged into the 9th level now. His accomplishments at the minimum also won't be lower than his, right? Guo Taochuan said. That's for certain. Since ancient times, there has never been anyone who made it into the 9th level. At least, Yi Yuan can't possibly be worse than Grand Yen True Lord either. Qin Yen said. Heh. I wonder how many years Yi Yuan's legend will circulate in our endless world. I now feel that being his follower isn't anything bad. Perhaps after he ascends to the divine realm, we can be fowls and dogs riding on his coattails too, Guo Taochuan said. Pooh, you're the fowl and dog. But right now, I really feel that Yi Yuan is somebody with a great destiny. Following by his side, we might receive endless benefits, Qin Yen said. By the side, Yin Yanhua nodded her head silently. Clearly, she very much approved of these words too. And even though Lu Hong did not speak, it could be seen from his expression as well that he already did not have any opinion about becoming Yi Yuan's follower. Qi Hai did not speak all along, staring at the light screen blankly. It was also uncertain what he was thinking about. The 9th level space. The black-clothed person stared at Yi Yuan opposite and said with an emotional sigh, You finally still came here. I thought that you'd choose to quit. Yi Yuan said smilingly, I don't have the habit of giving up halfway. Do you feel that you can make it through this 9th level with your current strength? With your wit, you should be able to guess how powerful this palm will be. With your present strength, it's simply impossible to be able to pass it. And the outcome of failing to pass it is death. You're the most talented youth in these 10,000 years. Killing you personally, I can't really bear to, said the black-clothed person. The black-clothed person witnessed Yi Yuan's heaven-defying talent along the way. He was naturally unwilling to destroy such a genius in his heart. Hoo-hoo, how will one know without trying? Senior, make your move, Yi Yuan said indifferently without a care in this world. The black-clothed person kept quiet and did not speak. The reason why he judged that Yi Yuan could not clear the 9th level was actually that Yi Yuan did not do anything in the later 5 days. He meditated in seclusion at the 8th level for 5 days. Previously, Yi Yuan using 3 days to find the method to maneuver the strength of a true dragon. It truly astonished the black-clothed person for a bit. But what made him puzzled was that Yi Yuan actually meditated in seclusion the entire time in the later 5 days. Martial technique and comprehending concepts were different. The former needed one to constantly train. Especially the dragon race's martial technique, it needed time to polish even more so. Yi Yuan did not think that he could clear the 9th level by being able to maneuver the strength of a true dragon, right? Maneuvering true dragon strength to unleash a palm, and using the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm to unleash a palm were 2 entirely different concepts. Or perhaps Yi Yuan was comprehending the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm during these 5 days, but he had no gains? No matter which angle one looked at, Yi Yuan did not have hopes of making it through the 9th level. I advise that you better give up. The Coiling Dragon Heaven Devastating Palm Ultimate Palm, although I'm only using 20% strength, it's also not what the current you can contend with. If you can comprehend the Coiling Dragon Heaven Devastating Palm, then there's still hope. Although you can't score a victory, you at least have the strength to protect yourself. But you only comprehended the method to maneuver the strength of a true dragon and have not learned the rudiments regarding the Coiling Dragon Heaven Devastating Palm. It's simply impossible to survive. Musing briefly, the black-clothed person still exhorted him. It was not that the black-clothed person was pessimistic about Yi Yuan. On the contrary, he was too optimistic about Yi Yuan. But he was even clearer about the might of the Coiling Dragon Heaven Devastating Palm. The might of this martial technique Yi Yuan was simply unable to experience. The difficulty of this 9th level was too perverse. You should withdraw out of the Vast Heaven Pagoda first. You're still young. Come again to the Vast Heaven Pagoda after 10 years. This 9th level wouldn't be considered much to you either. At that time, you will be able to experience the feeling of an awe-inspiring view from a high place. Young man, sometimes, take a step back, and it's endless blue skies, urged the black-clothed person. Yi Yuan looked at the black-clothed person and suddenly grinned and said, "Many thanks for senior's concern, but this 9th level I still want a challenge. In my world, behind are all sheer precipices and overhanging rocks. Only in front of me there are endless blue skies." It was not some heroic words, but the powerful self-confidence Yi Yuan exuded moved the black-clothed person visibly. Yet, the way the black-clothed person saw it, he was still unable to understand Yi Yuan's thinking. A step back, endless blue skies, this was the black-clothed person's understanding of life. But advancing a step, endless blue skies, this was Yi Yuan's understanding towards life. Regardless of whether it was the previous life or this life, there was no backing down. These two words in Yi Yuan's dictionary. Furthermore, to Yi Yuan, he truly could not wait for the next 10 years. 10 years were too long for Yi Yuan. Hey, you this boy are really quite different. However, this is you asking for it yourself. If you die in my hands, you mustn't have any grievances. Yi Yuan said with a smile. No complaints nor regrets. Fine. Since it's like this, I'll fulfill your wish. The black-clothed person finished talking. The entire 9th level space became dim. Now it was only to see he lifted his palm up. An exceedingly violent aura spread out in all directions. A colossal azure dragon gradually became distinct, coiling around behind the black-clothed person, with its face showing savageness as it looked at Yi Yuan. Although he knew that this was just a Dharma idol, Yi Yuan still felt tremendous pressure. A fierce wind blew past, lifting the corner of Yi Yuan's sleeves. The palm force had yet to be released. There was already an imposing momentum that blotted out the skies and covered the earth, engulfing everything. This Coiling Dragon Heaven Devastating Palm is hailed as able to shatter the firmament with force. Indeed, well deserving of its reputation. He suppressed his cultivation to the 8th level C transformation and only used 20% true dragon strength. This final palm actually has such power. This palm of the black-clothed persons was much more powerful than Yi Yuan imagined. The 9th levels and 8th levels difficulties were indeed not on the same level with this current level. No wonder the black-clothed person kept on urging him to withdraw out of the 9th level. This level of difficulty was really not an ordinary kind of freakish. He really did not know if this Vast Heaven Pagoda owner was a psychopath or not, to actually set up such a level of difficulty as a hurdle. How could this possibly be cleared? Furthermore, without any doubt, this black-clothed person's true dragon strength was clearly already cultivated to an extremely high level. Just 20% true dragon strength could actually generate such a horrifying move. Yi Yuan stared at the black-clothed person without moving his gaze, mapping each one of his movements into his brain. Suddenly, a hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. So that's how it is. He slowly closed his eyes. The muscles on his body started to shake with a kind of strange tempo. Yi Yuan learned from the black-clothed person's manner, lifting his palm and maneuvering the true dragon strength in his entire body. A faint phantom appeared behind Yi Yuan. It was actually a Dharma idol azure dragon too. When the black-clothed person saw this scene, his pupils constricted and his gaze revealed unbelievable shock. This boy. Just how did he accomplish it? This is my first time casting the Coiling Dragon Heaven Devastating Palm's ultimate palm. He actually learned it? How is this possible? At this moment, the astonishment in the black-clothed person's heart simply could not be described using words. He was really incapable of imagining how monstrous a talent could comprehend the Coiling Dragon Heaven Devastating Palm in such a short time. There was actually such a heaven-defyingly talented youth in this world? The black-clothed already arrived at the critical juncture of casting his skills at this time. He forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart and continued casting the skill. Coiling Dragon Heaven Devastating Palm, shattering stars. The black-clothed person gave a sharp cry. The Dharma Idol True Dragon was released with a roar. That momentum was truly startling heaven and earth and making gods and ghosts weep. A Dharma Idol True Dragon flew towards Yi Yuan with baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. To be able to condense a Dharma Idol, it indicated that the bloodline power was very strong. And a true dragon Dharma Idol was all the more an extremely difficult Dharma Idol to condense. Even in the true dragon race, very few people could condense it as well. Hence, this azure dragon before his eyes was on an entirely different level from the previous two levels. At this time, Yi Yuan snapped opened both eyes, seemingly exerting all the strength in his body, pushing out the Dharma Idol behind him. Compared to the black-clothed person's Dharma Idol Azure Dragon, Yi Yuan's Dharma Idol Azure Dragon was much more illusory and a size smaller too. Clearly, it was way lousier. But this was not the key. The critical thing was that a little rookie like Yi Yuan could actually condense a Dharma Idol Azure Dragon. Rumble. Two Dharma Idol Azure Dragon collided together fiercely. The shockwave produced practically affected the entire 9th level. The black-clothed person did not budge an inch in this tempest. Such an intense collision actually did not have any effect on him. But Yi Yuan could not. He directly vomited a large mouthful of blood, receiving a tremendous impact. If not that his current body went through the dragon blood's remolding and was already no longer what it was, this blow could claim his life. However, it was not over yet. The black-clothed person's Dharma Idol Azure Dragon directly smashed Yi Yuan's Dharma Idol and continued charging towards Yi Yuan. But the Dharma Idol Azure Dragon at this time was only left with a faint image. Clearly, a large portion of the true dragon strength was expended. Myriad rain sword blades. Yi Yuan did not have the slightest hesitation. He forcefully suppressed the injuries on his body and maneuvered all the essence energy in his body, executing the myriad rain sword blades without holding anything back. Rumble. Another violent collision. But the commotion this time was far from as intense as before. Yi Yuan vomited a large mouthful of blood again, collapsing weakly onto the ground. Although the Dharma Idol Azure Dragon only had a faint phantom left, the power was still extremely strong. Yi Yuan forcefully deployed essence energy under the circumstances where he was injured. It originally already caused his injuries to pile on. Suffering an intense impact once more, he was already very weak at this time. However, the black-clothed person's Dharma Idol Azure Dragon was completely exhausted by Yi Yuan in the end. The black-clothed person looked at this scene and was speechless for a long time. He finally still heaved a sigh and said, "I really have no way of imagining just how did you comprehend the Coiling Dragon Heaven Devastating Palm. Such a pity. According to that fellow's requirements, you must stand up in the end. But you're heavily injured right now and your essence energy depleted. Forget about standing up, even moving a bit is probably impossible." The black-clothed person was indeed shocked, but he was incapable of going against the vast Heaven Pagoda owner's requirements. If Yi Yuan could not stand up, he would still fail in the end. But you don't need to feel sorry either. You've already done very well. Vast Heaven Pagoda doesn't forbid martial artists from entering a second time. With your talent, the 9th level would simply be unworthy of mentioning in front of you 10 years later. The black-clothed person consoled. Yi Yuan lying on the ground seemed to be stimulated and started to struggle to his feet. It's not over yet. Yi Yuan's fists clenched tightly as he used all the strength in the body, wanting to get up. The black-clothed person's expression changed. His judgment regarding Yi Yuan's injuries should not be wrong. Logically speaking, it was simply impossible for Yi Yuan to stand up. But this boy. Bang! Yi Yuan struggled a bit but still fell to the ground again. Don't struggle anymore. You'll die if this continues. Admit defeat. The vast heaven pagoda can treat your wounds. Seeing Yi Yuan being so stubborn, the black-clothed person could not help being quite worried as well. This coiling dragon heaven devastating palm's final palm was nothing to be trifled with. Yi Yuan had injuries piling on top of injuries right now. Even if his body had undergone the dragon blood's remolding, it already reached the limit too. Yi Yuan messing around like this would really be putting his life at risk. No. I can stand up, Yi Yuan said obstinately. He panted very heavily like puffing bellows. Clearly, his body already reached the limit. Yet, he still stubbornly propped his body up and slowly got up. The black-clothed person was visibly moved looking at this scene too. He wished that he could go forward and give Yi Yuan a hand. But the black-clothed person knew that if he really did that, not only would Yi Yuan not thank him, he would hate him instead. Because that way would not only make Yi Yuan's challenge fail, it even trampled on Yi Yuan's dignity. This was a peerless genius's pride. Yi Yuan could die, but he absolutely did not need other people's charity. I finally understand why you want to set up such a stage. He and you are really alike. The black-clothed person murmured to himself. He seemed to have understood something. They were too similar. Bang! Yi Yuan fell to the ground once more. This was already the fourth time he failed. During these attempts, his wounds were affected and became worse each time. He had vomited quite a few mouthfuls of blood. His complexion became increasingly paler and his breathing progressively weaker. But he still stubbornly attempted to stand up once again. Arg! Yi Yuan used all the strength in his body to howl. This time, he finally stood up. But his two legs already did not have the slightest bit of strength. He stood up and his legs went weak, and he almost fell down again. Only after staggering quite a few steps did Yi Yuan barely stabilize his figure. Huff! Huff! Yi Yuan was panting non-stop. He was already weary to the limit. His body kept on swaying but did not fall down from start to finish. Seeing this scene, the black-clothed person's countenance finally changed. If it was said that he purely had the appreciation of a genius towards Yi Yuan previously, at this moment, he was filled with admiration towards Yi Yuan. He had long seen through that Yi Yuan had already reached his limits. To be able to stand up, Yi Yuan relied entirely on one breath to forcefully hang in there. Without immense willpower, it simply could not be done. The black-clothed person came before Yi Yuan and said, "Boy, you're bound to be a world-shaking figure in the future. To be able to wait for you, my 50,000 years of bitter guarding this place were not in vain either." Yi Yuan paid no attention to him. He still swayed constantly there with his head lowered. And the black-clothed person suddenly discovered something amiss. Looking close, Yi Yuan actually had both eyes tightly shut. He had already fainted dead away. Seeing the situation, the black-clothed person gave a long sigh and beckoned with one hand. A beam of light shone down from the air, enveloping Yi Yuan inside. The aura on Yi Yuan's body was already very weak. If it were still not treated, he would really die. But the black-clothed person was really unable to imagine just what kind of willpower Yi Yuan relied on to stand up. The black-clothed person looked at the Yi Yuan in the middle of the light halo. His expression and emotion were complicated. How many years had it been since his emotions were so worked up? He waited for 50,000 years in his vast heaven pagoda. Yet, there was not a single one who could truly enter his sights. Several thousand years ago, when that youth called Li Fantian appeared before him, it finally made his eyes lit up. However, Li Fantian ultimately still could not make it through the 8th level. This even made him feel regret for a very long time back then. All the way until Yi Yuan's appearance. Finally, this youth gave him a real shock. In truth, back at the first 3 levels, the black-clothed person did not feel that Yi Yuan was much stronger than Li Fantian yet. But when Yi Yuan had the second perfect completion, the black-clothed person finally realized Yi Yuan's extraordinariness. Especially Yi Yuan had refined the dragon blood. This gave him a tremendous impact. And now, the black-clothed person was filled with admiration towards this youth. This youth had talent, had willpower, and had lucky chances. Yi Yuan possessed virtually all the qualities to become a powerhouse. More importantly, he saw that person's shadow on Yi Yuan. Stubbornness. An unyielding spirit. All the way until this moment did the black-clothed person finally understand the purpose of the vast heaven pagoda owner setting up this 9th-level hurdle. What this 9th level tested was not just comprehension abilities, it tested a person's character even more. Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes and discovered that he was at an unknown space. You're awake? Here is the vast heaven pagoda's central space. You've already successfully cleared the 9th level, an aged voice said. Yi Yuan's eyes gradually focused. In his sight was a thin and emaciated old man. You're the black-clothed person? Yi Yuan hesitated for a moment and asked. This old man's appearance was very scary. The wrinkles on his face were practically bunching together already, looking very hideous. This old man is Long Tongue. Yi Yuan's expression changed and he asked, could Senior be a member of the dragon race? Long Tongue's face revealed surprise and he came to a realization right after. You, this boy, are indeed astute. However, this old man has never taken himself to be a member of the dragon race. Yi Yuan said with a smile. Senior's dragon race martial techniques are at the acme of perfection and also crowned with the surname of Long, Dragon. If I can't even guess this, then I'd also be too stupid. There were many people with the surname of Long. But to be able to cultivate the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, such a heaven-defying martial technique, to such a level, he was absolutely not an ordinary person. The Divine Realm's dragon race was a very powerful race. Yi Yuan naturally linked this old man in front of him to this race. It was just that from Long Tang's words, one could also guess that his direct relationship with the dragon race was probably not that simple. Even though Yi Yuan was very curious, he did not plan on rashly posing questions either. This violated taboos greatly. Fine lad. I'm very curious, just how did you comprehend the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm? This period of time where Yi Yuan was unconscious. What Long Tongue could not figure out after racking his brains was this problem. One had to know that he spent far more than several thousand years of effort on this martial technique. But Yi Yuan only used a few short days and comprehended it. Furthermore, he knew that Yi Yuan did not rehearse the palm art at all. He meditated in the 8th level the entire time. This was too strange. Yi Yuan smiled and said, the last 3 levels were all guarded with the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Moreover, when Senior Long was using the move, you were very deliberate, as if intentionally letting me have a clear view. Then, the turning point to clearing the 9th level could naturally only be on this coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. With this Long Tang strength, that level of coiling dragon heaven devastating palm at the 7th level and 8th level could only be to demonstrate the rudiments of the skill. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Long Tongue nodded his head slightly and said, you punk, such a keen mind. But these few days, I saw that you have been meditating all along and did not rehearse at all. Yi Yuan smiled and pointed at his head and said all of the rehearsing was all in here. Seeing Long Tongue's puzzled look, Yi Yuan continued, actually, after I found the method to maneuver true dragon strength, I've been pondering on how to grasp the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm the entire time. Later on, I discovered that when Senior execute your moves, you will release a kind of special undulation at specific times. So I guessed that the key to this coiling dragon heaven devastating palm was here. And my seclusion these few days was constantly seeking this sort of undulation. Longting's gaze turned intent and he said in surprise, you can actually perceive dragon wave. Turns out that is called dragon wave? It's very appropriate, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Longting sucked in a deep breath and said all of the dragon race's martial techniques are all released with dragon wave. It's just according to the differences in strength and weakness of the martial technique, the dragon wave's vibration frequency would be different, that's all. The coiling dragon heaven devastating palm is an extremely powerful martial technique in the dragon race too. The magnitude of the dragon wave even reaches heaven rank. The first time you use dragon wave, you're actually able to infinitely approach heaven rank magnitude. But these words made Yi Yuan stunned. Is it very difficult? Hearing these words, Long Tongue choked up, and the words at the back were forcefully swallowed back down. Seeing that conflicted face of Long Tang's becoming even more troubled, Yi Yuan also realized that this seemed to be pretty hard. Do you know how many years I used to cultivate Dragon Wave to Heaven rank? Longting said with a black face. Yi Yuan replied weakly, 5 years. Long Tongue choked up again and almost could not breathe. He only recovered to his senses after some time and said to Yi Yuan with a glare, 100 years. Yi Yuan himself was very muddled as well. He only sought out the method to execute the Coiling Dragon Heaven devastating palm, according to Long Tongue's demonstration. He completely did not know what was called Dragon Wave and also did not know how hard Dragon Wave was to practice. It was only after hearing Long Ting said, so did Yi Yuan finally know why the other party had the sort of want to strangle him to death expression. This was the first time he used Dragon Wave, and it actually reached a standard of infinitely approaching Heaven rank, while a pinnacle expert like Long Tang actually used 100 years. Yi Yuan's expression was slightly awkward as he said, ha, Senior Long. I'm a blind cat bumping into a dead rat. To really let me train, I'd probably need to train for 100 years too. Who knew that Long Tongue's face became black again? He billowed his beard and glared as he said huffily, Don't give this old man that crap. Do you think that attaining Heaven rank Dragon Wave in 100 years is already very noob? Yi Yuan gave an awkward smile, but Long Tongue could tell what he thought from his expression too. When this old man was younger, I was known as the Dragon Race's #1 genius. For ordinary people to want to cultivate Dragon Wave to Heaven rank, they need at least 300 years. If not 4. Forget it, not talking about those stale topics of conversation, Long Ting said and waved his hand. Cough cough, Senior Long, I didn't mean that, Yi Yuan said embarrassedly. Forget it. Forget it. What you mean, do I still not know? You're a freak. But it doesn't mean that everyone is a freak. Let me tell you. This Dragon Wave is divided into 6 boundaries. Yellow rank, Mystic rank, Earth rank, Heaven rank, Spirit rank, and Divine rank. Although your Coiling Dragon Heaven devastating palm is nondescript, the Dragon Wave had indeed reached the boundary of peak Earth rank. With this level, you cultivating the Coiling Dragon Heaven devastating palm will yield twice the results with half the effort, Long Teng said. Yi Yuan was completely ignorant about the Dragon Race's cultivation methods. Hearing Long Teng's words at this time, he became interested. That nondescript Coiling Dragon Heaven devastating palm that he executed previously already reached that kind of power. Then how powerful did the true Coiling Dragon Heaven devastating palm have to be? This point one could tell by looking at the Coiling Dragon Heaven devastating palm Long Tongue unleashed. Although Yi Yuan could not reach that level within a short time if he learned it, then that would absolutely be one of his greatest trumps now. It would even surpass the myriad rain sword blades. Furthermore, hearing Long Tang's meaning, he had decent talent in cultivating the Dragon Race's martial techniques. This moved Yi Yuan even more. One had to know that this Coiling Dragon Heaven devastating palm cultivated to the highest level was absolutely not worse than Supreme True Intense. Senior Long, this Coiling Dragon Heaven devastating palm? Yi Yuan asked with a smile. Long Tang gave an ugly smile and said, Relax. This Coiling Dragon Heaven devastating palm is one of the rewards for clearing the 9th level. If it's not taught to you, then what would I expend so much effort for? One of the rewards. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up. The Coiling Dragon Heaven devastating palm was already a very formidable martial technique. At least with Yi Yuan's understanding, training this move to the pinnacle level was absolutely not worse compared to the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Arts 9 Suns Burning Heaven. If this was just one of the rewards for clearing the 9th level, then what was the final reward? Longting clearly guessed Yi Yuan's thoughts and said with a nod, That's right, this is just one of the rewards for clearing the 9th level. As for this final reward, aren't you very bright? You can make a guess. No idea where this old man's mood to play came from, to actually play a guessing game with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was thrown into a daze by this old man too and started ruminating. After a dozen over breaths, Yi Yuan lifted his head abruptly and looked at Long Ting with exceedingly doubtful eyes. Senior Long, it can't be. Yi Yuan did not quite dare to trust his own judgment himself. He had kept on thinking of how to clear these final 3 levels all along, so he simply did not think in this direction. But now Long Tongue was being vague. Under Yi Yuan's contemplating, he thought of a certain possibility. Except, this kind of possibility, even he himself did not quite dare believe it. But thinking it over and over again, only this possibility was the most likely too. Longting looked at Yu Yuan and said with a smile, "It can't be what? Say it out for me to hear." Yu Yuan drew a deep breath and asked probingly, "The vast heaven pagoda?" Longting shot Yu Yuan an approving look and said smilingly, "You only guessed half of it correctly. This 9th level's true reward is the vast heaven steel." Vast heaven steel? Yu Yuan said in surprise. In Yu Yuan's view, the vast heaven steel was just a part of the vast heaven pagoda. At the very most, it was just a very critical component. The reason why the vast heaven steel had the effect of aiding martial artists in enhancing their concepts was only that the vast heaven pagoda endowed it this ability. That's right. People all think that the vast heaven pagoda is a profound and mystical object, but don't know that this vast heaven pagoda's true core is the vast heaven steel and not this pagoda. This vast heaven pagoda was actually only forged in order to conceal the vast heaven steel. Longting said words which surprised Yu Yuan greatly. In Yi Yuan's understanding, the vast heaven steel was just a part of the vast heaven pagoda. The effects of the vast heaven steel were all granted by the vast heaven pagoda. But hearing Longtang's meaning, could it be that it was not like this? Seeing Yi Yuan's doubtful eyes, Longtang said coolly, "Let me tell you a story then." Yi Yuan hurriedly said, "Pray tell." One could also know without the need to guess that this story was related to the vast heaven pagoda and vast heaven steel's origins. Seeing Yi Yuan's knowledge-seeking appearance, Longtang nodded his head contently and started to talk tirelessly. The story happened over 50,000 years ago, and the main character of that story likewise appeared in the endless world. That youth was called Fang Tian. In an accident, he obtained a piece of rock. Ever since then, he started to soar up into the sky with a start, becoming this small world's king very quickly. After ascending to the divine realm, Fang Tian still advanced with rapid strides and songs on his lips, becoming a peak powerhouse in the divine realm very quickly. At that time, a heaven-defying treasure appeared in the divine realm. Its name was Vast Heaven Pagoda. Fang Tian relied on this treasure to roam the divine realm unhindered, undefeatable by anyone. Yet, the rise of a powerhouse was bound to be accompanied by blood and slaughter. During this process, Fang Tian rescued a severely wounded azure dragon on the verge of death in an accident arising from many causes. Ever since then, the one dragon and one human threw the entire divine realm into an upheaval. Finally, Fang Tian provoked an extremely powerful fiend path faction at that time, and this faction's strongest person was known as the Heavenly Fiend God. 50,000 years ago, a great paramount battle unfolded between Fang Tian and the Heavenly Fiend God. That battle could be said to astound heaven and earth and make gods and ghosts weep, throwing the entire divine realm into pandemonium. Except that both sides' battle concluded with both parties suffering great losses. The Heavenly Fiend God fled with heavy injuries, his whereabouts unknown, while Fang Tian with severe injuries vanished from the divine realm ever since. Then 40,000 years later, a heaven-defying inheritance space appeared in the endless world. That was the vast heaven inheritance. Ever since, countless geniuses fell over each other to enter the vast heaven inheritance, in hopes of obtaining the vast heaven pagoda's ultimate inheritance. It was just that the so-called geniuses in this small world were simply unable to complete the 9-level hurdles which the vast heaven pagoda owner set. All the way until today, Yi Yuan's appearance finally completed this task which nobody had ever accomplished before, obtaining the final inheritance. This story lasted for 50,000 years all the way till today. Longtang said it very briefly, but Yi Yuan did not find it brief at all when he listened. Yi Yuan's knowledge and experience were far from this, so he could totally discern just how soul-stirring Longtang's sketched over contents were. Then Senior Fang Tian Yi Yuan inquired. Longtang shook his head and said, "That fellow threw the vast heaven's steel here, and his whereabouts became unknown. And I was afflicted with a deadly poison during that battle as well. That's why I turned into this manner. If not for hiding inside this vast heaven pagoda, I'd have already become a withered skeleton long ago." Yi Yuan nodded slightly. Looks like that great battle 50,000 years ago was really abnormally cruel. Even Longtang, this level of expert, ended up in this miserable state. Then Senior Fang Tian. Was he a deity realm powerhouse? Yi Yuan carried some agitation as he asked. How can deity realm be so easy to reach? Under this stretch of heaven, it is already incapable of giving birth to deity realm powerhouses again. Long Ting said with a sigh. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he inquired, "May I ask, Senior, why is this so?" Long Tong shook his head and said, "Divine realm powerhouses disappeared from the divine realm overnight. Since then, only legends of the divine realm was left behind. To talk about the reason, probably only they know it, right?" Hearing this answer, Yi Yuan was quite disappointed too. Deity realm was his life's aspiration. Barely managed to see a trace of hope, and it was shattered again. But he was still unresigned as he said, "This vast heaven steel should exceed divine king standards, right? Furthermore, that vast heaven steel has an extraordinary background. Could it be that such an existence still couldn't reach the level of deity realm?" Long Tong shook his head and said, "Can't reach. Deity realm is far more powerful than you imagine." Fang Tian thought that he already reached deity realm back then too. But later on, he discovered that that was simply not the case. Yi Yuan's expression changed and suddenly recalled the words that Father, Ji Zhengyang, said to him on his deathbed. Because he obtained the medicine god's soul canon when he was still living, his divine soul reached a very abstruse boundary. Could it be that for martial artists' cultivation, there were still even stronger realms above divine king? The more Yi Yuan thought, the more baffled he became and felt that he was less and less able to see through this world. Long Tongue saw Yi Yuan's look of dilemma and said smilingly, "No need to be bewildered on this sort of thing. You only have C transformation realm strength right now. Thinking about this is a bit too distant. Being down to earth is still better." Yi Yuan was stunned and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "What Senior said is right." Yi Yuan was impetuous. "Senior Long, could your meaning previously be that this vast heaven steel will belong to me from now on?" "That's right." Longting reached his hand out and beckoned. The vast heaven steel appeared before Yi Yuan. Before that fellow left, he already removed his own brand. You only have to drip your own blood essence on it and you can refine it to acknowledge an owner. Longting said. Yi Yuan was stupefied as he said, "So simple?" "And it's that simple. Logically speaking, such a heaven-defying treasure should be very hard to refine. But it's just this simple. When you grasp the vast heaven steel, you can control the vast heaven pagoda. But with your current realm, you can't unleash its power at all." Long Ting said, "Heh. No matter what, collect first before talking." Yi Yuan was not courteous either. He dripped a drop of blood essence on the vast heaven steel. The vast heaven steel immediately erupted with rays of brilliant light. Right at this moment, Yi Yuan felt that he had established a kind of inexplicable connection with the vast heaven steel. Evidently, he had already become this vast heaven steel's owner. Except that Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that even though he became the vast heaven steel's owner, he was still utterly clueless about it. Even though you've dripped your blood and got it to acknowledge an owner now with your current realm, you're simply unable to deploy the vast heaven steel and vast heaven pagoda. If you forcefully deploy them, you'll only be drained dry. Long Tongue warned him. Yi Yuan could not help being speechless when he heard that. He said helplessly, "Then isn't it the same effect as not getting it?" Long Tongue said with a laugh, "Of course it's different. With the vast heaven steel, you can enter inside the steel's space to comprehend concepts at any time. This is a treatment that nobody is able to enjoy." Yi Yuan's eyes lit up. This vast heaven steel was absolutely a heaven-defying treasure, to be able to aid martial artists in comprehending concepts. If he could meditate on the vast heaven steel as he wished, then Yi Yuan would really be taking the expressway. Yi Yuan suddenly thought of something and asked again, "Oh, right. Can this vast heaven pagoda change the flow of time?" "You don't need to think about this. In order to slow down my aging, Fang Tian changed the flow of time around my physical body. The instant that you cleared the 9th level, the inheritance space was also utterly destroyed already. Now, this vast heaven inheritance is no longer an inheritance item. It belongs to you. All right, I know that you still have many queries, but I'm unable to answer you one by one either. My exhaustion the round clearing this time is too great. I'm about to fall in a deep sleep right away." As he said, Longting fired out a seal, imprinting directly between Yi Yuan's eyebrows and vanished. This is the Coiling Dragon Heaven Devastating Palm and Dragon Waves cultivation methods. Train well. If you can enter the dragon race in the future, Help me teach them a good lesson. Finished talking, Longting directly disappeared right before Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was not very surprised. He had long seen through that this long tongue was just an incarnation. His true physical body was still inside some space within this vast heaven pagoda. This long tongue being able to live up to 50,000 years, he was probably asleep the vast majority of the time. Of course, it definitely had a lot to do with Feng Tian changing the flow of time around him. Speaking of this Feng Tian, he was truly a world-shaking figure. His means were most likely transcendent, except that, sadly, it was unknown where he was at now. He might had even perished, and his Tao dissipated already. One had to admit that it was something which made people lament. He left both the vast heaven pagoda and vast heaven steel here, all for the sake of seeking a successor. Looking from this, the possibility of him alive right now was probably very tiny already. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he came to a grassland. This place seemed to be another world. It was not very different from the outside world. Both hands lightly forming a seal, a large group of people appeared before him. Young Master Yi. Young Master. Yuan Fei and Luer were both excited to see Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan rubbed Luer's head guiltily and said, "Luer, give young master a bit more time. Young master will be able to let you become like a normal person very soon." But Luer said without a care, "As long as Luer can follow by young master's side, Luer doesn't mind." Where is this place? So beautiful. Much better than inside that spatial spirit artifact. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Do you like it?" Luer nodded her head obediently and excitedly, "Yes." "Hoo-hoo, then you and Yuan Fei they will all stay here from now on. This is a treasure that young master newly acquired. This place, apart from having no people, it's already no different from the outside world," Yi Yuan said with a chuckle. "Ah? Really? Then that's really great," Luer said excitedly. Yi Yuan smiled. His gaze suddenly fixed onto white light and he could not help being surprised. This little fellow fell asleep again since who knew when, unshakable by any circumstances. But Yi Yuan discovered to his surprise that white light actually already broke through to tier 4 since goodness knows when. Young Master Yi, ever since white light refined that tiger bone, he has been in a deep sleep the entire time. He already broke through to tier 4 the other day and seems to be going to break through to middle stage tier 4 soon. Middle stage tier 4 was basically equivalent to late stage C transformation already. Yi Yuan only broke through to late stage C transformation when he obtained the vast heaven pagoda's inheritance. To think that this little fellow used such a method to break through again, truly making others envied this little fellow to death. Looks like the tiger bone was very beneficial to white light. No wonder he was so agitated back then. Just let him break through here then. I have to stay here to enter a retreat for several days as well. If you guys have any matter, just face the void and call for me will do," Yi Yuan said. Yi Yuan has already entered the 9th level for quite a few days. Why isn't there any activities until now? Something wouldn't have happened, right? Guitaochuan said. "You jinx. Yi Yuan is somebody with a great destiny. Since he already made it to the 9th level, how can a problem possibly occur?" Qin Yan spat. "Haha, that's true. Aren't I being worried here? Ah, it's Yi Yuan. He's out," Guitaochuan suddenly said agitatedly. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly turned out to look. Indeed, they saw Yi Yuan coming out from the vast heaven pagoda. Right at this time, the 5 people saw a scene that they found unforgettable in this lifetime. The originally towering into the clouds vast heaven pagoda was actually rapidly shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Very soon, a massive pagoda became like a small and exquisite pagoda lying in Yi Yuan's palm. What happened here? Why did the vast heaven pagoda become like this? Guitaochuan watched this scene and was shocked until his jaw nearly fell off. In a twinkle, Yi Yuan arrived before the few of them. Qihai was the first to recover to his senses from the shock and looked at Yi Yuan with a face full of disbelief as he said, "Why Yi Yuan, you?" Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Old Hai, from today onwards, this endless world will no longer have the vast heaven pagoda inheritance. This matter is of utmost importance. The few of you, please help to keep this secret for me." Although Yi Yuan said it with a consulting tone, the powerful aura emitting off his body made the other 4 people's expressions tighten. Just the aura Yi Yuan was emitting made them unable to give rise to feelings of resistance. These few people were all proud children of heaven. Among those in the same generation, how could there possibly be people who could make them produce this sort of emotion? Looking at him again, Yi Yuan was actually already at the 8th level C transformation realm. This shock was by no means insignificant. If it were an ordinary 8th level C transformation, it would not enter their sights at all. But these few people were deeply aware of what Yi Yuan breaking through to the 8th level C transformation signified. Rest assured, we won't say it out, the 4 people said in unison. Chi-Hai voiced out and said, relax. The 4 of them won't say it out. Yi Yuan nodded and said, if this matter leaks out, I'll find you guys to settle scores. Also, vast heaven pagoda detached from the ground and flew off on its own. Got it. The 4 people nodded and said, understood. Following Yi Yuan's power increasing with each day, his imposing momentum of a past sovereign gradually projected out too, making people submit. Actually, regarding these few people's instructions, he was just making provisions for contingencies, afraid that their tongues would wag. 10 years later, when the vast heaven mystic realm really opened up once more, Yi Yuan would probably long already not be in the endless world. Who cares about the surging flood by then? Yi Yuan nodded and no longer bothered with those 4. Looking around, he asked Chi-Hai, Old Hai, what's with this? Chi-Hai briefly recounted the situation, making Yi Yuan's eyebrows furrow slightly when he heard. I previously already suspected that Zhao Tianyin has impure motives. Looking at it now, whatever for the sake of the fierce-scale world martial artists' welfare, it's simply rubbish. Yi Yuan smelled the thick scent of a conspiracy from the massacring of cities this incident. And I think so too. It's just we have no idea what the fierce-scale world is doing this for, Chi-Hai said. Forget about him. A fox's tail will be revealed one day, Yi Yuan said disdainfully. Chi-Hai nodded and said, now we can only wait and see. Yi Yuan, what's with this vast heaven pagoda? Yi Yuan said smilingly, I cleared the 9th level, and this vast heaven pagoda's final reward is the vast heaven pagoda itself. Yi Yuan briefly recounted the process of clearing the rounds but left out some crucial information in between. But even so, the 5 people including Chi-Hai felt their hearts quiver from excitement when they heard too. Especially those 4 youngsters. Their gazes when looking at Yi Yuan currently were filled with admiration. Yi Yuan's age was much younger than theirs, but the achievements he clinched made them look up to him. The vast heaven pagoda has stood for tens of thousands of years. To think that it was actually for the sake of selecting a new master? It's just that, even if one knew, probably nobody can accomplish it either. Yi Yuan, as the saying goes, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Our endless world's hope is all on you, Chi-Hai said solemnly. Yi Yuan said coolly, Old Hai, rest assured. Zhao Tianyin and I will ultimately have a battle one day. Furthermore, my family and friends are all in the endless world. It's naturally impossible to watch them seek their doom passively. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Chi-Hai was secretly fearful inside. What on earth did Yi Yuan experience during the fierce-scale world trip to actually give rise to such a huge grudge with that boundless realm powerhouse? But if Yi Yuan had a conflict with the fierce-scale world's realm lord before, how did he escape? This Yi Yuan was indeed full of riddles all over. But to Chi-Hai this was enough. Yi Yuan, I took the liberty to make the decision to keep the 4 of them behind. If you like them, then let them stay to be your followers. If you don't take fancy on them, I'll send them away right now, Chi-Hai said. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised as he said, the few of them to be my followers? This isn't appropriate, right? These few people were all extremely haughty characters. Putting them by his side to be followers, he did not have the luck to enjoy it. Nothing inappropriate about it. Seeing your performance in the vast heaven pagoda, they had long already straightened out their own positions. If they have any disrespect to you in the future, you can make them get lost at any time. Chi-Hai said it very sternly, but his gaze looked towards the 4 people. The 4 people understood the meaning and hurriedly said, us 4 are willing to follow by Lord Yi Yuan's side, following on the heels of your excellency. Yi Yuan briefly swept a glance over the 4 but did not agree right away. When Chi-Hai saw the situation, he quickly said, Yi Yuan, my intentions. I believe that you're very clear as well. The realm passageway is about to be completely linked up soon. The war between the two worlds might last for a very long time. The four of them are all the endless world's future pillars of society. I want to place them by your side to experience and toughen up. Yi Yuan mused for a moment and said with a nod, all right then. Since old Hai said it to such an extent, I'd be too unreasonable if I disagree as well. But I'll say the nasty stuff first, following by my side everything you have to listen to me. If anybody wants to throw a young master's tantrum, I won't be courteous. The four people were overjoyed when they heard and said, yes, Lord Yi Yuan. Wufang City was the Endless Alliance's headquarters right now. After returning from the vast Heaven Pagoda, the various sects leaders all gathered here, organizing the entire Endless Alliance martial artists. And right now, inside City Lord Manor was a complete mess. Are your Black Flame sect members all a bunch of pigs? The Fierce Gale World's numbers were half of yours, and you guys actually didn't even persist for 3 days. Stop making cynical remarks here. Talked as if your Heavenly Eagle sect is so impressive. Didn't you guys just persist for 1 day more than us? Persevering a day more is also persevering. Do you know how many of our Heavenly Eagle sect's people died for the sake of this 1 day? Unlike your Black Flame sect, immediately withdrawing once you saw that the situation was bad. Pooh! Who withdrew immediately? The great battle this time. Many of our elders died and our losses grievous. If you say any more rubbish, this old man won't be finished with you. Another sect's heavyweight was just about to speak when Qin Hongtao, who had long been exasperated, already roared furiously, all shut your mouths for this old man. The Fierce Gale World's 5-way great army is already gradually closing in on Crimson Light City. Once Crimson Light City is captured, it will be a flat stretch of land at the back. It will be immensely detrimental to our Endless Alliance. You guys are actually still in the mood to bicker here. With him roaring, everyone all kept quiet. Right now, the Fierce Gale World was akin to autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, sweeping across the entire Endless World's southeastern side. Right now, once the Endless World's martial artists heard the Fierce Gale World's name, it could be said to be trembling with fear upon hearing. The Fierce Gale World did not seem to be anxious in expanding outwards, but every area they have been to, the butcher's knife would surely be raised up, killing off all of the martial artists. Hence, places where the Fierce Gale World's great army passed through, the Endless World martial artists were all utterly routed. Now, large numbers of the southeastern area martial artists all escaped to Crimson Light City. And this Crimson Light City was an extremely crucial strategic pass. Once it was occupied by the Fierce Gale World, the Endless World would become very passive. Alliance Chief Ning Yixin sat at the helm. His brows knitted tightly, as if he did not hear those few people's arguing. It was also unknown what he was thinking about. At this time, seeing the group of people quieten down, Ning Yixin finally said slowly, I won't talk more about Crimson Light City's importance. Crimson Light City's city lord, Su Hu, has already sent an emergency request for assistance to the Alliance to request for the Alliance to send people forward to reinforce. I wonder if there's anybody that all of you can recommend. The group of old ancestors exchanged glances, their faces all showing hesitation. But nobody was willing to make a sound. Right now, mutual hostilities had already gradually developed in full swing. But both parties still maintained that final trace of restraint. Both parties' divine traversing realm powerhouses had not joined the battles yet. Once divine traversing realm experts participated in the fights, it would signify that the war would escalate overall. Both sides' 0 hour would also not be far. These several old ancestors had already sent out considerable strength to clash head-on with the Fierce Gale World. But the frontal battlefields were all crushing defeats. This made them treasure their own strength even more, unwilling to send people for the front lines. Humph! Our 3 sects have already sent out elite forces to the southeastern 4 cities. Us few old fellows didn't even say anything. And each and every one of you guys is frightened. Seeing that these people still wish to conserve strength at this time, that icy cold Jing Xian finally flew off the handle. The other sect's old ancestors were all silent as cicadas in cold weather. No one dared to make a sound. Jing Xian would not speak under normal circumstances. But once she spoke, that weight was rather heavy. Although the alliance was founded, The endless worlds these few sects still had their own interests and legacies to preserve in the end. How could they bear to let their own people go to their deaths? Ning Yixian swept a glance over everyone and said indifferently, all not speaking right? Then I'll name the names. All of a sudden, the entire assembly hall's atmosphere tensed up. Ning Yixian's gaze swept over everyone's faces one by one. With each people it swept to, their breathing would become nervous. Ning Yixian finally fixed his gaze on that Black Flame sect's old ancestor who spoke previously. That person immediately felt his scalp tingle. This Crimson Light city was a hot potato. It was virtually a mission with little chance of returning. Sending their Black Flame sect people over, how could they still return? Just as the Black Flame sect's old ancestor had a look of bitterness, suddenly a servant came in to send word, Alliance Chief, Lord Yi Yuan has already returned. He's currently outside the hall right now. Ning Yixian stood up in a flash and said, Quick! Quickly invite him inside. Black Flame sect's old ancestor only heaved a long sigh in relief when he saw Ning Yixian's expression. No matter what, this round at present was considered past. Before long, Yi Yuan brought Lu Hong, the four of them, and slowly entered the assembly hall. Ning Yixian's gaze locked onto Yi Yuan firmly, his gaze revealing astonishment. Alliance chiefs, are you all well? Yi Yuan said. Ning Yixian came back to his senses. Grabbing hold of Yi Yuan's arm, he said in delight, Younger brother Yi Yuan, this improvement speed of yours is too exaggerated. Before entering the vast heaven pagoda, you were only second-level C transformation. Not even a month's time has passed and you actually already broke through to 8th-level C transformation. Truly giving elder brother I a shock. The originally tense atmosphere in the hall was thoroughly broken by Yi Yuan's return, letting them all loosen up considerably. Yet, only at this time when they heard Ning Yixian say so, did everyone finally startle awake abruptly. Taking part in the trial once, less than a month's time from start to finish, and actually broke through 6 boundaries all at once. This was also too exaggerated. But Yi Yuan said carelessly, Hoo-hoo, obtained some lucky chances in the vast heaven pagoda. That's why I had some breakthroughs. Ning Yixian's expression became nervous as he asked, which level did younger brother you reach in the end? With him asking, everyone perked their ears up. They were all very curious what level Yi Yuan reached in the end. Yi Yuan smiled and said, the 8th level. The sound of drawing and cold breaths immediately sounded out inside the assembly hall. This isn't a joke, right? The 8th level. In these 10,000 years, only one person made it to the 8th level. Doesn't that mean that Yi Yuan is on par with the number 1 genius in 10,000 years? My God. This is also too inconceivable. Do you guys think that he is bragging? The 7th level is already very heaven-defying. The 8th level. Brag your head. Before Yi Yuan came out he had 2 consecutive perfect completions. Making it to the 8th level is fame following credit, right? Furthermore, with Old High and those 4 great geniuses present, this sort of lie would be exposed straight away, okay? How could they know that Yi Yuan was not boasting but was too reserved? Ning Yixian said in excitement when he heard that younger brother Yi is truly a genius among geniuses. To actually have even greater talent than the Grand Yen True Lord several thousand years ago. Congratulations, younger brother. With younger brother's talent, ascending to the divine realm will be close at hand. Yi Yuan smiled and said, rice has to be eaten mouthful by mouthful. I'm only C transformation realm right now. There's still a very long way to go before Ascension. Hearing these words, Ning Yixian's appraisal of Yi Yuan in his heart grew considerably. Compared to Guotaochuan they all, although Yi Yuan was young, he was much more level-headed. Oh, right. There's something that I want to tell everybody. Everyone has to be mentally prepared. The vast heaven pagoda is already gone. What did you say? The vast heaven pagoda is gone. Qin Hongtao nearly jumped up. Ning Yixian and Jing Xian's expressions changed drastically too. Their gazes looked towards Yi Yuan heatedly, waiting for his explanation. In contrast, although the others present there were also shocked, their reactions were not as exaggerated as Ning Yixian, the 3 of them. There was even a bit of gloating over others' misfortunes in the eyes of a small portion of the people. After all, the vast heaven pagoda belonged to the 3 sects. Whether it disappeared or not did not have too big a relation with them. Grandfather, not long after Yi Yuan came out and we were just about to leave the vast heaven mystic realm. All of a sudden, the earth trembled and the mountains swayed. The vast heaven mystic realm actually detached from the ground and flew away. Qin Yan spoke before the others could. Ning Yixian and Jing Xian both looked at their disciples. Guo Taochuan and Yin Yanhua both nodded slightly. The three great head disciples testifying together, the convincingness was already rather strong. After a long while, Ning Yixian finally heaved a sigh and said, "Forget it. Forget it. It's also not what we can control. At the moment, it's not the time to pursue this either. Let's continue discussing how to resolve the matter of Crimson Light City." Yi Yuan, you came back just in time. The fierce-scale world has been advancing all the way like splitting bamboo, and they already fought until almost reaching Crimson Light City. You come up with ideas too. Oh yeah, where's Old Hai? Yi Yuan gave a slight smile and said, Old Hai said that he had other matters. You make the call here will do. As he was talking, Yi Yuan sat down at the seat closest to the right-hand seat, while Lu Hong, the four of them, actually followed and stood behind him rather like followers. The four people's actions made all the old ancestors greatly surprised. These four people's statuses were extremely high. Even when compared to some sects' divine traversing realm elders, they were about the same too. Because with these four people's talents, they were bound to become divine traversing realms in the future, even peak divine traversing realm experts. These four people actually stood behind Yi Yuan like underlings. The astonishment in their hearts could be imagined. Ning Yixian trio faintly had some guesses but did not change their expressions, treating it like they did not see it. As for the others, they all knew that Qi Hai kept these four people behind independently, but did not know why such a sight would appear now. Ahem! Ning Yixian coughed lightly and said, Younger brother Yi is able and resourceful. Since he came back as well, I'll briefly explain the current northern domain situation for him and let him give ideas too. Yi Yuan was not courteous and said with a nod, I'll have to trouble Alliance Chief Ning. To let the Endless Alliance's Alliance Chief personally repeat the war situation, Yi Yuan could also be considered a special one. Although Yi Yuan was still Sea Transformation Realm, among the people present, there was already nobody who saw him as a junior anymore. This young man's potential was too great. Even though several thousand years had passed, the Grand Yen True Lord's name was still very resounding. Yi Yuan walked even further in the vast heaven pagoda than the Grand Yen True Lord. One could imagine just how great his future accomplishments would be. Furthermore, behind Yi Yuan still stood Leviathans like Wufang City and Qi Hai. Unless one could kill Yi Yuan soundlessly, otherwise, he was bound to be a godlike figure in the endless world in the future. These old ancestors were not fools. How could they possibly do something like digging their own graves? Ning Yixian did not find it troublesome either, roughly repeating the current situation. Yi Yuan did not speak. He just listened the whole time quietly. Although what Ning Yixian said was not considered detailed, Yi Yuan discerned that the endless world was currently in a very unfavorable situation right now too. Moreover, from the information that Ning Yixian revealed by accident, Yi Yuan discovered that these heavyweights still underestimated the fierce-scale world's martial artists, resulting in immensely grievous losses. These old ancestors each had selfish motives. How could they band together like strands of rope to resist the fierce-scale world? Actually, this sort of situation Yi Yuan had long predicted it. He was naturally not surprised either. Younger brother Yi Yuan, I wonder what views you have regarding the present war situation? In the end, Ning Yixian asked Yi Yuan for advice. Everyone's gaze focused on Yi Yuan, all wanting to hear his thoughts. Fighting a month's war with the fierce-scale world muddle-headedly, other than knowing that the fierce-scale world martial artists were very strong, these people really did not know much about other information. Each time fierce-scale world martial artists reached a place, not even fowls and dogs would be left. There was simply not much information transmitted out. Hence, while the Endless Alliance looked to be powerful, they actually have not really fought in close quarters much with the fierce-scale world up until now. But Crimson Light City's situation at present did not permit the Endless Alliance to shrink back anymore. Yi Yuan mused for a moment and said coolly, Crimson Light City, this battle must be fought no matter what. Ning Yixian was not surprised. He nodded and said, I think so too. I was just about to send the Black Flame sect to go and assist, and you came back. Black Flame sect's old ancestor's heart thumped as he thought to himself, it's here again. At this time now, if anyone were to step forward to sing a different tune, then that person would be the entire endless world's public enemy. He would come to no good end. Yi Yuan shot an indifferent glance at the Black Flame sect old ancestor's expression and shook his head and said, I'll go. Everyone was first stunned, then taken aback. This action of Yi Yuan's seriously exceeded everyone's expectations. You? This isn't appropriate, right? Ning Yixian said hesitantly. Yi Yuan was Ren Xingquan's grandson and a junior that Qi Hai regarded highly and more so. The endless world's future hope. Such an important character, how could he possibly go to the front lines personally to fight in the war? Furthermore, it was going to the most dangerous place. The fierce Gale world's five-way great army had besieged Crimson Light City. It was the place in the most desperate situation among all the front lines. The fierce Gale world was so powerful. How could Crimson Light City be that easy to defend? What if Yi Yuan died there? Ren Xingquan and Qi Hai would both fly off the handle. But Yi Yuan said coolly, nothing inappropriate about it. Crimson Light City mustn't be lost. Once it's lost, half of the northern domain will be lost too. At that time, the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. None of us can shoulder this responsibility. Furthermore, the fierce Gale world's five-way great army has already surrounded Crimson Light City until not a drop of water can leak through right now. Once the city is breached, countless martial artists will suffer. So no matter what, Crimson Light City has to be defended. I see that everyone doesn't have the intention of going. Then what's wrong with me going? You all don't need to be worried about Old Man Ren and Old Hai. My matters, I'll make the call myself. When something happens, they won't find you. Having their thoughts exposed by Yi Yuan, Ning Yixian said rather awkwardly, Younger brother Yi, you're mistaken. You're our endless world's hope. What you need to do now should be to increase your strength as fast as possible. Risking danger yourself isn't a wise move. Yi Yuan said smilingly, what can increase strength faster than fighting? All right, my decision is set. Lord Alliance Chief, there's no need to argue on this. All right then. I'll send more experts to follow you. At that time, there will be people to look after too. If the matter can't be accomplished, you still have to do your best to protect yourself. In my eyes, 10 Crimson Light cities are not as important as one Yi Yuan, Ning Yixian said firmly. This was not Ning Yixian saying flattery. Ever since knowing that Yi Yuan made it to the 8th level, his view was already the same as Qi Hai. Whether the endless world could drive back the fierce Gale world or not might fall onto Yi Yuan, who knew that Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, No need. Just need the 4 of them to follow me will do. Just the 5 of them go? What's the difference from nobody going? What can 5 people do? Yi Yuan, his strength is strong. But when placed among thousands upon thousands of soldiers and horses, it probably won't have any much impact either, right? It can't be that after making it to the vast Heaven Pagoda's 8th level, he doesn't know what's his own surname already, right? No matter how powerful he is now, he's merely just a sea transformation realm. Even if he can cross boundaries to battle, the Soul Sea realms in Crimson Light City are as many as carps crossing the river. Just the peak Soul Sea realm martial artists are not in the minority too. With Yi Yuan saying this, below immediately discussed animatedly. Although everybody had long accepted Yi Yuan's might, the war between 2 worlds and individual battles were a whole other thing. Regardless of how powerful the martial artist, when placed among thousands of martial artists, it was still insignificant. Even peak divine traversing realm powerhouses could not endure the exhaustion of large numbers of martial artists too. Yi Yuan saying to use the 5 of them to go there and assist. Wasn't this a joke? Yi Yuan, one mustn't act without due consideration. I know that you're very confident in yourself, but Crimson Light City's situation now is very unfavorable. It's best for you to bring some more people along. The 5 of you going simply makes no difference to the war situation at all. Ning Yixian urged earnestly. Yi Yuan said with a smile, This trip, I have a pretty clear idea in mind. Having more people will be inconvenient instead. Lord Alliance Chief, rest assured. Yi Yuan absolutely won't treat his own life as a joke. However, there are a few things that I hope Alliance Chief will promise me. Seeing Yi Yuan's very persistent appearance, Ning Yixian knew that he could not sway him either and could only say, "Just say those things you need." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Most of the cities in the vicinity of Crimson Light City had already fallen. It has pretty much become a lone city already. But behind Crimson Light City, there are still two important cities. One is Fair Sun City, the other Perpetual Peace City. If the Fierce-Gale World's great army fails to conquer Crimson Light City for a long time, it's very likely to leave Crimson Light City aside to go and attack those two cities. These two cities must be guarded heavily. Once something happens, Crimson Light City will completely fall into the Fierce-Gale World's scope of influence. Then it will really be a lone city." Ning Yixian nodded and said, "I got it. What else is there? Additionally, prepare a batch of medicinal herbs for me. I have a use for it. As for the specifics of what medicinal herbs to prepare, I'll send people to deliver here later. It must be prepared completely before tomorrow morning," Yi Yuan said. "The Alliance's alchemy arrangements are all in charge by City Lord Ren. However many medicinal herbs you require, just directly get them from him will do," Ning Yixian said. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "I won't go through that trouble. I assume that he's very busy right now too." "All right." Yi Yuan still hasn't paid respects to parents after returning to Wufang City. "I'll head back to City Lord Manor first." Finished talking, he said to the four people behind, "You three stay behind for the time being. Lu Hong, follow me back to City Lord Manor. Tomorrow morning, the three of you bring the medicinal herbs and gather at City Lord Manor's entrance." "Yes." The four people acknowledged his words. Leaving behind Qin Yen trio was naturally for the sake of letting them bid farewell to their family elders. From now onwards, they would have the identities of being his followers, and not those proud children of heaven enjoying myriad of adorations in the past. After Yi Yuan left, this meeting had no way of continuing either. Originally, they were discussing who to send to Crimson Light City. Who knew that Yi Yuan actually charged out and directly took on this assignment? Especially the Black Flame Sect's old ancestor who was secretly whistling lucky at this time and had some gratitude towards Yi Yuan. Ning Yixian made a few more arrangements and then let these old ancestors go prepare by themselves. After everyone all dispersed, Qin Hongtao's face fell as he asked Qin Yen, "Yener, what actually happened to the vast heaven pagoda?" Qin Hongtao's expression was unkind. Clearly, he really got angry at this grandson of his. His own grandson was actually helping outsiders to deceive him. This was something that he could not tolerate. Although Ning Yixian and Jing Xian did not speak, they clearly did not believe the words Qin Yen trio said either. The vast heaven pagoda had already stood there firmly for tens of thousands of years already. If there weren't any special circumstances, how could it possibly fly away by itself without rhyme or reason? Seeing Qin Hongtao flare up, Qin Hongtao did not have any surprised look. "Grandfather, calm your anger. Grandson is not deceiving intentionally. It's truly inadvisable to be high profile at this time. Actually, the vast heaven pagoda didn't fly off by itself but was collected by Yi Yuan. From now on, the vast heaven pagoda belongs to Yi Yuan alone." Qin Yen took his time to recount the events of Yi Yuan clearing the 9th level and collecting the vast heaven pagoda, shocking the three old ancestors to their core. Even if they had thought of innumerable possibilities, they did not expect that this vast heaven pagoda was actually the reward for clearing the 9th level either. The three people only recovered from their shock after taking a very long time. But right now, the three of their faces all had looks of dilemma. The vast heaven pagoda was originally their three sexes' object, but now it was appropriated by Yi Yuan for himself. This was something that they were unable to tolerate. The vast heaven pagoda was an immensely valuable fortune. How could it be gone just like this? But Guitaochuan heaved a sigh and said, "Old ancestor, don't be thinking too much. Old Hai made me bring a few words to you all." Ning Yixian's expression became intent as he said with a nod, "Speak." Old Hai said, "The vast heaven pagoda is just a dead object. Placing it there, you all can't even make it through the 6th level. But Yi Yuan is somebody with a great destiny. The four of us following him will receive endless benefits. With him around, the endless world won't perish. Don't think about harming Yi Yuan. Otherwise, he'll go to the three sects personally to find you guys and have a discussion. The urgent matter on hand is to integrate the various sects' strength to cope with the fierce Gale world's invasion, Qin Yan said slowly. Qin Yan's words made the three old ancestors' hearts tensed up. Qihai seemed to have long guessed what they were thinking. That was why he instructed these three juniors to relay his words. Furthermore, even though he was not in the alliance, his guess was not far off the mark regarding the alliance's matters. He knew that right now they were still a pile of loose sand. This warning could not be said to not be severe. If the three of them really dare to act rashly without careful thought, Old Hai might really do something. Ning Yixian was the most prudent and already broke out from that sort of restless emotion earlier. He looked at Guo Taochuan and said, "Are the three of you already prepared to follow wherever Yu Yuan goes?" Guo Taochuan suddenly kneeled and did a kowtow towards Ning Yixian, saying in a solemn voice, "Taochuan is a heavenly martial sect member in life and a heavenly martial sect's ghost in death. In the future, when I have some accomplishments, Taochuan will definitely bring the heavenly martial sect to greater heights, becoming my endless world's #1 faction." From the moment Yi Yuan came out of the pagoda, Taochuan knew that he's a target whom I'm unable to surpass all my life. Following him, perhaps I can obtain unimaginable achievements. Ning Yixian looked at Guo Taochuan with a complicated look. He only gave a long sigh after some time and said, "Forget it. Forget it. You go then. But I hope that you'll remember today's words. Don't let me down." Guo Taochuan said with a steadfast gaze. Old ancestor, rest assured, Guo Taochuan absolutely dare not to forget. Qin Hongtao looked at his own grandson and said helplessly, "Seems like you have this idea too?" Qin Yan nodded and gave Qin Hongtao a solemn kneel. Yin Yanhua imitated the two as well, paying obeisance to Jing Xian. City Lord Manor was also a scene of bustle right now. Following the war between two worlds drawing back the curtains, the front-line martial artists' demand for medicinal pills skyrocketed too. Ren Xingchuan has been leading the pill refinements all along these days and did not participate even in the upper echelons meetings. Yi Yuan went to pay respects to his parents. What surprised him was that his mother, Ren Hongling, was actually cultivating in close seclusion. Instead, it was his father who was idle. He only knew after asking that ever since Ren Hongling regained essence energy, she started to cultivate frenziedly. In this period of time where Yi Yuan was at the vast heaven mystic realm, she had been in close seclusion all along. Regarding his mother's situation, Yi Yuan could only smile helplessly. Looks like these few years, the desire that his mother suppressed in her heart finally erupted. After meeting, the father and son pair could not dispense with a round of showing great concern. Yi Yuan briefly recounted the vast heaven pagoda journey, making Yi Hang very excited. An artifact which made the entire endless world crazy was actually taken into possession by his own son. This sense of accomplishment was huge. Being informed that his son had to leave again tomorrow, Yi Hang said with a loud laugh, "Go on, go on. Fine men have to be ready to realize their aspirations all over the world. But now the situation has changed drastically. This Crimson Light City is an extremely dangerous place. Take utmost precaution." Yi Yuan perceived unwillingness to part and concern from father's eyes. But Yi Hang put on an appearance of not caring at all. It was hilarious, but Yi Yuan was touched in his heart even more. Although Yi Yuan's current strength had long surpassed Yi Hang, in Yi Hang's heart, Yi Yuan was forever a child. But Yi Hang's support regarding Yi Yuan's decision already became unconditional, because he believed in his own son. Apart from this, Yi Hang had unbounded confidence in his son. If one was to say the name of the endless world savior, then this savior was definitely Yi Yuan. "Father, put your mind at ease. Yuaner has a score in his heart and won't mess around. Moreover, in the vast heaven pagoda this time, I obtained a type of very powerful talisman. Even when facing peak divine traversing realm martial artists, I have the strength to protect myself too," Yi Yuan said smilingly. The reason why Yi Yuan took on this mission which everyone was unwilling to take was that Crimson Light City was too important. Unless they sent out divine traversing realm powerhouses, other people going would only be courting death. Furthermore, the martial artists of a dozen over southeastern cities were gathered in Crimson Light City. The number was huge. Once the city was breached, then the people would be plunged into an abyss of suffering. Yi Yuan had long treated the endless world as his own home already. How could he bear to watch such a thing happen? Of course, Yi Yuan going this time still had another objective, and that was to see what were these fierce Gale World folks were planning. Why would they carry out this sort of heartless act like massacring the people in these cities? In Yi Yuan's impression, although the fierce Gale World's people were warmongers, they were not bloodthirsty. There were definitely reasons for doing such a thing. Indeed, once Yi Hang heard Yi Yuan say so, his heart was immediately set at ease. What? Yi Yuan, he actually wants so many medicinal herbs in one go? Even if he's taking these medicinal herbs to eat for food, he doesn't need so many either, right? Ning Yixian saw the inventory in his hand and was shocked until his jaws nearly hit the ground. The grades of these medicinal herbs were not high. The highest was also just quasi-tier 4 medicinal herbs. But the quantity marked on the list was seriously too massive. You mustn't forget, this boy is still an alchemist, Jing Xian reminded. Ning Yixian was stunned, but he still shook his head and said, "Of course I know that he's an alchemist, but there aren't that many alchemists inside Crimson Light City either. What does he want to do with so many low-level medicinal herbs? Him refining medicinal pills alone, even if he refined till the year after next, he can't finish refining either, right? Yi Yuan tends to exceed all expectations when doing things. Him doing so should have his own intentions. Going to Crimson Light City this time, he's only bringing the 4 of us. Then this big play naturally has to fall on these medicinal herbs. Although I don't know how he will refine medicinal pills. I think that he wouldn't go so far as to do this because he's bored," Yin Yanhua said. Ning Yixian was stunned. Thinking carefully, it seemed to be like this. He then ordered people to prepare the medicinal herbs. "Do the 3 of you have anything in mind?" Yi Yuan playing a lone hand this time. How on earth is he planning on resolving Crimson Light City's crisis? Ning Yixian suddenly asked. The 3 people all shook their heads blankly. Guo Taochuan said, "Honestly speaking, starting from the first time I laid eyes on Yi Yuan, I've never figured out his thoughts at all. My thoughts simply can't keep in pace with his. When I calculate 10 steps, he probably already calculated 100 steps long ago." Ning Yixian smiled bitterly when he heard that and said, "Putting aside you guys, even this old man has never figured out his thoughts before either. Forget it. Forget it. Let him toss and turn himself. Us, these old fellows, just have to ensure the logistical work will do. Old Man Qin, our 2 families each send out a team again and head towards Fair Sun and Perpetual Peace, these 2 cities, respectively." Qin Hongtao nodded and said, "All right, no problem. Since the 3 of you are going follow Yi Yuan in the future, keep in mind to not give in to personal feelings. His strength has already surpassed yours by far too much now. You guys have to double up yourselves. Not just anyone has the qualifications to follow by a powerhouse's side," Ning Yixian said solemnly. The 3 people's expression tensed up, and they all nodded their heads somberly. Yi Yuan and Yi Heng conversed all the way till midnight before returning to their own rooms. In his room, with just a will of his mind, he arrived inside the vast heaven pagoda. This 9 characters true word formula is truly incomparably profound. The Lin character's first hand seal, I'm unable to form it to this day, but through such a long time of fumbling about, I'm only missing one final step as well. I wonder if my heart realm can break through after forming this first hand seal. This period of time, apart from cultivating the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, Yi Yuan was comprehending the Lin character. Except that this rate of progress was even slower than he imagined. Yi Yuan had been anticipating all this while that he could have some breakthrough in Heart Realm after this Lin character had some breakthrough. Yi Yuan closed his eyes slightly and started visualizing the Lin character. Through this period of visualization, Yi Yuan could faintly sense that this Lin character had a total of 9 hand seals. But what he could visualize clearly right now was only this first hand seal. These 9 hand seals formed a complete seal. If one could completely acquaint themselves with these 9 hand seals, the power would likely be unimaginable. In a twinkle, a night passed. Dawn was breaking. All of a sudden, a rather mysterious sensation poured into Yi Yuan's heart. Yi Yuan opened both eyes abruptly, both hands swiftly forming a seal. Yi Yuan, who was initially just lacking one final step, actually successfully formed it this time. Right at this moment, Yi Yuan's heart rate suddenly sped up. The heart realm, which had already reached a bottleneck originally, actually burst through directly. Except, this final result made Yi Yuan rather disappointed. Sigh. I thought that I'd already reached the threshold of heart-like monolith. Turns out that it's just the heart-like still water's bottleneck. No wonder heart realm boundaries are so hard to break through. Just the first level of heart-like still water is so challenging already. If I didn't acquire this 9 characters true word formula, I'm afraid I don't know how long I'd have to be stuck at this bottleneck. Yi Yuan said helplessly. Heart realm, this sort of thing was a mystery even among mysteries. Even in the divine realm, nobody could give the accurate minor boundaries divisions either. All along, Yi Yuan had half-baked knowledge regarding heart realm as well. Along with the time of him entering heart-like still water heart realm getting increasingly longer, he thought that he had already walked very far along the path of heart realm. But looking at it now, it was not the case at all. Yi Yuan realized that he probably only stayed for a time on a heart-like still water's minor boundary up until now. And succeeding in the Lin character's first hand seal, Yi Yuan finally broke through this minor boundary. Yi Yuan entered into heart-like still water heart realm and fastidiously sensed the changes after breaking through. However, he discovered to his dismay that there did not seem to be too obvious a change. Could it be that apart from reducing the expenditure on heart force, there aren't other changes? The advancement in heart realm is a kind of auxiliary realm. There must still be other effects. Oh right, comprehending concepts. Yi Yuan suddenly had an inspiration and started to comprehend concepts. At this time, Yi Yuan discovered to his joy that his speed when comprehending concepts actually obtained a substantial increase. This sort of enhancement was not worth mentioning when relatively speaking about the entire concept's comprehension duration, but accumulating months and years, this sort of enhancement margin would be very terrifying. Yi Yuan attempted to comprehend the scorching concept earlier. He discovered that the short while of comprehension efficiency just now was twofold than before. In the past, Yi Yuan already noticed that under heart-like still water heart realm, the speed of comprehending concepts was slightly faster compared to normal. But breaking through the bottleneck now, he did not expect that the extent of the increase would actually be so great. Hey, so that's how it is. Really looking forward to what kind of changes heart realm will have after comprehending the second hand seal. Yi Yuan, who tasted the benefits, gave rise to a strong interest in the 8 hand seals at the back of the Lin character. If he were to fully comprehend the 9 hand seals, then wouldn't the comprehension speed of concepts be ridiculous? But, on this point, Yi Yuan also deeply sensed the powerful aspect of this 9 characters true word formula. Just a Lin character had such formidable might. One had to know that the speed of comprehending concepts was entirely dependent on talent. If there wasn't any heaven-defying lucky chance, it was simply impossible to have any change. And the Lin character could actually cultivate and advance his heart realm. It could even promote the speed of concepts comprehension through heart realm. This was simply unheard of. This was equivalent to saying that a martial artist's cultivation could totally disregard talent. Such an effect was simply too heaven-defying. However, cultivating the 9 characters true word formula with Yi Yuan's talent, the effects were clearly more prominent. This made Yi Yuan having immense interest in the other 8 characters too. When he had time, he must study them well. Right at this time, Su Zihui's lowered voice came from outside the door. Younger brother Yi, Qin Yan, the 3 of them have already been waiting for a long time. Yi Yuan went out and said to Su Zihui, I've made elder brother wait for long. I'll head over right now. Walking a few steps, Yi Yuan suddenly turned around again and said, Oh yeah, elder brother. After coming back from this trip, I'll assist you to break through to the divine traversing realm. This period of time, you think of ways to gather these few kinds of medicinal herbs. Wait till I come back. I'll help you refine medicinal pills. As he said, Yi Yuan threw Su Zihui a jade slip. Su Zihui practically received the jade slip quiveringly. He had already been stuck at the 9th level Soul Sea realm for a very long time but kept on failing to find the opportunity to break through. To the endless world's martial artists, divine traversing realm was a massive threshold. The vast majority of martial artists were unable to cross it. One should not look at how those divine traversing realm experts in the various northern domains great sects were as many as dogs. In comparison to the entire number endless world's martial artists, divine traversing realm experts were truly very rare. It was unknown how many Soul Sea realm experts harbored grievances in front of this massive threshold. Su Zihui's age was not considered young either. His hope of breaking through was already increasingly bleak. He himself was almost giving up all hope. So these few years, he had his thoughts placed on grooming his son all along and was rather negligent with his own cultivation instead. He never would have thought that he could actually really break through to divine traversing realm one day. How could this not agitate him? As for the words Yi Yuan said, he never doubted them before. Yi Yuan opening a forum and giving a sermon in Wufang City caused a huge sensation. Su Zihue already knew that. He knew that even City Lord, His Excellency, could not possibly reach such a level too. What Yi Yuan was lacking right now was just cultivation realm, which was also to say that Yi Yuan had confidence in breaking through to Soul Sea realm before coming back this time. Su Zihue was just about to say a whole bunch of appreciative words only to hear Yi Yuan say, "All right, is there still a need for such formalities between us? Swallow the words in your stomach back down." Su Zihue was stupefied, then immediately smiled fatuously and said, "This favor elder brother accepts it." "Hoo-hoo, that's right," Yi Yuan said smilingly. Roughly 10 days later, Yi Yuan, the 5 of them, put away the spirit boat they used and descended on a mountain range 10,000 miles outside of Crimson Light City. "Brother Yi, a fiendish aura is surging to the skies in the direction of Crimson Light City. Looks like these fierce Gale world martial artists all lost their mind in the slaughtering." "Just how long has it been to actually accumulate such a horrifying fiendish air?" Xianxia said. Yi Yuan also knew that these few people were following him just for the sake of seeking a lucky chance. So he did not go overboard either and let them address him Brother Yi would suffice. Although it was rather weird, it sounded much better than Master or whatever. Yi Yuan's expression darkened slightly too, and he said even though fierce Gale world martial artists are intrepid, they shouldn't fall so low to the extent of becoming butchers. This Zhao Tianyin truly deserves death. Separated by a distance of 10,000 miles, Yi Yuan they all could feel the fiendish aura surging to the skies. It could be seen just how many people those fierce Gale world martial artists killed in this period of time. The dozen over southeastern cities were probably already reduced to savage battlefields. "Brother Yi, then what should we do now?" Lu Hong asked. These 4 people were uncertain what Yi Yuan planned on doing as well. 5 people coming to support such a large city. This was simply a fantastical tale. And Yi Yuan kept his mouth tightly shut along the way too, as if he did not have the intention of explaining. This made the intense itch in their hearts even harder to endure. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Enter the city." The 4 people were stunned. Guitaochuan said in surprise, "Brother Yi, according to the reports, in order to prevent spies from sneaking in, all the transmission arrays in the city has long been destroyed already. Without transmission arrays, how do we enter the city?" After Crimson Light City sent out the courier to request reinforcements, they destroyed all of the transmission arrays. Now, Crimson Light City's Grand Array was activated, and the city gates tightly shut. It was simply impossible to go in. So when Yi Yuan said to enter the city, the 4 people all felt very surprised. Under such circumstances, how should they enter the city? Yi Yuan did not reply, but countered with a question, "The array formation that I taught you guys, how's the rehearsal?" Upon hearing that, Guitaochuan said excitedly, "Heh! Brother Ye's 4 symbols battle formation is indeed formidable. With the 4 of our strength coordinating with the array formation being evenly matched with late-stage Soul Sea martial artists is nothing difficult too." Yi Yuan smiled slightly when he heard and said, "Very good, then let's slaughter our way in." Slaughter our way in? Guitaochuan almost sprained his tongue. The other 3 people clearly had choked up expressions too. They did not think that Yi Yuan would actually say such crazy words. Lu Hong swallowed his saliva and said, "Brother Yi, the fierce Gale world's 5-way great army, the martial artists are probably as many as in the millions. Among them, there are no shortage of late-stage Soul Sea realm experts. Slaughter our way in. That isn't too likely to work, right?" Yi Yuan said coolly. "What? Scared? There's still time now. You guys return first then. I'll just go in alone." With this, the 4 proud children of heaven got stimulated. Guitaochuan said stammeringly, Scared of what? Men have to die heroically. I'll fight with you." Yin Yanhua's beautiful eyes flickered, and she said, "I'm going too." Yi Yuan looked at the other two with a half-smile and said, "What about you guys?" The two gritted their teeth and said, "Go. The four of you just need to bother with slaughtering a P10. Don't need to care about anything else. Leave the rest to me. Remember, don't break away from the array formation no matter what." Yi Yuan warned. The four people's expressions became severe, and they nodded their heads to acknowledge one after another. A distance of 10,000 miles was not far for these people. After half a day, four people appeared in front of the fierce Gale world's great army. As far as the eye could see, the dense mass were all human heads, striking terror into the hearts of Lu Hong, the four people. These were all powerful martial artists and not mortal armies. So many people, each person spitting a mouthful of spittle was also sufficient to drown the four of them. But Yi Yuan did not show too much expression on his face. He said indifferently, "You all just treat it like you're still inside the vast heaven pagoda. Most of these martial artists are also just crystal formation and sea transformation. Soul Sea realm experts are only the minority comparatively speaking. With your strength coordinating through the four symbols battle formation, slaughtering our way in shouldn't be hard." The four symbols battle formation was a tier 4 array formation with immense might. It was especially suited for battle. Not only could this array formation reduce the four people's essence energy consumption, but it could also increase the four people's average combat power even more so. Lu Hong, the four of them, were originally the Endless World's pinnacle geniuses. After coming out of the vast heaven pagoda, they had each already broken through to second-level Soul Sea. With their strength, dealing with ordinary middle-stage Soul Seas was absolutely not an issue. With the four symbols battle formation, the four of them working together to deal with ordinary late-stage Soul Seas was also no object. Along the way, the mission that Yi Yuan assigned to them was to rehearse this four symbols battle formation. These four people were all talented and brilliant people. Though the time was short on this trip, they were already considered to have learned the rudiments of this set of array formation. The five people's appearance immediately alarmed the fierce Gale world's great army. A large group of martial artists came up and fenced the few of them in a tight ring. It's Endless World martial artists. Kill without mercy. These fierce Gale world martial artists clearly lost their minds with the killing already. Upon seeing the five people, they were going to take action and kill people without a word. When Lu Hong the four people saw the fierce Gale world martial artists' actions, fury surged in their hearts with a phlegm. The four people went into battle formation and started killing. Lu Hong, the four people, were all Soul Sea realm experts. They were originally cranes standing among chickens in front of these ordinary martial artists to begin with. Coordinating with the four symbols battle formation, the four of them were akin to tigers entering a flock of sheep. They immediately cut a large swath. Wailing sound rose from all directions. But these fierce Gale world martial artists all did not fear death. Seeing this sort of situation, not only did they not retreat, they became even more frenzied instead. Yi Yuan deployed a small cluster of 1,000 flowing petals and followed behind the four step by step, like strolling idly in a courtyard. Occasionally, some who did not have eyesight came in front of him, and the petals directly reaped their lives. Yi Yuan discovered that each one of these fierce Gale world martial artists all had immensely heavy fiendish aura, their state akin to insanity. Evidently, there were considerable Endless World martial artists' fresh blood on their hands. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan also discovered that he had somewhat underestimated Zhao Tiannin's charisma in the fierce Gale world. No wonder the Purple Mansion sect did not hesitate to destroy the 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array to link together the realm passageway after lurking in the Endless World for several thousand years. The power of faith was truly frightening. Continuing according to this sort of situation, these martial artists would most likely lose themselves in the end, becoming a machine that only knew slaughter. What on earth does this Zhao Tiannin want to do? Yi Yuan's brows could not help furrowing. The disturbance stirred in this corner spread to the Central Army's main tent very quickly. A young man with a dignified bearing stood in the air and looked towards that corner. Lord Shangguan, no idea where several fellows who don't fear death popped out from, to actually dare rush at our great army. This subordinate will send people to exterminate them right now. The person speaking was called Deng Sheng. He was one of the main commanders in the 5-way Great Army with a 9th-level Soul Sea strength. This young man in front of him was only 7th-level Soul Sea strength, but Deng Sheng was extremely deferential towards him. If Yu Yuan were here, he would recognize this young man. He was precisely the Shangguan Lingyun who had not fought with him when he was at the Fierce Gale world. Since Yu Yuan returned from the Fierce Gale world, not a year's time was up. This Shangguan Lingyun actually broke through a full major realm, becoming the commander-in-chief for the five-way Great Army. Shangguan Lingyun nodded and said, "You make a trip personally then. Bring a few more people over. Among the 5 people over there, 4 have Soul Sea realm strength. Furthermore, the 4 of them seem to be rehearsing some kind of array formation. The power is quite strong. Additionally, 1 person seems to only have Sea transformation realm strength. But I have a feeling that this Sea transformation realm is the strongest among them." Deng Shang was stunned. Clearly, he did not expect that Shangguan Lingyun would actually give such an evaluation. He sensed that Sea transformation realm existence too. But the commotion caused by that Sea transformation realm was clearly not as big as those Soul Sea realm experts. Shangguan Lingyun actually gave such a high appraisal of that Sea transformation realm. This made him rather disapproving. No matter how powerful a Sea transformation realm martial artist was, how strong could they get? However, regarding Shangguan Lingyun's orders, Deng Shang did not dare to defy. He would not dare to look at how this person in front of him was just 7th level Soul Sea. His true combat strength was even stronger than peak Soul Sea realm. Deng Shang picked 10 middle stage Soul Sea realm martial artists and directly flew to Yi Yuan there. Lu Hong, the 4 people charged all the way over. Most were Sea transformation realm and crystal formation realm martial artists, dying upon touching. Occasionally, there were a few initial stage Soul Sea realm experts that surrounded over. It was basically also the outcome of them getting instantly wiped. Deng Xing, the few of them flew over to the side very quickly. Deng Xing yelled out, "All back off from me." Those martial artists were not as undisciplined as the Endless World martial artists. Upon hearing these words, they vacated a large piece of open space very quickly. Deng Shang's group of people landed in front of Yi Yuan's 5 people, blocking their path. A few punks who don't know life from death. To dare bully my Fierce Gale world for having no one, Deng Shang said ferociously. In this short while, the Fierce Gale world could be said to have massive casualties. Yi Yuan's figure flashed, blocking in front of the 4 people, and said coolly, "You guys walk around the side. Leave these dregs to me." "Yes, brother Yi." Facing Yi Yuan's order, the 4 people did not hesitate at all, directly killing over towards the side. How haughty a person was Deng Xing. Hearing that Yu Yuan, a puny little Sea transformation realm, actually dared to look down upon him, he could not help blowing a fuse. "Boy, you're courting death. The few of you attack for me. Hack this brat into pieces." Under Deng Shang's command, 10 middle-stage Soul Sea realm experts joined forces and attacked Yi Yuan. Flame movement, true dragon carnage. Yi Yuan blasted a fist out nonchalantly. Deng Shang's expression suddenly changed. A single punch, and 10 middle-stage Soul Sea experts flew out like heavenly maidens scattering blossoms. Yi Yuan's application regarding true dragon strength was even more skillful now. The power of this move already could not be mentioned in the same breath as well. With Yi Yuan's current combat power, middle-stage Soul Seas were basically opponents that could not last a single exchange with him. This is a joke, right? This Sea transformation realm martial artist's strength is actually so formidable. Those few are all Lord officers. They actually couldn't even block a punch of his. Where did this boy pop out from? Too terrifying. The shock that this scene brought to those Fierce Gale world martial artists was too intense. They were staring with their mouths gaping for a time. A Sea transformation realm sending 10 middle-stage Soul Sea experts flying directly with one punch. This violated common sense too much. Finished striking out that one punch, Yi Yuan did not stop in the slightest. He still walked forward unhurriedly, gradually nearing to Deng Xing. This sort of attitude was as if this was not among thousands of soldiers and horses, but Yi Yuan's own residence's backyard. Being unsettled by Yi Yuan's imposing manner, Deng Xing actually took a step back unconsciously. Very soon, Yi Yuan arrived in front of Deng Shang and stopped to say calmly, "Get lost. I only want to enter the city." Everyone drew a cold breath. A Sea transformation realm martial artist actually said "get lost" to the commander of an army. Furthermore, that commander actually retreated a step. Deng Xing's face flushed scarlet red and felt that he lost face in front of so many subordinates. Boy, you're too rampant. Just the likes of you alone wish to enter the city too? Do you really treat us like we don't exist? Deng Xiang was threatening in manner but inwardly shaky. Honestly speaking, he was shocked by that scene earlier too. One punch sending 10 middle-stage soul seas flying. He touched his heart and felt that he could accomplish it too. But it absolutely could not be accomplished like lifting something heavy as if it was light like Yi Yuan. Furthermore, he did not need to look and also knew that those 10 officials at this time were already left with less than half. Yi Yuan directly smashed half of the people to death with one punch. Yi Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "You said it like you exist. If you still don't scram, I'm going to attack." Deng Xiang's expression changed. The pressure that this sea transformation realm gave him was seriously too great. Even he felt it was rather preposterous. All along, they all felt that the endless world martial artists were all soft persimmons. But today, he finally ran into a formidable character. Except that this formidable character seemed to be extremely tough. This was in the midst of thousands of soldiers and horses. This boy was actually thinking of slaughtering his way into the city directly. Yi Yuan was not long-winded either. Raising his hand, it was a flame movement true dragon carnage punch. Deng Xing also did not think that Yi Yuan actually really made a move against him directly. Caught off guard, he could only hastily withstand it. Rumble. Deng Xiang's body was directly smashed flying out. But Deng Xing's strength was clearly much stronger compared to those middle-stage soul seas. This punch from Yi Yuan did not cause much substantial damage to him. Except, in front of so many subordinates, it was a tremendous loss of face. However, it was not over yet. Yi Yuan's figure flashed. With a rumble, it was another punch. Deng Xing was smashed flying out once again. When the two punches smashed, Yi Yuan pounced ahead and already advanced 1,000 feet away. He actually caught up to the Lu Hong 4 people who were killing enemies vigorously. Rumble. An imposing momentum that toppled mountains and overturned the seas engulfed everything and swept over, sending the surrounding bunch of fierce Gale world martial artists directly flying out. Deng Xing's aura instantly rose to the peak, his two eyes fully red. Clearly, he was already enraged to the max. A main commander of an army like him was actually pressed against the wall and had his face smacked today. How could this not infuriate him? Stinking brat. You're dead for sure. A horrifying aura spread out. Deng Xiang was going to be serious. However, facing the scene, Yi Yuan was still very calm, as if the target that Deng Xing was attacking was not him. Right at this time, a silhouette suddenly appeared in the air in front of Deng Xiang. Put it away. You're not his match. The arrival was precisely Shangguan Lingyun. Seeing Shangguan Lingyun, Yi Yuan was slightly surprised too. He knew that this Shangguan Lingyun was the #1 genius on par with Zhao Cheng'an but had never fought before. To think that not seeing for a period of time, the other party was actually late-stage Soul C already. Yi Yuan, long time no see. Didn't expect that when we meet once again, it would actually be at such an occasion. Shangguan Lingyun greeted with a smile as if he ran into an old friend of many years. Even though Shangguan Lingyun's strength advanced considerably, Yi Yuan's current strength was also incomparable with the past. He naturally would not mind. You didn't expect it? But I expected it long ago, Yi Yuan said coolly. Shangguan Lingyun was dazed, but he understood Yi Yuan's meaning very quickly and said smilingly, the martial artist world is where the weak are prey and the strong feasts in the first place. The endless world is on a declining trend but enjoys such excellent resources. My fierce Gale world is powerful but suffers the anguish of gale winds all year round. Therefore, this excellent territory should naturally be enjoyed by us. Is that so? Then what's with the massacring of cities? Yi Yuan did not argue but countered with a question. Towards such an excuse, Yi Yuan was too clear, and he also could not be bothered to dispute anything. Shangguan Lingyun said, Weaklings should have the manner of weaklings. Your endless world sealed the realm passageway for thousands of years. How much of our time have you wasted? This is the punishment that Wind Emperor, His Majesty, gave the endless world. I underestimated Zhao Tianyin, that old dog. Looks like he still has some capabilities. At least, this method of obscurantism, He used it to the acme of perfection. However, do you believe this sort of reason? Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Hearing Yi Yuan scold Zhao Tianyin old dog, Shangguan Lingyun did not display a look of anger. Instead, he smiled and said, Wind Emperor, His Majesty, is our paramount ruler. Whatever he says is naturally all correct. As his citizens, we only need to do things according to what he says. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed as he sized Shangguan Lingyun up curiously. Shangguan Lingyun had a smile on his face. The words he said seemed to be as a matter of course. Yi Yuan smiled and said, That's not right. Logically speaking, your Shangguan family and Zhao Tianyin should be implacable enemies. It's fine if he's deceiving some fools, but you all, these first-rate families, shouldn't be to the extent of being deluded by his words. Right? Shangguan Lingyun said smilingly, You don't need to rack your brains either. Wind Emperor, His Majesty is Wind Emperor, His Majesty. His word is the Imperial Edict. Yi Yuan, you're different from these endless worlds lowly martial artists. Why not join our fierce-scale world? With your strength, becoming the Wind Emperor in the future is a certainty. This Shangguan Lingyun was a clever man. He saw through that Yi Yuan was trying to worm facts out of him. Seeing that there was no success, Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, Don't give me that. Zhao Tianyin, that old dog, must die. The next time you see him, help me tell him to wash his dog head clean and wait for me to chop it. Shangguan Lingyun's face was still smiling as he said coolly, Honestly speaking, I don't wish to be enemies with you, but it looks like we still can't avoid crossing swords. How about this? Let's only use one move. If you win, I'll let you enter the city. How's that? Yi Yuan was rather surprised as he said, I thought that you'd use your subordinates' lives to hold down the fort. Didn't think that you still quite cherish these subordinates. Shangguan Lingyun smiled and said if it was somebody else, they are naturally undeserving of me making a move. But you are different. That scene of Yi Yuan wasting Zhao Chenggan was still fresh in Shangguan Lingyun's memory. Although his strength improved greatly now, he still did not dare to look down on Yi Yuan. Let alone that the combat strength Yi Yuan displayed earlier was plenty to make people feel shocked. Toward Yi Yuan, Shangguan Lingyun maintained the mentality of fear from start to end. This was not just because Yi Yuan's strength was super strong. How he escaped out of the fierce-scale world on that day was a mystery all along as well. Reportedly, Lord Wind Emperor personally showed up at the scene that day, but Yi Yuan was still standing here perfectly well right now. That by itself indicated a lot of problems. Yi Yuan looked at Shangguan Lingyun and suddenly smiled and said, Fine, bring it. Even though these martial artists were clay chickens and pottery dogs to Yi Yuan. Him killing in and out as he wished 10 times over was not an issue. These martial artists were different from those demonic beasts in the vast heaven pagoda. They would not collide into the tip of his spear without heed for their lives. Even if Yi Yuan did what he did inside the vast heaven pagoda and used the myriad rain sword blades, the effects would be greatly discounted too. Furthermore, just the 9th level soul seas here were quite a few. Yi Yuan naturally could not possibly kill off every single one. His goal was very simple, which was in order to enter the city. Since Shangguan Lingyun was willing to let him pass, that was naturally for the best. As for losing to Shangguan Lingyun, Yi Yuan never thought of this possibility. Shangguan Lingyun lifted his hand slightly. Those fierce-scale world martial artists immediately vacated a large area. The battle that originally encircled Lu Hong, the 4 of them also stopped at this time. Actually, back at the fierce-scale world, I've been looking forward to a fight with you. Today, I finally got my wish. It's just that sadly, I probably can't enjoy to my heart's content today. Shangguan Lingyun made a move with a faint smile. Yi Yuan said coolly, I'll grant you a battle. Yi Yuan did not see Shangguan Lingyun take any other action, but the surrounding essence energy closed in around the latter crazily. That imposing momentum was actually even stronger than Deng Xing's previously. Gradually, a bright full moon condensed and formed in front of Shangguan Lingyun, looking rather lustrous and serene and moving. Yet, the killing intent emitting off from that full moon made everyone's blood run cold. Seeing this scene, Lu Hong, the 4 of them, were stricken with terror too. This young man's age was more or less the same as theirs, but his strength was actually much more stronger. Could it be that the strength of the fierce Gale world's martial artists were all formidable to such an extent? They could not help becoming worried about Yi Yuan. Although they all knew that Yi Yuan's strength was very strong, this young man was a major realm higher than him after all. Furthermore, this youth's combat strength was exceptionally formidable. Could Yi Yuan resist or not? The four people exchanged glances and could not help becoming worried about Yi Yuan. Facing the powerful Shangguan Lingyun, Yi Yuan was unconcerned. When Xianying's sword was drawn, 10,000 streaks of sword blades condensed and formed very quickly. Seeing this scene, Shangguan Lingyun's expression changed and he said somberly, "Condensing the form of gathered essence. Heh, a sea transformation realm can actually achieve condensed form of gathered essence. You truly are a peerless genius. Full moon slash. Myriad rain sword blades." It was only to see that bright moon rotated with extreme speed, slicing over toward Yi Yuan. It collided against those 10,000 streaks of sword blades very quickly. That bright full moon was like an extremely swift blade, slicing those sword blades into fragments one after another instantly. Streaks of sword blades were annihilated like this by the bright moon. But that bright moon was also becoming faint at an incredible speed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Finally, it was still the sword blades which depleted the full moon slash first. The remaining bits and pieces streaks of sword blades flew towards Shangguan Lingyun. Except, these remaining sword blades were nothing to be feared to Shangguan Lingyun. Only to see him wave his hand casually. Those sword blades dissipated into nothingness. "You won?" Shangguan Lingyun said with a faint smile, as if he had long predicted the outcome. "Something within expectations," Yi Yuan said coolly. "Hoo-hoo, I originally thought that my improvement in this 1 year was already huge. Didn't expect that your improvement was even greater. You're only at the sea transformation realm and can actually achieve condensing the form of gathered essence already. Truly remarkable," Shangguan Lingyun said. "Is that very hard? I could already do it when I was second-level sea transformation," Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Shangguan Lingyun shook his head and said with a smile, "To a genius like you, it's naturally simple. But to mediocre talents like us, it's something that's impossible to accomplish." From birth until now, Shangguan Lingyun had always been crowned with the title of genius. But in front of Yi Yuan, he simply did not have the capital to be called a genius. However, him admitting this fact so calmly and declaring himself mediocre still made Yi Yuan rather surprised. Yi Yuan said with a slight smile, "You're stronger than Zhao Qinggan. No wonder you can stand here while he can only become a good-for-nothing." Shangguan Lingyun suddenly looked at Yi Yuan with a smile that wasn't a smile and said, "A good-for-nothing, huh? I afraid not." Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, "What do you mean?" "Hoo-hoo, nothing. I just want to say that Brother Yi might still have the chance to meet Zhao Qinggan. Furthermore, that day shouldn't be too far away. Even if he stands before me again, he's still a good-for-nothing," Yi Yuan said indifferently. His heart was far from as calm as on the surface. He was distinguishing the true and false of Shangguan Lingyun's words. He already damaged Zhao Qinggan's dantian at that time. With Zhao Tianing's means, it was impossible to help Zhao Qinggan restore his dantian. What the hell was happening here? Moreover, logically speaking, it was impossible for Shangguan Lingyun to have such rapid improvement speed. Yet, he rose a full major realm. How did he accomplish it? Yi Yuan felt more and more that the fierce Gale world's invasion this time was not quite normal. Exuding strangeness all over. Brother Ye's talent stands above others. But better don't look down on Zhao Qinggan. When he comes out this time, he'll probably become different. Alright, one must be willing to lose if they bet. You guys enter the city then. Shangguan Lingyun moved aside and actually really opened up a path. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and walked towards the city gates unhurriedly. Lord Shangguan was actually defeated? How is this possible? Who in the world is that youth? To actually be able to defeat the ever-victorious Lord Shangguan with sea transformation realm strength? Yeah, the last time Lord Shangguan personally took action, he killed 3 late-stage sea transformation experts with 1 move. I thought that he was already invincible beneath divine traversing realm. Didn't expect that. He actually lost. I thought that the endless world was all a bunch of trash. Didn't think that there was actually still such a strong youth. He's not yet 18 years old, right? His strength is actually even stronger than Lord Shangguan's. The strength that Yi Yuan displayed made the countenance of all the fierce-scale world martial artists change. In their view, Shangguan Lingyun's strength was already formidable until he was unbeatable. Unless it was a divine traversing realm powerhouse who came, otherwise, there was simply no possibility of losing. Along the way, Shangguan Lingyun very rarely made a move. But each time he took action, it was killing in one move no matter how powerful the opponent was. But today, the invincible Lord Shangguan actually lost to a youth a full major realm lower than him. This was too subverting. Under everyone's stupefied gazes, Yi Yuan walked towards Crimson Light City slowly. As he made his move, the fierce Gale world martial artists automatically moved aside, creating a path for him. Above Crimson Light City's tall city gates, there were several silhouettes currently looking into the distance, taking everything that happened below the city gates into their sights. City Lord, this youth is incredible. Even the fierce Gale world's commander isn't this match. The one speaking was called Ding Qi, City Lord Su Hu's confidant. He was an 8th level Soul Sea realm expert. Su Hu's expression was as per normal. But that hint of surprise in his eyes could not be wiped away. Hearing Ding Qi appraise the youth, he nodded and said, "No idea where this youth popped out from. His strength is truly terrifyingly daunting. He's only at the sea transformation realm and can actually cross a major realm to battle." Ding Qi's eyes flickered, and he said, "City Lord, could this youth be the reinforcements that the Alliance sent us?" Su Hu was stunned and said with a nod, "We're cut off from all information with the outside world, right now, and don't know the arrangements of the Alliance at all. Hearing you say this, there's really that possibility. But what if it's a ploy?" Ding Qi was secretly startled and said, "With City Lord saying this, I'm really quite worried. Ever since that fierce Gale world's young commander led the great army, they have always mowed down all resistance. Many troublesome opponents were all personally disposed of by him. Furthermore, I heard that they were all killed with one move. That youth is strong, but it is truly a bit too ridiculous." With Ding Qi's analysis, the suspicion in Su Hu's heart grew even more. "With you saying this, I'm really starting to doubt. This youth is a bit too ridiculously powerful. Those 10 middle-stage Soul Sea experts earlier actually could not survive one exchange with him. Although that punch of his looked to be very terrifying, it might truly have the suspicion of acting out a play. Also, that young commander clearly did not go all out. So many martial artists facing 5 people, why should they make way? And also, even if this youth's strength is really that powerful, he's one person after all. What help is there to the war situation by coming here? Even if he can come and leave as he pleased, how will he lead so many people to escape with their lives?" Ding Qi and Su Hu exchanged a glance and said, "Could it be that this youth is really here to trick us? Once we open up a gap in the Grand Array, those fierce Gale world martial artists below will have the opportunity to take advantage. I'm not worried about others, but that young commander's strength is too formidable. To say that he's the #1 person beneath divine traversing is also not over the top. Once he's been given a hint of an opportunity, behind us are the lives of all the people in the city." The pair chipped in a word each and finally concluded Yi Yuan's true identity. And at this time, Yi Yuan already arrived below the city gates too, while Shangguan Lingyun at this time was looking at them from a place not far away, his face still carrying a smile. "City Lord Su Hu, we're the reinforcements that the Alliance sent. Please open up the Grand Array and let us go in." Qin Yen mustered up essence energy and shouted in a clear voice. Su Hu's brows furrowed and he gave Ding Qi a look. Ding Qi understood and called out, "Do you all have any proof?" Qin Yen took out a silk-like object and fired a seal at it. That silk vanished directly and appeared in front of Su Hu. Su Hu took a look at the silk. Indeed, it was an item issued with the Alliance's name. But Su Hu's expression still did not take a turn for the better. The time the Endless Alliance has been established was too short. Many systems had all yet to be perfected. Crimson Light City was too distant from Wufang City and was not familiar with many of the Alliance's things. A tiny piece of silk, they were simply unable to differentiate the truth from the false. "This thing is too easy to copy. We can't open the array formation," Ding Qi called out in a clear voice. Qin Yen was stunned. He did not think that these fellows were actually so inflexible. He was someone quite arrogant at heart and haughty in manner after all. Coming to assist this city, and they actually did not believe him. This made his young master temper flare up. Open your dog eyes and look. I'm the myriad sword sect's old ancestor, Qin Hongtao's grandson. Can it still be fake? Qin Hongtao said furiously. Once Su Hu heard this, the suspicion in his heart grew even more. He said with a cold smile, Heh, would old ancestor Qin send his own grandson here? Don't joke with me. Looks like you guys are indeed sent by the fierce-scale world to trick us. You. Qin Yen could not help choking up but did not know how he should refute. Yeah, logically speaking, Qin Hongtao indeed would not send his own grandson here to this sort of dangerous place, let alone that they still directly charged towards the city very arrogantly just now. Seeing this scene, Su Hu could not help shaking his head very disappointedly and said, Sigh. Looks like over at the Alliance there can't be counted on. Can it be that this city full of endless world martial artists all can't escape the vicious killing? Inside the city was packed full of martial artists right now. As the city lord, Su Hu had immense pressure too. Facing everything outside the city, he had no choice but to be cautious. One careless move and the price was not what he could bear. Hoo-hoo. Looks like your own people aren't very trusting of you guys. Shangguan Lingyun gloated over their misfortune. Yi Yuan turned out and gave him a nonchalant glance and said, Seems like you're very pleased. Shangguan Lingyun smiled and said, Shouldn't I be pleased? Even if I let you guys go over, you all can't enter the city too. Isn't it so? Yi Yuan suddenly smiled and said, The four of you stick close to me. We're entering the city. Ah! The four people were dazed, and they had not yet reacted when Yi Yuan's figure already moved and arrived at the edge of the grand array. What are you still in a daze for? Yi Yuan urged. The four people hurriedly caught up. Yi Yuan stepped out and directly crossed into the grand array. Seeing this scene, the smile on Shangguan Lingyun's face immediately froze there. This grand array, which obstructed thousands of soldiers and horse, was actually regarded as nothing by Yi Yuan? The reason why the fierce-scale world's five-way great army did not have any incident all along, surrounding and but not attacking, was because of this grand array before their eyes. This grand array was called Mystic Crystal Iron Chain Array. It was a true blue Tier 5 low-grade grand array. Unless divine traversing realm experts came here, there was simply no way to crack it. All this time, Shangguan Lingyun was not in a hurry and only surrounded and did not attack. As long as this place became a lone city, they would take it down sooner or later. Who could have thought that this grand array, which even Soul Sea realm experts were powerless against? Yi Yuan entered with a lift of his leg. Qin Yen four people could not help being overjoyed when they saw the situation and hurriedly followed Yi Yuan into the grand array. When the Su Hu on top of the city gates saw this scene, his countenance likewise changed abruptly. He hurriedly said to Ding Qi, Quick! Deploy the grand array and kill the 5 of them for me. Ding Qi was also startled inwardly and hastily took out a talisman and fired essence energy into it, transmitting back to the center of the grand array, controlling the array formation. The one presiding over the grand array was a young Tier 4 array master. His name was Xianxia. Although he was unable to unleash the grand array's full power, deploying the grand array to resist martial artists beneath the divine traversing realm was still achievable. Receiving the message in the talisman, he did not dare to delay and hurriedly deployed the grand array, wanting to kill Yi Yuan 5 people. Yet, with this deployment, Xianxia's expression changed. What's going on? Why is this Mystic Crystal Iron Chain Array out of my control? When Yi Yuan appeared in front of Su Hu, he could not suppress the shock in his heart. This young man actually crossed over directly into the array formation, and then flew on top of the city walls and stood in front of him. Su Hu very much wanted to slap this youth before his eyes to death with one palm. However, not knowing why, he actually could not raise his hand. Your city lord, Su Hu? Yi Yuan looked quietly at Su Hu and asked, Insolence! You actually dare to be disrespectful towards City Lord, His Excellency. Ding Qi reproached. Yi Yuan ignored him and still looked at Su Hu quietly, waiting for his reply. Su Hu discovered that he actually had a feeling of being short on breath in front of this youth. Finally, he could not endure this sort of stifling atmosphere and said with a nod, "That's right, I'm Su-Hu. Could it be that you are really here to reinforce Crimson Light City?" When Qin Yen saw the Su-Hu, he immediately felt irate. He was just about to fly off the handle when he was pulled by Yin Yanhua from behind, shaking her head at him. Qin Yen was startled. Glancing at Yi Yuan, he kept his mouth shut. "It's naturally true. Otherwise, do you think that I'll still stand here perfectly well speaking to you?" Yi Yuan said coolly. Su, who was secretly alarmed and knew what the words Yi Yuan said meant. Since he could bring these 4 people into the Grand Array, he could naturally bring others into the Grand Array. If Yi Yuan was really a spy sent by the Fierce Gale world, why would he need to waste this time talking crap with him? Even though he did not know just what problem occurred over at the Grand Array's central, Yi Yuan's might had clearly already exceeded their understanding. An out-and-out Tier 5 Grand Array actually could not block Yi Yuan the slightest. Thinking this through, Su, who had a look of embarrassment as he clasped his hands at Yi Yuan and said, "This, sir, truly sorry. There are too many irrational aspects with the appearance of you people, so I'm a little careful too. Didn't think that it nearly led to a disaster?" Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "No worries. City Lord is burdened with heavy responsibilities. Being a little careful is as ought to be. Rather, this Yi directly barging into the formation was quite brusque. Hope that your excellency won't blame us." Yi Yuan really did not blame Su-Hu. Or else, with his personality, he would definitely not be so polite. This Su-Hu being able to guard Crimson Light City until now was already very not easy. Shangguan Lingyun was an extremely intelligent person. There was most likely more than one bluff used in between this. If Su-Hu did not handle carefully, he would probably have fallen for it long ago. To be able to persevere until now, this Su-Hu was worthy of Yi Yuan's respect. When Su-Hu saw that Yi Yuan was so easy to talk so, he relaxed greatly in his heart. Yi Yuan's fame had already spread far and wide long ago at Wufang City, but Su-Hu did not recognize him. In his view, Yi Yuan was definitely some big shots junior. That was how he had such strength. With a young man's arrogance plus such strength, he should have thought nothing of him. To think that he was actually so easygoing. Earlier, that young man behind Yi Yuan was clearly going to fly off the handle but forcefully suppressed it. Rather like a young master. Hang on, could it be that he was really old Ancestor Qin's grandson? Thinking up to here, Su-Hu's heart involuntarily thumped. Those 4 people behind Yi Yuan all had extraordinary bearings. Furthermore, they were all second-level Soul C strength. At this age, it was absolutely top-notch strength. If looking at it like this, the likelihood of this young man being old Ancestor Qin's grandson was very high. But the problem was, these 4 people clearly looked to Yi Yuan for instructions, even looking like followers. Then just what was the identity of the 17, 18 years old youth before his eyes? With old Ancestor Qin's status, how could he let his own grandson be a youngster's follower? Su-Hu felt that he was rather confused. Just what was the background of this youth before him? These 5 people combination was seriously too strange. It made him unable to understand what it was all about. But one thing was very clear, and that was that these few youngsters could not be offended. Disregarding the powers behind them, just talking about Yi Yuan blasting 10 middle-stage Soul C experts flying with a punch, their own strength could not be ignored. Thinking this through, Su-Hu panted a little unwittingly. Dare not. You came to rescue us from the siege, but I slammed the door in your faces. No matter what, it's my fault. It's just," Su-Hu looked at Yi Yuan, just 5 people, and could not help revealing a difficult look. Yi Yuan smiled and followed up, "It's just that why is it only the 5 of us, right?" Su-Hu gave an awkward smile. Yi Yuan continued saying, "Because the 5 of us are enough." Su-Hu's impression of Yi Yuan was pretty good. But hearing Yi Yuan say such raving words at this time, he could not help criticizing inwardly. "I saw Sir's strength earlier. Even the Fierce Gale world's main commander was helpless against you. But for us, these people are not the Fierce Gale world's match," Su-Hu said in a roundabout manner. Yi Yuan laughed and said, "Here isn't the place to talk. Can we go to City Lord Manor to chat?" Su-Hu was stunned and smacked his head and said, "Look at this brain of mine. My fault. Sir, please." Yi Yuan nodded his head and followed Su-Hu to the City Lord Manor. Lord Shangguan, just what kind of person was that youth? To actually have such terrifying strength. The Central Army's main tent, Deng Sheng still had a look of astonishment on his face. The impact that Yi Yuan's performance earlier brought him was too intense. Shangguan Lingyun gave him a glance and said indifferently, "Are you aware that a year ago, there was an Endless World youth who infiltrated into the central capital, and he threw the capital into an upheaval?" Deng Xing's expression changed drastically when he heard that and exclaimed in shock, "It's actually him." No wonder. No wonder. Even 7th Prince, His Highness, suffered defeat at his hands. No wonder he had such formidable strength. It's just that, I heard that when he fought with 7th Prince, he was still only a crystal formation realm martial artist. How long has it been? He's actually already approaching Soul Sea realm. Such cultivation speed was simply unheard of. Furthermore, even though Yi Yuan's breakthrough speed was fast, the increase in strength was even faster. He was just Sea transformation realm and could actually already wield condensing the form of gathered essence to such a level. Truly terrifying. That attack previously was luckily Shangguan Lingyun fighting with Yi Yuan. If it were him, he would probably be a dead soul claimed under Yi Yuan's sword already. I initially thought that my improvement this 1 year was already very great. When I met him once again, I should be able to win him for certain. Didn't expect that running into him today. It's still hard to say who will be the victor. Shangguan Lingyun said with a sigh. Deng Shang could not help choking up when he heard that, feeling that he was completely not on the same level as these peerless geniuses at all. Their improvement speed, he could not catch up to it even by whipping the horse. Lord Shangguan, although that Yi Yuan is formidable, in the battle previously, Lord Shangguan didn't use your full power, right? If Lord Shangguan went all out, how can that punk be my lord's match? Deng Sheng gave a compliment without leaving a trace. But Shangguan Lingyun said with a smile, "Did you think that Yi Yuan went all out?" Deng Sheng's expression changed, and he said, "The might of that one move, even I don't dare to clash head-on either." Could it be that still wasn't his full strength? Shangguan Lingyun shook his head and said, "I don't know. That exchange previously, we merely both parties probing out the other party's strength. But I think that his strength should be more than that. A puny little sea transformation realm with strength daunting to such a degree. This was something that Deng Shang could not understand. In his view, a person like Shangguan Lingyun was already monstrous to the peak. An existence even more monstrous than him already surpassed the boundaries of his understanding. The higher the realm, the greater the difficulty of crossing boundaries to battle. Reaching the Soul Sea realm, the difference between each minor boundary was huge. Shangguan Lingyun was only 7th level Soul Sea and already hailed as the number 1 person beneath divine traversing. This was already very heaven-defying. A sea transformation realm brat was also so daunting. What kind of situation did this count as? Lord Shangguan, then what should we do now? Deng Shang could not refrain from asking. The Endless World sent a boy with strength on par with Shangguan Lingyun. It was really quite troublesome. Shangguan Lingyun only said coolly, "Wait." Deng Shang was stunned as he said, "Wait." Shangguan Lingyun's gaze penetrated the Central Army's main tent and looked in the direction of Crimson Light City and said, "Looks like the war is going to escalate. Mr. Yi, I wonder what means you have to preserve City Lord Manor?" Su Hu asked. In City Lord Manor, right after taking their seats, Su Hu started inquiring. These few days, Su Hu had been like an ant on a hot pan all along. The suffering in his heart, probably only he himself could understand. He had always been extremely cautious, sitting on pins and needles, anticipating that the Alliance could resolve Crimson Light City's crisis every day. But he never would have thought that the Alliance actually just sent 5 people over. Yi Yuan seemed to have guessed what Su Hu was thinking in his heart and said smilingly, "City Lord's capital sunk these days. This he feels indebted as if I received it in person. It's just that, even though this Crimson Light City is important, it's also a bottomless pit. The people inside the city are people. Aren't the people outside the city people too?" Su Hu was stunned and asked perplexedly, "What do Mr. Ye's words mean? The fierce Gale World's great army besieging Crimson Light City. Why do they surround and not attack all along?" "Of course it's because we have a Tier 5 Grand Array protecting." Su Hu said without thinking. He felt more and more that Yi Yuan was unreliable. Such an obvious thing, was there still a need to ask? But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, although a Tier 5 Grand Array is powerful, it isn't invincible. This Mystic Crystal Iron Chain Array is an array formation that prioritizes defense. Furthermore, you guys only have a Tier 4 Array Master presiding over the Grand Array. There is simply no way to unleash the power of this Grand Array. Even if Divine Traversing Realm experts don't take part in the battle, with the numbers of this 5-way Great Army concentrating attacks on the Grand Array every day, how long can your essence crystals withstand for? No matter how powerful the Grand Array, it needed to expend essence energy too. Even though Crimson Light City was large, under the circumstances without assistance, how many essence crystals could there be to expend? One had to know that to maintain a colossal array formation like this, especially under the circumstances where there were powerful attacks outside, the essence crystals expended every day was a very terrifying sum. But why did the fierce Gale World Great Army not do this? Su Hu's heart thumped and had a feeling of falling into a pit. Although it's said that the strong reigns supreme in the martial artist world, and that as long as one's strength is strong enough, they could disregard everything. In a war like this, everyone's strength hasn't pulled apart to such a ridiculous degree. Sometimes, schemes are very effective. Using a fighting style of besieging a city to strike at their reinforcements at this time most likely proves effective every time. Yi Yuan's words crumbled Su Hu's mental line of defense bit by bit. Sects stood in great numbers in the endless world. This sort of large-scale martial artist war they had never experienced before. But the fierce Gale world was different. Their martial artists had absolute loyalty and were not much different from mortal world armies. Plus, the fierce Gale world martial artist strengths were a notch stronger to begin with. The endless world being utterly routed was also something within expectations. And Crimson Light City was merely just a small blade of grass along the advancement path of the fierce Gale world. It was able to be uprooted at any time. What the fierce Gale world Great Army wanted was even greater results of battle. Once the Alliance sent a big army over to support Crimson Light City, what awaited them would be a deadly blow. This was also one of the reasons why Yi Yuan did not bring people over. It was true that Crimson Light City was important, but if countless martial artists that came to aid died because of Crimson Light City, then the loss outweighed the gain. There's even a possibility that those cities' martial artists from before were deliberately released by the fierce Gale world. The goal was in order to let them rush to Crimson Light City and form this present sort of stranded situation. Yi Yuan's gaze looked deeply towards the distance, seemingly wanting to see through just who was guiding this war. Su Hu drew a cold breath. He discovered that his back was already drenched. If it was really as Yi Yuan said, then the entire endless world was being toyed with in the palm right now. This person behind was too terrifying. Furthermore, Su Hu increasingly felt that Yi Yuan's theory was very likely. Except, if it was him who was thinking, he could not figure it out no matter what. At this time, how could Su Hu still have any doubt towards Yi Yuan? He even had a feeling of admiration. This young man's strength was not only formidable, but the setup was also not an ordinary kind of big. Those old ancestors at the Alliance probably could not think of this level either, right? Using a very long time, Su Hu finally subsided the astonishment in his heart. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan again became not quite the same. Then, what should we do now, Mr. Yi? Could it be to let the martial artists in the entire city all die here? Su Hu sought advice. Yi Yuan said smilingly, if the Alliance planned to give up on Crimson Light City, then I wouldn't have come. Since I came, I naturally have to bring you all out safely. Su Hu was also a clever person. It was just that those two involved could not see clearly. Many things were unable to be seen clearly. Hearing Yi Yuan say so at this time, he immediately understood Yi Yuan's meaning and could not help saying in surprise, Mr. Ye's meaning is that we break out of the encirclement? No way, no way. You don't know how strong the fierce Gale world martial artists are. We're simply not their match. Once we break out, even if we can escape, probably not many will survive as well. You fool. Brother Yi has been to the fierce Gale world's central capital before. Do you think that he's familiar with fierce Gale world martial artists or not? Qin Yen was enraged badly prior to this and could not find a place to vent all along. At this time, Finally catching a topic, he retaliated without any hesitation. Even though the few of them were followers, the pride in their bones were still there. Them submitting to Yi Yuan did not represent that they were also willing to submit to a puny little Soul Sea Realm city lord. Indeed, once Su who heard that Yi Yuan had been to the fierce Gale World's central capital before, the expression on his face immediately changed. And Mr. Yi has truly been to the central capital before? Su who said in amazement. The war progressing until now, the endless world martial artists more or less also knew some things about the fierce Gale World. And this central capital was precisely one of it. Because it was too famous. At the thought that Yi Yuan could still return safely after going to the central capital, how could Su Hu not be shocked? Yi Yuan smiled as he nodded and said, "The fierce Gale World martial artists are not insurmountable. When we came in, didn't we litter the ground with the bodies of their men and horses too? As long as our forces are strong enough, why should we fear them?" Su Hu's expression changed several times and finally heaved a long sigh and said, "Mr. Yi, is there no other way?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "The fierce Gale World's goal is in order to kill people. So our best response right now is to not let them kill. We will preserve our strength for now. There will come a day to counterattack.